So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hello, good morning. Now, I am super chuffed because I haven't seen these ladies for ages. Please let me welcome you to Sue and Sue. Hello, Sue and Sue.
Morning.
Morning, morning. Bless you. Now, we're going to get cracking straight on because this blue and white sampler quilt pattern is absolutely beautiful. Charlotte and myself have been saying how gorgeous this is. So we're going to have a look at the finished sample. Let's take a look. Which Sue shall I chat to, actually?
Blue Sue designed it.
Blue Sue. I love that. Do you want to tell us a bit about it?
Well, it was a joy to design. I've really used traditional blocks, but I've also incorporated some of my favourite techniques, including English paper piecing, some embroidery, some foundation piecing, a machine applique. There's all sorts going on there, as well as learning new blocks as well. So,
excellent. Yeah. Well, it's absolutely stunning. I know we're going to talk about the blues as well in a short while. So it's a great project, isn't it, Sue, for the new year?
Well, that's why we thought we'd launch it in January, Alex. I thought, you know, a lot of people, I don't know about you, but I sort of, you know, you get Christmas out the way and put your decorations away and you sort of turn and think, right, what am I going to do this year? And we thought, well, we'll launch it in January because it's a really nice start to the year. It's a beautiful, as you say, quilt, and you can just sort of have fun working through the blocks through the year, or even quicker if you're lickety spit quick, you know, which a lot of people are, aren't they?
Yes, definitely.
I'm amazed, you know, we're doing a group quilt between us, and we've made 5 blocks and one of our friends has made 40.
Wow.
I know. You know, I had some time between Christmas and New Year, so there are all those that just get going on it, aren't there, and just make it in about a week flat. So yeah, it's just a lovely project. When I saw it, I've seen it in various stages, and when I finally saw it all quilted and bound, I was really blown away by it. It's a beautiful project, and in fact it's been about 3 years in the making, hasn't it, Sue?
Yes,
really?
it has,
We hatched upon the idea on a trip to Houston,
right,
and worked with Macawa fabrics initially, just to sort of get the tones right, because Sue's going to talk a lot about the contrast of the high values that make it really work. Yeah. And then for various reasons it sort of got put on hold and back a little bit, and then we just thought, right, we'll give it a go for the new year, and Sue very kindly got it all finished and ready to go, so there we are.
Wonderful. Oh, 10%'s already gone.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wow.
Right then, so if you would like the pattern, it's just $14.99. Beautiful project. The outcome is just sensational. $14.99, 216 111. Now, what I would suggest as well is popping these beautiful blues in. They are stunning. Although, having said that, you know, we were saying about, or you were saying about how, you know, you can make this for any time of year, can't you?
Yeah. We went with blue and white. I mean, probably because it's one of always my favourites. I always think blue and white's very fresh, isn't it? You know, it's a clean, you put it with white and it looks really lovely. And what works particularly well with the blue tone is you've got, as you can see from the fabrics we've chosen there, you've got 2 darks, 2 mediums and 2 lights in value. And that really is crucial to making the quilt work, to get that high contrast. Now, you will have to add extra fabrics in there. There's not enough to complete the quilt. But what we thought, by giving you those 2 sort of darks, mediums and lights, you'll get the idea of the colour of blue that you want to add in there yourself. So they're lovely fabrics just to get you going.
Nice. And so they're fat quarters?
They are, yeah. There's 6 fat quarters, Alex, which amounts to 1.5 metres of fabric.
Cool. So how many bundles, if people want to do the full, you know, quilt, do you reckon we need?
I'm not sure. You'd need 2 bundles, but you'll only then have 6 fabrics still, because the bundles are the same, which is fine if you just want to work with those fabrics. But really the idea we did behind it was just to give you 6 to start with, and then if you add another of your 6 own, it will just add a little bit more interest to the colour. Does that make sense? So please feel free if you want to have the 6 and go for 2 bundles, but they will be the same fabric.
Lovely, and they are gorgeous fabrics. Aha! We're 10% gone here as well. There you
fantastic.
go. See, yeah, there you go. You've taken the advice of going for both the pattern and this, because it looks, the finished sample does look absolutely gorgeous in the blue, doesn't it? £20.99. Item number is 813169. Now, of course, there are lots more designs available on the website, so do check that out. Lovely jubbly. You can shop by brand, of course. We've got some templates. There is the clamshell quilt pattern we've got for you, and that is gorgeous as well. Oh, and we've got Rambo. Rambo is back. I love that. He's had his holiday break and he's come back. Lovely. And of course, as always, if you would like to send in any of your projects, if you have bought from Sue and Sue before, we'd love to see what you've been making. You can send your projects to studio@thecraftstore.com. Just for a moment, I was like, what channel am I on? Anyway, it's early. Love it. Right, so then I'm going to hand over to you, Sue, to chat through this, if that's all right.
Lovely. Well, Happy New Year to everybody. Yes. It's lovely to be back, and I haven't been here for a while, so nice to see everybody. I did want to talk a little bit, I mean, what better time in the new year is have a good fresh start and clean your sewing machine, change the needle, get ready for a lovely new project, and have a look at your 1/4 inch. Now, this 1/4 inch is very important in patchwork and quilting, and most quilters have a 1/4 inch foot, which I'm holding up here. There's my 1/4 inch foot. And it means that when your needle is in the central position, the edge of the fabric is a 1/4 inch away, and seams in patchwork and quilting are a 1/4 inch. So this will help you. However, you do have to be careful about it if you can. Sue and I had a conversation last night because we are making the same quilt. Now, Sue's been quilting for, I don't know how many years and years and years. And she said last night that she still occasionally has an issue with missing points or not being quite accurate. And my answer to that was, you need to check that you haven't drifted into the bad habit of having too generous a 1/4 inch. Right. So make sure that when you start that your 1/4 inch is accurate. And I have done a little demo here. I'm not sure that you can. I have tried to do a good contrast in thread. I don't know if the camera will be able to pick it up. It's very small. So the first one, I lined my 1/4 inch footer and sewed the seam down. And when I measure it, it is a 1/4 inch to the centre of the stitching. So that is pretty accurate. That's pretty good. The next one, and now this is what I tend to do all the time. I've just drifted into this habit and I can't really help it. I tend to be a little bit skinny with my 1/4 inch, so you can see it is just slightly below a 1/4 inch when I'm stitching, and actually that's the better way to be, because it means that you might have to trim a tiny bit off your blocks, but that's easier to deal with than having not enough fabric. And it's very easy to drift into a generous 1/4 inch. Now, it might not look that generous, but actually when you multiply it, say you've got 16 seams in a block, then that is going to make a big difference. So try not to drift into a bigger 1/4 inch if you can avoid it. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was this quilt really is based on value, and I've made the same block using different values, and the block is on the quilt as well. On the quilt it's a medium and a light, I think. I can't actually quite remember which one it is. They're all traditional blocks. But you can see on this particular block, which I've done as a demo for you, I've done a very dark and a very light. And so when you stitch them together, there's a huge contrast, and you can really clearly see the shape of the block. And actually, just as an aside, while we're talking about accuracy and stitching, I normally clip these annoying little ears off, if I remember, because when you come to stitch it together, and I mean, I've been doing it for years as well, and I've gone a little bit wonky there. I'm happy to point out my mistake. So here I'm a little bit not quite as accurate as I should be, but I know I'll look at it. That's the other thing. Look at the block before you sew them together. Actually look at what you're stitching, and I know that I can fudge that so that I'm not going to lose my point, and it's still going to look fine. Nobody's going to look inside your quilt and check your 1/4 inches unless you're going to enter it for a competition. But once it's quilted, you can't see anyway. But it's just trying to make sure that that you can keep your points nicely. Yes, I've managed to keep all of mine. And the other thing is the opposing seam. So if I just turn this over, when I stitch these two pieces together, oh, you know, that's right. When I stitch these two pieces together, what I've done is, on this piece, I've ironed the seam closed in that direction. On this one, I've ironed the seam closed in that direction. So that when I come to stitch these two together, it's called the opposing seam method, and I use it all the time because when you pull them together like that, they sort of click together. They click together, but you still need to observe what is going on. I've got a reference point there. I can see where the stitches cross, so I know that that is the point there. So when I come to stitch them together, I'm pretty sure that if I put my pin just above it, then, and it comes out the other side and it's just above it, when I pin it, I'm pretty sure that when it comes out, it's going to be accurate. I'm not going to stitch it right now because I've got so much to talk about on this quilt. However, I never stitch over a pin.
Right.
I always take it out just as I come towards it. Because if your needle even just brushes against that pin, it will blunt your needle, and you don't want a blunt needle, which is why I say always change your needle before you start stitching a new project. So I've made the same block, but if you can see, I think you'll get a really good shot, you can see the difference between them. On this one, I've changed the layout slightly, and I do say in the pattern, play around, have some fun, change the values of the fabric. And it really, really emphasises this pinwheel in the middle, whereas I know this one isn't joined together, but even when you do it, because I've only used two fabrics, you can't find that pinwheel, it's disappeared. Yeah. So play with value, so light, medium and dark, which is why we've got that lovely fat quarter bundled together, to give you inspiration to think about playing with value. The other beauty of this quilt is there's some English paper piecing on it, tiny little pieces, tiny little pentagons, so you can use up lots of scraps if you want to. I mean, I did toy with the idea of doing a few in a different colour, but then I thought, no, it's a blue and white quilt, let's go blue and white. Right. But you could play around and you have little touches of a different colour if you wanted to. So that is my introduction for the moment, for the quilt.
Wonderful. We're just having a little look there again at that beautiful quilt. It's absolutely stunning. The blues are brilliant. Thank you very much, Sue.
Thank you.
Quick recap then. So coming on to the pattern first off, if you want to make that fantastic quilt, we are approaching 30% of the stock gone, so very busy start to the morning. It is just $14.99, very comprehensive. What sort of skill level do you reckon?
Well, sorry. I would say it's a skill builder. So you can. I start off with the very easy blocks. Because all the blocks are based on 4, 8 and 12-inch blocks. You could, if you wanted to do the really easy ones and just repeat them, you can still make the quilt with the easy blocks. Okay. So start with the easy blocks and then I work on to harder blocks. But hopefully my instructions will help you. So I would use it as a skill builder and just learning about different traditional blocks. So they've all got names. You know, it's quite interesting. I didn't put the history in. I've got a lot of books about quilt history, but I didn't put the history in because then the pattern would be a page as long. Encyclopedia. So I'm afraid that had to go. But don't forget, when I was learning to quilt, there wasn't even such a thing as the internet. Right. So I just had to read books. But these days there is such a vast array of help for you. If you're struggling with a technique, type it into your browser, have a search. Somebody will be demonstrating it somewhere or other, or look back on here. Obviously I haven't got time to demonstrate every single block, but there will be demonstrations that you can access and people you can watch.
Cool, thank you, Sue. Right, so it's $14.99. Like I said, 30% of the stock is gone. 216111 is your item number. Then we've got the fat quarter bundle. Whoa, a third of the stock has gone. It feels absolutely delicious. So this has just taken the lead, but you've got all those lovely shades of blue. And it is just £20.99. And if you're going to make that, you just add your own white fabrics to it. Make the quilt, add your own white fabrics to it. 2099, I should say. 813169 is your item number. Right then, Sue. So we've got this lovely pattern and a little paisley template.
I love a little paisley template, don't you? They're really nice,
Yeah.
aren't they? This is called Panther,
right.
The technique, which is, I think, from Bangladesh. Is that right, Sue? Yeah,
oh,
Bangladesh, from the history. And what it is you would start off and do the paisley pear shapes and embroider into them. And then afterwards, the fun really starts because you use a running stitch and you go around the outline or wherever you want. But the idea is that the whole area is filled in with tiny stitches. And that's what gives it that lovely feel. It's really tactile, isn't it? And you can see, and I've been making one, and it's interesting because my shapes are slightly differently arranged. You can put as many paisleys on there as you want. Inside the paisleys, there's different embroidery techniques as well, which Sue shows you some ideas of how to get like a little star shape, or there's loads and loads of different ideas. And then as I say, afterwards then you can echo quilt around the paisleys, and the more you echo out, then you get the different sort of designs. It's a really lovely hand stitching project.
Nice.
And then inside is a little needle case there, and just to keep your needle packs. Sue likes, and it's a really sensible idea actually, because once you take a needle out the pack, you can never identify what it is, can you? Afterwards, it's sort of just a needle. Whereas if you put it back into the pack, then you know it's an applique or a between or a quilting needle, and so you can actually just put the little pack straight back in there, which is very handy.
Nice. There you go. So you'll get the pattern and your paisley template. It is just £11.49. Item number is 450470. Then moving along now. The clamshell quilt is also a stunner. Is this a back by popular demand?
This is a back by popular demand. Yes, it is, Alex. Yes. Again, this again is done in blue and white. Just happened to be colours that Sue, was wanting to use. Yeah. And I'll say the same with the sampler quilt. I mean, we've made it in blue and white, but the pattern is obviously up to you. If you would like red or green, or we were saying in production meeting this morning, if you had say a golden wedding or a silver wedding, you wanted to make it for somebody. Think of their colour scheme and the theme and the sentiment around it. And the other thing, of course, is you have got the individual blocks in it as well. So if you just wanted to do the little log cabin basket and the little flowers around it, make that into a cushion. It's such a versatile pattern. But sorry, going back to clamshells, it's a clamshell shape, very clever technique. It's English paper piece, but on a large scale. And basically, you just build them up from the bottom up, I believe. Is that right, Sue?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
No, sorry, top down.
Top down, yeah, that's right. Top down. You start with the top and then build it and then it comes down that way. But yeah, all will be explained in the pattern, which is a much better job than I do.
Oh no, it's fabulous. No, don't worry at all. That is just £9.99 for that pattern. Item number is 537298. You might want to add in another fat quarter bundle for that one. Now, separately, but again, I would advise that you go for the two, is you've also done the template for us as well.
Yes. We had the template made by our lovely friend Andy at Crafty, who's obviously a regular on the show. And what we've done with the template is it's a handy thing to have if you want to be very precise with the fabric choice. If you've got a pattern fabric and you want to what they call fussy cutting it, you can lay the template over, see exactly where you're cutting out and go for it. And then the little wheel, can you see there? Yeah. That's a very little clever thing. That's gives you the little seam allowance. So you run the wheel, a bit like spirograph. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, around there, yeah.
You run the wheel around it and that will give you your seam allowance as well, which is a very clever little technique that Sue came up with for that. So that's handy as well. But as I say, there is a template, a paper template in the pattern. Okay. But if you want the acrylic one, then it's a little extra.
Lovely. That is £16.49. 467431. Then we've got Rambo.
Rambo's back.
Oh, bless. So, what do we get in the kit to make him?
I've called it a starter kit just because it doesn't include things like toy stuffing or needle and thread. But what I have put in there is all of the fleece and the fabrics that you need in order to make it. And it's a starter kit, so it's pretty much everything that you need to get you going with that, Alex. And then there is he has got a friend.
What's this one called?
Love You.
I love you.
And she's the lady sheep.
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah,
exactly.
Totally. Yeah, friends for life. But yeah, so the lady sheep, she's on the later show.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're a lot of fun, aren't they? And you get an alphabet in there as well, so you can sort of put the name of the person or the name of the sheep on there that you're making it. And there's a little cushion, and it's got a little pocket in the back as well. So really lovely. That was designed by our lovely Gail. But yeah, nice. I thought it was a good time of year because we'll start seeing lambs soon, won't we?
Yeah. Cute. All right, now, so she's under a different item number to Rambo. 1749 759 680 is your item number. And then we'll give you the details again for Rambo. Graphics, come on, graphics. Right, £17 again and 49 pence. Item number for this one is 270314. Then, moving along, we've got the toadstool, which is again another one backed by popular demand. So you've popped in all of the. I always get confused whether it's fleece or felt.
Yeah. The bigger fabric is fleece,
right?
And then the flatter fabric is the felt. So there's a mixture of both, Alex. So you're quite right. Don't worry. It's early still. And again, I've called it a starter kit.
Yes.
Most of the bits and pieces are in there that you need, but you will need toy stuffing, and your needle and thread to make it.
And then you've also got all those little pieces there.
Yes, we put the little embellishments in there as well, the little butterflies and the flowers that you see, just to sort of, that's what people really often like, and that's what Gail's particularly good at, is all the little details and things like that. So I've put some little flowers in there to help you on your way.
Lovely. 1749. Item number is 939167. Next then, we've got our caravan. How cute is this? Lovely fabrics there. So what do we get? Is it the pattern and the embellishments?
Yes, yeah. With that one again, Alex, I just thought, a lot of people have got little bits of fabric they might want to use up. It doesn't take a huge amount of fabric to make that at all. And I just thought, it's just a nice little starter kit for that one with the buttons. So yeah, just the buttons and the pattern for that one.
That's really cute. Look at that. And there's like little cupcakes. Oh, some flip-flops. Yeah. I love that.
They're on the bottom of the sun lounger there, can you see? So I thought, they were quite fun to put in. And unfortunately, we've run out of birdies. I can't get any more of the little birds. It's a real shame, isn't it? They've stopped making them now. I've replaced it with a little butterfly button.
Fair enough.
Instead. I thought a butterfly would be nice.
Love buttons. Love buttons. £9.99. Item number is 648067. Then, now we've got some red work. So what are we getting here, Sue?
Now, this is a really lovely project. It's 12 baskets on the actual quilt. Sorry, Alex. Yeah, that's it. I can see them all.
This one up.
Every basket is different, and the flowers in each of the basket are what you would find in that particular month. So you've got January, February, March, and each of the baskets have got to say slightly different embroidery, and the month is actually embroidered on the handle as well. So that is the pattern.
Yeah.
Now you have got the templates, the paper templates inside if you want to go ahead and trace the designs off yourself. But we work quite a lot with other companies that appear on the craft store, and Craft Yourself Silly are one, and they do some really lovely printing on really high quality fabric.
Right.
And therefore we've had the handles and all of the red work that you need embroidered, printed onto that actual panel, and then you can start, if you want to, just embroidering straight away rather than having to trace it off. So it's entirely up to you. I'm sure I ever got it. You do. Can you see? It's just the handles, because the baskets are then made separately and attached on afterwards, so you can see. And the little wiggly lines, that's what actually just goes on the basket itself as well. So we've tried to think of everything.
Yeah, you have.
Brilliant. But it's a really nice way, rather than having to keep, to sort of spend hours tracing it off. If you haven't got a light box, it can be a little bit challenging.
Yeah.
You can just start stitching over it straight away.
Wonderful. All right then, so that is £24.99 for your panel and your pattern. I will fold that neatly in a second. So this then, if I bring this forward, that is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Lovely. Oh, so you can keep all of your yarns and everything in there. It's very sturdy. So if you want this pattern, it is £10.99. Item number is 975991. So let's show you what you're getting. Here we go. So you've got the panel and you've also got so this pre-printed panel and you've also got the pattern. £10.99. That's very reasonable. 975991 is your item number. Right, thank you, Sue. And now I'm going to hand over to you, Sue.
Thank you, Alex. Well, one of the main techniques and the technique that I wanted to go through this morning for the blue and white quilt is to make flying geese. Now, there are lots and lots of ways to make the flying geese block, which is this block here. And if you look closely at the pattern in the quilt, you see a lot of this element occurs throughout the quilt. And the way that you make them is very, very straightforward and extremely accurate. So I'm just going to go through it now. All the measurements are in the quilt, so I'm not going to talk about the measurements. But this white fabric will create the goose, which is this bit here, and the blue fabric will create the sky, which are these two triangles here on the sides. So to start off with, you take a square of the white fabric, right sides up, and you place 2 squares of the sky fabric on top at opposite corners, and you can see that I've drawn a line across this across the diagonal of the 2 squares. Yeah. So get those into position, and then using your 1/4 inch, which we talked about earlier, you would stitch a 1/4 inch away from the drawn line, which is there, and stitch on either side to stitch them onto the goose fabric. The goose fabric. Once you've completed that, then get your rotary cutter and your ruler and simply whiz up the drawn line and cut the whole thing in half like so. So now you can see you're going to actually end up with 4 identical flying geese blocks when you use this particular technique. So it's actually very straightforward. Now in comes another little blue square, and you'll notice this is what you end up with, but then you have to flip them open, which I tell you very clearly on the pattern. You flip them open and give them a press, and then you add another blue square. It looks really peculiar, Alex, as if it's not going to work. Right. And you think, what on earth is this woman doing? You know, why is she telling me to do this? But actually it works brilliantly. So another blue square with another diagonal line drawn on, and either side you can see I have stitched a 1/4 inch away using my 1/4 inch foot along that diagonal line, and then all you have to do is simply place your ruler onto the drawn line with your rotary cutter. Yeah. Go up there, pull them apart, and when you flip it open, there is your flying geese element. Right. Okay. With a good 1/4 inch there, so that when you come to stitch them together, because then they go on to be incorporated in other blocks in various ways, you've got a good 1/4 inch and you can accurately place them into the block and not lose your points. So it's a very, very quick and easy method. Here are 2 that I ironed earlier. So you end up with 4 identical flying geese blocks. Perfect points. Yeah, perfect points, and very easy to put within the quilt itself to make up the constituent pieces of the other blocks. And you'll see that there are lots of diagrams in there, and I do tell you in the pattern whether or not I've used a dark, a medium or a light to help you. Or you can play around like I did with the block earlier on. You can play around and move the different tones, and then it will look different. If you can just see behind me that I've got 3 log cabin blocks which have been, they're curved log cabins, they've been placed together to make a basket. One of them goes from dark in the centre out to light. One goes from light in the centre out to dark. And you can see how different they look just by the placement of the fabric, trying to get that lovely sort of ombre effect. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. There was a quilter who used this technique, ever such a lot. She's a bit out of fashion now, but you know, the grading of fabric. Now, if you're not sure about the tones of your fabric, the best way, and this is so easy now because everybody's got a mobile phone with a camera on, lay them all out on the surface, all your fabrics, take a photograph of it, and then change it into a black and white photo. So then you can see really clearly which are the darkest and which are the lightest, because it's not always easy to tell. You used to be able to buy a thing called a ruby beholder, which we used to use, and you look through it and then you could see the tones of your fabric. But we've moved on from the old ruby beholder. Now you can use your phone and just turn it into a monochrome, and then you can see immediately, oh, hang on, I wanted to try and get a dark to light sequence. Well, now I've got that one in the wrong position. So you can move it around and play with your phone and you know, try different tones. And that's why the quilt, I think, is so dramatic, because it's one colour but different dark, mediums and lights of that colour. So I think that's I love making one colour quilts, and they are, you know, I mean, I know white's in there, but I do enjoy that challenge of playing with tones of fabric and playing with one colour. And blue is my favourite colour, so it's a no-brainer really for me. And I like blue and white cups and saucers and plates and you know, crockery as well. So I think the reason blue and white's used such a lot is because it works so well. But as we say, you don't have to use blue and white. We purposely left it open so you can use whatever colour you want to use. So that's one of the main techniques. I've also included some English paper piecing, which is one of my favourite things to do. I love a bit of hand stitching. I love English paper piecing. But strangely for me, it's not a hexagon in this particular quilt. It's a pentagon, which is a 5-sided piece. So within the pattern you get a sheet, I think, of these, don't you, Sue? These little paper hexagons. Some people call English paper piecing wrapping and folding. And basically, you can see here, I haven't cut it out particularly accurately. You can cut it out very accurately if you want to, but I tend to always be in a rush. So I've just cut it out by hand. So you can see I've left, that is a very, very generous 1/4 inch all the way round the English paper piece, which is cut exactly to size. And all I do is fold each one over. Pentagons are as easy to prepare as hexagons. They work in exactly the same way, except they're laid out differently to how you would normally lay a hexagon out. So I work my way round using big tacking stitches. There are lots of ways to prepare these, and again, if you look online, some people glue, some people don't go through the paper. I tend to go through the paper because that's how I was taught by my granny years and years ago, so I can't really do it any other way.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, I like going through the paper. You can reuse the paper, and if you're going to make your own little English paper pieces, try and use a slightly thicker paper than just copier paper, because the problem with copier paper is it will bend over a little bit. So this is a slightly thicker paper. But I mean, this technique has been around for such a long time. It was never very popular, and it suddenly came back into fashion. In America, and it's hugely popular now. So you can see I've completed my little pentagon, and I've just tacked around it, and then I would give it a good press. So that needs a good press. So here are some that I did earlier. Now, rather than joining them down the seams, these are ever so quick to do because they're not really joined together in the same way.
No.
All I've done is just catch them on the corners. So I'll just do the last one. I just do a few stitches at each corner, and they make this lovely little pentagon flower. Now I'll have to concentrate, otherwise I might sew the wrong bit together. But let me think. Yes, it's there. So just with a little knot, whoops, try and get that out of the way. I'm just going to literally catch the corner. Oh, I haven't got a knot on, never mind. I'll just do it quickly. Just catch the corner there. Oh, just a couple of stitches.
This is such a mindful hobby.
It is. It's not so mindful when you're doing it live on TV.
Oh, bless you. Okay.
But yes, it is. It's and there are quite a lot of these on the quilt. And as I said, when I was piecing this quilt together, I saved all my tiny little pieces to make that. You see, look, I've done it the wrong way. I thought,
no.
Yeah, never mind. You can see. Don't do that.
Don't worry.
Don't do that. Don't have that showing. But you can get the general idea. You can get the general picture. I had a feeling I was going to do it the wrong way. So once you've completed your little pentagon flowers, pull out the tacking, take out the paper, and then they're appliqued to a background. So try and find the centre. Find the centre of your background and just lay them on and pin them on. This is big, you cut this bigger than you need to, so you can trim it down. So try and get them in the centre, but don't get it the wrong way around. If you do get it the wrong way around, it doesn't really matter. I can just cut it apart and change it. I just suddenly had one of those moments. I'll put that over the top so you can't see.
Don't you worry. So, Sue, I'll do another quick recap if I may, and then we'll come back to you.
Yes, of course.
Marvellous. Right then, so brand new, this beautiful quilt pattern. It's absolutely a stunning piece of artwork. Because I love all of the bits that are so different about it, Sue.
I think we were saying earlier about a sampler quilt, and most people when they start patchwork and quilting start off with a sampler quilt, because the idea behind it is you've got lots of different blocks. Yeah. And every week when I first started patchwork, I used to go along to my patchwork class when you could do things like that back in the day. And every week there'd be a slightly different technique. So one week it might be applique, next week it might be quilting, like Sue said, English paper piecing. And the idea with it is it basically builds up your armoury of sort of, knowing all the different techniques, and some that you love and some that you go, you know what, I'll make that block and never touch it again. So I think it is much a learning curve as well. As Sue said, there's lots of different techniques in there as well. But the nice thing is you have still got that sort of centre idea where you come back each time with the flying geese. And by arranging them in different styles and shapes, it gives you, some really nice different blocks. It's a really clever technique, and I think once you've got it under your belt, it's a really, throughout my life I've used flying geese and lots of blocks. It is a really lovely block. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoys making it. Oh yeah, we had great fun choosing the fabric, I can tell you.
Excellent. All right then, so that is $14.99 for the pattern. 216-111 is your item number. Now, if you want to keep to the blues theme, we do have a nice it's a gorgeous fat quarter bundle. The fabric feels so beautiful and soft, and you've got that array of the blues from the light to the dark. Really, really pretty. And you've got little different patterns throughout, haven't we?
Yeah, that was half the fun really when we were choosing the fabrics, Alex, is to get the small scale print, because you obviously want something quite small, because a lot of the pieces are small. And if you have something, I love the big bold prints that you can get, but if you're working on something small like this, and you really need a small scale print, and we spent a lot of time with the manufacturer of Macawa just looking at the different styles and colours and depth of value as well, so we could really get some good contrasting blue fabrics. And I think blue works particularly well because you've got everything from really pale sky blue right down to the deepest, darkest navy, and that's what makes the quilt work. And with sometimes other colours, it's hard to get that big change in contrast. So with reds, you almost have to go into a pink scheme, don't you, really, to get the slightly lighter colours. But with blue, you can always just stick with those lovely different tones, as Sue said, or values, which work really well.
Very nice. So Sue's going to continue with this at 11 o'clock this morning, so do make sure you're tuning back in. Just £20.99 for that fat quarter bundle. It is absolutely gorgeous fabric. 813169 is your item number. Next then, we're coming on to the Canther needle case pattern, and you will get that paisley template. But going back to this, yeah, it's a lovely hand stitching project, isn't it? I love a bit of hand stitching.
I think it's so portable, isn't it? You know, I don't know about you, but you know, sometimes you're out and about waiting for something, or you know, you're in a car and you think, oh, I've got 10 minutes. What can I do? And sort of thing like that. You can just pop into your in your handbag and just sort of get it out, and you can just be stitching in 2 minutes flat, can't you? And just do a few stitches, and that's what builds it up really. And I love little techniques like that and having little projects like that to take along with me.
Nice. And then of course you can pop your needles, etc. in. But it's a lovely little case that. It's beautiful for you to make. So you'll get your paisley template and you'll get your pattern. And that is just £11.49. 450470 is your item number. Then, back by popular demand, if you are just joining us, we've got the Clamshell quilt pattern. It's another really nice, pleasing pattern or quilt to do, isn't it?
And what Sue's done, which is quite clever with, I didn't explain the last time, is the clamshells are really large. Traditionally, when you're doing a clamshell project, the clamshells are quite small, you know, you're maybe sort of talking 2 or 3 inches. But by making them big, when I said earlier about needing small scale prints for the sampler quilt to work, with this one you can really go to town and use a bigger scale print because you're actually cutting bigger pieces of fabric. So you can see there on the nice close-up that Sue's used some really lovely bigger prints in there because you're not losing the definition of the actual fabric itself. So that's clever, and of course bigger pieces mean they go together more quickly as well, which is always handy when you've got lots of projects to get through.
Absolutely, and it's like you're saying, it's lovely to see something come together. £9.99 then for your pattern, 537298. Now we've got the template. So as you were saying earlier, in the pattern you'll get a paper template.
Yes.
But if you want to go for the actual acrylic, then we've got that.
We just did it as an extra, really. You don't have to buy it by any means, but if you really wanted to fussy cut your fabric and actually get it accurately cut out, then they're always handy, the acrylic templates. And of course you can run your rotary cutter, you know, against them as well. But obviously with this one, you need to add the seam allowance, which is what the little wheel's there for. And the wheel, then you just run it. We put your pencil in the centre because there's a little hole in it, and you can just run the pencil around the edge of the clamshell, and that then gives you a seam allowance to actually cut your fabric from, which helps you as well.
Yeah, it's a nice helpful tool, that.
Yeah, it's useful.
£16.49, 467431 is your item number. Then we're coming along to Rambo, back to Rambo. He's so cuddly, he's so soft. Really
it's a fantastic fabric, isn't it? It's a super furry fleece that we found, or Gail found. It's just perfect, isn't it? Because it just describes a sheep really, really well. So Rambo's in cream and Love You's in a slightly paler fabric. She's she's whiter. She's not been in the field that long, getting dirty.
Love that. So there is Rambo. You're getting all of that lovely fabric, your felt and your fleece. £17.49. Obviously you've got your pattern as well, and your item number is 270314. If you want the girlfriend, have a look on the website. Lovely. Okay, so next then we have got our toadstool. You've got the pattern, and you've also got all of the fabrics there. Again, fleece and felt.
Combination of fleece and felt together. So the actual toadstool itself is made of fleece. And pretty much, I think all of the applique is done with felt. And felt's great because, again, like fleece, it doesn't fray. You can just cut it out, applique it down, and you haven't got to worry about any raw edges. And that's why we use felt so much. It's a lovely project and easy to work with.
Excellent. And then you also get all of that. Can you see those? All of those lovely little bits, flowers and butterflies, and it's really nice. So you get those as well. Right, £17.49 again. Your item number is 939167. Then we've got the caravan pattern, And those nice little extras of the buttons. Again, I keep going back to these flip-flops. I think they're fabulous.
I know, they're fun, aren't they? They just go under the little loungy chair. They're quite sweet, and there's all different colours. So you might get a red pair or a green pair or whatever. But I just thought the little embellishments, that's often what people really struggle to get hold of.
Yes.
You know, fabric we can get hold of easily. Most of us have got probably enough to sink a ship with, but including myself. But with the embellishments, sometimes it's a little bit tricky. So I thought, oh, they'd be quite fun just to put in, and it just keeps the price down as well.
Yeah, it does. Lovely. So you'll get some like little ice creams and all sorts. It's really cute. £9.99 for that. Item number is 648067. And then we've got this beautiful panel here, which Sue's going to do in a second. So this is your finished article. Beautiful sample. Make sure I'm holding it up the right way again. Let's pop it this way. Okay. So there you go. That's what you're going to be able to do. Absolutely stunning, isn't it?
It's a lovely project, isn't it? And again, Sue's hand-drawn all the flowers, and they're all, you know, her unique design. She's got a lovely touch, you know, for drawing and stuff, and I just think they're really elegant, and I just love the little red baskets as well. You can just have fun. And again, you know, if you wanted to make, once you've made the quilt, if you wanted then to go on and make an individual one for a present for a friend, you can pick the month of maybe their birthday, choose that basket for that particular month, and just embroider it out, you know, as a little present. Because although red work, it looks like there's a lot of work in it, and there is, it does actually come together quite quickly when you start stitching it, because it's just Sue will explain the technique of the stitching, but it is very straightforward.
Lovely. All right then, £24.99 for your panel and your pattern. Item number is 622751. Right then. Oh gosh, we've only got about 10 minutes left, Sue. So let's come back to you.
Okay. I'll try not to make any mistakes this time. You can see that I love red work. I love embroidery, actually. Hand embroidery is very mindful, and I do enjoy completing it. I don't use any fancy threads. I just use a stranded embroidery thread, which is very, very widely available in lots and lots and lots of different colours. So if you don't want to do it in red, you can do it in a different colour. And the stitches for this particular project are very, very straightforward. There's only really 2 stitches that you have to do, and you can see on the, I've drawn out the design here. Now unusually, and this does, you don't normally do it like this, but when you get the panel, you'll see there's the bit to embroider, and then there's quite a big space underneath, and that space is for the hand applique of the basket. So you've got all the, you won't need, other than the red fabric, you don't need any other fabric. So the basket is appliqued onto the bottom of the embroidery. But when you're completing the embroidery, normally I wouldn't have this in place. I've just put it there because of demonstration purposes. So the main stitch that I would do, using 2 strands of the stranded embroidery thread and a nice embroidery needle. You do need an embroidery needle when you're using stranded thread. Embroidery needles have a longer eye so that you can get both strands in. If you try and do it with a sharps needle, you'll struggle to get both strands through the hole. But embroidery needles are specifically designed so that you can get the stranded embroidery thread through. And it's just a back stitch. So I go into the front of the previous stitch and then underneath, and then create another stitch by coming up. And so you're working, that is called back stitch because you're working backwards. And so it's very easy to do. Because you've got that lovely panel, once it's been stabilised, and I always stabilise my work with just iron-on Vilene, again, which is very readily accessible in most just ordinary sewing shops. You don't have to go online for anything special. It's just light iron-on Vilene put onto the back of the piece to keep it stable, because if you didn't have that on there, then you may very well get a puckered effect when you come to sew it, however good you are at sewing. So I always put something behind it, and then you've got this lovely line to follow, and just keep on doing the back stitch. Occasionally there's a French knot.
Love a French knot.
Yes, I like a French knot. I happen to have chose something that hasn't got many French knots on this particular design. If you wanted to, you can vary the stitches. If you're quite confident or you want to try different stitches, you can certainly do some satin stitches. And then there's another way to, there is also stem stitch which, if you can see it, rather than going into the front of that stitch, you go slightly beyond the front and to the side, and that creates, amazingly, for that just tiny movement, that actually creates quite a different stitch. And pull it through. You won't get the feeling of it just from this, but stem stitch will give you a slightly different effect. But I find it a little bit harder to do stem stitch evenly, and again, because I'm always in a rush, I tend to just do a back stitch. Stem stitch gives a more slightly twisted effect when you're stitching, but I think I've put the and as I say, there are lots of demos online of all these different embroidery stitches, but back stitch is absolutely fine, so it's very straightforward little stitches. And then as an added design element to this particular quilt, to tie it all together, there's also some red work on the basket itself. So you'll see on the panel, there are little wiggly lines, and those are what are included in the basket. So those are stitched and then trimmed and stitched onto 2 rectangles of fabric, and then turned into a basket. You get the template for the basket, make that in card, but then use the card to make templates out of freezer paper. The freezer paper is ironed onto the back like so, and then trimmed around so that you then get a nice easy shape of the nice curved of the basket, nice curved edges, and then turned over onto the freezer paper to get a finished edge. Now there are lots of different ways to do this. The first job you have to do is to, as you can see, I've put little cuts into that seam allowance to help it go around the curve. Now I can just simply use my iron and press that shape over so that when you turn it over you've got a finished basket. You can run a little bit of glue along that line if you want to hold it down, or a little bit of starch and iron it and hold it down. But actually it's such a simple shape. It's a great introduction actually to this method of creating pieces for applique. You can simply fold it over and press it with your finger or with an iron, and it will give you the lovely shape of the basket. Once you've completed the whole shape, then the freezer paper is taken out and it's pinned into place, as you can see on the panel here, and stitched into place. Hand applique stitches are, again, very, very straightforward, but the thing to remember is you want as little of the thread showing on top as possible. So when the thread is coming out of your applique piece, you don't push it forward like you would with a hemming stitch. You simply go straight back down, so it creates a tiny stitch on top, and then slide it along and do the next hand applique stitch. Use a nice fine matching thread, and then those stitches become more or less invisible as you stitch. So you can see I'm doing a tiny stitch on top. The main bulk of the stitch that travels along is going underneath, and when I turn it over, you'll see there, you can see the bigger stitches where it doesn't matter on the wrong side. So there are the bigger stitches on the wrong side. And the stitches that are going to be showing are tiny little stitches on the right side, and then they sink into the fabric and they are hardly visible at all. So it's a nice introduction to embroidery and to hand applique. Simple shapes and easy to complete, and it is quite mindful. Even for live TV, I managed to get through it without making a mistake.
No, you're fine, absolutely fine. Right, let's show the sample again. So this is what you're going to be able to make. Love your fabrics. So you'll get the panel. There you go. I keep double checking. I'm like checking it's the right way up. There we go. So you'll get the panel, lovely big panel. And then look at that. What a beautiful project.
It's lovely, isn't it? I think it's really nice. And also, you know, if you don't want to do the whole project in red, you could do the embroidery in red. And again, use different colour baskets. You know, you could, you can get fabric that looks like a woven fabric, couldn't you? You know, make it more like a trug or anything really. What we try and do is we obviously come up with the idea, Sue's come up with the lovely idea of the quilts, but as I always say with everything, there's always, you can always use the technique or use it, you know, for another project. You know, you've got paper templates inside the pattern, and if you wanted to go on and make, say, individual ones, you can always just trace that individual basket off and then make it, as I say, into a cushion or a present for a friend or a loved one. Or, you know, if someone's getting married this year, you could embroider the names of the people on there that are getting married, and it's just a lovely keepsake, isn't it? You know, let's be honest, most of us have got everything we need in life. Yeah. But you know, I've given a few presents away that have been handmade, and people have been, well, they've said they really like them, so so I hope they have, you know. And I know a lot of people out there watching the show make things as presents, and it means a lot, doesn't it, when someone's taken the time to make something for you.
Definitely. Nice. Right, so if you would like to go for that, it is £24.99. Obviously, you get the pattern as well. Well, yes, we do. Yes. Crashing myself then.
And how to finish the quilt as well. Sorry, Alex.
Oh, no, go for it.
Everything. So you've got, you know, the binding, how to put it together, everything's in the pattern.
Wonderful. All right then, £24.99, 622 751. And then, just to finish, we've got the new pattern, the new quilt pattern. It's absolutely beautiful. We want to see your artwork when you finished it. And that is just £14.99. 216 111, and Sue will, I believe, demo it again at 11 o'clock.
Yep, yep.
Good. So do make sure you are joining us. Shall I finish off with the fabrics as well? Because I think they really do go hand in hand. So you've got your beautiful 6 fat quarters there, from light to dark. It's absolutely stunning fabric, isn't it?
We love them. You know, when we had fun, as I say, choosing them, took quite a long time, just say, to get the scale right, to keep the scale small, to get some really good contrast going. But yeah, I think they do look really lovely together, don't they? And I think, you know, it's a good start. Yeah. If you've got those with your fabric, with your pattern, you can say add your own, you know, darks and mediums and lights in as well, just to give your quilt a bit more pizzazz. But if you say wanted to stick with those 6 colours, just get a couple of bundles. Yeah.
Beautiful. So that is $20.99 for your fat quarter bundle. Beautiful blues there. 813169 is your item number. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you, Alex. Nice to see you.
Likewise. When is it too late to start saying Happy New Year?
Yeah, I wondered that.
Yeah.
Maybe after this week.
Okay.
Do you think? I don't know.
That's good. All right, lovely stuff. So please make sure you are joining Sue and Sue at 11 o'clock. As always, don't go anywhere. We've got more coming up after this short break. We will see you in 3 minutes' time. One day special time. It's the really useful boxes. After that, we've got a quilting masterclass, and later we are stamping with Stampendous.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, good morning again. Right then, it's one day special time and does what it says in the title, really useful boxes. So if you've been building up your crafty stash, or anything to be frank, and you're needing a bit of storage, this is what we've got for you. So good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Alex. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, yes indeed.
Do you want to tell us a bit about the company again?
Of course I do there, for certain. So we started the company maybe 20 years ago. The focus very much was on quality, great value for money, boxes, storage solutions that actually do what they actually say. As Alex said, it does what it says on the box, really useful boxes. Boxes for us, it's a life, it's actually what we want to do. We're trying to make your lives easier, easy to organise, easy to stay clean, easy to stay decluttered, and very much it's a philosophy of ensuring that in your craft room, in your home, everything is orderly, put together, so storage being about clean, tidy, organised and hygienic as well.
I was going to say there's a good ethos to the company as well, isn't it?
Very much so, yes. So, you know, we're all about trying to help individuals, companies get organised. Organisation is all about saving time. And what we've done is tried to roll it up into one simple design that we've then expanded in terms of different geometries for different applications. And this is a great show to show a good wide breadth of different items with a focus on the Christmas storage solutions that we have got.
Lovely stuff. Right then, so let's talk about the one day special. You've got 4 9-litre boxes and you've got 2 options. So I've got the clear here. The clear is currently in the lead, 40% of the stock gone, but you've also got that lovely dove grey, haven't you?
Exactly, and the benefit of the dove grey is that it's manufactured from 100% recycled plastic. Yeah. So what we do is we do all the manufacturing in West Yorkshire, so it's only a couple of hours from here, and what we do with all the leftover plastic that we have, so in the production process when you go from different colours, you do get surplus waste plastic. What we do is we sort that plastic, we chip that plastic, we colour that plastic, and when we agonised on what colour to use, we went for the dove grey, wonderful, I think, neutral design. Looking in the studio here, it does blend in with all the products that you've got. The dove grey, not only is it environmentally friendly, it also gives a lot of protection against UV light. So when you've got the UV light coming from all sources, fear of any fading or anything like that, what happens, it's a solid colour, it does filter out the UV light. So not only is it a beautiful colour, the dove grey, it also has got protective values in terms of ensuring that your products inside is as much away from UV light as possible.
Nice. Do you want to open one up and stuff for us?
Of course, yes. So the 9-litre box, looking at what we've got, the 9-litre box is actually it's designed around a footprint of A4. Right. You can see from here that the actual box there, the paper is supported on three sides. I'm almost of the opinion that Alex created the description of the wriggle room at the top.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure that was you, wasn't it?
Maybe.
So it's Alex's wriggle room at the top there, so it means it's very easy to remove. Now, being A4 size, that means it can contain all the A4 papers, so great for any paper crafting, using A4 as a paper size. But also imagine if you've got all those important papers, it could be passports, it could be insurance certificates, it could be wills, anything like that. This is a great box to actually put all those belongings into, all the important documentation. Now, in addition to that, what happens is a lot of people seem to store them into their bottom of the wardrobe. So it takes a little space up into an important place, and then we can find out what it is. 9 litres are our most important size. This is the one that we're manufacturing multiple tools all of the time, and it's really a lot of crafters have already got this size.
I think good for shoe boxes as well.
Shoe boxes is wonderful as well. The actual idea came from a shoe box. I'm there thinking, okay, we've got a document archiving box. Yeah. What do other people use for storage? And then I don't know about your family, but our family used to use cardboard shoe boxes that we got. Yeah. So I'm thinking, why not create a size, say 4, but also ideal for in this case, shoe sizes up to about size 11. If you've got smaller feet there, we have a 5 litre box, which is more suitable for smaller shoe sizes. But again, keeps everything organised. And if you can imagine, it might be that you go walking in some shoes, lots of dirt about, great for the back of the car, take your dirty shoes off, throw it into the box. The great thing about all our boxes is we try to make the inside as smooth as possible, so it's easy to clean. It is manufactured out of polypropylene, so that's exactly the same material that you use for buckets and bowls. So actually it's a wonderful material to just add hot water, some washing up liquid, and then it's soon very much clean and tidy, hygienic, ready to use for another purpose.
Excellent. Right then, so if you want to go for your one day special, remember you've got 2 different options. You can go for the Dove Grey that you can see there, or you can go for the clear. Now you've got a £10 saving. £22.96 is your price for the one day special. Item number is 784489. Do just need to mention about extended delivery. It'll be from the 17th of January. Ah, that's my dad's birthday. Anywho, right. So we've got some more boxes, 4 litres, slightly shallower, but still great for all of your important documents and stuff.
Documents there, yes. So it is actually, if you look on the actual footprint of the 4 litre is the same as the 9 litre. What we try to do is make all our boxes as modular as possible, so they all work together. And that size was actually developed from being one single ream of paper. So we've designed it not only is it for A4 paper, but you can tell there that the size a ream of paper fits in. So like for us at work, where we've got various different coloured for the copying paper, what we do is we put each individual colour into the 4 litre box, so we can identify where the box is. But then not only have we got storage and keeping clean and tidy, but this is where it comes for protection and to make sure that the paper, if you have it away from the storage box, the corners could get scuffed. If you've got the corners not so good and you put it into a copying machine, then it can get snarled up and you've got all the problems of unravelling that. So by protecting your products, so storage is protection, protecting whatever goes inside it means hopefully from a full ream of, let's say, yellow copying paper, what we do with that is we actually hopefully ensure we use 100% of the ream of paper over time, because it's put into a cocoon which is all protected.
Yes. Can you tell us again about, for anybody who doesn't know, this honeycomb effect?
All right, yes, so the honeycomb effect that we've got on here, there's on all the boxes, and really is something that we designed around the idea came from a guy called Frank Eastwood. Frank was doing the tool making up in West Yorkshire. We must be very insular, but Frank's a great guy. He had a product which was hexagonal in design. It was a grass reinforcement system based on a hexagon. We're looking at a pattern. I said to him, Frank, what pattern should I use?
Yeah.
He said, what about my hexagon pattern? But obviously the honeycomb is the most strongest design that there is, and we do believe that it adds rigidity to the actual design as well. So all our boxes, even the drawer units that we've got, have got the honeycomb design there, so we can see at the bottom here. So very much a trading system there. So with the honeycomb, it's more than likely to be a really useful product, really useful standing for quality, affordability, great value for money, and obviously a simple but effective design.
Excellent. All right then, so if you'd like to go for the set of 4 4-litre boxes, they are clear, £22.99. Item number for this one is 001212. There you go. Okay, more storage then. I'm going to hand over to you. What have you got there?
Right, so this there here is a 19-litre box. Just to re-emphasise the actual modularity of our product, and that's not a bad word for 8 o'clock in the morning, is it, Alex? Modularity there.
Yeah.
So what we've got, you can see here that the 19-litre box goes onto a stack of either the 4 or 9-litre boxes. What we've got there is it was designed around a 5-reamed cardboard box there, so again great for A4 paper, as you can see on this one. Many people have seen pictures of crafting rooms, and because the 4-litre, the 9-litre, the 19-litre is on the same footprint, that people have designed around their craft room to work on this footprint, but actually use the different sizes for different items there. So again, you can see that the 19-litre box supports A4 paper. You've got the famous Alex wriggle room at the top, easy to remove, and great again for protecting those 5 reams of paper. What we've also done is built in an integral part here. It's the suspension file rail here, so that this is designed around, in the 19-litre box case, A4 files. I'm so old and I've never used foolscap, so A4 paper, A4 files is a great efficient way to put your storage into the item. And you can see this particular product, how it's sold on promotion at the craft store. It actually contains 10 suspension files. The suspension files are all manufactured for ourselves in Italy, a family company in Italy. All there, so it's quality paper, quality assembled, and comes complete here with the 10 files. So imagine this time of the year, it's a great time to get organised, and the suspension files again are a great way of subdividing the space to allow you to do all sorts of things. So what we've got on this, it could be used for different coloured papers, small amounts there. It could be used for bills and to be organised to keep all your personal items filed away. Going back to those important documents, you can put tabs on to say insurance documents, banking details, and all sorts of items of that nature. Again, it's a great size to go into the bottom of the wardrobe. It's a great carrying item, and again, because of the locking lid, it does retain all the documents there based in what you've got. So the boxes, again, it's about clean, tidy, organised, all hygienic there, and then the modularity enables you to be mixing and maxing the depths based on what you want to use it for. The 19-litre box is used a great deal within the concept of paper storage, and again, you can see you can put the A4 paper in at the side of the box. You can, if you like, things like dress patterns, can be dressmaking patterns. You can put stand upwards. You can put your papers on this way. Lots of people use them for a year's worth of magazines. So each month that as you get a new magazine, you put them all into the box and it's easy to retrieve there. But once again, by storing, by organising, easy to find that magazine if you like, month that you're looking for, but also it protects the magazine so the corners don't get scuffed or tore or anything like that.
Cool, lovely stuff. So that is just $14.99. Charlotte's just said she's going to get one of these for her dad. $14.99. Yeah. Item number is 907329. So yeah, it just helps you get a bit more organised. Now, so I've got a slightly larger box then, Mike.
You have, yes, exactly the same principle. That's the 35-litre box.
Got you.
That contains 10 suspension files. Those again are for A4 files. This is where you've got additional, if you like, documentation. It might be like me, you've got big bills there.
Yeah,
so,
big bills.
You've got them there, a big box for big bills. The 35-litre is, again, one of our best-selling boxes. It's great as you're using it there, Alex. You can feel and hear the reassuring click of all our boxes.
Yep.
So you know that the actual lid to base is going to be held there together. Lots of people use them in transit. It could be moving to fair. It could be going to fairs. It could be moving houses. It could be just storing an archive box. But if you go outside, if there's any wind, any rain, it protects from the wind, the rain, and you don't get the wind blowing off the lid there. So all our boxes have a similar, very simple design, but it's a strong design and also very practical in terms of what is needed to be done there.
Excellent. Right then, so if you'd like this, again, very reasonable prices, just $16.99. Item number is 856135, and you've got those 10 suspension files in there, but just $16.99. So again, have a little think about what you need to store. Maybe you want to get yourself organised. Of course, if you're self-employed, you've got to keep, isn't it, 7 years of stuff, haven't you? 7 years of stuff. 856135 is your item number.
And just on that 7 years of stuff, we very much recommend you buy a box for a year. So that's 7. And if you want to be really organised, why not buy the 7 together? So it's one thing less to worry about. And then what you've got is your full years, and it's very easy to retain the information.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Now, so if you've got small bits and pieces, this storage that you've got, Mike, is perfect.
All what we've got is perfect there. This is where you've got on here a stack of 4. These are actually 4 for the drawer units. We've also got another 4 further on. Another 4 sets is just at the end there. Is a set of 4 that we're trying to sell on here. That one is for the 9.5-litre box, and what we've now done is we've developed 4 different sizes of organisers all ready to be done. And this is a special time of the year. It's you know, out with the old, in with the new. And something what is very important is that Christmas-based storage. This is there is 4 different sizes we've got. So on here we've got a tray that subdivides to 16, one that divides to 12, one that divides down to 9, and one that designs down to actually 6. These all fit inside the 35-litre box. What you've got is you've got two fit in comfortably, and you can put the tinsels all about. 3 also fits in comfortably, less space all at the top. But the subdivisions, this is a great example of it, and Monica put this all together really well. Where you've got 6, it's great for large ornaments. As you get smaller down the ornaments there, it means that everything is cocooned as much as possible. What you're trying to do is actually, on this particular one, is make sure that the product product inside doesn't wriggle around all too much there. So this was the earlier product, the 35 litre with the files in. We tried to make the products as multifunctional as possible, and you can see on here that the 35 litre is designed all around, keeping hold of the boxes there. What also happens is the dividing units actually go on top of each other, they fit inside, so again you can see the rigidity. It also means that it's unlikely that the products will fall out in transit. So we try to think of everything, as I keep saying, that better design doesn't cost more money, you've just got to think about it so much more. So that's now with 2 items in, and you can see in terms of Christmas bauble storage that you've got all this space at the top for anything of, you know, like your tinsels and things of that nature. We can then put in together 3 items, so again there's less space at the top, but actually it is there, and again the top is just faced on there. So what we've got is a pack of 4 different organisers, different shapes, different sizes for different items, and I'm sure we've all got multiple items where we can actually put into this particular concept there. And my favourite product will be following shortly, where we have got a box where we can put all four trays in. Right. So what we're trying to do is be as organised as we can. We're trying to help you support being organised. And with this subdivision of the space of the box, it enables you to go straight to what you've got. It also protects very carefully what you've got. Baubles, very much in our family, it's a heirloom, I'm sure. Yeah. For other people, it's exactly the same. We want to, from year to year, protect as much as possible. And here's the great thing. Because of how the lid, how the base all work together, you should mean, you see you've got the lid going over the base, so it's much harder for any dust to get any ingress. Good. You also don't, if you imagine cardboard, you get dust. With the plastic, you don't get any, it doesn't create its own dust there. So hopefully when you put your baubles in this safe cocoon environment, what happens is when you take it out a year on, it's as fresh and as great as when you put it back in there. So basically you take it off the tree, put it in this organising system, and then once you put it all back, you start again, and then the next year it should be clean and fresh. So not only is storage about organisation, it's about protecting, and it's trying to keep what you put into it, your valuable products, as fresh and as clean and as tidy and as protective as possible, so it can be used. So in the long run, not only does it return the value of what you've got, but it also means you don't have to keep rebuying because you keep losing or you keep damaging because they're not protecting. So storage, protection, keeping everything neat and tidy.
Good stuff, thank you, Mike. Right, so if you'd like to go for the 4 Scrapbook Tower hobby trays, it is £15.49. Your item number is 121454. Now, I've got the compartment trays. Again, if you want to go for these. Now, you've got different options here. So again, you've got 6, 9, 12, or 16, just depends on how many you want to go for. But I like to think about, you know, if you do a bit of fishing, and it could be for your fishing equipment, or for the kids' bedrooms if they've got small pieces like, you know, those little building bricks, or action figures it could be, absolutely. But or what about beads or sequins or things like that? Oh, ATCs might work, yeah, I like that. So you've got those choices there. And will these fit into our drawers as well?
They do indeed, yes. So it's just like when we used to do blue pizza, and that's one that we've prepared earlier. So what you've got on here This is the scrapbooking drawer unit. It's differentiated because of the front shape in here, so it fits ever so neatly in the box that we've got there.
Yep.
This only comes in, it's 15, so there's 5 down, 3 across. The bottom is the bottom there is beveled, so it means all the product falls into the centre. Great for beadings, great to get there. And you know, great. I use it for my ties, so I've got a 9.5 litre in my boudoir. And what it enables you to do is very much easily identify the ties. You know, we've got socks. We've got, excuse me, all sorts of things there that we've got going in. Once again, the idea is subdivision. This is a set of 4 9.5 litre items, so not only is it great for use just in the home, the 9.5 litre drawer unit that I'm sure we'll describe later on is actually great for 12 by 12 inch paper. Once you subdivide it, you can see here the wools, how it just keeps everything separate, everything tidy, easy to get to. So again, what you're going to do by using your wools in this manner is you can identify the small pieces, you can see what you need to replace, because yeah, we haven't got a great deal of the light blue, so it helps you be organized. You can see you've got plenty of this one in stock. So basically, by being able to separate, to be able to see, it enables you to control the wools that you've got, so hopefully you always know what to replenish, easily to get to and easy to work with there. So the idea very much is for all types of storage. It's looking at all your storage needs, not only for crafting but in the home. You know, this particular design, 9.5 litre drawers with the subdividers, is absolutely ideal and one of the world's leading ways of storing the building blocks for the children. So it's easy to identify there. So it's about subdivision of space, making it organised, easy to access, easy to keep a stock and control of what you're doing, easy to replenish.
And can I say, I'm loving your colourful socks.
Oh, oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. There, I agree. Pity they don't fit me though. That's the problem.
Right. So £16.99 then for these options. Okay, £16.99. Your item number is 129677. So you can go for the 6, the 9. Ooh. 6, the 9, the 12. What else? I've forgotten. Thank you, and the 16. Right, lovely. 129677 is your item number. Yes, sorry. This is very durable. Bless. Right, okay, so this is a whopper, isn't it?
Absolutely it is there. So this is our 60 litre XL lidded item. Again, it's a system designed all around bauble storage, but great for other items. But come on, it is Christmas, so let's talk about its bauble box facilities. It was described yesterday by Paolo in terms of a great elegant colour. So the red, it is a nice deep Christmas red there. Yeah. Elegant. We did develop this range of boxes by one of the most important US-based storage companies that there is. They went for the red, so for the Christmas one. I was very fortunate to be able to jet off to the US over Christmas, and it was great to see them in store. All this lovely, vibrant, exquisite red topped boxes there. So the red signifies for the Christmas uses. This is a set of 2. It also comes with 2 lots of cardboard bauble storage items, all in a kit, easy to assemble. I do say that, and I always struggle with it, but there is an instruction book handout so we can understand it. Again, it's the subdivision. The cardboard absorbs any knocks that goes onto it. It does come complete, each box with 3 different tiers of the separations there. So again, great for bauble storage. So this time of year, what better places to create? Once you've got your baubles out, great to put them all back in.
Yeah.
Keeps everything protected, everything neat and tidy, and also it does not only is the protection just against, if you like, knocking and breaking, but about any dust ingress year on year there.
Absolutely, because I've been very guilty of not having dividers and piling them all on top of each other.
Shame
the baubles.
on you
I
now,
know,
Alex.
bad.
But you've now got a great solution, so
yeah.
hopefully you'll be buying one of these sets as well.
Indeed. Right, so if you'd like to go for this lovely large box, and like Mike said, I very much like the red there. You do get the dividers as well, and you do get two £34.99. Item number for this is 541921.
Nobody in the UK is selling this product, so this is exclusive to the craft store on this occasion.
Oh, thank you.
So
that's
only,
good.
if you love this box, the only place you can buy it from is the craft store, and is today there. So it's a great reason to rush out, get it all bought there, because obviously the next time I'm here, hopefully I come back before Christmas, so it will not be available then. So just buy them early. We've only got limited supply. It is the Christmas one, but a great way to save your Christmas storage.
Right, good stuff. Thank you. Again, £34.99 for the two, and you'll also get those dividers. 541921 is your item number. Now, this box, I always think is so useful, because my wrapping paper and it all gets absolutely battered, thrown in the cupboard. This is the correct way to store it.
I think this, for you, Alex, you're going to save an absolute fortune in protecting all what you've got. So this is our 22-litre box. What we're trying to do is to create a storage kit for all year. It's not just Christmas wrapping paper. No. It's gift wrapping paper. So we can see here it is a complete set with two trays. But if I get the opportunity to talk around the product, this is based at, so it's a 22-litre. It is based around the 700mm paper size. So what you've also got is the famous wriggle room here, so easy to remove. So all you do is your finger in and take out which particular roll of paper that you are looking for. So again, it's a cocoon, it protects. It means that on the wrapping papers that you use, it should be 100% of the roll you buy is 100% of the roll you use. Once again, it's an investment. The payback comes from actually not having to buy as much wrapping paper because it's all protected and got. So not only is it for wrapping paper, it's also for these trays as well. So this one is actually a plain A4 one, great for gift tags, great also for actually the ribbons and bows. And again, you look on here, you can put a number of items in, your tapes, your pens, anything of that nature there you've got. And obviously when we talk about the multifaceted part of the box, instead of it using just for the Christmas items, you can then put the office items in as well. So yes, the scissors, your tapes, your pens, just to work it through. So this is a complete gift care kit. It means you know exactly where your wrapping papers are. It means that they're not going to be in a drawer, and every time you open the drawer there is damage and collateral damage. What you've got is a purposely built docking station for all your gift tag needs. I tend to lose things. By keeping it all together, it means I don't lose the things. So if I buy something, I only buy it once, because I continuously use it until I'm running out of it. So again, we've got the lid going onto the top. So that's the 22-litre gift wrapping paper box. So not only is it great for using at Christmas, but all the times you need gift wrap paper, it's a docking station, place to put them all in. And again, great because of its thinness at the bottom of the wardrobe, so everything is great. And because of that, how it is, you can also store it in a vertical direction. That's good. So actually you've got the best of all worlds there.
Yeah, because it's so secure. That's the thing about all of the lids. Now it's just £19.99. 875 111 is your item number. So you do have those 2 storage trays on the top as well, but yeah, perfect, absolutely perfect for your wrapping paper. Now this one's a popular one this morning. 875 111 is your item number, just £19.99 there. Now, I've not seen this one.
Exactly.
Is this new to us?
This is new to you, yes,
right.
Indeed. So how can it get better? The show's all about Christmas storage. You've got the 60XL, great to be putting in all your baubles and things of that nature. Still my favourite to come, the 35 XXL with the 4 trays in. But now we're looking at Christmas tree storage there. So we like to think of everything. Again, the name should be challenging to our designers. How do we make a really useful storage solution there? So this is one based on Christmas trees. It is actually 1.2 metres long. So Christmas trees usually, because of palletisation, modulate down to 1.2 metres. So the bottom of the box is where your actual Christmas tree goes in. The great news is if you've got a giant Christmas tree and you feel it won't go in, that's great, because what you're supposed to do is buy 2 of them so that everything is all contained within it. 77 litre. The bottom there is all for the modulated artificial Christmas tree. I don't know about you guys, but growing up we always had issues of what you do with the Christmas lights. It used to be
That's
running.
Clever, that.
Yeah, do you like this?
Yes, I do.
So what we've got, this is one way of disentangling the Christmas tree lights. What used to happen in our family is we'd almost use the best, but we'd bet on anything. But would our family Christmas tree lights survive year on year? Now, they didn't have something as ingenious as this, and sure as eggs are eggs, the Christmas tree lights never worked year on year. So what you do in this case is you disentangle, you wrap it all around this centre core, so there is a core. As far as I'm aware, this is the only design of this anywhere in the world.
Wow.
If there is any ones, it will be a copy of this. So what you've got is you just unravel all your Christmas tree lights around this. That then is in the top area. The trays come with a lip. This lip then is supported on the top of the box there. So Christmas trees, Christmas tree lights, and then we've got, in addition to that, a space to put the baubles, 2 different sizes. You've got the larger ones, you've got the smaller ones, and then once again it goes into the top of the box. We're looking at concepts of modular storage, so it just goes placed on the top there. Just make sure we've got it all in place. And then
I know, sorry, it's difficult, isn't it? And you sat down.
It is. Just start again. That's always the best one, if in doubt. So it just goes onto the top there. So it's just making sure it goes onto the ridge.
That's it.
There we are. A round of applause, Alice, please. I'm going to just make sure it's all lipped over. And then you just face up, and easy to carry around up into the loft and place like that. Once again as well, it's okay to store in a vertical manner as well.
I wonder what size tree you can get in there.
It is probably 6 foot is a good size from that. And once you go beyond that, then 2 is a good way to do it. It is easily handleable in this manner, and if you're struggling with just how long it is, get a friend to help you, one on one side, one on the other. All our designs are the same. It's meant for carrying on the side. There is hand features here to make it so much easier. The locking lid keeps the actual, or the locking handles keep the lid and the base all put together. So it's a great modular Christmas tree storage solution, and also it is about protecting your lights, so hopefully year on year that the Christmas tree lights do work there. I don't guarantee that though, so please don't be ringing next year and say, but my Christmas tree lights don't work there. But it is a great way of storing, great way of keeping everything together, and it also protects against the dust. So plastic, really useful box, is a great long-term storage solution to protect all the valuable Christmas items.
Lovely. So if you want to spread that cost, you can. It's 2 payments of £20. Item number is 884088. Lovely. So that really is a really useful box. That is perfect for your Christmas trees and your lights and your baubles, and you keep everything together and nothing's going to get lost. 884088 is the item number. Now, what box have you got there?
Right, so this is my favourite by far. There it shows it shows the cleverness of our production and design, but also it shows how I'm really, really lucky.
Yeah.
I always say it's better to be born lucky than rich, and this is a great example of it. This item, this product, was actually developed and produced by our production manager on Afternoons, Pete. He was sampling, so once again this is the 4 trays that we talked about. That's the 12, that's the 16. We've got the new 9, so nobody at the moment is selling the 9s in the UK, it's so new.
Really?
And then the 6. So what we was doing is we were sampling all these items together, and then Pete also noticed that actually when you put them all in together, so you got the 6, and you know it can be used for a multiple of uses, not only Christmas but great for storage as well. And what you've got on there, he noticed that when you put them all into a 35 litre that they are designed to do, and what happened there is you've got, with the 4, the space at the top. Now bear in mind that the design of these were probably stretched over a period of maybe 9 years, so we never had any thought of making it just like this. Oh, got some. I was thinking there was Easter eggs there. I was getting a bit peckish, so I was going to steal one. We'd also developed an XXL lid. This is used one of our niche markets. We are the world's leading supplier of album storage. So any music items there, we sell them all over the world. You know, stores like the Container Store in the US stock the 35XL for the albums there. So what we did is we created a larger one, but all this was never designed modularly to be a system, but the look comes in because Pete proved that it works. And if we do end up selling 100 of these units, Pete and his wife who works for us as well, gets a bottle of champagne. So they're all there at home cheering on the solution there. But you know, it's great when people who work for you long term coming up with ingenious ways of getting it all together. This only got pieced together probably in November, December.
Oh really? Is that hot off the press?
For me, though, it encapsulates what's really useful is about. It's clever, it all works together, but also it ensures that everything is protected. Imagine going to craft shows, imagine going to craft classes, easy to carry, easy to transport, easy to display, and easy to sell from. So it's all about being organised. And as I say, you know, there's a lot of plastic in that. It's a great product, great price, great solution.
Good stuff. All right, that is £29.99. Oh, you got a £9 saving on that one. 549404 is your item number. Now, if you are spending over £60, if you're wanting to get quite a few boxes, then Flexi Order is for you.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Okay, so next we are going to look at some of our freestanding, on wheels storage towers, aren't we, Mike?
Exactly, we are there, and this is always a great sell from the craft store there. This is the 9.5 litre box, 9.5 litre drawer unit, and what we've got is 3 separate options for you. We've got the practical, clear design of the clear on clear, easy to identify what's inside. You've got the very fresh, very beautiful, very fun, different coloured modules there as well. The colours are all transparent. Or what tends the last 2 out of 2 times, it's been the Dove Grey, the 100% recycled plastic that's been the best-selling solution on this. This is all about, if you like, working and being organised on drawers. This is brilliant for the home office, brilliant for the home crafting room. They all come supplied on wheels. You can see on there that it's very easy to move around. So it does go in a full 360-degree wheels there, all going round. This product, when it is dispatched to you, gets dispatched complete. There's no assembly needed. And then what happens? The only thing you need to do is put the wheels on, and that's a very easy exercise there. So we don't put the wheels on because it protects, so there's less damage in transit. So what we've got on this, it's a 9.5 litre. It is designed 100% around 12 by 12 inch scrapbooking paper. I love the extra width that this actually develops into what we've got. And if you can imagine, if you're using it in the craft room, if you're using it in the home office, if you're using it for homeschooling, what happens is, by having the Dove Grey, the one made from 100% recycled plastic, you can see from the studio shots here that it blends very nicely into the normal decor. The Dove Grey is one of the fashion colours at the moment for the home. It is a nice neutral colour. It does blend in with everything. But more importantly, okay, you've been working all day in the craft room. The children come over. You've got visitors. It's great to hide away and you know, not to be reminded about anything other than focusing time on the family there. So Dove Grey is practical. It also goes back. It is better if there's any sensitive materials that can be affected by UV light. And remember that from a light bulb you get UV light as well, other than from the windows. So again, it protects. So the Dove Grey usually is the best selling. I think it's because of the beauty and it's ecologically great features have been manufactured within our facility from 100% recycled plastic. These coloured drawer units I think are very fun. They're great if you're looking for a drawer unit for your children's bedrooms. Great bit of fun. But there's practical reasons for the colours as well. The colours there, it could be for homeschooling, different coloured box for different lessons. Could be if you've got your bills, your accounts, or different crafting projects going on, you can colour code it. Or what you might do is have all the different colours, so all the yellows, you could have the yellow papers, the yellow buttons, the yellow paints, all in the same box. So using practical colours to actually separate and organise your items. Or if you're then looking for the clear storage solutions there, practical, it's easy to see what's inside, and it's easy to get organised. You do have to buy the dividers separate. You'll see what we've got. There is a pack of 4, and again, it's easy to buy the whole solution. The 9.5 litre 8 drawers. If you want to grow it higher, if you want to grow it lower, it is a modular system, easy to separate, easy to change around what you've got there. So the 9.5 normally at the craft store is our best selling, and the best selling solution is the ecologically sound Dove Grey recycled plastic.
Nice, £59.99 then, and we've got it on FlexiBuy for you. 2 payments of £30. Item number is 894205. So again, here are the options. You've got the rainbow set of trays. You have got the clear, or you can go for the Dove Grey, which is, well, they're all lovely options to be fair. Now, just a mention of those storage trays that you can pop inside. We have those available. You're getting a set of 4. And they're your Scrapbook Tower hobby trays. Just £15.49. 121454 is your item number. Right, Mike, which one's next?
Right, so now we're looking at 2 different A4 paper sizes.
Okay.
We'll start off with what is by far our best-selling product overall, which is the 7 litre drawer. This is where you've got 8 separate drawer units. It comes up to a nice height and design. This is all designed around, again, A4 paper. What you might see is that actually how we design is very simple. We try to incorporate all the same elements. So this drawer is designed around A4 paper, so it's narrower than the 9.5. And so it cradles, great for paper storage, great for, again, for learning, great for storing magazines. And what we've got there is it's just easy to remove the drawer from what we've got there. So if you're doing a craft kit, you've got it into the drawer, you can put it on the table, you can work on it, and then you can return it back to the drawer stand, which is a great docking station. So this is the 8x7. This is the Dove Grey offering. Again, it works very well as a kit altogether. You can hopefully see from the studio images that it does blend very nicely into the background. It complements any home decor. Very nice neutral colour. So that's the 8x7. We then move on to this side here, which is now the 12 litre drawer unit. Again, all it is a higher version of the 7 litre. This is a 12 litre, so almost doubling the height. You've got on here, you've got the width again for the A4 paper. This is if you're storing lots of paper, or it may be wools that you put into there. Again, wonderful same. Anything in Dove Grey is manufactured from our own 100% recycled plastic, and what we've got there is the two items together. If you've got smaller items to store, we would suggest you go for the 7 litre. If you've got the more bulkier items, the higher version, the 12 litre, where there's 5 drawers, is a great option, and you can see they are very similar size there.
Lovely. Okay, so if you want to go for the 12 litre drawer tower, that is £42.99, or you can spread the cost again. 2 payments of £21.50, 593815. And then if you want to go for the 7 litre, where you've got the 8 trays, again, that's in your Dove Grey, that is £49.99. And that is also on FlexiBuy. 2 payments of £25, 778159. Just a reminder again about the extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched from, they're all going to be dispatched from the 17th of January. Lovely, make sure you're checking out your baskets. Great time to get organised. How are you doing, Mike? Should we come back to you?
Great. So what we're doing is just doing the last lot of the drawer units that we've got. So of course we want to be even more ingenious And so we've been talking about the footprint of the 7-litre drawer unit, the 12-litre drawer unit, and this is where we combine the two different sizes all together. So you can see again the Dove Grey, 100% manufactured from recycled plastic. It's one single lid in this case, and what it comes complete with is 5 7-litre drawers and 3 12-litre drawers. So that's where the ingenuity of the geometry comes in, so it works together very much as a kit. Great for when you come into the home, great in the hallway, occasional table, but again you can put your shoes into there, you know, the shallow ones for children's shoes, the normal ones here for the larger shoes there. And of course we want to continue to be ingenious as a business there. Not only does it take the drawers, you can see also on here that the 9-litre box also goes into it, where you've got the 7-litre size. That's great for the 4-litre as well. So again, as a business we try to think of everything. That's where the name comes from, really useful, and if it ain't really useful we're not going to develop it and supply to you guys, because it's all about trying to get you guys as organised as possible to save you time to do the more important things that you want to do in life there.
Excellent. All right, £59.99. Again, you've got your two options, and it is on flexi buy, so you can either go for the Dove Grey or you can go for the white. Item number is 628182. So just to finish off, we've done a whole full circle. That's been really good, actually. We're finishing back off with the one-day special. This is what you're getting. You've got your 4 9-litre boxes, lovely and secure. You can see they stack brilliantly on top of each other, and that has a £10 saving. We've got two options. I've got the clear here, and Mike, you've got the Dove Grey. Exactly that there. So we're looking at the same box totally. It is the same tooling, same machines that make both products, and so you've got two solutions there. The clear is by far the best seller within our range of boxes, although the Dove Grey is becoming more as a commoner product there, but at the moment the clear is better, easy to identify what you're looking for, easy size to be carrying the 9-litre. We can see with the boxes I've got here, what happens is the bottom fits into the top of the lid, so it's a very firm connection. You can see as I try to put it down, it's all kept in together. That makes it easier to stack in the home. It does protect it if there's a gentle knock for any reason, and great for transportation. When you're moving items around, it's less likely to move around in the car because they're all gripped together, all together. But it's very much a personal design. You want to go for the personal choice, sorry. Do you go for the Dove Grey, the one that is more protection against UV light, any colour sensitive items, or do you go for the clear solution, which enables you to see totally through the box and see exactly what you are going to buy? So the choice is yours, but we have got multiple choices. Absolutely brilliant price on the one-day special. The buying team did a great job at actually squeezing my price down. I'm saying stop, and they're going, no, I want more. So the buying team at Chandler, the craft store, do a great job of ensuring that we get great prices that we can offer for the one-day special. It is a one-day special. This price won't be repeated as a normal sell-out buy, so it's a great opportunity to buy lots of boxes. And don't forget, it's a pack of 4, but you can have multi-buy and buy more than one set there. We do manufacture in the UK, so lots of stock in which to do it. So don't just restrict yourself to one set of 4. Why not 2, 3, 4? We have seen pictures of people's craft rooms where they use multiple numbers of our
boxes just to keep clean and tidy and organised.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Mike. Right, one last time. It's £22.96. So you've got that £10 saving. Item number is 784489. So we'll see you at 12 o'clock again.
I'll look forward to that. Now off for breakfast there. So I'm not an early riser, so it was difficult coming in. But my pleasure is seeing you and great working with you again.
Thank you very much, Mike. Right, don't go anywhere. More coming up after this. We've now got a quilting masterclass coming up in 3 minutes' time. After that, stamping with Stampendous, and later sewing with daisy chain designs.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the craft store. We've been here since the very beginning and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the craft store.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Good morning and welcome to what is going to be an hour of education. Perfect opportunity for you if you're looking at new craft for the new year. Maybe quilting has been on your horizon but you're a paper crafter and you're thinking, oh, can I actually transition over? Well, the answer will be yes, because not only myself joining you for this hour but our fabulous expert in quilting, lovely Jenny Raymond, joining me as well. Good morning, Jenny.
Good morning, Hayley, and may I wish you a happy new year, and indeed all of you a happy new year.
Yes. Happy new year to you too.
Thank you, kindly.
And the new year, quite often people will kind of look at hobbies and look at new starts, new ideas.
Totally. And they might have been given something for Christmas and they haven't a clue what to do with it. And here we have things on the show to either enhance what you've already got, add to it, or just inspire you to take, because the dark days of January are coming. I don't want to depress you all, but you know, there's still the dark nights. You need something to keep you busy.
That's
and then
right.
as the summer comes, you can display all the amazing things that you've made.
And I love it because quilting is synonymous with winter, isn't it? Those long winter nights, it's kind of where it all originated from, isn't it? So we're going to take you through the fundamentals, but we're going to take things right the way back, literally, to the beginning of getting started. So we're going to be talking about equipment. Of course, if you've got questions during the hour, if you've got any kind of quilting issues that you need to have, kind of maybe solutions that we can present to you, then do get in touch. Kind of turn this into a bit of a quilt clinic almost, so so to speak. So studio@thecraftstore.com if you fancy getting involved. Now, the first thing for me, I don't know about Jenny, is the cutting mat, having your area prepared to work with. And this is something that is key for me. Now, I'm fortunate enough that I've got a big cutting table, which is brilliant, but you don't always have that. And I love the idea of having a large cutting mat. Now, this one is definitely a large cutting mat. I mean, look at the size of this one. It is huge. Now, the beauty of this one is you can see you've got lots of your imperial measurements on one side, but if I flip it over, then you have got your metric as well. So you're covered for all eventualities. And I think this is an area that we've seen a lot of people transitioning from card making across to quilting. So the centimetres can be quite key with regard to this. I mean, we're usually looking at imperial for quilting, aren't we, Jenny?
We are indeed, but more and more patterns are coming over from Europe, and of course Europe is in metric.
Yes, that's true.
So you've got the great big A1 size board here. I've got the next one down, which is this side. And again, you've got your centimetres on this side, and the nice way of squaring things off. So if you paper craft it, you can use the center squares to square it off. You've got grey on the other side, so that's the middle one. And then we have the smaller one. So if you're a bit stuck for space, then why not go for this one? Again, exactly the same thing as Hayley so rightly says. You've got your imperial measurements one side, and you've got your metric measurements the other side. They come with a neat carrying handle, so great to hang up, store. One word of warning, wherever you store it, store them flat.
Okay.
Because they like to be flat. Now, these are self-healing. So no matter how heavily you press on them with your rotary cutter, it will not go through. And you can use it again and again and again and again. So great choice of mats there, from the really big one there, which is a table cover, covers the entire
A1
space.
size, yeah.
The middling one, which I tend to use a lot of the time in my slightly smaller workshop, and going to class, absolutely ace this. Or if you're a bit stuck for space, or if you just want something small to tuck away or hang up in a corner.
I love it. So with your large A1, again, I'm thinking maybe you are a quilter, so obviously the imperial maybe for your quilting, and then card making, you could use the centimetres, because these are perfect for card makers as well as quilters. Or if you're doing things like bags and dressmaking, you might want to have the centimetre, bigger than our TV, isn't it? So yes, if you fancy getting hold of your really large one, I think this is an amazing price, £44.99. I'd like to watch the postman get this one through your letterbox, so let me know when it's due to arrive so I can come back and sit outside. But you can see it's a huge size, 2 flexi buys, very affordable at £22.50 each. Opens up your flexi order, so we've got lots of other tools and things to share with you. Now, Jenny touched on the other sides, sizes as well. So if you're wanting to go for the A2, this is the one that Jenny shared with you. That's the middle size one. It will still have that square in the centre there. So this one, £23.99. If you're wanting the medium size, then the details on your screen, and this is what you're going to get. Again, imperial on one side, centimetres, your metric on the opposite side as well. Perfect for your dressmaking, perfect for your card making, wonderful for bag making as well, and of course quilting as well. 30 centimetres by 45 centimetres, so a really good size, that A3 one that we've got on the screen now. Just £13.99. So kind of going down in sizes. Obviously you will invest in the size that you have to accommodate these as much as anything, but if you can go for the largest, then of course it covers all the smaller sizes at the same time as well, if that makes sense. Lots of you are jumping ahead as well. Now we've got a rotating cutting mat. Jenny, you've got this one handy. Can you talk us through the benefits of this?
You to have it. No. Right, the rotating one. Now, this is absolutely brilliant. You're cutting out funny shapes. In fact, I have a class that's going to be cutting out some really funny shapes. And rather than having to go all the way around like this, which you most certainly shouldn't do, the nice thing about this board is you can turn it round as you cut. So suppose you're cutting out hexagons, and I haven't got a hexagon to cut out, but let's just roughly do one, so don't quote me on this being a hexagon. So if I wanted to cut a hexagon, which is a 6-sided figure, I can cut up here. I've already cut along the top there, but I need to cut towards me. No, I don't. I just simply turn the board, and then I can cut the next side, and I turn the board, and I cut the next side.
Makes it so easy.
It makes life so very, very much simpler. And all it is a mat in centimetres, sorry, in imperial. I didn't cut that quite properly. Literally, it sits onto its base like that. Now think, not necessarily quilting, think your paper crafting, think anything where you might need something you can rotate round.
Good
You're
point.
a cake icer, anything like that.
Yeah.
This is sort of the crafter's version of a lazy Susan, is you just turn it round, and it's dead simple. It's a backing square with a raised circle that goes into an indentation on the back of the cutting mat.
I love that.
Great bit of kit.
Brilliant. It's good size as well for your blocks as well. Is it going up to 12 inches?
It's 12 inches, yes.
So good size with regards to your quilt blocks. Overall, it's 14 inches because obviously you kind of got the extra over the edge there. But perfect for squaring up your blocks as well. And you've got all the angles on there as well. So if you do want to do things like your triangles, you can do that as well. Brilliant value for money at £31.99 and very popular during this hour. So 434583. So we've got our cutting mats area. We've got, that's all sorted. Our cutting area is ready, so we need something to cut with. Well, this is something that we have got an amazing range of cutting tools for you. Now, we're looking at Clover, another brand synonymous with quality when it comes to all things sewing. And the rotary cutters that they do a fabulous range of these. Now, we've got different sizes. Quite often, you may already have a 45mm one, which is kind of the standard. That's often the starting point. We'll come to that one in a moment. But we can draw our attention to the larger one, which is your 60mm. This is kind of, I think this is the second rotary cutter I invested in, because of the kind of power behind it.
Well, because when you retract the blade and expose it, the depth of blade you've got for your cutting availability here will go through about 16 layers of fabric. So you've got literally, you can get through 16 layers of fabric because of the depth between the edge of the blade and the rotary cutter itself.
Okay.
So this is one for if you're going to do lots and lots and lots of cutting out, or maybe you're quite you've got large hands and you want a big, meaty, generous cutter. This is, as like Hayley, was the second one that I indulged in. So I had the 45 to begin with. I then bought the 60, and I then bought, and she'll tell you about it in a minute when we talked about the 45.
Definitely. And again, if you've got thicker fabrics, I mean, we'll talk about quilting, maybe quilting weight cottons, but sometimes you're cutting fabrics that are more dense. It might be that you're cutting things like your table protectors, you know, like the PVC type.
And fleeces.
Yeah, fleeces.
Woolly stuff, that thick woolly stuff, it just doesn't go through the 45, the 60.
Yeah,
ideal.
tweed as well, things like that. So do bear in mind the different types of fabrics that you're working with. It's only $20.99 and it's kind of a one-time investment. As time goes on, obviously you'll need to restock on those blades, but it's a very useful one to have. So if you find that when you're cutting multiple layers, your 45mm isn't quite cutting it, yeah, excuse the pun, then it's a 60mm that you need to get hold of. So do get that one into your basket as well, $20.99. Now, details on your screen for that, 579118. But the next one down from that, which is the most common one. So if you are getting started today, if you've never quilted before, then my advice would be to go for this size, because this is the one that often the starting point. Very affordable at $12.99. When I look at the prices that we've got on the show, the cutting mats and the rotary cutters,
those prices are extremely reasonable.
They're amazing. Now, again, Jenny, this is quite often a starting point, isn't it, 45mm?
And this is a lefty-righty one. I'm going to show you. Clover always have this absolutely sorted. First of all, it's an ergonomically designed handle. It's extremely comfy. Second, to cover the blade and uncover the blade, it's a small movement with your thumb. There's none of this trying to get your thumb over to an awkward position. This opens and shuts very easy. You just depress it like that. Now, this one is set up for a right-handed person, and it actually will tell me this because I can just see the letter R through there.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Right, when you want to change it, now the number of times I have almost collected £5 from, I haven't, this is a joke, but they've got the cutter round the wrong way. They've got the blades in the right place. You can't do this with Clover. You simply unscrew the green knob at the back and it doesn't come out. All right, it is stuck in there. It won't come out.
Oh, the amount of screws I've lost when I've been changing the blades.
And the amount of times, some others have a little split pin on the back, they have a little wheel on the back, and they have a sort of nut thing. And the number of different ways you can arrange those.
Oh, gosh, tell me about it.
Right, when I've got this in my hand now, I can actually see the L for left. And to change it into a left-handed one, all I need to do is simply turn it over and then insert it back into the cutter. As a little bit of help, the centre section has a flat section which marries up with the flat section on the rotary cutter. So you just get flat to flat, it drops back in a treat. That little end there goes over the knob. Turn it back again. Notice I have not touched the blade in any way, shape or form because it's always protected by the outer wheel. Tighten it up, and this is now a left-handed rotary cutter. So that's the left-handed people. Notice the blade is sticking out there. If I go to the little 28mm, that's the difference between these two.
Perfect.
So great, easy to change, absolutely excellent.
Wonderful, there you go. So 45mm, as I say, probably it's the middle of the road one. It's the one that we'd always suggest if you're completely new to quilting. Really good size. It's a nice one to work with your dressmaking as well, but we will cover dressmaking in a few moments with some of the other rotary cutters that we've got for you. So for the time being, if you're wanting to get hold of this one at £12.99, 259 216. Don't forget, if you're going for your large cutting mat and you're opening up your flexi order, you can spread the cost of that one. Works out just £6.50 extra in your first payment, and obviously second payment will go out in a month's time. But let's move on now. So after the 60mm, we've got a bit of a story going on, 45 and then 60 for my personal journey. Then I started looking at the smaller rotary cutters, and these are perfect for if you've got those kind of precise little pieces. I often use this one when I'm cutting out dressmaking patterns more so than when I'm actually cutting out quilting pieces. But this one is your 28mm, only £9.99, very useful one. Again,
it was the next one that I, like you, indulged in, because I realised that quite a lot of the small templates and cutting out small circles are not difficult, but not quite so easy as this is. This makes life very simple when you want to do little things, really small things, intricate things. So that's a much better one. It won't cut through your 16 layers, but it will easily do up to 4 layers. So if you just want a little rotary cutter for perhaps your paper crafting, perhaps your fabrics, for your dressmaking, it's a very easy to manipulate, easy to use rotary cutter. And you know, you do grow and progress as you're quilting or you're sewing or you're stitching or paper crafting, and the 3 sizes are useful. But there's another, Hayley.
There is indeed. Now, I was just touching on my mind as well. The 28mm, again, quite often I use that one for things like my applique as well. Applique petals for flowers, perfect. £9.99, incredibly affordable, 451 at 979. But we are going smaller with this one, so we're getting right into the nitty-gritty with the next one, which is your 18mm. Again, similar price at £9.99 with regards to this one, 475,570. So again, Jenny, I mean, this one, you're using it the same way as I do, almost like a pen.
You use this one a bit like a pen. So this is for cutting out really tiny bits. It's a very precise little bit of kit here. And you hold it not as you would hold it with a regular rotary cutter, because you're not going to saw at things. You hold it like a pen, and this will cut out those really tiny shapes. You can just literally work your way around and cut out very tiny shapes, and this bit in the middle there. And yet again, it behaves in exactly the same way. It's a righty or a lefty one, easy to change the blades, and simple to literally open it and shut it, open and shut it, because as everybody knows, at all times, the second you have finished cutting, you cover the blade, and nobody, she's giving everybody the death stare.
Oh, she's looking over her glasses at me now. She means business.
Is ever going to leave their cutter with the blade exposed, are you? No, miss. Thank you.
My son comes along and closes it. If I've left it, if I literally popped it down for a second, he'll be there and he'll close it straight away. Now, Jenny, can you bring all of those cutters into our camera area that we were looking at?
Of course I can.
How amazing do they all look when they're all beautifully coordinated in the same colourway? I mean, you can imagine these hanging up in your craft room. Quickly and easily you can get to them, and they look fabulous. Yeah, if you like that kind of area where everything goes together, then this is definitely the way to go. So, of course, all of those you can add into your basket alongside your fabulous cutting mat. Spread the cost of all of them if you want to, or just choose the elements that you need. Now, obviously, you're going to, over time, need to replace the blades, and that's something we can help you with regards to, I think it's the 45, is it the 45mm we've got here? Yeah. So this one, your 45mm, this is the one that you're going to be using pretty much every single day. So if you've gone for the cutter today, obviously it comes with a brand new blade in there, but you will need to replace that blade. Each time you work on a new project, theoretically, and I say theoretically because I don't always practice what I preach, you should be changing that blade, because the last thing that you want to be doing is cutting a long run of fabric and then suddenly find you've almost got a perforation rather than a cut.
Do you know, Hayley, I have 3 small grandchildren that visited over Christmas, and although I hid my 2 rotary cutters, they found them. And Granny, they don't cut pins, do they?
No, they
don't. So I now need that set of 5 new 45mm blades.
Oh dear,
yes.
Oh dear. Now don't throw away your old ones though, keep them, get a permanent marker pen and put P on them, because that's what I do for my paper cutting, because of course once you've used them for your fabric, don't throw them away, they still have a sharpness to them, just not sharp enough for your fabric, so keep them for your paper crafting, yeah, pop that little P on there, then you know that they are designated for your paper cutting. So what a fabulous range there, whether it's new blades that you need, whether it's new rotary cutters. As we say, this is a quilting masterclass, so we're taking you you through the basics. If you've just joined us, we've been covering cutting mats already. We've moved on to our cutting tools. But sometimes you don't necessarily want to work with a rotary cutter. Not everybody gets on with rotary cutters, and that's okay, because there are other ways, alternative means of how you can cut your fabrics up. Might be that you like good traditional scissors. So you might be kind of laying out your design with a pen or a tailor's chalk or something like that, and then going to your scissors for cutting out. Fiskars, I mean, they do such an amazing range of cutting tools. It's kind of where they started garden shears, wasn't it?
And they're renowned for their cutting ability, the sharpness of the blade, the whole way they have manufactured them to perfection. I mean, I have Fiskars scissors that I have had for years and years and years, and they are still sharp.
And quite often you need to kind of dissect your fabric up before you get to the rotary cutter stage, don't you? So having a good pair of scissors that you've got confidence in is key. These ones are beautiful. They've got a lovely large area as well. So if you've kind of got fingers like bananas, which I have, quite chunky fingers, then you've got plenty of room in there. Again, maybe you're a male crafter, maybe you're wanting a larger pair of scissors with that good area in there. Well, these are absolutely perfect for those. 24 centimetres cutting area. I don't know what 24 centimetres is in pounds and ounces, to be honest, but they're looking to me like probably about an 8-inch blade on there.
That is 8 inches.
Yeah, perfect. Was that the right way around? It's not going to balance, is it?
No, it's the other way. I did
that
earlier.
There we go. Hey, now, if you're wanting to get hold of these, just £19.99, 766. They are, sorry? 9.5 inches. Oh, they might be, yeah, sometimes I think the measurement goes from higher up because the blade there, I don't know. Anyway, 24 centimetres, that's what we're going with. 766 547 if you're wanting those. Now, of course, having a good pair of scissors is brilliant, but of course, over time, as with your rotary cutters, they're going to kind of dull with regard to their cutting ability. So having a good set of, well, like a sharpener for your scissors, is key. Now this one again from Fiskars, so again they know what they're talking about, and here we're looking at £13.99. This one I'm guessing, Jenny, you can use for a variety of different sizes of scissors.
Yes, you can do, and you just simply slot the scissor blades into the two slots and just pull them backwards and forwards, a bit like as you would do the knife, but this with the scissors, you literally take them. Here, I haven't, Hayley's got it, you literally just do that, and it sharpens out. Great idea for this is if there is that special other person in your life who doesn't know what to do while you're quilting, sewing, give them a pair of scissors and a scissor sharpener, and usually they'll happily stand there doing that until you tell them to stop. It works a treat. Keeps them out the way.
I love it. There you go, £13.99. Lovely sturdy base on that one as well. I had a little kind of scissor sharpener that was almost just like this little section there, and I was forever losing it because it was just a tiny piece, but having something there that's literally sitting on your work surface, you can go to it whenever you need to for just £13.99, incredibly affordable. Now, we've covered a large area with regards to getting started at quilting. Now, I know we're going to be going to Jenny for some demonstrating and kind of construction and working with different ways. Should we carry on? We can carry on because we're talking wadding. Now, wadding is key. Now, wadding is the fluffy stuff. This is the warm, the cosy, the reason you're making your quilts. And this is an absolutely brilliant range that's so easy bringing to us. Now, we've got a variety of different sizes. This one is your crib size. So your crib size, very American terms with regards to this one. It's actually 45 inches by 60 inches. So it's a really good size piece, this particular one. Very affordable at £9.99. So if you're making your first ever quilt, it might be that this is the one that you're going for. Or maybe you're making smaller projects that you're wanting to chop up, then obviously chop the wadding up to make table mats and things like that, then perfect. But we have got lots of other different sizes of these as well, including the one, is the one at the bottom the same? Let's have a little look. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I see, one has got poly in it. Okay, right, so this one here is your polyester. So we'll talk about this with Jenny in just a few moments, but the poly down one, it is a larger piece. Oh, is it the same size? No, it's the same size. I've just swapped around the dimensions. So it's the same size. Is it the same size? No, the two I've got here, this one's the full size, isn't it? This is 81 by 96. Well, if you're going for this size, so the crib size with this one, if you want the same size but in your, oh, hold on. No, I'm confusing myself now. We've got different item numbers on there. So they're both crib that we've got on the screen. Right, one of them is poly down. Right, so the one at the side there, that's your polyester one. The one at the bottom is the one that I've got here, which is your mix. but they are both crib size, so they're both exactly the same size. It confused me because of the way the dimensions are, because one's got 152 as the lead, whereas the other one's got it as the tail. So, yeah, anyway, let's get through, first of all, the difference between polyester, polydown and your 80-20.
Right. OK, I've got bits of each in front of me.
OK.
So the 80-20 is this one, the creamier one. It's a lower loft wadding. It's a very flexible wadding. It's great to hand quilt through. It's great to machine through. It has excellent drape, and it is wonderful for your quilts and for your garments. Where I would use the polydown, which has much greater loft being the sort of the fluffiness of it, is I like to use the polydown actually for things like cushion backs. And the reason for that is it just adds a bit of whoof, more loft to the cushion, makes it that much more padded, that much more fluffier. Also probably very good for small baby quilts and things like that, because it's very light. Now the interesting thing about these waddings is originally when I started, all you could get was the polyester. It's great, it's light, it washes, and it's fantastic because it travels well. I would make quilts up with these things, fold them up, and then have to jump on the suitcase, because the loft, when you take it out the suitcase, it expands and the quilt is hardly creased at all. If you're working with the 80-20 one, this is slightly more likely to have the odd crease in it if you pack it really tightly. But it is considerably more friendly when you want a quilt that drapes rather nicely. So if you want something that softly drapes and it's thinner, but with the same warmth content, then have the Heirlooms 80-20, which is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. If you want something soft and fluffy and light and almost like a lower tog duvet, then have the polydown. Both work equally well in quilts. This I prefer for cushions, that I prefer for quilts and garments.
I love it, and both of them are obviously washable, so that's not an issue. Yes. Sometimes I know when I'm making quilts for younger children, quite often I'll go for the polydown, yes, because it gets washed more often usually. But it's down to affordability as well, that's the key thing. And how kind of lofty you want to keep doing this. Yes. It's like the universal sign for wadding, isn't it, how lofty it is. So it depends on how you think you want that loft to be. But please don't think with the 80-20, because it is the shallower of the two, that it's going to give you less warmth. Oh my goodness, no, it's magical.
Yes, it is. They're the same tog rating. Yes. It's just one's got more, as Hayley says, more of this in it, more foof, and the other has less poof in it.
I love it. There you go. So it's all about choices. That's the thing that I love here, and that's the thing that So Easy do so well. So you've got lots of different sizes. You'll often see on the website, you'll see crib size for both. So you've got your crib size for your 80-20 featuring on your screen there for just $9.99. But if you're on the polydown version, then we've got it at the bottom of the screen. That works through all the different sizes. So let's go to another size and show you maybe a different size. So the queen size. So this one, we've only got the 80-20, so we haven't got all of the sizes available. This one is your big size, as you can see here. 220, so that's over 2 metres by nearly 3 metres, this one. So it's a really big size quilt. $27.99. That is incredibly affordable for a big queen size quilt. But it doesn't have to be used just for a queen size. So if you find yourself doing a lot of smaller quilts or a lot of smaller pieces, then you can still obviously invest in this one and just cut it up as you need. More 80-20 in a different size for you this time. So this one's slightly smaller. So this one, if you wanted to go for this one, we're calling this one your full size. Now, I've got the full size of the polydown in the studio here, but this is a brilliant size, 81 inches by 96 if you're looking at your imperial, but obviously you've got your metric up on the screen there as well. And then we've got your twin. Now, your twin a different size again. It's all about choices of sizes. Or you might be shopping by your budget, because if you're going to be making smaller pieces, then projects, it doesn't matter. It's on your budget. So this one, this is your 80-20 again, and you're looking at just £19.99 with regards to this one. So that's a really good size as well, 182.9. Brilliant. So yes, a really good size, over 2 metres and nearly 2 metres square. So it's not far off it. So 900-455. Now, we've covered a lot of the fundamentals now, so we've kind of got the bits together. We've got our cutting mat, we've got our cutting tools, we've got some, obviously, our scissors should you need them, we've got our wadding for the next stage, but before that we need to get those fabrics cut and put together. Now, Jenny, I know you've got a fabulous demonstration. We're going to be talking about kind of using elements. Now, before we actually get on to a bit of sewing, let's chat about this here, because this is temporary adhesive, so it actually works well alongside your wadding, really, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Right, now coming back to the wadding, as Hayley mentioned, if you don't have to use all the big one. done, if you've only got small pieces, then do exactly what I've done here, which is join your small pieces together, either by hand, by just literally sewing across it, or use the widest, longest zigzag on the machine and join it together like that. And you can use every single scrap, because it doesn't matter how many joins are in there. Now, if you're going to make a quilt, table mats or something like that, where you're going to be using the 3 layers, the top fabric, the wadding in the middle, be it poly down, be it the 80-20, and the backing fabric, if you were to sew these together without holding them together in some way, shape or form, you're going to get what's known as creep. The layers will creep. So we need to hold them together. Yes, this could be done by hand tacking, basting large stitches across. Yes, you could use various other things, but for ease and simplicity, spray. Now, if you're going to do just a small project, you're always going to want your backing fabric slightly bigger than the project. This is the project top. I know I had to piece it. This is Anna Maria Horner fabrics. We've got them on the show. Your wadding wants to be slightly bigger still, and the reason for the wadding being slightly bigger, it's called batting, by the way, in America, is that sometimes your quilt top grows a bit. You don't mean it to, but it just does when you lay it out. So always have the wadding a bit bigger, always have the batting a bit bigger too. You can cut off, you can't add on easily. So if I'm going to literally do this for my quilt, I'm going to take the backing away, lay just the fluff down on top, giving my can of ODIF a jolly good shake, take the top off, oops daisy, and very lightly spray from the centre, moving out. Now, if it's only a small project, I can probably spray the entire half. So I'm spraying from the centre out. Lay the quilt top on top, and then with your hands, just gently smooth it over. Now, the spray is non-toxic. It is a temporary adhesive. If you've inadvertently stuck it in the wrong place, you can very simply peel it off and apply it again. When you've smoothed it out from one side to the other, turn it round, lift it up, and you're always working from the centre. So spray, the very good directional spray too, and ease it out, just smooth it out. So I've attached the top of my cushion, my table runner, to the fluff, the wadding, the batting. Turn it over. I'm now going to take the backing fabric, lay the backing fabric on. Make sure you've given it a good press. And incidentally, if I was using it for a very big quilt, although I don't pre-wash the fabrics of the fronts of my quilt, I always wash the backing fabric because it's an enormous piece, and if that were to shrink, it's going to really pull your quilt in. But I tend to feel, because the quilt top's made of zillions of lots of pieces with seam allowances, it probably won't move that much. Haven't had a disaster yet, says she, hopefully. So we do the same thing. So spray from there and smooth. It's basically spray and spread. And when you smooth it from one side to the other, turn it round and do exactly the same thing. Roll it back, spray, and this will now hold the 3 layers together so that you can quilt it in perfect harmony without it actually moving or shifting and without getting puckers on the back. And indeed, the particular piece I have here, which some of you might recognise from last time I was doing the Anna Maria fabrics, I use the spray to spray the 3 layers together, and you may not like the backing fabric, but there isn't a wrinkle in it. Yeah. It has come out completely and utterly flat, and the same with the top. There's none of those little hiccups, there's none of those pleats down the side. It has gone down 100% flat. So the ODIF does work well. It's subtly different if you were going to do a bigger piece. Very briefly, I won't bother to glue it, but just to explain, if I was going to do a much bigger piece, then I would tape the backing fabric to some flat surface, maybe a table, and just work on half, and lay the wadding on top, and again you spray the wadding and you smooth the wadding onto the backing fabric. Repeat on the other side, and then put the quilt on top of that. So for small pieces, do it with the working from the top down. For bigger pieces, work from the back side up.
I love it. And if you are into your free motion work, this is going to revolutionise the way that you do your free motion, because you haven't got any pins to avoid, you haven't got any pins to move. You can just purely concentrate on that flow of that free motion work that you are doing. It's invaluable, it really is, and once you have used it, you will continue to use it over and over again. Now, we don't have huge quantities of these, and I know we are very busy for it already, and 1/4 of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, please do so. This is designed to work work with your fabrics. You can't use all spray adhesives on your fabrics because, of course, you're going to be stitching through your fabrics as well. So make sure that you are using one that is deemed for your fabrics. So, yeah, talking of which, don't forget, check out those gorgeous fabrics behind me. And we've got some fat quarters I'll tell you about in a few moments as well. So for the time being, if you're wanting your adhesive spray, then the details are there on your screen. Yes, darling.
Non-toxic.
Okay, yes.
Obviously use it in a well-ventilated room.
Yes.
And it's also great for applique because the flowers I had on the front of the small quilt I had, I cut them out, sprayed a bit of that on the back, laid it in one place, decided didn't like it there because it's temporary.
Yes.
You can just move it to somewhere else.
I love it. And it doesn't affect your fabric either because it stays clear, so it's not going to change the colour of your fabrics either as well. Invaluable. Details on your screen. But what about if you want to change the nature of your fabric? Maybe you've got gorgeous fabric and you're thinking to yourself, well, I'd love to use this for a wash bag, but I need to change the properties of the fabric. Well, this is something that we've got for you. So your Eau Coat is brilliant for that because what it will do is it will allow you to actually change the state of your fabric from your traditional fabric to something that's got a coating on it. Now, I've got a fabulous bag here, Jenny, that you created, and hopefully you'll be able to hear, and obviously it's difficult for you to see, but on one side we have got, can you hear that kind of different sound to it? If I flip it over and you've got the original fabric, then you won't have that because that is just your normal fabric. So you can hear that there is a coating on there, and that coating has allowed it to have, I don't like to say waterproof because you've kind of got the
water resistance
yes. Because you're not actually going to have seams, but you can go over those seams several times to protect them even more so.
Yes, totally. And it just means that if you're out in the rain and you've got this, or perhaps you're making a wash bag or something like that, if you literally take the Eau Coat, and it's nothing more complex than, undo my lid, I think it's got screwed on very tightly. Might have to ask the floor staff to do. Oh, there
you go, you got it.
Strength. It literally is just like a very thin glue. It's also great for decoupage. So you can cut out bits of fabric, you can put a layer of glue, obviously not on this tin, layer of glue onto your bottle, your glass, or everything else, lay the bits of fabric on top and then coat it with this, so it will then have a waterproof coating. So basically what you've got here is a waterproof gel. Not a waterproof, a water-resistant gel. So if you paint it onto a fabric, water just rolls off. In fact, last time we did it, we got water all over the studio. So we're not doing the water demonstration again because it was too effective. The water just rushed off onto the floor and dripped everywhere. So you literally paint it on. You can either paint it on with a paintbrush, which just wash out afterwards, or it comes with a little card, a bit like a credit card or something that you can just use to scrape it on. But it's very useful if you want to make anything water resistant. So table mats for outside, table mats for inside. Why not do a large piece of cloth for that picnic table? What about the backing of a quilt for perhaps a play mat or something like that, where you know that things are going to get spilt? So it's great for adding that water resistantness to your fabrics, and obviously stain resistant too. So you throw your coffee all over it, the coffee will just roll off as well.
I love it. There you go. So a very thorough explanation. You can also use it on things that are already pre-made as well. So if you've got things already in your stash and you're thinking to yourself, well, I wish I could give it an additional coat, or maybe you've got a jacket or something like that that maybe isn't as water resistant as you would like it to be, then it can actually be applied to something that's already made. So 042012. Again, it's clear when it's dry, and you can put multiple layers on there to kind of build up that resistance if you so choose. £14.99 being your price with regards to this one if you're wanting to. So yeah, pop it into your basket. Now I promise you we've got fabrics, and we've got the fabric that Jenny just showed us, which straight away I was looking at it thinking, where is it? I need this fabric. It is part of this 10-piece bundle. My goodness, what a treat we've got in store with this. Now we're looking at Anna Maria Horner, an amazing designer when it comes towards fabrics. The fabric that Jenny was working with is featured within this set. So if you looked at that and you thought, oh, I love that fabric, when she was doing her demonstration with the spray, then this is the one that she was working with. Now we're looking at US fat quarters, and we've got a fabulous array of different colours. You've also got some solids in here as well, which are always useful for spacing out your fabrics. Some of these, we have got fabrics that are available as a larger piece as well behind me. You may well have spied those already, but these ones, being American size, they've got slightly different dimensions to the imperial size, as what should I say, the metric size. So these are 18 by 22 with regards to this, because obviously it's accommodating the different widths of the original fabric to start with. Absolutely beautiful. And they're cut to half yards, rather than quite often you'll get half metres and metres sort of fat quarters. With these, very slightly different. So absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous prints. Again, you've got repeats of prints but in different colour tones. If you're wanting to use those in the quilt together, the connectivity is the print, and they are just an absolutely beautiful fabric to work with. I love these designs, Jenny. They're gorgeous.
And various bits made with the fabrics at the back here. Now, Anna Maria Horner, she's 49. She has 7 children, Hayley.
She's a busy lady.
She's a very busy lady. Lives in Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, in a wonderful, I gather, old farm. Works in sort of the attic studio. There's acres of land. And she just uses the inspiration from her children, the surroundings, to produce these joyous colours.
They're gorgeous.
They zing. You know, they make you smile. You just look at those wonderful, and the flowers that we use, there's quite a lot of, is echinacea.
Yes,
as far as I'm concerned,
yes,
they're just flowers. I don't do flowers. But really wonderful, wonderful, abundant designs, sort of bountiful designs. They just glow, and the colours, and they have wonderful names too. This is something called the Overachiever, I believe.
Oh, lovely.
Which, of course, I had to use because that probably describes me very well. But no, lovely fabrics. This joy of hers comes through in the materials.
And she does it so well. Now, we've got a 10-piece and fat quarter bundle available for you as well. So we've got a 16-piece that I've just been referring to. But if you're wanting the 16-piece, then, of course, you can get hold of that too. Flexi buys, £27. Very affordable with a £10 saving. But what if you want to go for a slightly smaller bundle? Well, we can help you with that as well. So this one, you will see some elements that cross over. So if you're going for both of them, you will end up with repeats of some of those designs. But this time, you are getting 2 of your plains in with this one alongside 8 of your pattern prints. £27.99. But if you want those larger pieces that I refer to, we've got these behind us here, as you've seen. I haven't got them all out here to share with you, but they are all available on the website. So if you like the look of the echinacea and you're wanting to go for larger pieces, then you can see we have got those available for you as well. But once these fabrics have gone, that's it. So as you're looking at these, if you've got ones that you like the look of, or you're shopping online and you've got ones that you like the look of, you need to be getting them into your basket as soon as you possibly can and check your baskets out. Now, I can't confirm that if you go for multiples of these, i.e. 2 of one of the designs, it will be a continual piece. So with these, we're taking it that they are pre-cuts to metre length, half metre length. So you would get indeed a full metre, but it would be over 2 pieces. Should I step to the other side so you can look at these other ones? Because these are just as pretty over here. So yes, if you're placing your order for multiples, do be aware that you might find that they are as 2 different pieces. I wouldn't like to assume or presume anything. So there you go. Those are gorgeous, aren't they? So if you're wanting to get hold of them, please do so. Now on the website, you'll see all the different options and all their wonderful names as well, and you can just pick and choose. You can see there you've got some amazing names. What have we got there? Overachiever. As you say, comes across with those. Oh, gorgeous midnight. Oh my goodness, clipping lichen. What fabulous names. Propagate Golden. Oh, lovely. So yes, any of those you want to pop into your basket, then please do so. And of course, it's a fabric brand that Jenny's been working with, and she's created some beautiful things. You'll see them all around her when we head back over to the demo area. So Jenny, I think we're heading in your direction.
Okay, well, just let me come to the back and show you 1 or 2 of the things I've made with her fabrics. So if we go over here, this is a Japanese bag. It actually comes from the book Sew Pieces, which we've had on the show zillions and billions of time. It comes from a rectangle. I did that on the last show. A couple of little cushions here. This is a cushion with a secret pocket on the back, so if you're reading something you didn't ought to be reading, or you want to hide the television remote control, why not hide it on the back?
I've got a friend that took the TV remote out in her handbag once.
How very sensible of her. Again, that lovely great big rose just used as a cushion. Moving over here, we've got again 2 more cushions up there and a very mini version of that same Japanese bag.
Beautiful. Plus, we can't quite see it because of the screen, but not to worry.
We have to have the screen.
There we go, get it.
One of those things. But coming back to this, there again, I've used the fabrics in the centre as an applique and the Overachiever as the border. But just want to show you about these rulers. We've got 2 rulers on the show. We have the Big Daddy, which is this one, which is 40, how many centimetres is it? I can't quite read it on here.
So this one's in centimetres, and we were chatting about centimetres earlier. Sorry? We were chatting about centimetres earlier, because obviously European patterns tend to be in centimetres metric.
So this is 60 centimetres by 15 centimetres. Now, why do you want a centimetre ruler? Well, there are many, many times these days when I pick up a pattern magazine and it's got a European pattern in it, because Europe is metric. You cannot cut. You can't literally take, say, 2.5 inches and make the same thing in metric. It's not quite the same. You've either got to work in metric or you work in imperial. You can't mix the two. So words of warning. And there are times these days where I am finding, and particularly when teaching younger people, is they don't understand feet and inches. You actually need to work in centimetres. So we have 2 centimetre rulers, and they work in exactly the same way. And so far as a ruler works, they have all the centimetres down the edge here, and it's really finely done. You can easily get your 1/2 centimetre, you can easily get a 1/4 centimetre. There's a nice edging around the edge there in red, which helps when you're actually trying to cut a very small piece of fabric. And literally you can use these rulers just as your regular imperial rulers if you haven't got them to hand, by just putting them down the side of the small quilt and trimming the wadding off. Now I'm trimming the wadding off because I'm actually going to bind this at some point in time. So there are 2 rulers available. One is the 60, one is the 30. They've got the lines on them. And they're one of these things that you might be a dyed-in-the-wool quilter and you only work with feet and inches, but you pick up that wonderful French magazine, that wonderful Austrian magazine, and indeed Australian things, New Zealand things, they are all in centimetres. Only America is in feet and inches, and 1 or 2 other countries. So a ruler like this in your stash would be very useful. Of course, if you're teaching younger people, then all they think is centimetres. So you work with a centimetre side of your cutting mat and centimetre rulers.
When I do my bag patterns, I tend to work in metric.
Yes.
And you'll find bag patterns, sometimes it will be a pattern with pattern pieces, which is easy because you could cut around them. But more often than not now, we're downloading PDFs where it hasn't necessarily got a pattern, because obviously it makes it a smaller file, but it's giving you the dimensions, and often in centimetres. I struggle when I'm actually doing that with my traditional quilting rulers, because the centimetres just aren't there. So I find myself having to use a tape measure and flipping it over and putting little marks, and it just kind of complicates the process. So by having a centimetre acrylic ruler there that you're going to be able to use, absolutely brilliant and so affordable. £23.99. It's one of those one-time purchases really, isn't it? You've got it there, and then when you do need it, it's invaluable. So we've got that larger size there, which is your 60 centimetres by 15 centimetres. And then we've got your smaller one as well. So your smaller one, if you wanted to go for that one, we're going to pop the details up on your screen. And then she's kind of half the size, so it's 30 centimetres by the same width. Now, if you are deciding and you're a card maker, you might be comfortable with your centimetres, and you might be making that transition into quilting. Well, you can take those centimetre pieces. So you could take a 15 centimetre square and still make patches and blocks. As long as you keep the uniformity along those pieces, then you won't have an issue at all. That is the key thing. But if you're following a pattern, you have to follow the pattern as the dimensions that they give you, whether it's centimetres or inches. So, yeah, brilliant range of rulers that we can share with you during the show as well. Loving this out, covering everything. So what should we chat about next? Oh, now, clips. This is key, because when you're putting everything together, you don't want anything to move. And that's why quilt clips are brilliant. But sometimes when you're attaching things like binding, or you've got something that maybe you're wanting to roll up a quilt and you're wanting to clip those pieces in place, having the longer clips are very, very useful. Got a fabulous bundle here, 24 of them for just £18.99. These are brilliant, Jenny.
They are absolutely super. These are the real jumbo clips. As with Clover, it's great quality. They are a super sturdy clip, and they have a flat bottom. So when you're working, to have a flat bottom. When you're working on the machine, you can literally, they'll sit, so you're getting your words in a muddle, flat on the sewing machine table, because that will just ride along it. They're great for holding thicker fabrics together. They're great for holding your binding in place. They're great for clipping anything together in the office. These are things that there's usually 1 or 2 of them in the car because you need to clip something together. They're also great for things in the freezer. Don't use them in the freezer because they're lovely clips. But, you know, you've got a packet of peas. Oh, crikey, where's the clip to hold it? Whoops. One of those is easy to do. They also spring like mad, which you've just seen. But, these are wonderful jumbo clips. So they will hold your binding, they'll hold your quilt, they'll hold your collection of pieces together. And if you're bag making, and you're making a really thick bag with, the thick vinyls or things like that, you can't get pins through, you don't want to get pins through because you leave little holes. What about curtain making? When you're putting the blackout fabric inside your curtains and you need to hold it in place, this will do it. It will also clip things to the edge of something. So you can use it like spread your fabric out and clip it to hold it in place. So if you're perhaps layering your quilt up and you need to hold it to something, these clips will do it. So robust, big, jumbo clips, and you get 20 of them, I believe.
You do indeed, and they're very useful to have. So yeah, pop those into your basket, why don't you? £18.99. 135447. So the only thing that we haven't covered is the actual sewing side of this. Now, when you've got your multiple layers, obviously you've got them all going underneath your sewing machine foot at the same time, but the sewing machine foot will only make contact with the top layer, and the teeth underneath will make contact with the lower layer. This is where a walking foot can come in and be incredibly useful. And Jenny, this is something that many people use when they're quilting, a walking foot.
They do indeed. So basically a walking foot looks like this. It's a rather strange bit of kit with a fairly hefty back, an arm, and if you turn it over, it does look most peculiar because there's these things that look like the feed dogs you've got on your machine in metal, and they're in a slightly different fabric. They're in a plastic here. What happens with the walking foot is it has its own set of what's called feed dogs, and as you're pushing 3 layers through, and here are my 3 layers, if you were to use your regular presser foot and stitch your 3 layers, you're going to get creep. Okay, we know we've held them together with the ODIF, so we know they're pretty solid, but you're still going to get creep as you sew round the edge.
So the creep, is that kind of like the pleating that you get, right?
Yes, when one fabric moves more than another. So, and the problem with that is that as this goes underneath the machine's feed dogs feed the bottom layer through. The wadding comes through it as well, but it doesn't feed the top layer through. But if you have a walking foot on, the walking foot sort of massages the thing through. So the bottom feed dogs pull it through, and the walking foot's feed dogs also pull it through. So it sort of eats the fabric. It's simple to put on the machine. Most machines work in much the same way. Is undo the big screw that holds what's known as the ankle on. You might need the screwdriver, you might not. One of the advantages of this little machine is I can open the cover because I've got fairly big hands. So remove the ankle, and do not lose the ankle. To put the walking foot on easily, put the screw back. So pop the screw back in again. And remember, lefty-tighty, righty-loosey. So you want to turn it round there clockwise. I often, and you'll find your own way of popping your walking foot onto your machine. I often do it from the back of the machine, being right-handed as well. And you'll just find your comfortable way of doing it. You'll come with it. And then as you put the foot on, let me just show you, you've got a clip here, and the clip goes over the screw I just put in. And so the gap between the two, right? That's right. The needle bar, the little arm here wants to go above the needle bar. Now the needle bar is the bit where... Is that where the little screw is to keep your needle in place? Right, okay. So you want to make sure that goes on top of that, and the clip round here goes around the screw. So get the needle at the right height, bring it in as Hayley does from the back. Let's just jiggle it into place there. I've got it in, I've dropped that down. Now you can see there is the needle bar, the arm on top of the needle bar. It's over the screw there. Tighten it up. And it's not a bad idea when you've tightened the screw up to give it a final sort of tighten with a little screwdriver. Just push it in there and give it a quick tighten. And that's your walking foot on. Now, when you're using the walking foot, I would tend to make my stitch length a little bit longer because you're working with several layers. And of course, the thicker the layers, it tends to contract the stitch. If you wish, you can actually also insert the quilting guide, which is very useful because it's going to allow you to do straight lines. And the quilting guide simply clips into, not tighten that up properly. It's like a little hole at the back, isn't it? There's a little hole at the back there. It just clips into that, drops in there, and there's your quilting guide. And the advantage of that is that if you were to draw a line... Jenny, do you want to rotate your machine around 45 degrees or so? Because we can't quite see that arm there. There you go. You can see it making contact with the stitch plate now. Can you see that round there? Perfect. So how this would work is you would draw a line, say, on your quilt. Let's just draw a very quick line. You would sew along the drawn line. So I'm going to sew really squiffy now. I know it's in an awkward position. I didn't realise you were going to be sewing, sorry. That's all right. Right, make my stitch length a little bit longer. There we go. And drop the needle down. Please don't unthread yourself because you're at a very funny angle. And as you can see it stitching, the walking foot goes chomp, 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 chomp.
Do you tend to leave a walking foot on for all areas of sewing, or do you tend to take it off and put it back on again?
I put it on only for quilting.
Okay.
Simply because I find the smaller foot is slightly more manoeuvrable.
Yes.
And because I'm usually working with rather thick layers of fabric in the nips and tucks that I do, I find the smaller foot manoeuvrable. For some people, particularly when they're working with different fabrics and things, the walking foot, of course, is ideal if you're sewing thin fabrics, if you're sewing velvets, if you're sewing leathers, because it will help feed the fabrics through. When you get to the end, you want to sew onto your little donkey. Let's have a donkey.
Oh, yes, of course. Don't forget your donkey for your
There's
threads.
the donkey. Stuff the donkey under there. That's it. And cut behind the presser foot. That's it. Right. And how the guide works is I've sewn along that drawn line.
Okay.
I'm now going to put the guide running along that drawn line. Now the guide can go on either side of the foot sometimes, but you're going to mainly keep it on the left-hand side. So I'm now going to watch the guide. I'm not going to worry about what the needle's doing.
The kind of the bend of the guide is almost resting in the channel of the stitching that you created, right?
Totally. It could have been a wiggly line, and I would repeat the same wiggly line. And
that's useful if you're doing things like circles as well, isn't it? Because that's so tricky.
And in fact, when I'm doing tucked up circles, I use this because I would create the line of tucks, and then I use the guide to go around the line of tucks. So I sew exactly a circle the same equidistant away from the first line of stitching.
Wonderful.
So
there you go. So there is your walking foot. So if you're wanting to get hold of your walking foot, comes with a guide that you can simply pop in place to give you those parallel lines, that spacing that you need. And of course, as Jenny just showed you there, you get that perfect stitching every single time. Love it. £24.99. 462560. Oh, I've had a fabulous hour. Have you enjoyed yourself, Jenny?
I have enjoyed myself.
It's been nice, isn't it, talking about quilting and hopefully answering some of those questions that you might have. What are we looking at next, sorry? Wadding, yes. Now, we've got lots of different choices with regards to your wadding. So you've got, obviously we've covered, if you have just joined us, you've missed a very informative hour, shall we say. But you can go back and watch the show where we're talking about wadding, the different types of wadding. So we've got a mix of different styles. You've got your 80-20, which you've obviously got your cotton 80%, your polyester 20%. This one is your crib size. So if you wanted to get hold of your crib size, just be aware if you're looking for your imperial measurements on that particular one, then you are looking at 45 inches by 60 inches. We've got it available there in the 80-20, but we've also got it in your polyester as well. So if you want your poly down, which is completely polyester, then this one's a little loftier, but £9.99. It's difficult to tell the difference when you're looking at pictures, but it has got a little bit more loft to it. 074883. But then we've got all sorts of different sizes on the website. Call operators can help you with those as well, and lots of combinations. Some 80-20, some are poly down. Cutting your fabrics though, this is something that we covered as well during the course of the hour, and we've got everything that you need from your 18mm rotary cutter, perfect for your smaller pieces, perfect for your applique, very affordable at £9.99. Another one that you might like to add to your collection if you've already got rotary cutters is your 28mm. Looks very, very similar to the one that you can see in front of you there, but it's £9.99 again, but slightly larger with regards to your cutting blade. Traditional one though, for everybody gets started with, often with a 45mm. It's one of the most adaptable, and it's kind of like a universal size. You use it for all sorts of different projects, and it's only £12.99. But when you are cutting multiple fabrics, then you need to get yourself a 60mm one, which is at the bottom of your screen, and it'll allow you to cut multiple fabrics. Sometimes you're looking at kind of 8 layers of fabric upwards sometimes with that one. So yes, either of those, add to your collection of rotary cutters because they're incredibly useful. Now if you want to change the nature of your fabric, give it a little bit of a kind of a shower-proof, water kind of resistant coating, then you can do so with your Odie coat, £14.99. Good size pot there at 25mm. Build up the layers if you're wanting to, but we were also talking about the Odif spray. Now sadly this has now sold out. I'm sure it's something that we will see at some point again in the future, but just shows you that you have to be quick with these items. Don't always have bountiful supplies of them, so get involved as soon as you possibly can. So it's been a very informative hour. We're talking about scissors, rotary cutters as well. So scissors, if you prefer to use scissors, which is okay, not everybody gets on with a rotary cutter. Then we have got your scissors as a 24-inch cutting area, and don't forget your scissor sharpeners as well. So if you've got scissors that need a little bit of TLC, then treat yourself to that sharpener at the bottom of your screen. And then of course when we get onto the sewing aspect, those wonder clips are wonderful, if you excuse the pun. They've got that longer length, so they're perfect for all sorts of different eventualities, including popping your bias tape onto your quilt as well. $18.99 at 135447. But of course at the top of the hour we went right back to basics, and we were talking about cutting, the cutting area that you're going to be working on. I always like working on a large area. Now I must admit, when I first got started, I think I invested in something like a 14-inch cutting mat to start with, but it wasn't long before I went on to kind of like your tabletop size. This one is A1 in size, so it's perfect for cutting your larger pieces of fabric, laying out your blocks maybe as well. But you've got two sides, obviously. Yeah, I know, obvious. But you've got inches, your imperial on one side, and you've got your metric on the other as well. So if you are working with your imperial patterns, brilliant. If you're investing in some of those metric ones, then great. Making your bags, wanting those metric measurements, they are there. I love the centerpiece of this one, Jenny.
Yes,
that's really useful.
Splendid for squaring things up to.
Yeah.
And you really can. You can lay your cushion, your bag, or anything on the top there, and just square it up to those lines. It's got the angles on it that you can cut. It's got a place you can hang it up from. It's going to protect your table. And in fact, these days, when I have anybody in the house, I put those cutting mats on my best dining room table because it acts as a table protector. So great. So you've got the A1 size, and then of course you've got the other sizes as well.
We have indeed. So if you're wanting your larger, you've got two flexi buys of £25.50 to get hold of these. We've got the smaller sizes available, very similar in idea. So you've got your metric and your imperial. You've also got the squares in the centre there. So you've got your A2, which is the next size down from this one. This one's A1, so A2 is roughly half the size of this one. Different dimensions, different price, £23.99. And then we've got the A3, and I think, Jenny, have you got both of those?
Yes, I have. I've got both the A2 in one hand and the A3 in the other, and just showing you the two different sides. So this one is your metric one, and that one is your imperial one. Both of them have got the ways you can square up on. Absolutely ideal. You know, you really do need one of these self-healing cutting mats, and they will last forever as long as you use a rotary cutter on them and not anything else.
Lovely. Jenny, thank you so much. When are you due back to visit us?
I think I'm back on the 19th or something.
Fabulous. We'll look out for that one. So thank you. Anything in your basket, now is the time to check out your basket. Hopefully we've helped enlighten you with the world of quilting. But stay tuned, we've got more coming up after the break. We have indeed, but we're turning our attention to a little bit of stamping with Stampendous. Then we are back with the daisy chain girl, some beautiful patterns there, and then back with the one-day special.
Shopping online with the craft store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hello, good morning. How are you, Tina?
I'm fine, thank you. Long time.
I know. We were together for quite a while, and then it's just...
Yeah, I know, for ages. So no, it's great, and I know you love these stamps, so yeah, that's good.
Good. Right, so we're going to start off with actually the mirror plate. Can you tell us a bit about this?
The mirror plate is really, really cool. It's like it's a see-through plate, and it's like a jelly type plate. And what you do is it enables you to stamp your stamp onto it, and then reverse the way that your stamp would normally go.
Right.
So if you like a stamp and you think, oh, I just wish it was facing the other way round, this is perfect. This is the little gadget.
Yeah, good stuff. So we're going to see that in action very shortly. That is just $14.99. 912516. So as Tina said, a very handy little tool. Now we've got some new todays from Stampendous. So here we've got some fabulous quotes. There are 10 stamps in total. Have you got any favourites in this one?
Oh, I think there's one in there that is about strength, I believe, in that one, and that one's very, very nice. I think it's got courage. That was it.
Yes.
Courage.
Marvellous. So there's some really good ones there, and that again just $16.99. Lovely. Let's have a little read of some of them. There we go. Okay, the best thing about the future is that it comes one day at a time. That's a lovely one, isn't it?
It is, yeah. There's some really inspirational ones here.
Nice. Should we have another one? One positive thought in the morning can change your whole day. Totally agree. So there's some really good ones there. That's just $16.99, 315143. Now, house mouse. Stampendous are renowned for house mouse, aren't they?
I love these. When it's really lovely to be able to demonstrate all these different things, because yesterday I was using paper rose, and they were one of the first dies that I have. Stampendous house mouse was one of the first stamps that I had.
Really?
So it's really gorgeous, and I love these, and they are just cute. They are just so beautifully cute.
I love their fur as well. It's very detailed, isn't it?
Yeah, and I love to embroider my stamps, as you know, and I love embroidering these little mice as well. They're just beautiful.
Nice. So that is just $9.99. 042009 is your item number. Then we've got more house mouse, and again, it's so cute, so adorable. We've got the little babies here.
They're just gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, the one before and this one and the sentiment stamps are all new, aren't they? So, you know, that's why we haven't got any samples for you to hold up, because they're literally that new. So we didn't get them in time, but they just, oh my, look at that.
So cute, isn't it?
Oh, I know.
And they're nice big focal images. They're just shy of 11 centimetres, I think.
Yeah. There was a lovely lady on yesterday when I was in, and she had a collection that was to do with babies.
Oh, right.
And it was all like the papers and everything like that, so that you can do your scrapbooking. That stamp would be beautiful with it.
Nice. So that again, $9.99, 771844. Then we've got the bumblebee one, and we all love bumblebees, don't we?
I do. I love bumblebees. So this, to me, was, you know, because I get to choose which ones I want to work with, and this was one of my favourites. I just love it. I think it's so cute.
And you've embroidered this one?
I have, yeah. Oh. So I loved using my stamps for embroidery, and I just had a whale of a time, and made him a little bit sparkly as well, bless him.
There we go. Cute. And just $10.99 then for that one. Item number is 251206. Next up, we've got missing treats. Again, another adorable one.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? And I love the face on that other one that's holding all the treats as well. It's so cute. But you can, I mean, the beauty of this is, you know, with stamps is you can use your own colours. You can use whatever medium that you want to. So it can be watercolours, it can be pencils. You know, you just make it your own. If you want to, you can just do it in a monochrome fashion as well. Just beautiful.
Love that. Okie dokie, $9.99. Again, another big focal point. This is 11.2 centimetres. 364719. Then we've got the berry basket coming up. Another house mouse. I mean, it's such a nice. I think there are a lot of collectors, aren't they, of the house mouse
range? Yes, there are. Yeah, I mean, I had them when they were on the wooden blocks as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. So I've collected them for a long while, and these are just. I mean, these are probably easier to use than the wooden blocks, but. They're just, the quality is amazing.
$9.99, 350344. Okay, next then we're coming on to our spring garden. Now this is a 6x6 background stamp, so a nice big background stamp there.
It is. And what I love about this one is that you stamp it as a background, that's absolutely fine, but that butterfly comes out. So what you can do is you can then re-stamp the butterfly as many times as you like, and then you can like layer it up. So you can decoupage your butterfly if you want to. So you've got that option to have the butterfly stamp completely separate with any other set that you use as well as on that backing plate.
It's very clever, that.
It is clever, isn't it? Really good idea.
I've not seen anything like that before.
I haven't. It's fantastic.
$9.99. Now you've got £5 saving on that as well. 665333. Then, okay, now these two do come together, but obviously we were running out of space because we've got so many lovely stamps on the show. So you have got your painted lady butterfly and your sketchy blooms. Aren't they beautiful?
They are gorgeous, and the top one was my absolute favourite when I've used that previously, and it gives you so much room there to do all of your nice, you know, your colouring and everything. You can also stamp them onto your coloured papers and then just cut out the elements if you wanted to, if that's something that you like doing. The sketchy is gorgeous. The sketchy side kind of lends itself to be coloured, but also to be used just as a stamp and monochrome, you know, so it's fantastic.
Nice. So I've got a couple of samples here. Yeah, absolutely. You've got that open space, just perfect for colouring. Totally, you could frame that.
Look at the background, see, you know, that goes with that. That's beautiful, that card, isn't it?
Stunning. And I've got one of the...
I have a fabulous design team.
Yes. Oh, so nice.
They are wonderful, so clever. Look at that.
And heat embossed with your white powder, and then you've got the resist technique. Again, another gorgeous one. And you've got that £5 saving. It's $14.99. Item number is 288985. Next then, we've got, it's like a slim cling stamp. Again, wonderful for your colouring.
It is, yeah, definitely. I've got this one that I've prepped as a demo, whether we do it this hour or at 1 o'clock. But I just love this because you can also stamp it so many times and cut out the different elements. They're not too hard to cut out, are they? The elements are quite nice and chunky there, so that if you do like to cut out, you know, then you can layer up as well, decoupage all your images.
And do lots of glitter, use your glitters.
Yeah.
Really good. $11.99. Item number is 071427. Next two, is it these two? Yeah, it's those two. Ignore this top one for now. So you've got the teacup, and there you go, a load of cakes. I really like those. And you've also got some words there. Again, oh, I like that. A cup of courage. You could have that.
You could?
Yeah.
You could, absolutely. And that you could pop those flowers if you do some masking up so that they're coming out of the teacup as well. That would look lovely, little posy of flowers.
Yeah.
Layer up your cake.
Absolutely. Nice. And then there you go, all those yummy cakes.
Yeah. I love that the candles are separate as well, so you can pop them on or have them, you know, without. So it could be a really, really exaggerated wedding cake, couldn't it?
Oh, yeah. I'm liking that idea.
So, yeah, beautiful.
Right, $14.99, and there's a £9 saving. Item number is 868114. Then at the top, we've got this one with our lovely birds.
Yeah.
Oh, you really like this one, don't you?
I do. I'm going to use this in the first demo with the plate. It's beautiful. It's really, really beautiful. So whether you know, stamp it more than once or just stamp it on its own, it's going to be just amazing. It's so delicate. Yeah. And you've got that beautiful border around his head, which you can musk off if you don't want to use. Okay. But the beautiful border around where you can pop your sentiment in is fantastic.
That's gorgeous. Now that one is $11.99, 12 stamps, 309988. Then we're coming on to this one. So that's a nice background musical note stamp.
Yeah, again, I love background stamps and I love the notes and the script. And I picked this one because I haven't used the notes for a very, very long time, you know, like a nice note background. So this is great. This is also lovely if you've got your own plain rice papers. You could stamp onto there and make a background rice paper.
Lovely
that looks
idea.
Beautiful with the notes, it really does.
Gorgeous. $9.99, 605 728. And then last but not least, we've got the peony.
Yeah.
And that's got a lovely sentiment to it as well.
It has, yeah. And another lovely flower that you can use standalone as the main one, or, you know, with other stamps as well.
Ah, stunning. Lovely. Oh, I've got, hang on a second, I can wing this in. Got one there. There you go.
Gorgeous.
It's very pretty, isn't it?
It is gorgeous.
Lovely. Okay, that is $9.99, 3 stamps in total. Item number is 565207. We've got one more background stamp for you. This is a whopper as well.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, I didn't have a sample of this one, so I might steal this one at the end.
That's fine.
But isn't it gorgeous? Because you could cut out the different sections there as well.
Yeah.
You know, and you can mask off. You don't have to use any, like, all of them. So, but how beautiful. Yeah. You know, different fonts, just something really different, isn't it?
Lovely. And that's got a £6 saving.
Wow, that's good.
It is good. And it's got definitions of dream and wish and very inspirational again.
Fantastic. If you can imagine, if you stamped the, you know, the bird beforehand, masked it off and then put that over the top.
Yeah.
That would just look beautiful, wouldn't it?
Oh, stunning. Right then, $11.99, 518097. We've got some more things. We've got lots on the show for you today. So we've got some dogs and some pups. There you go. Got a lot of stamps there as well. 21 stamps in total, $33.98. So if you're a dog lover, you'll love this. All sorts of different breeds. 393976 is the item number. And then we've got some embossing powders on a pick and mix. So you're choosing any 2 colours. So here we've got the essentials, the gold, the silver, the copper. There's a clear, a white and a black. Perfect. So they really are your essentials if you're just starting out. Now, we've got also on a pick and mix some aged embossing enamels. Oh, I'd like to see these. How do these work?
Yeah, so if I just pick one up here, as you can see, it's got different little bits in it. So it makes it like a little bit more rustic when you're using it. So we've got our our detailed set, but these are a little bit more rustic. So you're not going to get the fine edge. These are beautiful for if you perhaps popping some around the bottom of your card or something like that. Just beautiful.
Excellent. Right, so at just $9.99 then. 112116 is your item number. Lovely. Shall we come straight to you then?
Okay. Cool. So I'm going to use our little mirror template. Now, take off one of the plastic sheets. It is quite tough because it's got a coating on it, but you know you can get that off quite nicely. Then I've got my stamp that I'm going to use, which is the bird one. And then I'm going to use a VersaFine. Now, VersaFine is quite permanent as well, so I have to be really quick in wiping this off, which, you know, I'm not going to be able to do on the show. So if you are using something like this at home, then do be quick when you're using your block. So first of all, I'm going to show you how it stamps normally. So just popping that on there, get the ink time to soak in. Isn't that gorgeous? And then this time I'm going to pop some ink on my stamp This is such a clever idea.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we had to use, like, previous to this, we had to use like a roller, and it was
Didn't
hit and
work
miss.
very well. Right.
So just pop there, make sure it doesn't sort of slip. Okay. So get a nice lot of ink down onto there, and then straight away after you've printed, then pop it straight down onto your card.
And give it a squish.
Yeah, give it a squish. Let the ink really soak in. It's always going to be lighter than obviously your main image, but if you do it in black, there's nothing stopping you going over it if you want it darker with like your black marker pens. So there we go.
Isn't that clever?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Just so clever. It might be that you wanted a reverse stamp and you wanted it in like a grey edge. It's like, you know, so it's not too sort of in your face. This is a great way to do that as well if you haven't got a grey ink pad.
Yes,
then
true.
do this, you know.
Lovely for reflections of water.
Yeah,
things like
definitely,
that.
definitely. So I'm just going to take that off there.
Sure.
Because we might as well do a demo using this now.
Okay, that sounds good.
And I'm just going to pop this here. So we've got a love you. So I'm actually going to pop that in between.
Oh, that's cute.
There.
Is that still from the bird stamp set?
This one is from, let me see. Might have it there.
Oh, don't worry if not.
Yeah, I think it, was it? Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it was. Okay, so let's pop that over there. So I'm going to be popping it onto this card, and I thought what I'd do is I actually like quite the colouring. So if you're not used to sort of like, you know, stamping and colouring, then use some of the inspirations that are on the front. So I'm going to go for like the flowers. So just using my coloured pencils, I'm going to colour some of the flowers in. So you can go as dark as you want to. You can use any medium that you want to as well. So, as I say, use the actual packaging as your inspiration until you get used to where your shading goes.
Yeah.
And you know, go from there. But you can use whatever colours you like. So just.
Oh, I need to do an update.
You
if I
do.
may. Really busy for the background stamp, the text stamp.
Yes.
It is your 6x6. It's absolutely flying out. Half the stock has gone, and we've only just flashed this up for you.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Now, oh yes, what I haven't mentioned is it is a happy hour deal. So it will, well, that's whether it lasts or not, but it will be going back up at the end of the hour. Just £11.99, £6 off, 518097. Lovely.
I'm not surprised. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah. Really useful. That's like a real go-to.
It really is, yeah, absolutely. So just colouring in.
What sort of pencils are you using?
I'm using, oh, look, I was really lucky, and I got some of these ones. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, our lovely Paola brought those.
Yes, she did.
I love them. Okay, so then just going on to some of our yellow in the centre of our flowers. So I'm doing this really quickly, but
That's
obviously take your time at home. So I've got so many stamps that I want to show you that, you know, I don't want to take too much time in actually colouring here. Okay, and let's...
Nice. You're getting a nice soft look, actually.
Oh, you are. Yeah, this is what I loved about it, and that's kind of what drew me to, you know, the actual parts, the colours on here, because they were really soft, and I thought, well, I like that actually.
If you've got any Stampendous stamps, then please feel free to send in any of your samples, your makes that you've been doing, to studio@thecraftstore.com, because we'd love to see. So if you're a collector as well of the house mouse, we'd like to see. Yeah, let us know how many you've got. That would be good.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's great. There we go. And then just over a little bit, I'm going to use brown just to keep it in the soft tones. So I'm really, really just keeping it very, very light.
Light as a feather.
Yeah, definitely. And you can do that with these pencils as well. They're just amazing. So let's just draw in a little bit of his wing there. There we go.
Okay.
So then that would be mounted onto here with the pink just showing through, which I think just then lifts it up. And I would cut that down as well.
This is nice for Valentine's Day, actually.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I used it, actually, because you can, if you've got heart stamps as well, you can have those in there. We can put more sentiments into those as well. So you could have sort of like your, you know, you're amazing in that one, and what have we got? Wishing you a special day.
Yeah.
In that one. So I know my sister's wedding anniversary, her 25th wedding anniversary is coming up.
Oh.
So that would be beautiful for that.
Wouldn't it? Lovely.
Yeah.
So if you would like to go for the birds, our lovely bird frame, it's $11.99. You've got a £3 saving. Here it is. And I like you've got inspiration on the packaging. 309988 is the item number. We're a quarter of the stock gone. Very busy show. This one, you're happy out. That flew out. It's sold out. There you go. So thank you very. I know that was really quick. So it's all in baskets. If any do bounce back, we'll let you know. But so far, it's sold out. We do still have the music one, which is here. We want to know what song it is. We don't know. I used to be able to read music, but it's one of those, if you don't use it, you lose it. I can't read the words. No, it's just got the pace and the tempo on it. Webster's asking. Right, $9.99 then. We're third of the stock gone. It's 605728. Then we're also busy for the quotes that we've got here. Really nice, inspirational, uplifting quotes. We are a quarter of the stock gone on this. Woo! Liking this. So very inspirational. What's that? Be inspired, be inspiring. Then there's that one about courage. Fab. $16.99, 10 stamps in total. 315143 is your item number. Oh, you've got the one of the house mouses ready.
I have,
yes.
Yeah. Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. So, this one I've pre-stamped, and I've also pre-stamped. Oh, I just love it. Isn't it gorgeous? So, we're going to go for some reddish colours here. And I've got the Jane Davenport watercolours. And there's a lovely red in this. So, I'm just going to bring that in. Just on my stamp.
Heart-shaped bit of cheese, how cute.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Yeah.
So this might be one of those round ones that they've shaped into a
I
heart.
know what you mean. And look at their look on their little faces. And like I said, the detail in their fur is really lovely. And that also... things like that help you if you feel you're not good with shading.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I have to do it like quite quickly on here because I want to get through so many different parts. But you know, I love to just sit and relax and you know, and colour these as well, just so that you know they get their full sort of look to them. Okay. And then the mice themselves are just gorgeous, aren't they? So I just look in his lips there. So sweet.
Yep. We're nearly a quarter of the stock gone on this one.
I'm not surprised. I'm glad that you are loving the ones. I think it's quite nice because you know, I mean, I'm a crafter through and through like you are, and you know, if you pick things out, you think, oh, I hope people do like them. But with the house mouse, I don't think you can go wrong, to be honest. Painted a little bit there.
Yeah.
Go quiet when I'm colouring.
Say that again, sorry.
I said I go quiet colouring.
Oh, I'm the same. I end up sticking my tongue out like that little mousey.
And then I just want to go with a very, very pale pink. So let's get lots of water going on that.
I love mice.
I do. I do. I know when people scream when they see them, but I think, oh,
no, I love
so
them.
cute.
Yeah.
And then let's colour in their little
When
faces.
I used to get the tube in London, I used to love seeing the mice scutter about.
Yeah. They are very, very cute.
Ah,
Yeah,
so
just
nice. Just that little touch
so-
on his little ear. The
Absolutely,
ears are really sweet
yeah,
as well.
yeah. And then just going back for a little bit of pink just to pop into their ears. Just like
Very,
that.
very busy for this stamp.
And then a little bit on their face as well, because why not? They're gorgeous. Okay, so what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to grab my Versamark so that I can show you some of those gritty powders.
Sure.
So I thought that might be quite nice to do, just around the edge. So we have, hopefully these are the ones you've got on the show. I've got a blue, I've got like a browny colour, and then I've got the whitey colour that's got the bits in.
I think we've got those two, but not the blue.
Not the blue.
potentially.
Okay, so we'll go for this one, just so that it complements the colours of our mice. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that.
That's
all
lush,
the different
that.
bit in there.
Oh,
and it doesn't get old, does it?
No, no, I always talk about that. Never does.
So I'm just going around the edge here.
And it'll give it a nice bit of texture as well.
It will, yeah. So we're not going for neat here, we're just going for texture. Which is me all over, that is.
Say that again, sorry, Tina.
I said that's me all over. There we go, so just add in some around the edge here.
It's lovely and
so
chunky.
it's not, yeah, it is chunky, yeah, definitely. So moving that over. Let's get our heat torch going.
So do you heat from the top or the bottom with this one?
Normally from the top. It depends. If it's like wording, I normally go from underneath. And I just love the chunkiness in this as it melts.
Oh,
so you've got
very
bigger
rich.
chunks, so just leave your heat tools on there slightly longer.
And do you have it on the highest setting?
I normally do when
Yeah.
I'm embossing, yeah.
That
Come
did a
out
nice
nicely
little
to me then,
Yeah.
didn't it?
You're choosing any two of your embossing powders. Oh well, embossing enamels, aren't they? They're called that. $9.99, 112, 116. So what we've got on the show is the clear, the black, ivory, and the white. Those are the ones we've got.
Back there, and then let's mount up the different bits that we've got. So I've got some of my double-sided tape. So I would imagine we've got all of the different adhesives on the show.
Oh, yeah.
haven't we? Yeah.
Adhesive-wise, we've got the Oakwood rolls of foam tape on this show. I love that background.
I do. It's just beautiful, isn't it? I'm going to be using it everywhere because I'm also going to steal this from the pet shop.
Talking about the adhesives then, let's just show you. There's a lot here. Oh, that's going to keep you going.
It is.
Wow.
It is. And you use that all the time, don't you? So
Yeah. 36 rolls you've got there, and it's got a £10 saving. Also, on one of our 7-day savers, what day are we on? Oh, it launched this morning, didn't it? Yes. Let's have a little look. $10.99 for lots of red liner tape. 3, 6, 9 and 12 millimetre rolls, 60 metres in total. So you basically get 3 rolls of each width. And that's a huge saving, £27 off. Ooh, we've just taken it to $10.99. 330730 is your item number.
Okay.
92 pence per roll. Lottie's done the maths. That's really
that's amazing,
really
isn't
good.
it? I use a lot of the red liner, especially if I'm making boxes.
Me too. Yeah.
Okay. So then I'm just mounting these up onto some card, and then I'm going to pop this one flat onto my base card. Just like that.
Oh, what else have we got? 7-day savers. Oh, here we go. We can have a little look. Bit of vellum, if you want to go for that. Pink frog. There's some flowers. Nice essentials, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, you do need them, don't you?
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's like, oh, I want to spend my money on stamps and stuff, but it's nice to have some essentials there as well. And get them while once they're savers.
Absolutely.
Then you're saving your money as well, aren't you?
So, bit of dimension now.
Yep, a little bit of the foam tape that we've got there that you've shown before.
Now, the music one is really busy. So we've already lost one background stamp. This one is also very, very busy indeed. So useful. Nearly half the stock gone. I'm surprised this hasn't sold out already, to be fair. And that's just £9.99. 605 728. Lovely big stamp for the price, that.
There. So it's quite a nice clean card, apart from our little embossing around there. And I'm just going to show you. So it gives you like a really nice, you know, feel to it, doesn't it? That background stamp as well.
Gorgeous.
And
I
it
love
can put
that
with anything.
composition.
It doesn't have to be a house mouse. It can be anything.
Yeah. Nice. Okie dokie. So the quotes. Yeah, you get 10 stamps for £16.99. A third of the stock has gone. Be inspired. Be inspiring. Oh, so don't worry, because obviously you had to use them a little bit earlier.
I did, yes.
So
that's
fine.
why I've got them stamped already. Yeah.
Don't worry. Right, so £16.99 for that set. Item number is 315143. Next then, the house mouse that Tina's just used with the heart-shaped cheese. Wonder if it's cheddar. That one is £9.99. A quarter of the stock has gone. 042009. More house mouse. We've got the one with a little baby in, which is really adorable. They're holding onto his tail. I love that it's got mouse toy. A quarter of the stock has gone on this one. 771844. Ah, that doesn't surprise me. The most popular of the house mouse is the one with the bees. It's very cute, isn't it? So they're being lifted away, the little mousey. There it is with those bees. They're big bees. And you've also got that nice open space at the bottom with the flowers. Very cute. £10.99 then, 251206. We are nearly half the stock of that one gone. Oh, shall I just wing this in very quickly? Couple of samples. There you go. Ah, hip hip hooray. Cute. Okay. Next, we've got the missing treats. This is another good one. Love this. So cute, their little faces. And I've got a little sample here to show you. Who's done this? Brenda's done this one. I need to name check. So Brenda's done this one. But you're back at 1 o'clock as well, aren't you?
Yes.
That's good. £9.99. Item number is 364719. Then we've got the berry basket. Are we on the right one? Oh, good. Okay. Sorry, questioning myself. Yes, no. Sorry, just is hit this one. Is that the berry basket? I'm confused.
No, that's not the berry basket. That's the
Yeah.
treats, I think, that one.
Oh, have I missed one? Oh, is that what's going on? Sorry, I was so confused then. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Right, £9.99 then. Item number is 350344.
That's the different stamp to it. That's the wrong stamp to it.
Okay, no,
that's hidden treats, I think.
There's a lot of confusion going on in my ear, let me tell you.
Berry basket is the little mouse. That's the one. Oh, that's just, no, not that one. The other one.
Webster.
He's playing with us. There we go.
One, right, it's coming up now. That is the berry basket. That's so funny. £9.99. What have I missed? I've got to have a right old conflab in my ear. Oh dear. I can't tell you sorry, everybody, I'm sorry. Right, £9.99. Can we move on to this one now? Can we get the right... Yeah. That's so funny. I'm sorry. Right, now, so this is the one that's got the pop-out bit, isn't it?
It has, yes. I'm going to use this one next.
Oh, that would be good.
Just a really quick demo on this one, but it was, you know, it's just stunning. I love it.
Lovely, right, £5 saving, just £9.99. That's a third off the price, of course. 665 333 is your item number. I think we'd better hand over to you to restore some normality.
Well, good luck with that. Okay, so I'm using a stamp platform this time, and I'm going to pop some Versamark over the stamp. So this is a great background one, but it's also a beautiful feature as well. So make sure that's nicely inked up. And then let's pop that over onto our card. Now I'm going for a black card because I want to emboss in white. I love that effect. So, okay, so giving it a really nice stamp there, yep. And then just make sure I've caught everything.
Looks good.
Yeah, that is looking good.
Now, if you do want a stamping platform, because so many people say that it really restores, you know, their confidence in stamping, we've got one for you at just £22.99. They'll come with the magnets as well. But yeah, very, very handy tool. It's one of those things that if you wonder why you didn't get it sooner. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. It's great, and it's nice to use as well when you're demoing, because you can go back and you know, hit those spots again that you might have missed. So just popping that there for a second, because what I now want to do is I want to take off the stamp and then just use. So you saw, did you see that? I don't know if that was in shot, but just taking that out. And then let's get my piece of card. So I'm going to have that about there, make sure that hits there. Yeah, cool. The reason I hadn't put it down is I've got Versamark on it, so it would just...
I see.
Normally you'd lay your stamp down, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But I've still got a little bit of Versamark and I didn't want to mark the card. There we go. So nice little print of the butterfly as well. It's starting to look like my craft room, this. There we go. So move that to one side, and again take our powder. Had a nice little splodgy mess by there. There we go. And it doesn't matter. I'm not too precious when it comes to this, I have to say. Okay, so let's emboss these.
Lovely, lovely. Now there's a lot of detail here with these rubber stamps. Gorgeous. And again, if you do need some embossing powder, it's on the website. But £9.99 for this 6x6 stamp. 665 333 is your item number.
I love the white on the black. Yeah, I think it looks beautiful.
It's just very striking when you have monochrome.
It's just like stunning. I love to do monochrome cards as well.
Yeah.
So this is really, really good to be able to do this. And I think once you've got your embossing powders as well, it will be ages before you have to replace them. I don't think I've ever replaced one, to be honest.
And again, I guess you could do the resist technique if you wanted to, if you're not as confident with your colouring.
So when you're actually doing this, with the white embossing powder especially, let's just put a little bit more on there, then make sure that it goes really, really white, because that's when it's melted.
Yeah.
So if it still looks a bit dull, then it's not heated enough. Okay. So then I'm just going to take my scissors and cut just as close to the embossing as I can.
Wouldn't this look pretty as well in gilding flakes?
Yeah, absolutely would.
So use your sticky embossing powder instead. And then, yeah, get those gilding flakes. Lovely golden or copper butterfly. It looks so nice. Or I like the mix of gilding flakes, actually.
Yeah, and you could just use an area. It could just be the butterfly that you wanted to put gilding flakes on, couldn't it? And then that would just stand out, you know, from your actual imaging. So just cutting around like that. So it gives you a really nice base as well in order to use. So we can have that come in from there. I've got one of these white gel pens as well. So if you want to, I mean, it comes out clear, and then as it dries sort of like in a lovely white colour as well. So you can just use things like that to, you know, to pop on your flowers, just to extend, do you know what I mean, some of the bits in there. I mean, there's obviously nothing stopping you from colouring it as well. So I just wanted to add just a little bit of something to my flowers. You don't have to do it on all of them. And you see how that's now starting to go white as well. It adds just another sort of dimension.
Definitely.
So just a little bit to the different areas. I won't do it all so that we can get this cut down and mounted up.
Okay.
Yeah, and then with my butterfly, I can take some of my glitter pens. And what I like is if I'm doing a monochrome and then having a real splash of colour. So just pop in some glitter just in this butterfly.
Got to have a bit of sparkle.
Oh yeah, can't go a show without sparkle, can you? So what I like about the glitter pens is it's going onto black card, so it gives it like a more subtle colour, but you still got the shimmer there.
Definitely. I'll have to get you to give it a little wiggle in a minute.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, oh, there you
Look
go.
at that. Isn't
Lush.
that gorgeous? Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
And then what I normally do is, because I'm going to 3D it onto here, then I wanted to add some colour to here as well, so that when it does lift up, you can still see that there's a glittery butterfly underneath as well. There. I'm just going to cut that down a little bit.
Okay.
So you need to pick up one of these trimmers if you haven't got one. They're really good. They're so lightweight.
Just while you're trimming that down, coming back to our music background stamp, nearly 2/3 of the stock has gone. It's absolutely flying out the door. Just £9.99 then. Item number is 605728. Good.
Okay.
You could frame that, to be honest.
You could. You really could. So I've got some glue dots here as well. So taking my glue dots, I'm going to just add a couple to the back. And then that's going to pop onto here. Like that.
That
and
looks
then
beautiful.
To make it pop, I would pop it onto a bit of the card, just like that. But I just love it because you don't notice at first, do you? If you look on it straight on, you don't notice at first that it's actually 3D.
Yeah.
But it's beautiful. I love this stamp.
Gorgeous. Thank you very much, Tina.
No problem.
So again, if you do want to go for this, £9.99. Now, where are we starting with? This one? Cool. This is the one that Tina's just used. It's a third off the price. You've got a £5 saving. Very interesting that that middle stamp pops out. It's good, isn't it? £9.99. Item number is 665333. stock-wise, we are nearly a third gone. There's a lovely big background stamp. Nice. Next up, you do get these two together. You've got the butterfly and the sketchy bloom. Lovely sizes, aren't they? Like really nice focal points. Again, really beautiful if you want to colour in. And that has another £5 saving. It's £14.99 for those, 288985. Then the next one that we've got is like the DL size version here of your florals. That's gorgeous. Just that, stamped, DL card, sentiment, done. £11.99 then. Item number is 071427. Then at the top, we've got the bird, that lovely bird frame. Wonder what type of bird it is. I don't know, but you could make it a blue tit or anything like that. You've got nice sentiments on there also. It's £11.99, £3 off. A quarter of the stock on that one has gone. 309988. Then you've got the cake and the teacup, so these two will come together. They're just nice friendship cards, I think, and great price for two together, £7.50 each, and you've got a lot of stamps on each one. I mean, you've got 23 stamps in total, but you've got all of that cake, you've got the teacup, you've got the flowers, and lots of sentiments. They go perfectly together, actually. £9 off, really good. £14.99, 868114, and then at the end, we've got the Peony Miracle. So you've got the butterfly, even miracles take a little time, and you've got that peony. And that is £9.99. 565207 is your item number. Now, we've also got that mirror plate. Lots of 5-star reviews for this one. And it's £14.99, but what a great tool to have in your crafty stash. It's really clever, that. £14.99. Now, this was Tina's very first demo this hour, so once we're finished, you can watch it on rewind in case you missed it. Okay, Tina, which stamp set are you using now?
So I'm going for the hidden treats.
Okay.
Okay. And what I'm going to, I just haven't put it onto my stamp block yet because I just wanted to show you that if you haven't used these before, there's actually like a little film. So don't try and take it off of the film. Just lift it off like that because that's the part that actually will stick onto your stamp block. Okay.
Okay.
So just bringing in my white card, I'm going to use a distress walnut stain because this time I'm going to use the walnut stain to actually colour the stamp as well. So just making sure I've got lots of ink. And then let's get that stamped onto here. So I'm just going to put it to the bottom of my paper. And you've got a lovely cushion as well with the stamps. So that really, really helps into getting a beautiful image going. Look at that. I just love it. So let's lift that off and back onto its plate there. Then I've got this little stamp set here where I'm going to use the actual quote and the butterfly. So taking my butterfly, again using the walnut stain. Okay, so I'm going to pop that over here, just like that. And then I've got a little piece of card for my sentiment. That I'm just going to get into the centre. There we go. Even miracles take a little time.
Yeah.
I think that's so cute. So popping those to one side, I'm just going to bring in the image again, and I've got my water brush, so let's make sure. I always have ink here on my hand because I like just drying it off. And then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring in a little bit of water just to add a couple of little taps just with the water brush, and then what it does is it really then feathers out some of the darkness here. Now if you go for where the actual ink is and just exaggerate that, then that will tell you, you know, where most of the shade is.
And was it a distress ink you used?
It was the distressed walnut stain. So just coming in from the edge. If you like to embroider, you know, as I did one of those as well, this is what I do when I'm embroidering. I'm just going really with where the shading is.
Yeah.
And pulling out just in little stitches. So I'll have to do that on one time as a demo.
That would be nice. I've got the bee one that you've embroidered. I think it's just beautiful, isn't it? Look at that, and I love he's got a bit of sparkle to him. Very, very nice. Now, we are busy for this stamp set. Half the stock gone. It's £10.99. Item number is 251206. That's it.
Okay.
See, we're using the distress inks, I think it comes together really quickly, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It really does. I mean, you know, you can do, like, I mean, obviously, as I say, when you're at home, you're going to take your time in doing all of these. Well, just look at his little face where he's like, I'm sure I left them there. Just so cute.
Do you think the other one ate them?
He's got 2 in his mouth by the looks of it. And then he's holding lots of them there.
Oh, naughty.
And then just bring in as well, so you can go a bit further down your page as well with the ink. So you've got a nice bit of shadow going on there. I love using this, like the distress inks and just watercolouring like this. I think they look great.
Is it watercolour card?
It's not actually.
Oh,
so it's actually
really, well.
really pulling, yeah, it's pulling the ink out very nicely, isn't it, for, you know, not being watercoloured. And then with that little butterfly, we can then fill in a couple of the dots as well. Along the body and then just down the edge. And then what I would do with this as well, just so that it doesn't look so flat, is to just give it a little bit of a shadow as well. Just so it's kind of jumping out the page a bit like the main image. Okay. So then I'm just going to mount up all my different pieces here. So I've got the base there, so that's already stuck together. And then just taking my double-sided tape and adding the tape to the back of my card.
Yeah. There's foam tape as well if you want to stock up on your adhesives. That's on the show. Loads of rolls, £10 off, just £16.97. Item number is 337905. You're only paying 47p per roll. We've got some red liner tape. That is a 7-day saver. That's doing really well. 60 metres, so 12 rolls. You'll get 3, 6, 9 and 12mm rolls. 3 rolls of each width and a massive £27 off. 330730.
Okay, so just add in the tape. I like to add lots and lots of layers sometimes, because not only does it sort of like look nice, then it kind of makes your card look more substantial as well. It's a very weighty then, isn't it? It's nice. So I'm going to keep this one flatter.
Are we able to make to sell with our Stampendous?
I believe so. I think if you just check their website, just double check that. But if it's handmade, something you've handmade, I'm sure that it's fine. Now I've made a little banner, so I'm going to just mount my, I am going to use a little bit of foam for that. And there.
Just give it a little bit of lift.
That's right. Way too long, didn't need all that.
Say that again, sorry?
I said that was way too long. I didn't need all of that. So just taking that so it just comes off of our banner a little bit. And I'm just going to take my watercolour pen and just, well, I've actually got a little bit on my mat actually, and then just go around the edge of that a little bit.
Oh. Yeah, again, that'll just tie it all in.
It does, yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of tape on the back there. We've gone through a few demos, I think, haven't we, Alex?
It's really good. Yeah.
So I wanted to try and show as many stamps as possible because it's nice to actually see them stamped, isn't it?
And you'll be back at 1.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got lots more.
Test yourself and see if you can get even more in. Oh. Challenge.
Yeah. And then that will go there. So there, we've got a nice, simple stamp set. I'll turn that around for you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
And then it's just, you know, just brought out, isn't it, by the ink there. But you don't need much. This is how good they are. You don't need to have lots and lots of colour.
No, it looks really good in that.
It doesn't sort of like lose anything, does it?
No, that's gorgeous. Thank you. We are a third of the stock gone of our missing treats. Very cute image and a substantial size. $9.99. Item number is 364719. The most popular of the mice, though, is the one with the bees. Yeah.
We'll do that next time.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. 2/3 of the stock has gone. $10.99 then, and your item number is 251206. And then just to finish off, this again, another really busy one, our musical background stamp. I want somebody to play it, see what tune it is.
Oh, I wish I could play it, I really do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Lottie said she's
just
gonna,
random.
No, Lottie said she's going to ask her sister.
Oh, excellent.
Tune in at 1, she says. Yeah, definitely. Right then, $9.99. 2/3 of the stock has gone. 605728. Thank you very much, Tina.
Thank you. It was lovely working with you again.
Likewise, good stuff. Yes, so do join Tina at 1 o'clock. Do make sure you're checking out your basket because we've lost a lot of stock this hour, and obviously you can buy after the hour as well. Do check out at thecraftstore.com. Right then, coming up next, we've got a lovely bit of sewing, so I'm going to hand over to Hayley. Grab yourself a quick cup of tea or coffee, and we will see you after this short break. Stay tuned. Yes, we are sewing with daisy chain designs. After that, really useful boxes, one-day special, and then later, stamping with Stampendous.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, as you can see, we've got another fabulous hour with Daisy Chains Designs, and I am so pleased to be spending the next hour with you. If you've not seen this quilt already, oh my goodness, it is absolutely incredible. I've had lots of people coming in and out of the studio looking at this quilt that we've got hanging up and just admiring it. But I will introduce you to the quilt in a little while because I need to do some other introductions first. Of course, we've got the two Sues joining us during this. Two Sues. So which Sues should we get? Hello.
Good morning,
Sue's going to help me telling you about all the fabulous products that we've got on the show. How are you doing?
Really well, thank you. Happy New Year to you, and happy New Year to everyone at home as well. And good start so far. We've avoided snow and rain and stuff. So fingers crossed.
That is very, very true. And Happy New Year to you guys as well. But of course, we've got that fabulous quilt that we're going to be chatting about. Absolutely incredible. So I have two Sues. And our second Sue, let me introduce you. You look very coordinated there, I have to say, with your blue top. Perfect.
Thank you. Yes, I put it on purpose so that I would match my quilt.
You look fabulous, and I have to say, this quilt, I mean, my goodness, have you seen it? It's absolutely beautiful. Now, I've got the pattern obviously in front of me, which shows it beautifully, but it's not until you actually see it in the flesh, so to speak, or as close to in the flesh that we can make it for you, that you realise just how incredible this is. Now, Sue, this is your design of quilts.
It is, yeah, yes.
And we've got everything in here from English paper piecing, applique.
Yeah, there's some foundation piecing, English paper piecing, a little bit of embroidery, and a technique that I'm going to demonstrate in a moment, and lots of traditional blocks.
I see this almost as like what I'd call a coarse quilt. Not coarse as in abrasive, but you're learning lots of techniques.
Yes.
But making something productive at the end of it to show for it.
I hope so, yes, yes. Yeah, it would be a great quilt to teach.
Definitely.
Because it's got lots of techniques on.
I love it. So it's almost like homeschooling, maybe. Now, you can get hold of this pattern for, I cannot believe how busy we've been for this one. That's the first thing. 80% of the stock of this pattern has gone. We've only had one live hour with this one at 7 o'clock this morning. Lots of you tuned in to watch. But look at the price of the pattern, £14.99. Now, the astonishing thing is you've got 15 blocks featuring within this one. The whole pattern explains those to you individually, but it also explains about the sashing, the binding, putting your quilt together, all of that information that you need, and you've got lots of different techniques. But look at the price, £14.99. That's like £1 a block, this price. Amazing.
I know. There's a lot of information. I think there's at least 26 pages of information in there, Hayley.
Loads.
And then there's several A3 sheets as well, because I've put in there 2 of the sheets for the log cabin block, which there's three actual blocks in there, but you've got two full-size A3 patterns. There's a pattern for the border. There's a little sheet in there for your pentagons as well to cut out. We really have tried to sort of get everything that you need in that pattern. Plus, of course, as you rightly said, instructions on how really important things, how to put it together, because there's a sequence of it going together as a certain pattern for it to all work together, and then how to put the borders on, how to bind it. We really appreciate the fact that people might need help with this, so we just want to get you started and get you going for the new year.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've just gone limited stock with the pattern, which I'm not surprised. I mean, it's phenomenal. Beauty is as well. Just to give you a little insight with regards to your fabrics, you're going to need, well, let me turn that round and you can actually see on there. So you don't need masses of fabric with this one because you've got lots of different styles of fabric in it.
Yes, and what you really need is a range of value of fabric.
Okay.
From dark to medium to light. And I love the fact it's in one colour.
Yes.
But you don't have to do it in one colour. It would be absolutely fine. Multicoloured or a colour other than blue would work very well. And it also is a good scrappy project because you can use really tiny scraps for the pentagons.
And you know what? I'm looking at this thinking of memory quilt as well, because a lot of people are making memory quilts using clothing and things like that. And with this, that'd be a perfect way of doing that.
There are lots of little pieces in it. So, yeah, you could. I think if you were going to do it multicoloured, I would always just have one background. So that would be this unifying factor.
Yes.
And we've done a white background, but it could easily be a cream or whatever would go with the fabrics that you wanted to use.
Fabulous. Now, got a bit of an update. What follows a limited stock? Well, you don't need any clues for guessing that one, do you? It's now sold out, so technically sold out. If you've managed to get it into your basket already, hopefully, if you're checking your basket out in a timely fashion, then you won't have to worry. It will be on its way to you. But we do have more stock, but now we are looking at extended delivery. Obviously, we need to allow time for the girls to get back to get these printed on their way to you. So that's why we're saying from the 19th of January, this will be dispatched to you. To be honest, it's not that far away. Yes, make sure that you're still continuing with the same item number. Make sure you're still continuing with the obviously placing your order for this one, because it's well worth the wait. Might give you the opportunity for you to think about the fabrics that you're going to be incorporating with this one, or maybe you can be choosing the fabrics that we can share with you on this show. You may well have already come across them already. In fact, I think you have, because already I've got news to tell you. That's never the good start to a sentence, I have to say. When we've got news, when I hear on my ear, I've got news for you on the fabrics. So yeah, there you go. Sold out already. Lots of you took advantage of these in the hour at 7 AM this morning, but they are now on extended delivery. Again, we're looking at the 19th.
Yeah, I'll try and get them out before for everybody. You know, I am aware when you order something, it's really annoying. You've got to wait for it, hasn't it? So I'll do my best to get it out before the 19th. But it just gives me a little bit of wiggle room to try and get everything out in time.
I love it.
I promise they'll be with you as soon as I can.
And I love it. And the thing is, it's got, as Sue was mentioning earlier on, all the different values of tones with this. And this is the key thing. So here, with this one, we're looking at where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different blue fat quarters with this one. So are we looking at 6 gradients of colour then, Sue, when we're putting these together?
Pretty much so. I mean, as Sue will explain, it's funny how value changes when you put one fabric to a next, doesn't it? As we all know, you know, you put a dark next to a medium, and then you put the medium next to a light, and everything changes. And that's the beauty, I think, of the patchwork and how it works really well. So we chose, as you said, Hayley, 2 really darks, 2 medium values, and 2 lights. Now, there's not enough in there to complete the quilt, as you can appreciate. Is 62 by 66 inches.
It's a big quilt.
But what we did, I thought, if I gave people a fat quarter of each of those colours, then they can go into their stash or go into the local quilt shop or buy online. You know, with a blue, you don't come too unstuck, do you?
That's
because
true.
a blue is a blue.
Yes.
But with reds and other colours, sometimes you have to be a little bit careful on that spectrum of colour. But I thought it's a really good start for people, and then they can add in extra fabrics to make the quilt from their own fabric stash, or a good excuse to go and buy more.
Definitely, definitely. Like we ever need an excuse.
Exactly.
Now, I will mention terminology that we're using during this hour that you might not have come across before. We talk about the value of fabric. We're not talking about the value as in value for money. It's the value of the colour density. So of varying values give you a whole spectrum of your light tones right the way through to your darker tones. I'm sure you'll have picked up on that one if you didn't know already. But just to reiterate that, if you are looking at the making the quilt, you need a good value of different tones with regards to those fabrics. So £20.99. This will get you started. Obviously, if you've added in your basket, you're adding in the pattern, you're adding in your fabrics, make sure you're checking your baskets out, because both of them are incredibly busy, even though we are now on extended delivery. I think it's probably time for us to go and have a little chat with Sue about the design of the quilt. Now, I know during the first hour, Sue, you did some demonstration on different sections of the quilt. We're going to continue with the quilt in this hour?
Yes.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry,
I was listening. I drifted off a little bit.
We've got a screen that makes it a bit tricky.
So the main technique is a flying geese technique. It's called fast flying geese, and a lot of the blocks, when you subdivide them down into their constituent pieces, are flying geese, because it can be used in so many different ways. It's a very, very useful block. So the way that they are done is really very easy and accurate. So you start off, and I tell you all the sizes in the pattern. Obviously, I'm not going to go through that now. So you start off with your fabric, which is going to be the goose fabric and the sky fabric, and cut out to square, right sides together, and put these 2 squares on top of the goose fabric and draw a line from corner to corner, ignoring the fact that they overlap. That doesn't matter. And then just to make it a little bit quicker, I've already stitched this. So using my 1/4 inch foot on the sewing machine and lining it up with the line there, I have stitched 1/4 inch away at either side of the diagonal line. Just and in true Blue Peter fashion, there we are, it's stitched, and now that guidance line becomes a cutting line. Cut down the line and you end up with 2 pieces like that. Now what you need to do with these pieces is to flip them like so, so they start to look a little bit like a heart.
Okay.
And then onto the heart you sew another square. There are 4 little squares in total. Again, a line from corner to corner, stitched 1/4 inch away, cut up the middle, and there you are. And you can suddenly see it doesn't look like anything for a while, Hayley.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, as soon as you flip that over, you've got the flying geese block. It's really a very clever method. The only limitation to it, I would say, is that they do turn out identical.
Okay.
They are identical. But in this particular quilt, you often will need 4 sets of this particular size of flying geese. So there they are, and you've made them very quickly and easily. There are at least 10 different ways to make the flying geese block.
There's loads,
it's a very, very popular block, but this is probably one of my favourite ways to do it.
I've not seen this technique before.
Haven't you?
No.
Oh, Hayley, no, I'm really delighted. I've shown you something you didn't know.
I love it, but it's one that I need to try, because like you say, it looks so simple and easy.
It is. It's brilliant. I was introduced to it in adult when I was doing my classes in adult education. I didn't invent it. I would love to say that I invented it. Sadly, I didn't. But the people who did invent it said, "Go ahead, teach it." You know? And you can actually download from online a chart with all the different sizes of the 2 squares that you need.
Perfect.
And it's a very, very quick and clever method to get a very accurate flying geese block.
Wonderful.
And
Thank you for teaching us that.
You can see here is a block from the quilt which has got 2 sets of the 4 flying geese, so 8 in total. And I just wanted a little word about, like you said, Hayley, the value. So the value of this navy is the darkest fabric that I had, and the background, which I do use occasionally, is the lightest. So you can see it's really clear, isn't it? It's a very, very crisp, clear block. Now this is the same block, but I've changed it by changing the value. It's made in exactly the same way, but as you can see, I've fiddled around with it and used a medium here as the sky, and then the same one, or it could have been a different medium here as the next goose. And it makes it into a completely different look. So I do say
fabric's fabulous. I love fabric.
I love it. Just love it. You know, it's something so simple, and you can just change things. And the best thing about it is that it's so creative.
I love it. There you go.
You can make the blocks your own, really, by playing around and playing with fabric. What is better on a cold, rainy winter day than playing with fabric? It's one of my favourite things.
You got my vote.
Yeah.
So we're very, very busy for the pattern again. Can I just very, very quickly sneak in the update? So we'll be back with you in just a second. A third of the stock has gone of the new extended delivery of this one. So yeah, this is one that potentially you could miss out on if you don't get involved as soon as you possibly can. Obviously, we're a little way into the hour. It's only 1/4 the hour. For so much of that extended stock to have gone already shows just how busy we are. And don't forget, you're learning 15 different styles of blocks featuring in here. Some of them being small blocks, some of them being larger blocks, some of them being what I would call feature areas as well. So areas like the area where you've got the basket and the gorgeous flowers on there as well. That might be something that you adopt to put on the front of a bag or something like that. Or you might come across a block like the one that we've just seen created that you love that much that you make a whole quilt in the future just of those blocks. That's the beauty of a quilt pattern like this one. You are being educated in so many different ways with so many different techniques. You'll find some that you'll love, some that you won't love as much, but a lot of experience along the way. You'll be looking at new blocks, you'll be looking at traditional additional blocks as well, and you'll be learning about the choice of colours, how to take those different values, how to get different effects with regards to these ones, and you can see they all come together beautifully. You'll even learn how to put those blocks together, so when you're actually building your quilt, you're doing the least amount of sewing, the least amount of construction, and you're easily going to put this together in no time at all when you've got all those different sections. And then of course you're going to add in your sashing, you're going to add in your binding, you'll learn about backing your quilt as well. It really is, it's like a course, a quilt course so to speak, but not just about quilting but about applique as well, a little bit about your foundation piecing, a little bit of English paper piecing, so all of the different areas of crafting with regards to quilt making involved within this particular pattern. 216111, incredibly busy for this one, and don't forget you've got your templates in there as well, so you don't have to go online, download anything, print anything off. It is all there ready for you to use. $14.99, but rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone of this one now on the extended delivery, so please be quick. Don't forget about those fabrics if you want those as well. But we're going to go back over to Sue as well. The fabrics, incidentally, if you want them, are at the bottom of your screen, and they're a starting point. You'll need to add additional fabrics in, but they'll give you fabrics that you can go off and raid your stash or go shopping for and add in additional blues as you go. So, Sue, we're going to come back over to you in the next few moments. Thank you for explaining that fabulous technique. Was there anything else you wanted to share with us?
Yes, I wanted to share the stitch that I used for the stems, because there is some applique on there as well. And the stem that's used to link the applique together on some of the sections is a stitch that some people may not have seen before. And it's a very nice, easy stitch, and it gives you a lovely stem. And it's called whipped chain stitch, so it is something that you can look up online, I believe. Somebody taught me how to do it, so I'm just going to show you the chain stitch. So you can see there's a little chain here, and I'm going to go back into the chain and make my next chain and make sure that the thread is coming underneath the needle, and I'm going to pull it up like so. I think you can you see that okay?
We can, yeah. I've got a good view of that.
Good. So I'll do the next one. I've done it in a nice dark thread, so you can see this is quite a good contrast here. So there's the chain stitch. Don't pull it too hard. I have backed this with this piece of background fabric with some iron-on Vilene. Otherwise it may get a little bit puckered. So that's the first stage of the whipped chain stitch. And then what's really interesting about this stitch is then you take another colour of thread, and I would suggest a different value so that you can really see the contrast between them, and then you simply wrap it around underneath each chain. Okay. It couldn't be easier. So you just... Can you see?
So you're going over the whole of the chain, you're not dissecting the chain.
I'm going across and underneath each chain, and it just gives it that lovely finish.
It's almost like a couched look.
It is.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, it's almost as if you've couched a heavy thread underneath. And I think I didn't do it because I didn't have any, and I've only just thought of it. You could do it with a variegated thread.
Oh, yes, that'd be nice.
And
yeah.
I just use simple embroidery floss, which is very easily accessible and reasonably priced, using 2 strands and just whipping that like that, and it makes a lovely chain, which is a strong enough design feature to then hold the applique and make it an interesting piece. There's quite a few little applique sections on them. I have done the applique with the machine, however you could quite happily do the applique by hand if you prefer to. I like to do a combination of hand and machine on my quilts, because I do go to quilt groups and things where I don't always want to take a machine.
Yes, that's
because
a good point,
I want to sit and talk.
Yeah. Or you might want to sit in front of the TV watching a film and mixing with the rest of the family.
This is really relaxing to do. Alex this morning was saying that it's mindful, and this is mindful because it's a very easy stitch to do, and it gives such a pretty effect when you've done it.
That is really effective.
Yeah.
There's
about 4 or 5 of these panels,
isn't there? And
now I don't know whether we'll be able to find it. I was just looking on the pattern actually, and they're kind of, if I point to the elements that I've got here, I don't know whether our director will be able to find them. They're kind of these long segments that you've got to the side of those baskets, and you've got a run of flowers, and then you've kind of got that wavy stem running between them. So this is where you'll be able to take that technique that you've learnt and apply it to your quilt, and you can see how it connects all those gorgeous applique pieces together to create that lovely run, and that just looks beautiful. I mean, that as just like a panel by itself would be lost, but having that decoration on there looks absolutely amazing.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, I'm just throwing it out there to everyone. You might hate me for saying this now, but when we had when our friend Long Arm quilted it, and she did a really lovely flower to echo that in the quilting. But I'm thinking, if you've got time on your hands, you could actually do that in the border, couldn't you?
You could, yes.
I know it's going to bring you a lot more work in, but then often, I don't know about you, but you start on something, you get so engrossed in it, and it becomes the love of your life, doesn't it? You just want to sort of keep on with it. I think I might be inclined just to run it down, maybe, or on the corners or something.
And also, as well, we all like to put our own stamp on projects. We start off with a pattern, but we like to kind of adapt. It's a bit like a recipe, isn't it? When they say, oh, you need a sprinkling of this, you think, well, I'm going to put the whole teaspoon in because I like that flavour. You adapt things, and you kind of put your own signature stamp on there, and I think that's the beauty of this quilt. There's enough open space in there that you could add different things to it. If you've got a particular favourite, if you've learnt that wonderful embroidery stitch and you're thinking to yourself, oh, I want to do more of that, then you could have it going, like you say, Sue, right around it, and you'll probably find it'll be your next favourite thing, and it'll be on every quilt that you make from there on in. But $14.99, that's how you're going to learn how to create this fabulous quilt. But now over half of the stock has gone. I don't understand why we've got this at $14.99 and not $44.99. I really don't know, because you're learning so much within here. It's an incredible pattern. You've got 15 different blocks that you're going to learn. You're also going to learn about adding your sashing, adding your binding, adding your backing, bringing it all together, and potentially making your first ever quilt. Now, I know that you might look at this and think, oh my goodness, that's a lot to think of, but you've got different kind of styles of blocks in here. Some are easier than others. If you're a seasoned quilter and you fancy something a little bit different, then this has got lots of different techniques in there. So you might already, you're fine with your flying geese and your traditional blocks, but you want something that's got a little bit different. You've got foundation piecing in here, you've got applique in here, English paper piecing. You're going to learn all of those different areas of quilting. It really is a comprehensive quilt that's going to look absolutely amazing. An heirloom one to pass on through the generations. 216111. If you're liking the look of your pattern, please be quick. Sold out initially, now on extended delivery from the 19th of January, but over half of the stock has gone. I will keep you updated with regards to that one as the hour goes on. My goodness, we are very, very busy. Now, I think we're going to go back over to Sue. So, Sue, what are you up to next?
Well, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the English paper piecing, because anybody who knows me knows I'm a bit of a hexagon person, but I have branched out in this quilt into pentagons, which are five-sided. And they're very easy to deal with again, and I make them exactly the same way that I make my hexagons. I'm really, well, I'm not slapdash, but I don't really measure the this piece of fabric here. I just tend to put the paper piece on it and then chop round. So I've got quite a because I want to relax. I don't want to be drawing out lots of very accurate little pieces when you don't really need to, because this is the bit that needs to be accurate.
Okay.
And it's just a wrapped and folded technique, which I'll just briefly touch on because I'm sure people have seen it before. So you just simply wrap it over the paper. If you will get some pentagons in there, and as you can see, this has got holes in because I've reused it, and that's what I like. I mean, I'm a Yorkshire girl. I like things to be, you know, multi-purpose, and I can use them more than once. I've even been known to press them again to use them. So you just simply tack it round. Now, I tack through the paper, but not everybody does. And if you go online, you'll see that some people use glue. Some people just catch the fold here, which you can do, so they don't tack through their paper. But my granny taught me, and she tacked through the paper, so that's what I have to do. I've tried glue. I got in such a mess with it, and
I sometimes use freezer paper.
Freezer paper is good, yeah. As long as, well, if I was going to use freezer paper, Hayley, I'd use 2 sheets.
Okay.
Because freezer paper's a little bit flimsy, and if you're folding over it, it is possible to to make them the
Right.
wrong size.
Okay.
Now, with hexagons, that's pretty crucial because they're going to be tessellating together. But this particular one, there is there's an element of it doesn't really matter. I'll just quickly put that to one side because you make 5 of these to make these little pentagon flowers. And again, they are dotted all over the quilt.
Gorgeous.
And they're great for using up tiny little bits of fabric, and they make such a pretty flower. So once you've completed them, now I did this morning and I did it wrong, so I'm going to try not to do it wrong today.
Okay, fair enough.
Which was so all I've done is just catch the corners. And so it doesn't take very long at all to make these lovely little pentagon flowers. Haven't caught that last corner, but you can see the idea. Fold your background fabric in half and half again to find the centre, which I'm not sure you'll be able to really see because it's only a little fold, but I can see it, and I'm, need to see it. And then simply place your little hexagon on there, take out the tacking, remove the paper, give it a press, and then applique it into place, and you've got the lovely little feature that is dotted all over the quilt and gives little splashes of colour throughout the quilt and links it all together, which I really like. And again, I prepared all these, tacked them on, and then I took them to sewing group, and it was a lovely thing to do at sewing group because I could still chat to my friends and catch up with them rather than sitting behind a sewing machine. So that's what I did to do those, and they are very useful little things. I mean, I think I could probably make a cushion just out of that particular design because I really love it.
Beautiful.
So it's a lovely thing to play with.
Lovely, it certainly is, and I love anything that uses up your scraps of fabric. That's the key thing, isn't it? And each one of those petals, as long as they're kind of on the same colour theme, potentially, although you could do them almost like a rainbow of colours, I guess.
You could do all
But
sorts.
you're only using a little piece of fabric, so utilising everything. We pay a lot of money for our fabric, don't we? So it's good to use all those scraps up. Now, bit of an update for you. 2/3 of the stock has gone. My goodness, wow, we are so busy for this one. $14.99. If you have just joined us, this is the quilt that you're going to be able to create with this fabulous pattern. There's 15 different styles of blocks in here. You're going to learn how to do things like English paper piecing, foundation piecing. You're going to be able to learn different blocks, things like your log cabin featuring in there, as you can see. There's lots and lots of different styles of blocks in there, lots of different techniques, and a whole heap of fun. What you're going to be able to create is a large quilt. So the quilt itself is 60. I did look at the dimension. I've forgotten what the dimensions are again now. 60 inches. There we go, 62 by 66. So it's a really good size quilt as well. A perfect opportunity for you to utilise some of those scraps of fabric that you might have. If you're thinking of going on a blue theme, then do check out the fabrics that we've got at the bottom of your screen. I'll show you those in a few moments. But it's a nice scrap buster, this one, because you could literally do it with any fabrics that you've got. But do bear in mind, some of them, it's good to have it like a value to them. We're talking about your lights, your mediums and your darker tones to give you the difference between the different styles and to kind of echo the design that you've got here. You'll need to have some base fabric. You can see on this one it's kind of like an off-white that has been used, but that could be any colour that you like, and it just gives you the opportunity to showcase certain areas of that and ties all of those blocks in together. It gives it that continuity that brings everything together. But of course the blue theme, you can see it looks absolutely beautiful, but that could be any theme. So if you like your dusky pinks, if you like your greens, if you literally want to make it all the colours of the rainbow, then you can do. But $14.99 will give you the tuition that you need, and the patterns and the templates and all of the measurements that you need and the ingredient list to get hold of that one. Please be quick. 216 111 $14.99. Phenomenal value for money. Now, fabric's obviously key, and we've got a lovely range of fabrics to get you started. So this one sold out previously. It's now back on extended delivery, but rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone of this as well. You've got your fat quarters with these, so you can see a gorgeous array of different blues, going from your lighter tone right the way through to the darker tone, because you need that mix of your dark, your mediums and your lights for the quilt that we've been looking at. This is beautiful fabric, sir.
Choose it all. Had a lot of fun, and the gentleman from Macau was amazingly patient with us as we went through the whole range of...
Did you get several cups of tea while
we
you were
got
sat
lots
there?
of cups of tea. It was all very lovely, and it was great fun. But yes, you're right, you know, it's trying to get that depth of value. So you've got your light, your medium and then your dark value, and that was really what we tried to achieve. And I think Sue's done a really good job, because the other thing as well is when you're making the blocks is to try and place them so that they balance. Does that make sense? So you've got the dark dotted around, the mediums and the lights. And I really love the little baskets. And what Sue's done on some of the actual baskets, you'll see when you get the pattern, is on some of the log cabins they are actually dark in the corner and work out to light, and in other ways it's light through to dark. And I think again it's just things like that that she's really taken her time to think about and balanced where she's put it in the quilt as well. Is that's what takes the time actually, is getting the design right.
I mean, we've got the easy bit, haven't we? We pick up the phone or we jump onto the website and we take a number, punch it in, and then check out our baskets. But yeah, this is going to really help you though. So if you are thinking, oh, I don't know where to start with your fabrics, we all have loads of fabrics at home. I know you'll be the same as me, but potentially going off and finding all the fabrics that I need is a little bit daunting. It might be something that stops you getting started with your quilt. This is something that will get you started because you've got those foundation colours, and then you'll go in, you'll find another deeper tone that you can put towards the darker fabrics here. You'll find another mid section that you'll be able to slot in those additional fabrics that you've got. Again, you're lighter. It gives you something to work on, to kind of give you the guidance that you need to get the right colour values all together, ready for your quilt to come together. So for £20.99 you're getting a good array of fabrics. There's not enough fabric here to complete your quilt front. I mean, the ladies, they're very good, but they're not magicians. They can't extend this fabric to make that huge quilt, but what it will give you is the ability for you to add fabrics in from your own stash. Very, very busy for these. Sold out earlier on, and now nearly 40% of the stock has gone. So, over 40 now. Wow. Okay. 813169. If you want them, be quick. Do not miss out on these. Now, if you're looking at the quilt and you're thinking, brilliant, I've got that into my basket, but usually Daisy Chain bring us loads of things. You're right, they have. So we better give those some of attention as well. And one that is always popular. It's my first time of seeing it from ladies, but it's so, so cute. This little basket. This is absolutely adorable. I love it, Sue.
Do you know, it's lovely. Again, our lovely Sue, so clever, designed it. Not me. I do nothing apart from post and pack out.
You help choosing the fabrics, which is a key thing, yeah.
And I love this. When Sue designed it, I thought it was a really clever idea. It's like a little trug, and she's used the lovely K-facet fabrics. But again, it's just a starting point. You could use any colours. And I'm thinking Easter's coming up. You could do the softer colours, for little Easter eggs and things in, but I just think it's handy just to have by the side of your sewing machine, and you can just keep your threads and you know, bits and pieces, pin cushion in there and things like that. And what we've done with this, I didn't want to sort of start influencing people with colour and choices of fabrics, but I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll put in there the things that you might struggle to get hold of. And again, there's 3 different paper piece shapes in there. Sue's come up with this really clever design, so you've got octagons, hexagons and squares, and it's how you arrange them and bring them together which makes the trug shape. And then the fabric that you're holding there, Hayley, is actually called Innerform, and it's that lovely fabric that you can use inside a bag. It's soft enough to sew through, but it's strong enough to hold the shape. So that is the only, apart from the fabric, that is what is holding that trug together, which I think is really good.
And that's quite key. I mean, you could quite easily give the pattern with the templates for cutting out your pieces, but you need to have the right foundation, the right kind of inner of it, and that's why you need that in our form, because that's going to give it the ability to stand up. So your bag foam really does make a difference when you're adding that into the mix as well. Now you're going to get that included. You're going to get your little pieces, which of course we've learnt you can reuse over and over again. £13.75, and you are loving it. 40% of the stock has gone, and I think it's a lovely idea, like you say, just to have it on your worktop. I mean, several rooms you could have these. When my kids aren't so bad now, they're just about to turn 21, but we used to find little bits of all sorts, and you didn't quite know what it was, but you knew it could be an integral part of something, so you didn't want to throw it away, so you kind of had the bits and bobs drawer. I mean, this is something that you could almost have on the bottom of the stairs that you throw bits into, that people kind of reclaim those things and put them where they need to go.
I think it's just that sort of lovely little design. If you're making it for, say, a little girl who's got long hair, you could keep all those little hair clips and bits in. You know, you could put toiletries in there, make it for a gift for somebody, couldn't you? I'm just sort of thinking, I just think a bag like that, as you say, Easter's coming up, there's all sorts of things you could have some fun making that and using it.
You could, I mean, it's not practical to keep a potted plant in there, but if you're giving a gift to somebody of a potted plant, you could, obviously don't water the plant before you put it in there, let it be pretty dry before you pop it in. But you could pop that in there, and it's just such and little gifts. I mean, see, Secret Santas and things like that we've all recently done, you often get little parts of a gift, don't you? Because you're thinking of a pamper kit and you might go here for that item, there for another item. But bringing it all together and presenting it in a lovely little basket, absolutely adorable. Now, with regards to this one, I think I said, did I say 40%? Now looking at 60% of the stock having gone of these. So yeah, very, very popular. A very clever design as well with that one. You're going to really enjoy creating these, and it's going to be one of those ones that I think once you started making them, the tricky bit will stop making them.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you'll be making them for every room of the house. They look fabulous on a little bathroom shelf as well. Could be putting your little cotton wool balls in there, hair scrunchies, loads of different opportunities. So yes, if you like the look of that one, certainly make sure you're getting that pattern into your basket. And you've got your in-R form there as well as your paper pieces as well. So yeah, be quick though, it is flying out. Now, one of my favourite designs that we see from lovely Gail, who of course is part of Daisy Chain Designs. She brings us these wonderful camper van cushions and they are brilliant. These, I love them.
Well, we thought spring is hopefully only a few weeks away now, isn't it? And with spring, hopefully the thought of summer holidays.
We've already started making our little list of where we want to go.
It's a lovely idea, actually. I watched a programme over Christmas called Britain's Breast Walks.
Okay.
And it was amazing, all over the country. I was like, oh, I've not been there. I have to do that. Not that I walk a lot, but, you know, it's lovely. I love scenery. Yes. And we've got some amazing scenery.
Oh, we have, yes.
So the camper van, Gail designed late last summer. And again, it's just had a little detail, which I love, a little pocket there. And we thought, well, camper vans traditionally come in 3 colourways, don't they? You tend to see the blue, the orange and the red. So that's why we've offered it in 3 different colour options. And again, it's made from fleece, and fleece is a really lovely fabric to work with. You know, it's very forgiving, it's very flexible, and so I've popped in there enough fleece to make the cushion, and all the little bits of felt, as you see there, for the little flower and the bumper and those bits and pieces. And then all you'll need is your sewing kit and your toy stuffing, so it's pretty much a kit to go.
Isn't it fabulous? I love it. It's a lovely one to sit in the car as well. If you've got kids and they like to get a little bit comfy when they're going on long journeys, this could be a little one. I mean, you could even make it almost into a bag if you wanted to adapt the pattern. But you've got the little pocket on the back there, so that's perfect for, I don't know, any additional little games that they're wanting to take for their little consoles, or it could be a book that they're popping in there. It could be a little colouring book, could be pencils, could be whatever you want it to be. But it is just a beautiful cushion. Now, we've got 3 different options for you. So you've got your blue, which is predominantly your blue fleece there. Then, of course, you've got your fabulous orange fleece and you've got your red fleece as well. So those are your 3 different colour options. There are lots of connective elements with things like your felt, which you'll get across all of the board. But as Sue said there, you just need to add in your toy stuffing really to finish off your cushion. But what an amazing design. Just such good fun. 716-358. If anybody wanted to make and sell these, is that okay?
Yes, it's fine. On all of our designs, we have a very open policy.
Oh,
as long as people don't teach it, you know, without permission, then that's fine. But if you want to go ahead and make for charity or to sell, that's fine.
I love that. Can you imagine how popular these are going to be? You've probably noticed at the bottom of your screen we've got queues. Apologies for that. Sorry, not sorry, because you're bagging some fabulous items during this hour. But yeah, the website might be a good place to shop, especially if you're looking for items that have been vulnerable, where we've been talking about those kind of high quantities having sold. Incidentally, if you do shop online, you can check out some fabulous reviews, as you can see here as well. So these are people who've invested in the kits, created projects, and incidentally, if you've got photos you want to send in, then you can do. We've still got time for that. Then do get involved as well. But yes, check out those reviews. Some of them won't have reviews purely because they're brand new items, but there will be reviews sooner rather than later when people get these goodies home. So that's a nice way for you to shop. And of course, you can always shop online at the brand section for Daisy Chain Designs. Even when Sue isn't here, then it's easy for you to shop on there. Just go and have a little look. They bring a whole wealth of different patterns and ideas and starter kits, so you can go there anytime you like. And of course, the shows as well. You can go back and watch Rewind over and over again. So many of these different projects, when you click on there, you'll be able to find there's a little bit of video attached to it, and hopefully it will be in the last 60 days, which means you can go back and watch the whole of the show and any kind of demonstrations that we've had. So, I'm not on my own. No, I've got my fabulous little furry friend alongside me. Now, you may have met Rambo, who is just kind of positioned behind on the shelf, keeping his he's looking, he's got his beady eye watching what we're up to. But he has swapped places with I Love You, and I Love You, such an adorable cushion. This one is beautiful. This is so, so sweet. And I love this. Again, a design by Gail. I mean, Sue, Gail's done it again with this design, hasn't she?
And our animals are always fantastic, aren't they? You know. And again, we put the little pocket in the back on both of them, and there's an alphabet in there. You can personalise them. But yeah, Love You is slightly lighter in colour than Rambo. Rambo's more of a cream fleece. He's obviously a particular breed, and Love You is a different one with a little black face. But yeah, really sweet, lovely furry fleece for this, so it gives them a really lovely texture. You've got the grey fleece for the little face and for the feet. And then on Love You, it's just, she's slightly different to Rambo. With Rambo, he's just got ordinary felt eyes.
Oh, I'm going to get Rambo actually and bring him in, because I
have
think
them together.
Do you know for one, are they both featuring on the same pattern? So yeah, so
yes,
you can...
the pattern is the same actually.
Right.
That's a really good point. Thank you for that, Hayley. So you'll choose whether you want Rambo or Love You in the kit, but when you get the pattern, you have got the pattern for both of them. If you wanted to go on and then buy the fabrics to make the other one, then you can do that as well. So yeah, it's a lovely value pattern, that one.
Isn't it brilliant?
Super cute, aren't they?
And like you say, if you want to go off and find the kit, then you can do. Details are at the bottom of the screen there, so if you do want to get hold of Rambo as a kit, you'll get the pattern. The pattern is exactly the same, so if you go for both of the kits, please don't think that you're going to get two different styles of pattern. They will be the same, but of course you can gift one to somebody if you're wanting to. And this is brilliant, because again, you're going to have all the tuition that you need. You're going to get the fabulous, I love that Rambo, isn't that so fabulous with that pocket there? You're going to get all the lettering, the applique, everything is there to help you on your way. But if you're wanting to get hold of this particular kit, again, £17.49. Rambo is at the bottom of your screen, but if you're wanting to go for I Love You, being the lighter of the tone of that fabulous fleece, then you need to go for this one, which is £759,680. Both incredibly affordable, both including the pattern. Now, when you consider that you'd be paying easily £10 for a pattern, the fact that you've got all of the elements in there for just £7.50 pretty much on top of that, I think is brilliant value for money. And pop Rambo back on his shelf so he can keep his eager.
You need to keep him away from her for the moment.
It's probably, yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the position at the moment, but yeah, enough said. Now let's move on to our next item with regard to this one. Now this is beautiful. Now if you ever wanted an opportunity to use those scraps up that you've got in your scrap stash, then this is the perfect way to do it. Pineapple blocks, always been one of my favourite. They just look so effective. They're so easy to achieve, and this one is a brilliant kind of starter kit again. Fabrics, you'll have all of those fabrics, all those scrappy pieces, but this one, so it comes with a piece of violin ready for us to foundation on.
So inside the pattern you've got the foundation piece for the large and the small pineapples, because the ones in the corner of the quilt are slightly smaller, but the main pineapple block is in there. And again, what Sue does, which is a really clever technique for foundation piecing, is she appliques or effectively sews it all onto sew-in violin. And so I've put a couple of metres of the violin in with the pattern, because this really is one of those, if you've got your New Year's resolution is to actually use up your scraps, by jingo, that's a fantastic quilt for scrap busting. And the trouble is, you think, oh, I've got all my scraps to use up. You make the quilt and you've still got as many scraps as you start with.
I know. They're like the magic porridge pot, aren't they? They just keep appearing.
And then you think, oh, I've made 20 quilts from that still, and you've still got the same that you start with, haven't you?
It's nice because you're almost making something from nothing. So I know a lot of people do like to make quilts for charities. Yeah. So that might be a way of utilising your scraps to create quilts that you can then donate to a variety of different charity causes around the country. Some specifically asking for quilts, but there's lots of charities that would just welcome any donations. But have a look at this. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful, showing how you're just using those very small pieces of fabric. Obviously you can bring in larger pieces of fabric to give that kind of canvas to show these off, but it could be that you're using a little bit of free motion work involved in there. It might be that you're wanting to add a bit of applique into those open spaces. It's your quilt, you decide, but obviously the base with regard to this one being those pineapple quilt blocks is the key thing with this one, and it's absolutely beautiful. I love it. It kind of tells a story, doesn't it? You'll be looking through at those different fabrics, and you'll be looking over time. You'll be saying, oh yeah, that's the one that I made the quilt for Phoebe. That's the one that I made the quilt for Matt and Laura, and all these different quilts that you've made during your quilting journey. This is almost like a summary of them, isn't it? Bringing it together. 339-333 if you're liking the idea of getting involved with that one, and that will give you your violin to get you started, ready for you to do your foundation piecing on there. Now, oh, quickly, the basket. I need to tell you about this as well. You were loving that basket earlier on that we saw with the hexagons and the octagons and all different bits and pieces. This is such a clever basket. This one, Sue, this is such a practical thing to have around the home.
Thank you. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'd really like it, but it's here.
I
don't get to keep it. I haven't got time to make another one.
Well, now I'm assuming it's your design because straight away we've got that signature red work on there.
Yeah, it's based on my garden. Well, how I'd love my garden to look, because my garden's full of weeds and twigs at the moment, but that is how I'd like it to be. And yes, so I took the shapes from the garden, and then actually I based it on a wooden box that I bought in Norway. It's not a sewing box, so I've altered it into a sewing box. And again, it's held together with inner form.
Right.
It's such a lovely product. I love using it. It's so easy to sew through, and it's very forgiving, but it gives it that lovely body. So it stands up by itself.
Beautiful. Now, if you're wanting to create your basket, you've got kind of a starter kit to get you going. Obviously, you're going to use your own fabric. That's going to be your own choice of colour, as is the embroidery thread, because I'm sure you'll want that to coordinate with the fabric that you've chosen. But what you have got is your printed panel that has got those little elements there ready for you to stitch on top of and ready for you to use as your piece to decorate and embellish your fabulous basket as you're making it. Again, £10.99, such a phenomenal price. You've got your pattern, your dimensions, all your instructions included. And this is going to be another firm favourite that you will find yourself having to make lots of, because it will be admired by many. Yes, you might find yourself having to make a few of those. So 975 991 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Obviously, red work is something that we know Sue for, and she created a fabulous quilt which was featured during the 7 a.m. show this morning. I'm quite conscious of the time, so we're going to head over to Sue for her next demonstration. But if you want to see that particular quilt demonstrated, then I'd suggest you do have a little look at Rewind at 7 a.m. for that red work quilt that we saw featuring there. But we're coming over to you because we're going to learn how to make that little trug.
Thank you. Yes, the Bits and Bobs basket, and I called it the Bits and Bobs basket because that's what you put in it, and that's what you can use to make it, just bits and bobs of fabric. So I believe that you get the English paper pieces ready, so there's an octagon, a hexagon and a square which make up the basket. You actually make two baskets. This is the outer one, which I've already made, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And here's the inner. This is going to be the lining of this particular basket, and you have to lay out the pieces in a particular way. Now, I've already done a quick demonstration on English paper pieced method, or wrapping and folding as some people call it, and that's the starting point for making the pieces. Because you've got them pre-cut in a nice firm paper, it's not quite card, it's sort of that in between card and paper, you can get a very accurate shape. And again, it's up to you how you create it, either stitching through the paper or gluing it onto the paper, but you want to make the pieces that I list in the instructions. So they are made, and then you lay them out as according to the diagram that I've also included in the instructions, and then they get sewn together. It is a hand project. I didn't use my sewing machine at all for this project. It's all hand, so you can't keep massively heavy things in. I mean, you couldn't make it into a log basket, for example. It might fall to pieces, but it's very nice for nice soft things.
You'd need a stronger handle.
You would need a stronger handle for a log basket, but I was sort of thinking log basket when I made it. I've got a friend who has made one for her daughter who was expecting a baby, and so she made it out of baby fabrics and put lots of lovely little smelly things in, like you know, tissue, not tissue, cotton wool and all those sort of things that you need for a baby.
Oh, now, Sue, I just need to mention to people, and please forgive me, I didn't have the opportunity to tell you that this particular starter kit sold out earlier on. You probably noticed already on the screen. It is now on extended delivery. You've continued to buy it without any issue at all, but half of the stock of the extended stock has gone. We've mentioned extended delivery. It's the same date for across the board, the 19th of January, so no surprises for you there. But just so as I can kind of officially tell tell you. Yeah, we are now on extended delivery, but half of the stock, of the extended stock, has gone. So yeah, please be quick with this one. It's a lovely little idea, this one, so I love it.
I really love it, and actually when I was designing it, I left it on my mantelpiece for ages, and then I didn't want to take it off because I thought, oh, it looks so pretty. It was so pretty. So once you start to do the construction, you need to use a whip stitch, which I hope you can see, to sew all these pieces together. And as you at first it's flat, but as you start to construct it, you can see it starts to take shape and become the trug. So this is the lining I'm sewing at the moment. Now I just want a word about how you actually get the inner form into the basket.
Yes,
so
because I was kind of expecting you to use it almost as the foundation piece.
Well, I could have done, but what I was worried about was it's a bit floppy.
Right.
So I was a bit worried that it would lose its definition, and then not be able to really come together properly. It might go a little bit rounded.
That's understandable, yeah.
That's me. I'm a bit, I don't know, I suppose I'm a bit fussy. I try not to be.
No, but I mean, like you say, you want it to be pristine and you want it to be perfect.
Yeah.
So, and it's nice because it saves you finding that you're going to damage any. Not that you'll damage your iron form, but like you say, it's the technique that you found to be most effective. So
this is the way
saves us
found
experimenting.
Yeah. So so that was the lining. So to make this one, which you can see stands up beautifully on its own, I did the same thing. I made the wrapped and folded, and then simply took out sewed it all together so it looked like that, and then as I went round, I just took out the card and popped in the pieces of inner form, which I did trim so they were slightly smaller. But because you've already pressed it and you've already got it sewn together, it doesn't lose its definition or its shape.
Right.
So the pieces of inner form, and if I turn it through, you can see the pieces of inner form are put inside once it's in its 3D shape, and then tacked into place. And then the lining simply goes inside, and you can pop the handle across between the lining and the outer, so you can't see these raw edges of the lining of the handle at all.
Clever.
They just popped inside and stitch all the way around the outside. So you're effectively making two 3D baskets, one which has got the inner form inside and one which doesn't have the inner form inside, and you take the cardboard out. So actually, once you've made one, you can carry on making them because you've still got the cardboard and you can, the papers, and you can use it again and again.
So I'm looking at that thinking you could almost make a football out of this, couldn't you, if you made one and put the other one on top?
Yeah, you could, but I won't let anybody play with it.
Definitely.
No, because it would last literally a second. If he's
a soft ball for in the house, maybe.
A soft ball for a baby, perhaps. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
it's such a
something
clever
like that.
design.
But yeah, not. But yes, and actually, to finish it off, I do bend the edges over, but you don't have to. If you look at the finished one, it's sort of slightly bent over, just to give it that the definition. So the handles go across there, and this bit comes back like this. So, but it's best to show it you in pieces, and then you can see.
Yes.
And actually, it's very simple to make.
It's fabulous.
I'm not going to say you're going to make it in 5 minutes.
And it's going to be one of those things that, although it doesn't take 5 minutes to make, it's something that's, again, another mindful project to work on. You could have several of these on the go. And because you've got a nice open area there, if you are into things like your embroidery, you might want to embroider a few little flowers on these if you're using a plainer fabric, or it might be that you've got a fabric with a particular feature on that you're wanting to centre in there. Then, of course, you can do all of those different things. But what a wonderful way of using those larger scraps that you'll have, or things like your little charm packs as well. I'm guessing that they'd be good ones to work. Oh, what have you got there?
Well, I did play around with I just reduced the size of everything.
Oh my goodness!
And made a really tiny one.
Oh
there.
Wow!
But I have to say, it's quite a challenge.
I bet.
That was a challenge, and I had to do a different method. I couldn't get the inner form in because it was too big. So it's just the hexagons and octagons.
So that'd be a lovely one to almost make into like a little pin cushion. Put a little donor fabric in there, and then so
you know
cute.
What, Hayley? I was going to make 24, and then
How far did you get?
I got a grip of myself and thought, what are you thinking? 24? They could have been little advent baskets, but I'm afraid, I've got cleaning and cooking and a dog to look after.
I was going to say, I'd probably get as far as one if I was doing that size. I must admit, but what a lovely idea. Nice idea, maybe not quite practical. Oh, now, hold on. Oh, I'm going to give you an update before I show you that one. Oh my goodness, 3/4 of the stock has gone. Now let me explain to you what you are going to get within this one, because obviously you're going to get your pattern, which will give you tuition. It'll give you obviously how you bring everything together, the layout of all the pieces and everything. You're also going to get your paper pieces, which of course you can reuse several times. As long as you look after them, you're careful with them, you will be able to reuse those over and over again. And then of course you've got your inner form, and your inner form is something that's going to give you the stability to your bag. You might look at this and think, oh, you use wadding to actually pad this out. You don't. You could use wadding, but it wouldn't have the stability and the shape that you've got here. Be a bit kind of floppy, and who wants a floppy basket? That's no good for anybody, is it? So you need that form, and that's what you're going to actually get in there. You're just going to add in your own fabrics, very much personal choice, but you're going to make the most incredible little basket there. It's simply adorable, and I think you're going to love that. We've got 5-minute queues on the phone lines, folks. I think lots of you realising that we're coming to the end of the hour now, finalising those orders and getting yourself in a queue, which isn't a bad idea when we're looking at things that are on extended delivery. Talking of which, I've lost count now. I'd like to tell you how many things have sold out, but to be honest, it's pretty much everything. Everything's been so busy during this hour. So the pattern that we've got for this fabulous basket, which is a brilliant idea, absolutely adorable. It comes with the pattern, but it also comes with your embroidery panel. So I'm going to pop the basket down for just a few moments. So this is that panel that will go right around the circumference of your fabulous basket when you're making it. Now obviously Sue has done her red work. She's used her red threads. It's something that we know her for, but it doesn't have to be red. It could be any colour that you like, or it might be that you're doing your stems in greens or browns and you're changing the colour of the flowers. It's entirely up to you. But you've also got the instructions within the pattern for you to actually create your basket itself, for constructing the pieces and putting it all together. And of course that is the beauty of this particular one. And for £10.99, phenomenal value. Not surprised it's sold out. Now on extended delivery the 19th of January, again with regards to that one. We have had a fabulously busy show, and you have got so many wonderful things coming on their way to you. You can have a joy when you get all these items here. So, what an hour!
I know, where's it all gone?
I know,
I can't believe it. It's like a magic place here, isn't it? You know, the time literally just seems to whiz by.
We spring little leaks during the hour, I think, and the time kind of disappears through them.
I'm so happy everyone likes the quilt. I mean, again, it's just a really lovely New Year project to get your teeth into, and I don't know about you, but, you know, you get to the New Year, you put your decorations away, and it's like, right, what am I going to make this year? You know,
I'm ready.
I'm ready for something new. So thank you, everybody, for watching and enjoying the project. It's lovely.
Well, this is it. Now, there's still time for you to get your pattern, so don't worry. Now on extended delivery, pretty much across the board for everything. So with this one, you've got your 15 different blocks. If you've just joined us, 15 blocks all coming together to create this fabulous quilt. It's a big size quilt. It's 60 inches by 65 inches, was it? 62 by 66.
Yes.
Sorry. I knew it was 60 something. Just throwing the numbers out there. But you've got 15 different blocks in there, all coming together to create this beautiful quilt. You're going to learn a lot within the tuition of this one. Your traditional quilt making features in there with lots of your traditional blocks, but then you've got additional blocks used in different ways, so that, like your log cabin put together in different formations to give you different looks. You've got applique going on in here, you've got paper piecing, you've got foundation work. You're going to learn how to put your border in place, put your binding, your backing, everything, bringing it together. Which is £14.99, phenomenal value. If you're wanting your fabrics to get you started, then we have got a fabulous selection of fabrics for you as well. But I've got the last 30 seconds to say thank you to the two Sues. Fabric on your screen, as you can see there. Which Sues shall we say goodbye to first?
Me.
We'll go to She's just nominated herself. So,
I'd make a decision. It was a joy to work with you as always.
Oh,
Hayley,
bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Sue, again, thank you for helping me go along the counter and explain everything.
Lovely to see you. And as I say, Happy New Year, everyone. Enjoy your project.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Check those baskets out now. Now indeed. Now, we've got the One Day Special coming up straight after the break, so make sure you stay tuned for that. I'm teaming up with the lovely Tina before we have 2 hours with Barbara and Clarity.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hello, good afternoon. Now, I always get very excited when I'm talking about the storage. When I'm talking about quality storage, I get even more excited. And when I'm talking about something that is really useful for all the home, but also I can rely on year after year after year, after decade, pretty much, then I know I'm gonna be very, very excited. We are talking about, of course, the one-day special from Really Useful Boxes, and it is an honor for me, because I have been a user of these amazing boxes for decades, to introduce you to, of course, Mike himself, who is everything started with you, the Really Useful Boxes.
That's right. I started the company maybe 20 years ago. Good morning to everybody, and really it's just we've developed it into this position of a very wide range of products. Delighted to know you know the product, delighted to know you use the product, and delighted to know that you're an advocate of the brand there. So thank you very much.
Well, it's like I said, I love anything that helps me to have an organized life, because anything that kind of makes sure that I can find the product, or I can find my shoes, or I can find things that I have moved, it's a winner for me. But more importantly, and I mentioned this last night quite a few times, I moved 3 times in 3 years. I have had kind of an upheaval, kind of upside down kind of life for the last 4 or 5 years. And the one thing I could rely on was the Really Useful Boxes to stand everything.
That's it. And the great thing is when we spoke yesterday, that Paula there talked about having the boxes for 10 years, and then they've stood the test of the moving, the bumps and scrapes there. Yeah. If we talk about our brand values, it's all about quality, value for money, affordability, and fit for purpose there. Absolutely. So all these things that you speak about and that you've actually experienced, these are all the things we tried to build into it. So delighted that you also recognise the same thing.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I also recognise, and that is actually happening with the one-day special, is the sizing of every box makes sense. Yes. Is designed for versatility, but also things that we need. So, for instance, the one-day special, which is a set of 4 9-liter boxes, you have got 2 different options, the clear and the dove grey, which we are going to see in a second. Now, they are A4, based on an A4 large one.
A4 size, yes. So as a business, it's all, what we're trying to do is create meaningful products that The name is very challenging, really useful box, and if you like, once we've done some designing, we put it through that criteria, but is it a really useful box there? Has it got a purpose? Is it fit for purpose? And then just making sure that the quality is there. That's something I spend a lot of time at, just making sure that the brand values are all there. And the thing is there, with the pandemic, storage is becoming increasingly more important. Storage is all about clean, tidy, organised, hygienic. And the great thing is as well, it's about protection. You spoke yesterday about having an accident.
Yes,
and
I
yet
did.
The contents of the boxes were all protected, so they didn't fly over, they didn't all damage and break.
No.
So, you know.
And I had hard drives. I forgot to mention yesterday, because what I was transporting was, you know, I had hard drives. So this is what I used it for. And then I had this accident. I was fine, but the car wasn't. And if I hadn't had them in a box, they could have, I mean, all the contents of the hard drives could have been damaged, and they weren't.
Yes, and that is the importance of it. So storage, very much the product of the moment. Storage is about getting yourself organised. Organised, as we all know, is about saving time. Saving time so you can spend even more time in the craft room, or even more time with loved ones there. So really there is a great end to being organised, and very much I see that the storage that we supply is an investment for a better life. Very much people talk about, if you like, being, you know, the enlightenment, all about, if you like, decluttering your life, making your life more simple, more relaxed. Storage is a great way of actually achieving that.
Yeah.
Putting things away,
Absolutely.
and making sure it's a safe environment. But also, especially the clear boxes, it means easy to retrieve what the contents are.
I have to say the clear one would be my favorite. Now it is your favorite as well. 60% of the stock has gone now of the option of the clear ones, and we had you know, like lots of stock of that. Now I love the way that you can sort of choose as well. But then we have got the Dove, the Dove Grey.
Yes.
Now I was incredibly impressed yesterday when you mentioned the provenance of the plastic for the Dove Grey.
Yeah. So when we've got here the Dove Grey boxes, this is all from recycled plastic. That is our own recycling. In truth, I am old enough to be an old hippie. Hippiness is all about actually just reusing, recycling. And what we do within our factory, we do probably produce something like 20 tons of plastic scrap each week. That plastic comes from changing colours, shortages, so we have an extensive quality control process. Anything that isn't exactly right to be a really useful box, we send it back for recycling. What we do to get the Dove Grey is very much using artistic principles. What we've got to do is sort out the base colour. So what we've got to do is all the plastic, we turn it into material that we can turn into the Dove Grey. So obviously yellow you cannot turn it into Dove Grey, but the clear, the greys, all these different light colours can be turned into the grey. We then use the painting, if you like, the pigment technology. Yeah. We mix the various pigments to make sure we have a consistency of colour. All the colour is under the control of electronics, so we're weighing it, we're mixing it, and we're trying to achieve this consistent colour that we have got. So it's really using modern technology to actually reproduce and actually recycle back into it. Now, if we look in terms of the 20 tons of plastic per week that we recycle, that actually is equivalent at the moment to £50,000.
Wow.
So what we're doing is, it is the beauty of recycling, ecology, and all the hippiness that actually, if you actually recycle, you feel better, and actually you're a lot better financially, because instead of if you like, destroying the Earth's resources. You are actually reusing what we've got.
Wow, and I love that. I love that. But also, we were talking yesterday that there are certain items, like I tend to go for clear because I can see the contents, but there are certain items, especially if you are you know, you have got photography equipment or electronics equipment, or you are a nail technician and you have got UV setting, you know, anything that is, or resins and things like that. The opaque Dove Grey is a great way to kind of have more protected from the UV light, right?
Very, very much so. So we're remembering that many things of what crafters use are light sensitive. It could be fabrics, it could be papers, it could be all sorts of pigments there. Remembering that UV light comes in through windows, through the light bulbs there. So so any protection, anything that is colour sensitive, putting them in a solid coloured box. The solid colour acts as an actually filter in what we've got. But the other side to what we're talking about also is that the Dove Grey is such a beautiful colour there.
It is.
So what we've got, if you look in the studio now all around, I'm saying that the Dove Grey is a wonderful neutral colour. It blends in, it adds very much, I think, flavour and value to any room. And the great thing is, if we've been slaving away in the home office and then we may be working in the crafting room, sometimes it's great to put them away so you cannot see them, so you're not tempted to go back into doing the work or the crafting. So if you like, the Dove Grey acts as a barrier between work, hobby and family time as well.
The other thing I love about this size, let's go back to the size, because you know, whether you go for Dove Grey or clear, for instance, our Tina Barnett, which is after this show with Stampendous, she uses one of these ones to carry her essentials, to bring them in. She knows that she can put them in the car and it's going to be safe when it comes here. But also you can put them on those metal trolleys. I'm going to move the screen a little bit there, so still is there. And you can see how you can have one in each kind of layer. So let's not destroy the set, Paula. Let's not destroy the set. And then one at the bottom in here. There it is. So we have got this. And then, of course, you can have them, and you could have the last one as you know, on top of here.
And don't forget the 4 litres that we did yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have got also the 4 litres, which are the other box that our Tina has as well. And you could put them underneath here as well, so they will fit. So if you want to go for the set of the 4 litres, that will fit, and they also will fit A4, and you can put them up as well on the top.
Very much so, yes. So what we've got, the 4 litre, the 9 litre, and later on we'll be showing the 19 litre, all have the same footprint. So what it enables you to do is stack comfortably. Yeah. And at previous shows, your viewers have kindly sent in pictures of their craft room, and it seems to be the more 9 litre, 4 litre and 19 in the craft room than we have in our finished goods warehouse. So very much craft room. It's about being able to identify what you're going to be using, and this is the really useful box. Really does help to actually keep everything organised but protected. And not only is it protected from damage, it's protected from any dust ingress. If you imagine, you know, dare I use the word cardboard, dust comes off cardboard, but you don't get anything like the same dust coming off plastic. So this is polypropylene. Very little, if you like, they call it leaching. Nothing really leaches out of the plastic. So what you've got is you put in your documents. There should not be any dust gets onto them. So whatever you put in when you bring it out is as fresh as it was when you put it in.
And so that's great for beads and things like that, all kind of elements. I have got in here kind of, I like to have so glitters and things like this separated, and then of course in their own bottles, but I can see them, so it's self-contained. design as well. So this one, of course, this is not the One Day Special. The One Day Special is the 9-litre bottles, which is £22.96. This one is the 4-litre. Of course, you can see, if I put it right beside the One Day Special, you can see that's the difference between the 4-litre and the One Day Special, which is the deeper 1.9 litres. But also, one of the things that we love, and you just mentioned it, Mike, so repeating yourself, is the fact that it's the same footprint.
Very much so, yes. So that's how we've done it there. What the first box, the 9-litre was designed around a gent's shoebox that actually allows their A4 paper to go in. What we then did is we developed, I believe in when you're making things, make small, medium, large, give customers a variety of uses. The 4-litre was designed around a ream of paper, and with the content of the paper in the box, you have got space, which is the wriggle room, which allows easy access and entry of the product on what you are doing.
This bit here.
Yes, so 4-litre is great for papers. We use them at work to put the various colours of copier paper in. Once again, that it protects the copier paper between use, and also it stops the edges that being curled up or anything of that nature.
Right, now of course this is one of the sizes that our Tina has. It's one of the sizes I have got it. I just think it's so handy to have. £22.99 is your price. 001212 is your item number. It will be dispatched as everything else in the show on the 17th of January, so it's 7 days, just 7 days. Right now, of course, that is one of the items that we have got for really useful boxes. We have got more. Of course, we do have got the 19-litre one. Maybe we can see it with Mike, because then of course he can show us exactly what it is. And of course, look, I say this is what you can see in here. Very good price with a £3 saving. £14.99 is your price. 907329 is your item number, and it comes, Mike, with a 10 suspension files.
Exactly, it does there. So this is exactly the same footprint that we spoke about there. The 4-litre, the 9-litre, and the larger height is the 19-litre. They all rigidly stack onto each other. They all share exactly the same lid. They all share exactly the same bottom. So what it allows you to do is actually interchange them, and very much it gives you the opportunity in your craft room, if you've got something large, to place it in. But this is now sold on the show here with 10 suspension files. The suspension files are branded with a really useful box logo. We do get them specially made for ourselves in Italy there, so they are made in it. If we look again, the proof there is that the base of the box allows A4 paper to be cradled on 3 sides, and again the famous wriggle room, easy to remove. This size of box is designed around a 5-ream box, the cardboard box that you see, and usually the paper is dispatched to you if you buy 5 reams there. But this is much more practical, it's much more firmer. So what you've got, flat bottom, that very much yesterday that Paolo spoke about, putting and installing paper vertical in that manner there, so you can see it fits all in. One of the big uses of this size box is for magazine storage. So what you're able to do is put a year's supply all together. And again, talking about storage as something that is protecting your assets there. It's great to have magazines, great to store them, great to refer back to them. A lot of magazines that I get are all indexed, so you can look throughout on what you are looking for, and it's great to have. Also the extra height for here, maybe knitting patterns, maybe dressmaking patterns. So the extra height is very useful for many things. But today it's sold very much as a mobile office. So you can see that the rails for the suspension file are designed into the box there. Remembering it's a really useful box, really useful should stand for ingenuity. We try to think as best as we can to make sure you get the best added value product that we've got. So it's clean, it's tidy, no extra products, and actually this is where the suspension file rolls onto. So you can see there how 10 all fits in. We spoke yesterday about it's a great mobile organizer. Maybe at the moment that people prefer to be at home, maybe a great idea is to organize your life there, and you can put all sorts of things in. Great for sorting bills out, but great as well for put your important papers in. That could easily be, you know, things like bank statements, wills, insurance policies. And if you have a parking area for all your, if you like, important items, it might be identification, it might be passports. If you use this as your personal box there and always put everything of importance into this box, it's easy to fill out there. So gone are the days when you may be looking for where you put things. All the important things are in this box, and again the lid goes on, the handles then lock it into position, and you know, if you then if you for whatever reason you invert it, everything is there neat and tidy together. So it all works as a modular system. The 4 litre, the 9 litre, the 9 litre, the 19 litre all act as a set, and it all then stacks rigidly together, so it makes life so much easier.
You know, this is one of the boxes that I'm currently in love with, because I think that there is probably I would have one for, you know, those paperwork, the important one, the insurance, pet insurance, my house insurance, my, you know, all those things, and taxes and stuff like that. Then the other one I would have it definitely, like you showed, the A4 vertical paper stuff, because I think that kind of makes it, for me, I was thinking if I have it at home, I can then bring it here, and then I have got all the colors, I can flick through them easily.
Yes, you've also got many different uses, additional uses, and that's the great thing about storage. It's multifunctional. Imagine the you know, the high tubes of paint. So if you're using the high tubes of paint, easy to remove around. But also in the kitchen, cleaning, you know, cleaning solutions there. Great to put them all in the box. You know, maybe that you look at in the back of the car. Great to put if you go out walking and hiking, and you come back with dirty shoes, straight into the box. Protects the car and what you've got. You bring them home. You wash both the actual shoes and you wash the box.
Now, I was thinking as well, like we mentioned it yesterday, if you have got, you know, cats, and they are indoor cats, perfect to put the litter tray, you know, the actual, you know, how you gonna lay the gravel and things like that there, because they usually come in these bags that are very difficult to store, so you can decant them there, and then on top of it you can put the bags, the bags, and then on top of it you can put, I don't know, whatever content you need, the toys and things like that. It's a really handy one.
And it's great working with Paula, because she always has a use for the storage when it comes to cats there.
Absolutely.
So we've got a smaller box for cat treats there, and also for all sorts of other things there.
Yeah,
so
I am the resident cat lady, but if you have got dogs and you want to put masses of treats there, or the food as well for a guy, or for you know, rabbits, I don't discriminate against the pets. I mean, obviously I have my preference, but
exactly, but certainly when you get onto the bigger boxes, and we talk about the 60 litre for the baubles, that's great for the open large packs of bulk food there, because it keeps it fresh and it keeps it away from any
Indeed. Right, of course, if you want yours, £14.99 is your price. You are saving £3.907,329. 1/3 of the stock has gone. Now remember, this one comes in with 10 suspension files, but you can take them away if you don't need them. You can keep them. You can keep 5 of them. It could be for the bells. It could be for anything you like it. And the great thing about it is that has that footprint, that it coincides with the one-day special and with the 4 litre as well. I love that you can stack them as you need them as well. Now, talking about you know, big boxes, we have the one. Well, this one is not just a box with, you know, 35 litres. It is the XXL. Now, this is, you know what, I'm going to put it here, and you can see the size of it, but I'm going to pass it then, because Mike, this is an incredible box, and I think it's better that you show us all the details that are inside it. How it came about, the extra XLL lid.
All right, well, if you like, this is definitely my favourite box. It encapsulates everything about really useful, and it takes it from particular applications. And I've said earlier that it's much better to be born lucky than rich. This is very much a lucky, practical product there. The whole idea of the XXL lid is that one of the applications of our boxes is actually LP record storage. We are the largest supplier of music storage. Album storage, fortunately, is developing, and it's growing. I developed a product for it because I do love music, and very much it was about developing a product that people can use. What we did is that with the box, a trader, it was out over in Holland, in Utrecht, a trader came to me and said, Mike, can you please make me a higher lid? I'm saying, what do you want a higher lid for? And he wanted it to put dividers in, so not only the LP, but extra height to put the dividers. So when he finished the show, he could keep his dividers in, put the lid on the top, and then just go along and do it. Previously, what I would do is take out the dividers, put them on top of the box, and then the next time he had to find out where the dividers went. So he begged and pleaded with me, and not only did he do it, but several other people did. So I'm thinking, bingo, we've got a use for this. So the guy comes up to me in 6 months' time, he says, Mike, have you done that lid? And I'm going, yeah, absolutely. So this guy developed a product. He went on to sell really well. And he said, absolutely brilliant. He said, this will save me. And he'd worked it out 1 day a year of his life just because of the extra item of organisation. So, of course, I think he wanted 50 of them, and his product development expense I gave him those lids. He was absolutely ecstatic, and he was so pleased that something that saved him so much time that we had taken the trouble to do it. That then fast forwards, and we got that lid for music. It was nothing to do what we're trying to do. This is where the look comes in. We did have, these are the trays we've had for many years, the 12 tray, the 16 tray, and the 6 tray. So we had 3 trays. However, I decided that it would be good to make a 9 tray. If you look on here, it's great. You know, you cannot put these ribbons into the bigger ones. So what we did is we created a different organisation from it.
Which makes sense, and there is so much stuff in there, and it's easy to find and easy to see it.
Exactly. So we were sampling the 9 tray first time. We only received it into the UK maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and it just was coincidental that in the factory making them, we was making the 35 litre base, the 35 XXL lid, and the 4 trays all at one go. And Pete, the guy who was managing, saw it there. Now we could be putting anything in these. We've certainly got a Christmas tree, a Christmas bauble options, another one to show. But you see, it's designed all around, fitting neatly in the base, so that fits neatly. Each tray fits on top of each other, but the bottom fits into the top, into the lip. So what it means is it starts rigidly. It means things at the bottom, if they're not, should not fall out. So what we can do with this, you can see a great idea for Christmas baubles. You put 2 trays in, and then you can put tinsel and all sorts of things there. Or you can put a 3rd one, which is all in here. And again, you've got a little bit of space with a normal lid. When you put the 4th one on, and this is where the look came in, and the vision of Pete, our manager, so that's with 4. He then got the XXL lid. In truth, everything was developed probably 20 years apart.
Wow.
And you look at that and it fits together. This is where the look comes in, and it's not the first time I've been lucky in this manner. I tend to get lucky, which is great. And
It is indeed.
But it just looks like a purposely designed and developed product. We've done it over the years, so we've spread the investment. But for all your customers there, all your viewers, this is absolutely the ideal box. If we sell 100 of these, what we're going to do is Pete's wife, Ivona, who works for me as well, they're going to get a bottle of champagne. So please, 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 for Pete, keep buying these products.
Oh, yeah.
It does, it encapsulates everything about really useful. The box is really useful. It is about organisation. It is about keeping everything together there. Definitely my favourite box, probably the product I am the most proud of being involved in developing.
Wow, I love that. Now, for nearly 40% of the stock has gone, and you are getting a £9 saving with that 4 assorted organizer trays. It's £29.99. 549404 is your item number. Now, of course, if you want to go for this one, you know what to do. Put it in your baskets and check out them, because then you're going to get a storage that is versatile. One of the reasons why I love really useful boxes is that, yes, originally I bought them for crafty storage, but then, you know, it has evolved into a household, it has evolved into my garage. It's one of those ones that you can use it whatever way it works for you. £29.99 is your price. You are saving £9 there. 549404 is your item number. Now, I love this box. I have to say, I'm very fond of this one. This one is the 60 litres XL, but this one feels a bit different. It's tapered, isn't it?
Very much so, yes. So this is a new product range that we are working on. This is, we're calling it quality nestable. So the wall thickness is exactly the same thickness as an existing really useful box. So that's where the quality, the robustness comes in. So we developed this box with a very large American company in storage. What they wanted was basically a quality nestable product. Yesterday that Paolo described this as an elegant colour.
It is an elegant red.
An elegant red, absolutely. Obviously it's red for the Christmas. The handles also are red, and each box when you buy them, so it is a set of 2, each comes with a set of 3 divider sets. So if we look on mine here, this is the cardboard. This then separates it. There is a piece of cardboard which is the bottom of each of the ones here. So this allows you to put the baubles away and things of that nature. So what we're looking at here is the first release of our range of quality nestable boxes. Because of the pandemic, demand for our products has been very high, so we have been continuously developing this range of quality nestables, but we have not launched it yet. What we said is this is the craft store at the moment is the only place you can buy this Christmas pack of 2 elegant red box for bauble storage, but also it's great for many, many other things, and you don't need to use it with the cardboard if you don't wish. It's still a great product, a great value product. Remembering at $34.99 you are getting 2 of the boxes there. It is an extended higher lid, and it does allow you to do what you want to do with it. Again, the same holding area there, so you've got the same concept all together. And what happens is they are stackable as well. The bottom of the base fits over this area here, so it locks into position. So again, it's very clever.
It locks in basically.
That's right. And as we hopefully I get invited back again. I think I've been on my best behaviour, have I?
Yes, you have.
So Paolo's got to actually tick the box if they should invite me back again. So I'll try and put the pressure on there. But we will be bringing increasingly more quality nestables in as well.
I love that.
So the same quality as an existing looking, really useful box. The only difference we've got is that it is tapered, it is nestable, so when not in use.
By nestable, it means that if they are empty, you can stack them and take less space.
Yeah, and let's show that. So
Yeah,
if we can
absolutely.
make
Bernie is going to sort that out. I'll give you the details for that. 541921 is your item number, and of course you are getting 2 of the clear, but with the red top, and here the 60 litres. £34.99 is your price. You are getting 2 for that price. I have to say, this is a really amazing one. Yes, for Christmas decorations is amazing. It works out at £17.50 each of them, and is one of those ones that you are getting also the card inserts in there for the bubbles, or you can use them for other stuff. Now Mike is going to show us how they nest into each other.
And the great thing is that on live TV, does it work, does it not? So let's hope. There's an old song going back to the music of ho ho ho, it's magic. So let's just see. It goes all the way into it there, so you're minimising space.
Absolutely.
What you've got as well on here is, so that the boxes don't go into each other and be a vacuum, you see these extended legs here where the handles are on, so that's keeping them separate so that they can't get pushed down, and actually then you've got a vacuum that you can't tear them apart. So like anything we do, is quality products. A great deal of thought has gone into the design, so basically when you get to use it, hopefully it's absolutely great to be using, like Paolo does, for 10 years and more, just actually and it stands the test of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you know, the thing is, I have been using really useful boxes for such a long time. I love this one because I kind of thinking, imagine, you know, you are grown out of love with certain craft products, and you want to put them in the garage. Or maybe you are like our Lottie that for Christmas decorations, you had them in cardboard boxes, and every box that you were opening, it was children's baby stuff, and it's like, no, this is not, and it's like wasting time, wasting money. Also, cardboard, you know, it gets the dampness. This is a kind of plastic. You can see it. It's less damp, and of course you can have it safely as well, and it stacks as well, and you can see it. Now your bubbles are put it away. What about your wrapping paper? Now, have you bought some on the sales and you want to keep it safe and tidy for next year? Well, this is the box that you need, and this is a 22-liter rectangular storage box with 2 inserts. Mike, explain the genius of this box.
Well, I'm just on that as well. Going back to what you said there, it's sometimes you do fall out of love with brands, but actually how it's impossible to fall out with something that's really useful.
Absolutely.
So to keep the brand going, to keep developing it, we've got to ensure that our products stick to it being really useful. So if you've got something really useful in your life, you ain't going to fall out of love with it there.
Indeed.
So this is the 22-litre. I've got to emphasise this is actually, it's a gift wrapping box. We've then dressed it up for Christmas, but obviously it's an all year round product. What you've got there is actually, if we go on to it first of all, we're talking, it's the same footprint of a 9-litre, so you can stack that onto the top, except it's a longer version. Once again, the same idea. This paper size is the European, the UK is the 70 centimetre size there, so all the ones fit in. Easy to remove. Again, you've got the wriggle room. So actually, we're not geniuses, we're very simple. We get a good idea and we just develop that good idea. Easy to remove, and actually it protects it. So, you know, basically if you group all your wrapping paper together, it's easy to find. It's so that it doesn't get damaged because it's protected. So by investing in a really useful storage solution, you're actually protecting, you're making sure that 100% of what you buy is actually usable and you use it, so it's cutting down on your spending. And what we've then done to make it more useful and beneficial, we've then put in a tray, a lip tray that sits on the top. What you're able to do is put, you know, it's remember the old joke there, it's a cracker, and it is a cracking box there. But what we've got with this is that great to put your tapes in, just put all your other Christmas related things in, but actually it doesn't need to be Christmas related. One we prepared earlier, this is then a much more useful for what you're trying to do. Your scissors, your tapes, your tags, your pens, everything is all together. Again, this tray here is a plain A4 paper tray, so great for putting cards and things like that. So what you've got, this is a full kit. Place it on the top. Once again, if you invert it, it's fine. The important thing is it's all about protecting and knowing where your gift wrap is.
And knowing exactly, I can see exactly where the bows are, like where the scissors are, where the cellophane is, everything, I can see it. I also was thinking, you know, some people, people in my year, did not get this one, they get a fabric one, and they were like, well, the paper, kind of a squishy one, it got squished because it saw the zip broke. With this, because it's a sturdy, the paper is always going to be perfectly rolled.
Exactly, and then this is about a good quality plastic storage solution. Actually, it's protective. It's protection on what we've got to make sure the paper is actually 100% of what you buy is 100% what you use. And there may be some, many of your viewers who've actually got lots of Christmas wrapping paper and connections, and also some normal gift. So don't be shy. You may want to buy two, one for normal gift paper, the other one for Christmas paper as well. So please, we have got some stock, so if you want to buy two, great for Christmas, great also for birthdays and all the other items there. You know, so imagine you're never going to be without. You may get unexpected need to get a Christmas or an actual wedding present, anniversary present, engagement present. If you've got the paper, you know where it is, you can dive straight into it and then wrap everything up, and then your friends all know you're extremely well organised.
Okay, perfect. Now, of course, if you were yours, 875-111 is your item number. £19.99 is your price. You are saving £3 for that one. Now, of course, yours will come. Of course, it will come empty for you. It won't come back with all the insists. But there it is, what you are getting. £19.99 is your price, saving £3 there. But there is more as well. So, of course, there is. We are going bigger, and here you have it. This one is with the 77-liter. You can see it here, which is even with more inserts. Now, this one probably both Bernie fits in there. I fit in there probably. It's just like one of those ones. £39.99. Now, of course, Mike, explain the genius behind that one, because I love it.
So this is, again, we're looking at storage solutions specifically for Christmas. A great time of the year to be demonstrating this. And again, it all fits ever so neatly into a box there. And then easy to do. You see another use for the drawer units I've got at the back of me. It's a great item to do the props. If you look at the whole concept of what we've done here, first of all, the bottom cavity is all for your Christmas trees there. So this is inside, it's 1.2 meters. That is the same size as a pallet, which means that all the modulated artificial Christmas trees should be able to fit into here. We spoke on yesterday about probably a 6-foot tree goes into here nicely. Don't be disappointed if you've got an 8-foot Christmas tree, because actually we'd recommend you buying 2 of the boxes so everything gets contained in. It's a nice handleable size on what we've got. So it's Christmas tree at the bottom. Then we've got 2 different trays. This is my favourite. When I was growing up, every year at Christmas we used to always have bets if the actual Christmas lights would work year on year. There was all usually just thrown in a plastic or a paper bag, probably right at the beginning, and invariably they never worked from season to season. It was a standing joke in the family, but what we've now done is we've developed this, as far as I'm concerned, is the only such product and storage storage in the world. You've got a centre core there where you wrap your Christmas lights all into it, so that they're not tangled when you put them in. They are protected. The wiring is all together as well, and it fits ever so neatly in what we've got there. It is a lip tray, so it's easy to fit into it. And then for the other side, we have also got there the baubles, 2 different cavity sizes there. So again, you've got them going in using the top space of what we've got, and then the lid fits ever so neatly on the top there. It does need a little bit of focusing to get it exactly right and everything lined up to get it done. Once it's all in place, and I know this morning at the earlier show I did have to stand up and just show just how easy it is to get it done. That reassuring click, you know it's all together and it's all done, and that is the perfect solution to put all your Christmas things away. A lot of people seem to return the existing cardboard box it came in. It never seems to fit. In the years it just actually gets more tattier and tattier. This is a great long-term solution of protecting your Christmas tree. It also protects from dust, any damp or anything like that. So it's the ideal solution.
Absolutely it is. Now, of course, £39.99 is your price. 884088 is your item number. You can flexify it to interest-free payments of £20, and of course you will pay the P&P on the first installment. But if you are a Freedom member, you will not pay P&P, so it makes sense. It will be dispatched from the 17th of January, and of course your one's yours, 884088. Now, the one-day special, the star of the show, is a set of 4 9-litre boxes, the A4, and you have got 2 different options, of course, to go for the clear or the Dove grey. So those ones are the 2 options. Quickly, very briefly, Mike, why do we need the one-day special?
I think it's great value for money. The 9-litre is a staple now of the crafting storage community. Because the clear one is great for food storage. You can have it in direct contact with food. The Dove grey, because it's recycled, we wouldn't recommend on the food there. But this is a great size. A lot of your presenters I can see just opposite there on where we are. A presenter has brought in a 9-litre box. So really, it's a great opportunity to stock up on a staple. You'll always need additional really useful boxes. Buy it at the special price, so that's the reason why to buy it.
It is indeed, and it has a £10 saving, of course, £22.96. 70% of the clear option has now gone. Please make sure if you want the clear one, you can multi-buy it. The price should be low until 6 p.m. tonight. However, will the stock of the clear last? This is why you need to check out your baskets now if the clear is the one you want it. 784489 is your item number for the one-day special, and remember, 2 different options, but the clear one, 70% of the stock. Now, we have got towers as well, which I adore them. So let's talk first the ones that are, so let's talk about the double storage towers, the ones that are on your right-hand side, Mike.
All right, so we've seen in the show here, I've extensively used the actual, just to create a little bit more space. Just put them there.
You know, you are a pro. You know what to do. Exactly.
Thank you very much there. So what we've got is we've got 2 different types here, or 2 different colours. You've seen throughout the show I've been resting the props on the product, and it just shows how useful it is. Great coffee, if you like, high one. Great if you just sat watching the TV, put your cup of tea or anything. It's very rigid, very strong. Both of these functions come out with, it is 5 7-litre drawer units, and it's actually 3 12-litre. Great when you come into your hall, your reception. Maybe it could be for shoe storage when you come in. Once again, very easy to clean, very easy to keep hygienically clean. And what we've got there is many purposes. I particularly use it to put a printer. It's actually a great printer stand.
Yes.
You've got confidence, you know it'll be great. It's got wheels, so it's easy to remove. And the wheels are great because when it's in use, you can have it near your workspace. When it's not in use and the craft room reverts back to a living room, it is ideal for then just rolling it against the wall. The product is wonderful. The dove grey option that we have got, that is actually, so it's the same concept altogether, and also you wouldn't be surprised, dove grey means it's actually manufactured from 100% recycled plastic. It should be easy to see you need one of these in your life, but actually the only decision is, what do you want, the nice sparklingly white one or the actual dove grey recycled one there? So you can see both look very neatly and nicely on the set that we're working in now, and it is an ideal and a beautiful buy. And as far as I'm aware, it's the only such type of product where you've got one single top and it just feeds two different drawer types to give the maximum range of flexible storage. Both the 12 litre and the 7 litre drawers also take A4 paper, so it's very, very easy just to keep all your paper crafting together.
Absolutely. Now, of course, if you want yours, you have got two FlexiBuy option, or an option of two FlexiBuys of £30. Now, also you have to decide whether you want the dove grey or the white. 628182 is your item numbers as well. So these one are the two, or the double one with the 5 of the 7 litre drawers and the 3 of the 12 litres drawers. So you have got that double. I think also would be great underneath the table, and then you put it, maybe it's the sewing, and then of course you have got there on top, you can put your ironing mat on top of it or something like this. And then there is more to see as well, because this is the thing Mike has come up with on his theme, so many really useful boxes and kind of organizers. Now we have not just the double, but we have got also the set of 5, 12, no, that one is, I believe, the 7, isn't it?
That's the 7 litres. Yes, yeah. very, very good there. My tuition has come in very well there. Yeah. So you are the star pupil there.
Oh, good.
So we got the one there. So what we're looking at here again, it's a dove grey option. It is now 8 lots of the 7 litre. From a company perspective, this is our largest selling option, the 8x7. We are continuous in production of this product. Again, you can see it's designed all around A4 paper, so it cradles again 3 sides the A4 paper. You've got the wriggle room at the top, and it's easy to remove from the docking station, if you like, the drawer unit. And then it is easy to put back, so you can take the drawer out, work on it on the table. It could be jigsaws, it could be paints, it could be stamps, it could be anything of that nature, and stencils. And what you're able to do is put it away. The great thing about the dove grey is you can work at your heart's content. Then when the family come back and you want the room to revert back to its family use, you put everything away in the 100% recycled dove grey box, and then it just blends in ever so neatly into your room.
Indeed, it does. Now, of course, that's the set of 8 of the 7 litre storage tower in the dove grey. You can FlexiBuy 2 interest-free payments of £25. 778159 is your item number. Now, we have got another one, which is, of course, is a set of 5 drawers, which is it's a little bit higher, of course, but they are deeper drawers, and we are going to see them in a second here with Mike. And this one, of course, is the 12 litre drawers. So also this one, I'm kind of thinking also shoes in here.
Shoes would be wonderful as well, yes, so you can put the shoes in. So we'll just give it a try there and see. On we go here. So we've got the shoes all going in, so they fit ever so neatly and nicely in. So all our products are multifunctional. You see how the shoes just there fit ever so neatly into the box. What's always difficult now is putting the shoes on and not being people see me doing it there. But great for shoes, once again, because it is made out of polypropylene, the same material that a washing up bowl is made out of. It's easy to clean, so all you need is hot soapy water and it's clean in no time at all. So it's great. So you can also put the 9-litre boxes in the same frame there, and we've got all our drawer units come with the wheels, so you can see 360 degrees is ever so easy. The boxes do, the drawer units do come fully assembled, so you buy the box, the drawer unit, the legs are all assembled, the top is in place, the drawers are all in place as well. All you have to do is affix the wheels onto it. We don't assemble to the wheels simply because it can be delicate in terms of transportation, and it is vulnerable. That's why all you need to do is put the wheels on. But at the moment, we've never had any customer who was unaware of how to put the wheels on. So what you've got there, the 5x12 litre, great drawer unit, great for paper storage, but also great for all sorts of other applications as well.
Indeed they are. Now, of course, if you want yours, 593815 is your item number, £21.50. Now, we have got more towers, and this one is one of my favorites, because, of course, 12x12 papers is something that we might have as a crafters and scrapbookers. We have got the set of 8 of the 9.5 litres. We have got the rainbow, we have got the clear, and the Dove grey. So those ones are the 3 different color options, but all 3 have got wheels, and they have got the 12x12 drawers, right?
Exactly, they are, yes. So all 8 by 9.5 litre. Paula is very practical. The clear allows you to see exactly what's inside it. It does look clean, it does look tidy. Made there, so Paula's got there where it's for 12 by 12 inch scrapbooking paper, so it fits ever so neatly and nicely into the drawer unit there, and so it's wider than the A4 paper. And what you've got on this particular one, crafters or many people love the concept of inside that you can see what there is there. I personally love the clear rainbow. It's fun, it's bright, it's colourful, it's exciting there. You can imagine that as a piece of furniture in a child's bedroom. It's great for homeschooling. The different coloured drawers can be used as different lessons. Also,
Absolutely.
You could organise your office. You could have sales invoices, purchase invoices, wages, details. So use the colours for a practical separation purpose. So I love this person myself. 2 out of 2 times, and I don't know which is winning at the moment. The Dove Grey always seems to come out on top. Great for blending into the house. Great to actually be used there on what we've got. So actually the product is the same, 9.5 litre, 8 drawer units, but in addition to that you've got the choice of clear, practical, the ones that Paolo loves the best. The fun one there, the colourful fun one, which has got to be emulate me, and then the ecological option here, the Dove Grey. So you've got a solution for everything there. And actually the clear ones, they've got some dividers, separators, so you can further subdivide for all sorts of applications.
I mean, it is fabulous, because I kind of thinking all sorts of things going in there, and we were talking about also the trays that you can find trays on the website for them. We were talking about my tights there earlier.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah, so you can have anyway, 894205 is your item number. I don't know why I said that, but it's actually true, isn't it?
It is very much true.
For the socks as well, bottom of the screen for the trays, the hobby trays that will fit there. You're getting for £15.49. We have been very busy as well for the XL XXL box, and in there with a folded assorted organizer trays in there, £29.99. Nearly half the stock has gone. If you want that saving of £9, do check out your baskets. 549404 is your item number. Now, of course, this is the one-day special. It's all about the amazing value for money that you are getting with a £10 saving. We are using that little trolley to showcase that you can actually put it in those metal trolleys. Now, the clear option is nearly 80% of the stock gone. £22.96. We're saving £10. 784489 is your item number. Why should we go for the one-day special?
It's very much a great value product that, if you like, we wanted to sell it or cost it in longer, a higher price. Your buyer beat us over the head and said, no, we've got to have a great price for our viewers, our customers. So the reason to buy this is only on, or mainly on price. The price is very good. It does finish at 6 p.m. as Paolo said. So it's a great opportunity to buy exactly what you do want and need there. Everybody's got a need for, if you like, the plastic 9-litre shoebox one there. Great for presents. You know, why just stop at buying one set of 4? On previous shows, customers have bought more than one set of 4, and it's a great opportunity. This will be a never to be repeated again price. Unfortunately, we have had to succumb to the price of plastic going up. So the next time we come, this is a unrepeatable price.
Perfect.
So the reason to buy it is solely on price. Buy them for the whole year because you're not going to get it cheaper and from here than what we've got.
Thank you so much, Mike. You are going to be back at 4 o'clock, aren't you?
4 o'clock, yes, when we're working together then.
Yes, I hope so. Yes, we are. And now, of course, well, let's make sure to check out your baskets. We will be back at 4 o'clock. I love really useful boxes. They have been a staple of my life for over a decade, and I know I can rely. You can rely on them as well. If storage saves you time and money, you check out your baskets. Mike, we'll see you at 4. Stay tuned, though, because after the break, Tina and Alex are next. So fabulous hour. It is stamping with a Stampendous after the break, and then a double-decker with crafting with clarity. Barbara is joining us, and of course, it's going to be full of inspiration.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, good afternoon. Right then, we've got another hour with the fabulous Tina. Hello, Tina.
Hello.
Were you in yesterday as well?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Oh, we like to keep hold of you. That's what it is. So yes, this is the second hour with Stampendous. What do you like about that brand?
This is one that just, you know, it really sort of reminds me of when I first got into like paper crafting, because Stampendous were some of the first stamps I brought with the beautiful, beautiful house mouse stamps. They're just adorable, and they're adorable for any age as well.
Yes.
And I think the quality of those just shows, you know, just shines through, and also that because they are still so popular, you know, it just shows you how good they are and how well loved they are, to be honest.
Oh, nice. Right, we have had some sellouts earlier, so have a look at the website. Yeah, I think they sold between the hours. Yes, right.
Oh, good.
But I think we've still got the one with the bees. That was really popular. Do check out those 5-star reviews. We've got some DL size stamps, as you can see. Something for everybody, really. Now, just in case somebody didn't see the previous hour, can we talk about the sort of the mirror plate again?
Yeah, I'm going to be demoing that again first, and it's brilliant because like sometimes you have a stamp and you've got something set out and you think to yourself, oh, if only that was facing the other way. You know, this is what this mirror plate is for.
Yes.
So I will show you how to use it again, but you basically stamp onto the plate and then you can then stamp the plate onto the card that you want to stamp it onto.
Yeah.
And then it will be facing the opposite direction.
Excellent. And so that's the sample that Tina did a little bit earlier on. It's gorgeous, isn't it? But it's so cool that you can reverse that. Love that. So really nice for reflections in water as well. That is just $14.99. 912516 is your item number. Right. Now, a lot of people collect the house mouse range that Stampendous bring for us, and they're all so adorable, aren't they, Tina?
They are. This is gorgeous. I love this. And, you know, whether you use your colours, whether you use just a plain black and white, whether you embroider it, it just is going to be beautiful. You know, imagine that embroidered onto, like, the a little one's top.
Yeah.
You know, as well. It's just it's beautiful.
Nice.
It's beautiful.
Okay, so that one is $9.99. 042009 is the item number. And nearly 40% of the stock has gone. Now, the next one that we have is the bedtime babies. Nearly half the stock gone there.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
Adorable, isn't it?
Isn't it? One, I love his little dummy.
Yeah.
No, that's so cute. And two, you know, you've got another little one there that's just fallen asleep across her shoulder. I just think that's just adorable.
Yeah.
Just absolutely adorable.
Nice. That one again, $9.99. 771844. Okay, the most popular from the last hour is the one with the bees, the house mice with the bees. House mouse, I should say. This is just the one is being taken off.
Yeah, this is my favourite too, I have to say. I do love this one because I loved, well, you know, I keep bringing up the embroidery, but I love to embroider, and when, you know, there's a bee in there, I love that even more, do you know what I mean? Because it's one of my favourite things to actually sew. So this is just beautiful, and I love, you know, the flowers that you've got there. They can lend themselves to so many different techniques, you know, of blending and filling in.
Yes, lovely. Right, that one is $10.99. And nearly 80% of the stock has now gone.
I'll do that as my second demo then,
yeah,
so I get to use it.
Good stuff. Then the next one that we've got, this is the missing treats.
Aww.
And you demoed this one earlier as well.
I did, yeah. This is gorgeous, isn't it? And it's got those rammed in his mouth, bless him, all those different treats.
There you go.
And that's so cute.
Yeah,
so we've just used monochrome. So, you know, just using our ink pad. They're our distressed ink pad, which I think it was maybe vintage photo, I'm not sure. And then just pulling it out using the water pen.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Right, $9.99 then. We're nearly a third of the stock gone. 364719. Then moving along, this is the one with the basket, the berry basket.
Look at that.
I know.
It's so cute on there. And you can, you know, with the berries there as well, you can get like perhaps your glossy accents on there to get them like shining like little berries, you know, and you can just look like that he's eaten the berries as well, and then you can put like around his face, you know, some sort of like pink and red around his face where he's been eating them. But it's just adorable, you know. Matte and layer as well. Make sure you decorate decoupage up and everything, you know, it's brilliant.
Lovely.
So cute.
Yeah, £9.99 then, 350344, and half the stock has gone there.
Wow, this is really good. I'm so pleased that people are loving them.
Good, isn't it?
Got the same taste as me.
There you are. Now, this is quite an unusual one.
Yes.
Because that butterfly in the centre actually pops out.
It does, and I've never seen this before. You know, so you've got an absolutely stunning background there, but then you've got the option to use the butterfly on its own as well if you want to.
Nice.
Or the background without the butterfly.
Yeah. Yeah, love that idea. £9.99 then. 665333 is your item number. Then we've got the butterfly. This one comes with the sketchy bloom. You are getting the two of them, and they are decent sizes, aren't they?
They are, and these are absolutely stunning. They really are. I mean, you know, that especially, you can colour it how you want to colour it. Lots and lots of different techniques you can do. If you like your Zendoodle, they call it, don't they, where you doodle inside the different things as well, you could do those with those petals quite easily.
Look, beautiful and great for colouring in.
This one is sketchy. This would be beautiful with watercolours as well.
Yeah, and that is £14.99 with a £5 saving. 288985 is the item number. Then we've got our beautiful stamp here, the DL sort of size that we've got, and it's again gorgeous open spaces for colour, and that one is £11.99. 071427. Then at the top here we've got the bird frame. That's the one that you did the mirror image with.
Yeah, I'm going to do that again because there's a reason I'm going to use that again, and I'm going to show you.
Yeah, lovely. And lots of sentiments there as well. There's you're amazing, love you. It's quite romantic. £11.99, and a quarter of the stock has gone. 309988. Good. Now, underneath, you're getting the two of these together. This is the one with the teacup and the cakes, and it works out at £7.50 per stamp set, and you've got a lot of stamps on there. There's 23 in total. £9 saving. Really, really good. See, I like that. Wishing you a cup of courage. You could have that all together.
Yeah, you really could. And, you know, you can place things inside the teacup as well. Just do some masking. I just think there's so many stamps there for that price. That's absolutely amazing. You can stack the cake as high as you want, can't you?
Yeah,
as well.
Love that. And there are some really fun phrases there with the cakes. What's that? If we added a layer for every year that's gone by, we'd have lots of cake to share. Nice. That's cool. That's just one way of saying it.
I think the person's face might end up in the cake if they sent me that.
868114 is your item number. Oh dear. Right, then we've got the peony that also comes with the butterfly. And even miracles take a little time. That's very heartfelt, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is. And, you know, you've got, who doesn't love a butterfly, you know? So you've got a butterfly there as well. And I absolutely love that flower. That would look great as a background as well, just re-stamped all over.
Gorgeous. Right, 565207 is the item number. Now, a really popular one is the background music stamp. I'm surprised that's still here, to be honest. That is £9.99, and it's so useful. Right, but 70% of the stock has now gone. Oh, now just to say, we've got a new happy hour deal for you. This one is the dog one. Now you've got 2 dog stamp sets for £16.99. It's half price, £8.50 each, and you've got lots of different breeds on there. So it's just for this hour as a happy hour deal. 393976. Now we've also got some embossing powders and embossing enamels. These ones are on a pick and mix. You've got 6 options. Okay, so it's £9.99, and there you go. There are the different ones. So you've got like a copper, a white, etc. £9.99, £7.98, £3.92, and you're choosing any two. And then we've also got the enamels. So these are chunkier, and again, lovely colour. Really essential colours, I would say. Nice. Oh, we've only got clear, black, ivory and white, just so you know. £9.99, 112 116 is your item number. So, Tina, shall we get cracking with the mirror plate again?
Yeah, of course. So, I've got my stamp here, and I'm going to stamp that just as it is, so that you can see how it would normally look. Okay. And then just popping that onto my card. This is such a beautiful stamp, it really is. There we go.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Now, if you remember in the last show I said you must wipe off these, you know, if you want to keep them clear. I obviously can't because like I'm in the studio.
Yes.
So that now is stuck on there, but it doesn't mean you can't use it.
Right.
So if you don't get a chance to clear it off, don't worry.
Okay.
You know, because it's not going to make any difference to your stamping. So I'm just going to
What, would you
up.
clean it with like warm soapy water?
Yeah, yeah, just like, or you know, the I have the wipes, but they are biodegradable ones.
Right. Okay.
And I tend to use those, so you can just pop it on there. So the only thing is when you come to stamp it, do you see?
Yeah.
That you know you're going to have to then guess where the stamp that you've just used, used, is going to lay, but it doesn't mean you can't use it. And I wanted to show that just in case anyone at home forgets to clean. It doesn't mean that you've ruined your stamping plate. There we go. So
nice.
This image is always going to be a little bit lighter.
Yeah.
Because we are going from one thing to another. Okay.
Lovely. So again, if you want the mirror stamping plate, it's fabulous, isn't it? It's £14.99. Item number is 912516. Now, the Bumblebee is super limited now. That is £10.99. Limited stock, so do be quick. Pop it in your basket and check out. 251206 is the item number. Now, we've also got the Bedtime Babies. Here it is. Oh, gosh, there's only one left of that. So that is... Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, there you go. That's not super limited. £9.99. 771844 is your item number. Now, have I got samples of those? I haven't got one of that one. Have we got one there? No, not for this one, but yeah. £9.99. Item number is 771844. So Tina, do you need me to get...
No, that's fine. No, that's absolutely fine. Right, so what I've got here is I've got our little bedtime one. Look at this. So, so cute. So I'm going to bring in some of the alcohol markers. So I've already got this stamped and I thought we'd just have a little play with this. So I'm going to start with a really quite a lightish colour, and let's go over the stamps here just with a little bit of the light colour. Oh, he's just adorable, just so adorable. So I'm just dabbing really. That's the good. What I love about these is you don't really have to go full blast in colour in them if you don't want to, because I think a suggestion of the colour shows like the light and the shade, you know. So just going a little bit darker around the arm there, so that our little bubby just absolutely stands out. So just around here.
Oh, I've got another update just while you're doing that, Tina.
Yeah.
The happy hour deal, gosh, that's absolutely flown out. That is now limited stock. So that's £16.99.
You're truly do love the things that I love because I've got that lined up and I had the bee one lined
up.
That's fine.
So that one's going to go 393976 is your item number. Great stuff. Right, back to you,
So
Tina.
I'm just adding a little dab of a slightly darker colour as well. Just to add some shade in now. I went all high pitched then.
Say that again. High pitched.
I went all high pitched, yeah.
No, we're nearly 70% of this one gone. Gosh.
Wow. Okay, let's just I like the speed colour. And then I'm going to add a little bit of pinky colour to its feet. Oh, so adorable. The tails as well. Look at his little foot there.
Yeah.
And then just over the face as well, just a little bit of pink. And in the ears. And, oh, what colour dummy shall we have?
I don't know.
Let's see. Do we think he's a little boy or a little girl? I'm going to have a little boy, I think. Not that it matters, colour-wise.
No.
Just going to put like a little blue dummy just in there.
Yeah.
Like that. And then we can have a nice yellow little toy that he's got. Isn't that cute? Look at that. You can make so many things with this, couldn't you? You know, so many different things.
Yeah.
So it could be anything from new baby, you know, upwards.
Definitely.
So we've got that. So just so that that matches in, what I'm going to do also is I'm just going to take, I might take the blue actually that we used, and I'm going to take the thicker side, and I'm just going to edge. Oops! Oh, look what I've done. Never mind.
Don't
Just
worry.
make sure that you don't slip when you do it.
Don't worry at all.
There we go. We'll fix that.
Oh yeah. So if you're looking for alcohol markers, we've got some of Phil Martin's on the website, so we can show you those for $39.99. So you've got 24 pens, but you've got different sets. Oh, how many is released now? We're up to 7. Wow. Didn't realise that. No.
I've got 1 to 4.
Say that again.
I've got one. Oh no, those. I've got 1 to 4 of his watercolours.
Ah, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to mount this up now onto some different card. So I think it really sort of makes them pop as well, doesn't it, when you're doing this? But if you're doing, you could actually make a little storybook, couldn't you,
Yeah,
with all your house
definitely.
mouse stamps? That would be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Nice. We've got
Different
some adhesives
adventures.
for you if you want, if you need to top up on your crafty stash. £10 saving there. And you've got a lot of rolls. 36 to be
I know.
precise. Amazing.
It's great, isn't it?
Works out at 47 pence per roll. Yep, good stuff.
I'm being really mean with the tape now, just so that we can get on to doing some other bits.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ah.
And then one more layer.
I do like the colours you choose.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, no, we've got so much card, you know, with Oakwood Archer doing beautiful card.
Yep.
So there's lots and lots to choose from. And I love these shimmery ones that they do.
Me too.
I'm sure you'll find them on the Oakwood like brand on the website. There we go. And then just pop that one there like that.
You could frame that.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? So I'm going to place that there, and then look, my mistake has gone.
Aha!
Magically.
We always say, don't we? Stick a butterfly or a flower on it.
That's right. I'm just dropping everything today, I am. Like dropping ink onto my mat and everything. Oops, just going to just stick that on there then.
Okay.
Let's get a nice little border. It says, ability is what you're capable of doing. Motivation determines what you do. Attitude determines how well you do it.
We've got, there's 10 stamps on there actually. Again, motivational, uplifting. A third of the stock has gone of that, and it's £16.99. 315143 is your item number.
There.
That's beautiful.
It's really, really simple, but just so cute. I just love these stamps, I really do.
Nice.
Just gushing over them.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much, Tina.
Okay.
So, the house mouse, starting with the one with the treats. Where's that one now? That one? That one. Okay. It's hard to see. Right, so you've got this one with that. They're eating that heart-shaped cheese. They're having a lovely time. I'm thinking it's cheese anyway. Half the stock of that one has gone. And then if I just wing that in, isn't that a beautiful one? That's so nice, teaming it with that musical note background. Lovely. So that one is £9.99. Item number is 042009. Then we've got the bedtime babies, which Tina's just used. And here it is. So cute. There you go. Oh, and giving this one a hug. That's so beautiful. Now, 70%, nearly 70% of the stock has gone. And that one again, just £9.99. Item number is 771844. Then, the bumblebees of it, still gone. That's it. It's sold out. So thank you very much for purchasing. It's all in baskets. If any do bounce back, we'll let you know. Then we've got the missing treats. Yes. He's like, where's it gone? And the other one's looking, well, naughty.
That's so cute. I love that.
Yeah. Beautiful. £9.99. Item number is 364719. A third of the stock has gone with that stamp. Then I think this one might be one of my favourites actually, with the berry basket. They're having a nice time chowing down on the basket. I just like the composition of that one. Now the stock update here is nearly 60% gone. £9.99, 350344. Then we've got the Spring Garden as our next one. There we go, that's gorgeous. That one is a 6x6 background stamp. And that butterfly comes out as well. And then here's a really nice sample that Tina did earlier. That's nice. So that was demoed in the earlier show as well, so you can watch on Rewind. It's lovely. I just love that you can decoupage that that butterfly. We're nearly 60% of the stock gone. £9.99, £5 saving. Item number is 665333. Then we've got some more butterflies that are gorgeous, and it comes with the sketchy bloom, so you are getting the 2 stamp sets. Fabulous for colouring in. There's a few more samples of this one. £7.50 each. I'm really liking this with the beautiful resist technique. I love those colours. So you've got the white embossing powder. Here's one with the flowers. That's been decoupaged up as well, laid up. There you go. And bear with me. This one's, I mean, they're beautiful samples. Have a look at this one. There we go. Ooh, that's been coloured fantastically, making it look like a Red Admiral, this one. £14.99 with a £5 saving. 288985 is the item number. Then we've got the slim DL sized one. I mean, we say slim, it's still really decent size. Now, a quarter of the stock has gone. Lovely big open spaces again. I don't think I showed you this sample. Oh, this is nice. Embossed in the gold. Isn't that pretty? Ah, giving it a wiggle so you can see that emboss. That's gorgeous. All right, £11.99 then, 071427. Next, we've got the one at the top, which is the bird. So that's coming singularly, and you've got loads of sentiments and just a really pretty image. For this stamp set, £11.99, 12 stamps in total, 309988. 40% of the stock has gone. Then down to the bottom, we've got the one with the cakes and the cups of tea. Lots of stamps, 23 in total, and it just works out at £7.50 per stamp set because we've shaved £9 off it. £14.99, item number is 868114. Then right at the end we've got that peony, and also has the butterfly and a little sentiment. Even miracles take a little time. £9.99, 565207. Now we've also got that music background stamp. Like I said, I'm surprised we've still got any of that left, because I think it's just a real useful stamp. We are 80% of the stock gone. 605728, also really busy for the mirror plate. Come on, graphics. That is £14.99. There you go. So you've got the stamping mirror plate. Just, I mean, you can do great techniques with that. Half the stock gone. 912516, and yes, it's happened. The happy hour has now sold out. So thank you very much. We have also now sold out of the bees. The house mouse one with the bees. So very, very busy hour. Do check out your baskets. Lovely. Thank you very much. Back to you, Tina.
Okay, so I'm going to use this gorgeous one here. Okay, so I'm going to do some stamping with my VersaFine.
Right.
And then I'm going to clear emboss over the top, because I like the shine that gives. I don't very often do that with my house mouse stamps, but I quite like the fact that, you know, it's nice to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you've got your stamps, to add some clear as well, and it makes the black really lovely and shiny. So just popping that on there, and then clear embossing over the top.
Oh, I love this.
Oops, there we go.
That'll look really good.
It will, won't it?
Yeah.
I think it's gorgeous. Let's bring in our heat gun.
And always best to heat it up. Yep. Oh, look, it's going really nice and quick, that.
Yeah. So it does. It starts to go. It's really just magic, isn't it? It's like it pops out of the page.
Oh, look at that. Just pops.
There we go.
And there's a lot of detail in the grass, in the basket.
There is.
Yep.
There is. So then we're going to bring in some of our coloured pencils.
Okay.
So let's start off by just colouring in our basket here. So this is really cool, and especially if I use sort of like some watercolours or something like that, it's not going to stick on top of the embossing, so you can be really, really quite, you know, rough in how you colour. But I've just so enjoyed, because I don't get too much time to, you know, to colour too much now, you know, at home. But it's really, really lovely to be able to sit and enjoy these. And I'm just so pleased that people like, you know, the same ones as me.
Yeah.
It's
and if you want to catch the previous show, we were on together at 10 o'clock.
There we go.
Nice.
Just
doing a
carrying on with this.
Yep.
It's just so cute, Harry's.
Perched.
He's sitting in there, bless
Yeah.
him. And we've got the perfect sentiment for this as well that I'm going to pop
Oh,
on.
lovely.
So let's grab some red and get some berry colours in. So I'm going to press a little bit harder because I want these to jump out a little bit there.
How long have you been crafting for, Tina?
Oh, I would say since about 20... Well, I've always crafted. I've crafted since birth, basically.
Right.
So I started like knitting and crocheting with my mum and my nan. And so that's when I first got into it. And then I think paper crafting, where like doing cards and things like that, was from about 2005, something like that. But as I say, I've been doing, you know, I used to sort of do some colouring and drawing and things like that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, as it goes on, I got into mixed media. I'm not very good at portraits, but I do try and do portraits as well because I love doing that. And also I do my embroidery, as you know.
Yes, indeed.
But I'm hoping this year to start to do like pottery throwdown.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I know Barbara, who's on next, actually. She's been doing that.
Has she?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Beautiful. So I'm just going to add a little bit of a yellowy to their fur this time.
Mm-hmm.
And let's get that going. So as you can see, I can just go straight over and it's just going to pick up where the actual card is still without the embossing. And this one on top, so cute. Just over his face a little bit as well. There we go. A little bit of green in the grass.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I can just glide over this and it will just pick up where it can still fill the card.
It's very gentle.
It is. It is. I do love them like that. I really do. It's, you know, it's quite muted. You can go, you know, as obviously as dark as you like, and then we'll put a little bit of pink just in their ears. And I'll do pink on this one's face. And they can have pink little tails and feet as well.
Oh yeah, little pink feet.
Little paws.
Mm-hmm. Would you say they're field mice?
I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say. There we go. So I really, really love those.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie.
Yep.
So just popping that to one side. And then I've got a sentiment here that I'm going to use.
Do you know what stamp set it's from?
It's from the sentiment stamps.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this one. I think it was quite popular, wasn't it, the first hour?
Cool.
So
we'll pop the details for the quotes on screen. There you go, and that is £16.99. 10 stamps, and we are nearly half the stock gone. 315143 is your item number.
So I'm just going to pop that there.
What's that one say?
It said, it does not matter how slowly you go as long as you don't stop.
Right.
So I just quite like that one.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to cut that down a little bit.
Cool. When are you next back in, Tina?
I think it's the 20th or the 21st, something like that. Yes, so I'm in for a few days then. Okay, and then let's just mount this one up. My smudgy marks.
What's happened?
My smudgy mark on my finger there. Right, so let's. Where are my dots? Where did I put my? There it is. Okay, so let's go with my double-sided tape. So lots of adhesives. You can use whatever you like, to be honest, as well. So go with, you know, what you like best. Depends if you're, you know, if you like to keep everything clean, doesn't it? If you like to use the tape rather than a wet glue. I use everything, to be honest. I mean, I'm known for using the gel medium. So that's always a good one to use as well. Let's place that on there.
That's nice with that sort of straw-coloured card in the background.
Yeah,
that's good.
Because it brings out, doesn't it, the lighter tones as well. So then just...
And if you do need your adhesives, you've got a £10 saving on this, 36 rolls in total, and it's £16.97. 47 pence per roll. I mean, you can't argue with that. 337905 is your item number.
Okie doke. So let's pop that onto there. Like that. And we've just got one more to do.
just that little finishing touch. That's all it needs, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, you know, you can do these and just frame them as you are, as they are, but it's nice to pop a sentiment on if possible, isn't it?
And then a little bit of
tape. I love this
Yep.
foam tape because then you can just cut it to the, obviously the length that you want. And then my smudges are determined where my sentiments are going at the moment. So that's going to go there. And then it looks perfect.
Perfect, it does. Lovely. Thank you very much, Tina. Okay, so the mirror plate, if you want to go for that, if you want to create that really nice mirrored image, half the stock has now gone. And then if I just pop this in, so this was the example that Tina did earlier on. It's really clever to change the way that the stamp goes. Yeah, so that is a very handy tool to pop into your basket. $14.99, 912 516. So let's go through the House Mouse collection that we've now got left, because we have had some sellouts. Here's our first one. This one is the Love Treat. Half the stock has gone there. It's so nice. They're sharing and caring, aren't they, with this one? That is $9.99. Item number is 042009. Then we've got the Bedtime Baby, which is, again, just adorable. Oh, and he's being carried up to bed. He's all sleepy. That's cute. And the one with the dummy in. I love that the mouse has got a mouse for a toy as well. That one, $9.99 again. Item number is 771844. Moving along, we've got our background stamp. This is a really useful stamp and a nice size as well. Just puts the finishing touches on something. All right, we're approaching limited. $9.99, 605 728. Then back with the House Mouse. We've got the one with the treats. There it is, or not so, really, for the one mouse. Look at his face. The other one's face is hilarious. We are nearly 40% of the stock gone. $9.99, 364 719. And here's a little example, just stamped with a distress ink and then just pulled out. It looks really effective just in the one tone, doesn't it? Very cool. $9.99, 364 719. What's the next one? Ah, yes, this one is the berry basket that Tina's just used. Oh, it's so sweet. I just love that he sat on top and the other one inside. Right, 60% of the stock gone. It's $9.99, 350 344 is your item number. Then we've got the Spring Garden. We're nearly half the stock gone, and that centrepiece comes out. I think it's really nice. I've got the sample again here, and just in the black, 60%'s gone. Just in the black, then decoupage that lovely butterfly up. I think that's really effective. Looks great, black and white, doesn't it? $9.99, £5 saving, 665 333. Next, we've got the two together. So this one is the butterfly and the sketchy bloom. It's a really nice set of stamps, beautiful for colouring, nice open spaces and a good focal point. And any occasions, flowers and butterflies, you can't go wrong. $14.99, £5 saving. Item number is 288985. Then we've got our slim floral. It's like the DL size, really. More beautiful space for colouring. Don't you just love all those flowers? Oh, so nice. $11.99, 071 427. Then we've got our beautiful bird, the one that Tina demoed where you did the reverse. Busy for this one this hour. Lots of sentiments. What's that? Is that have a colourful day? I think it is. Is it joyful? Have a joyful day. And that fits beautifully. 40% of the stock has gone. Oh, hello, dear friend. See, just send somebody just to say that you're thinking of them. You've got wishing you a special day. A little birdie told me. You're amazing. Oh, $11.99 then. 12 stamps in total. 309988. Then we've got the two at the bottom that have got the cakes. Lovely. Look at this stack. Can you see it? Look at that. Can you imagine receiving a cake like that? That's got to be like a wedding cake, hasn't it? That big. Nice. And then we've got the other cup. There you go. I didn't realise it was quite that big, actually. Yeah, so it's another nice focal point. $14.99, 868 114. And then finally, we've got the peony that also comes with the smaller butterfly and that sentiment. Lovely. Only $9.99. 565207 is your item number. Right, which one do you fancy demoing with now?
I'm going to go with this one. So I'm going to show you just a couple of ways of using it. So I'm just going to put that to one side at the moment, and I'm going to take some of my inks, and I'm just going to actually use a roller, and I'm just going to add just some marks on here, just using the roller. Okay, and changing.
Oh, that's a nice blue,
isn't it? It's gorgeous. It's just making it like quite rustic, really.
Yeah.
Like that. And then let's bring in a different colour. I'm going to wipe that on my there. And then I'm going to bring in a little bit of a purple as well. So it's really giving a different background to it. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is bring in the stamp and my VersaFine. This is a beautiful, beautiful big stamp as well. I know that before we had on some that were like little postage stamps or postcards, and this one is kind of the same size as that. So if you've got that at home, then you'll know, you know, what I'm talking about size-wise. So let's just bring this onto here.
So going in without a block for this one?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. You can use your stamp platforms as well. You can use a stamp block. This is just such a nice size, and you've got like the comfort of the cushion there. So just pressing that down, and then we've got beautiful flowers there.
Yeah.
So then I can go in with some watercolour, and I can bring out some of those gorgeous flowers there and the butterfly, and just paint in.
You've treated yourself to the Jane Davenport ones, haven't you?
I did.
Yeah.
I have a box of Jane Davenport stuff. Because I brought the, there was a monthly mega deal, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And it was so cool. So I brought that and a few different bits as well, because they're just, I love Jane Davenport's things.
Oh, we can show you the Jane Davenport paints in case you missed out. So you've got some options. You've got neutrals or the Glitz Sea. Oh, that one's gorgeous. All the aquas and everything in it. Yeah.
Oh, glitzy one.
Have you not got that one?
That.
Oh.
Oh, no. Okay, and let's bring in a little bit of the red as well. They're just such gorgeous, gorgeous paints, aren't they?
Really strong pigment.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need a lot either. It's, you know, it's really, really lovely. Let's do that one. So you can just carry on and do this as you go. But, so you can go for something that's sort of like rustic looking as well. And then you can do something that's more of like a paler type of thing. Or you could go with one that I prepped as well.
Yeah.
Where I've just gone mad with the
That's
gel
beautiful.
pens, you know, the sparkly gel pens.
Yeah.
So it depends. I mean, look, that's the same stamp, but look how different it is.
It is, isn't it?
You know, it really does depend on the type of medium that you use it with. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll leave that one and mount this one up. Just onto the black there, so you can see how it pops again as well.
Just so you know at home, the music stamp, music background stamp, that now has gone limited.
Oh, I love that one.
So useful, isn't it?
Oh, I do.
There we go.
Really do love it.
Nice. £9.99. There you go.
There we go. Now we're going to just mount that just onto the piece of black there. Just there like that. Oh, that's nice and straight. Look at that.
It's
it gives you, okay, if I just go like that.
It's all good.
There we
It's
go.
all good. Nothing that a trimmer can't fix. See, I find when I'm sticking down, I find I have to stand up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that is it, isn't
Yeah.
it? But well, thanks for backing me up.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's all good.
So yeah, so
all
it's just to
fixable.
show you really how.
Yeah.
And then if I lay that one on, then you can see how different that is.
It's very different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you, Tina. We've still
Okay.
got time if you want. If you can
I've
do.
got another one if we can.
lovely.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what I'm
that'd be
trying
good.
to sort of do as many as I can because I know they're all popular, aren't they?
Oh, say that again. Sorry, Tina.
I was just trying to do as many as I
Yes.
can so that you can see them live.
That's good. The foam tape then. 40% of the stock has gone, £10 saving, and it works out at just 47 pence per roll. There's 20 metres on each roll. Gosh, so yeah. Right, 16. Sorry, what was that? 20 metres per pack. Apologies. I was going to say. So 60 metres in total. £16.97. Item number is 337905. Now the strip floral. This one, we'll change the details. It's a lovely large stamp and it's beautiful. I love flowers. They're so pretty. Now it's 21.5 centimetres tall. I've got a few more samples. There we go. So that one's been stamped and embossed in black. Lovely jubbly. And that nice inky background. Really nice to do your jelly print backgrounds with this as well. Oh, right. This one's really inky. Check this one out. Gone to town. Splashes of colour. Probably Brushos, those. £11.99. Item number is 071427. Okay, so some more things just to have a look at. The berry basket of our house mouse collection is very busy. That is £9.99. Item number is 350344, and we are 2/3 of the stock gone. We're also busy for the missing treats from the house mouse. Now nearly half the stock has gone on that, and it's £9.99, 364719. And then we've got our bedtime baby. So lovely. If you can stretch to collecting these, they're just gorgeous. £9.99. Item number is 771844, and we're nearly 80% of the stock gone. Right, so which one are you going to
I'm
stamp
going to use
next?
this gorgeous little one here. It's a really lovely set.
Yeah.
Very good price actually that I've noticed on there because, as I say, I don't tend to take any notice of the prices until I'm actually here. So I'm just going to use some VersaFine, and I've got one of your 7-day savers at one point.
Yeah.
With these gorgeous like wood blocks, like the slices, and I think that they are gorgeous to actually pop a stamp on, and then you could perhaps use some sort of protection over the top and have it as like you know, your mug, a coaster or something like that, or just a little plaque, you know. So just giving that time to soak in there. And then I've got some of the Posca pens. So these are the gorgeous paints. So I'm just going to start popping in some colour there with the paints.
Goes down well on that little slice.
It does, doesn't it? It picks it up well, and I love, because with this, I'm only sort of like tapping on the colour because I do want the texture of the slice of the wood to sort of like come through.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what, you know, that's what adds to it. So.
Oh, and I didn't realise we do have the wood slices on the website.
Oh, you've got them back. Excellent.
I think so, yeah. Oh, there they are. £24.99. So you've got 30 pieces in that mixed media set. I think some have been gessoed and some are natural.
Yes, they have, yeah. So just add in, as I say, some colour to the top of this.
It's nice to work on a different surface, isn't it?
It is, yeah, definitely. I mean, I do love my mixed media, so I love to use sort of like the stamps in different ways and different surfaces. And then I'm going to have, this is, you know, probably not the colours that the flower is supposed to be, but I don't mind. I just think that you just go with what you like, don't you, really? What you fancy at the time. And if you're doing this as a home decor piece, then obviously you could do it in the colours, you know, that you'd use at home.
Yeah, tone it with your decor.
There we go. So just popping in this red. And the reason I've gone for brighter colours is because it's quite porous, so it will soak in some of the colour and it'll dull down a little bit. So that's why I've kind of stuck to quite strong colours. But the choice is yours. I mean, you know, if you're going to do some of these matching at home. I just think they're so cool.
Yeah.
It's quite just a nice line for for your craft room, isn't it? You just have your mug of coffee or your mug of tea. Just placed on here. Personalise it as well. So just coming in.
Really bright, that orange.
It's lovely, I love it. See, here it doesn't look so bright, but on the screen it's like really, really bright.
Packs a punch.
Okay. So I'm just going in with our green for our leaves.
Wow, lovely.
It's just a stunning flower, isn't it? And I'm just going to add a few doodles, I think, over the top as well, all around it.
Yeah. So if you do want this stamp, it is obviously on screen for you.
There we go. So let's bring in our glittery pens.
Oh yeah, got to add a bit of glitter. You know I'm obsessed with those, don't you? I talk about it a lot.
Yep. So I'm just going to add some glitter in some of these places.
Again, that goes down really well on the...
It does. Everything seems to go really well. It's probably because it is gessoed as well, so it does tend to take the colours well.
Right, now jelly roll pens, they're actually on a bit of a saving for you if you're wanting to top up. Now these are the metallics, good. £9.99. Love those. You're getting a set of 19.99, not £9.99. £19.99, you've got a £5 saving. So yes, if you're wanting to top up, but I can't recommend them highly enough. I am addicted to them, totally.
Oops, okay. Then I'm just going to add a little bit to the green leaves as well.
So those ones are the sparkle pens, aren't they?
They are. They're the sparkly ones. They're beautiful. There we go. So have you been doing a lot of crafting recently?
Yeah, still do. Colouring. When I'm up here, colouring and cross stitch and whatnot.
Oh, your cross stitch.
Yeah, my cross stitches.
Yeah, you love your cross stitch, don't you? And I'm just going to go around the outside of the petals here.
Yeah. So when you're next back in, what brand are you bringing with you?
I'm just trying to think. I think actually it's going to be an Oakwood Archer, but a new range of stamps.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. So we've got lots of new stuff coming from Oakwood Archer. We're going to have a new release every month as well.
Yep.
And it might be ones that I've had a little input into.
Oh.
So I may have designed a few, hopefully. There we go.
Nice.
And then I'm just going to go around the edge here, just with a little bit of a darker sparkle. Just so that it pops out from the edge there.
Yeah.
Just adds, doesn't it? Just adds
Absolutely.
something to it. It really
Makes
does.
it look a bit more like it's popping off the
so it's not so flat, is it?
3D. Yeah.
So it's really cool to just sit and play,
Doodle.
really. And you do get quite a lot of these. And I like the fact that some are a little bit split as well. I think that is just gorgeous. If, you know, if they were all split, I wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't mind, because I do love that look.
Yeah.
So depending on your project, I was doing different Christmas scenes on top of some as well, so making little hanging decorations. So I do like the rustic look.
Yeah, you could pop a bit of varnish over this.
Yeah, definitely.
Make it look a bit more shiny.
And we could even do clear embossing powder over the top
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
absolutely.
So there we go. So just a little bit of sparkle. Shall I try and sparkle
Yeah, that would be
for
good.
you?
Thank you.
Let me do it this way.
Yes, nice.
Yeah, you can see that shimmering? Yes.
Oh, that's really good. Thanking you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. Okay, so if you want to go for this stamp, your peony stamp, you've got 3 stamps for £9.99. You've got the sentiment and the butterfly with it. And your item number is 565207. Now, we've also got the background stamp, super limited for this. And that one, £9.99. It's so useful and usable, it really is. 605728. I think that's going to be one that you would, you know, use again and again and again. Next, we have got the foam tape, 36 rolls, and you've got 60 metres in total. £16.97, 337905. Then we've got the house mouse. Yay, £9.99. You've got that berry basket, 350344. Then you've got bedtime babies. Now that is also limited. Yeah, it is, isn't it? £9.99, 771844. And then another one that we've got. There you go, the missing treats for £9.99, 364719. Lovely. Do give us a call, or of course you can check out your baskets at thecraftstore.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. I'm so pleased you loved them.
Yep, and we'll see you on the 20th.
Yeah, see you then.
See you then.
Bye.
Lovely. With any of the other items that are left, please do check out your baskets. You will love them. I think such a nice range to collect, don't you think? So stay tuned. Next then, we have got Crafting with Clarity, a double billing. And then after that, we're back with the really useful boxes, one-day special, final call.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters and use them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I designed the brand myself to make sure that every product that comes out to you is the best quality, has an individual design, and also is versatile. I like everything to match, so if you've got a product from the very beginning of the John Next Door brand, it will match with something that you buy right up to the minute. Everything working together, which makes things more versatile and easier for everyone. I really hope you can join me and continue your crafting journey with me, and we can see all the new ideas, tips and techniques that we can do together.
Hello there and welcome. Well, it's Sunday, it's 2 o'clock and it's the first Sunday of the month, or is it? I'm not sure, it might be the second, but it's a bit different in January anyway. Everything kind of goes to the wall, doesn't it? But what I am pleased to tell you is we've got our fabulous regular 2-hour slot with Clarity, and the lady herself is joining me. Is it too late to say Happy New Year, Barbara?
New Year to you, dear.
And to you as well. And I know we're kind of almost halfway through the month, but I think you're allowed to say Happy New Year the first time you see somebody in a new year. So I'm going to go by that rule.
Me too.
Now, I love it when you join us for these 2-hour sessions, and it's one of those opportunities for you to showcase new products, but really get into the nitty-gritty and show us how we can work with these. And I love this because we've kind of got one of those sets that brilliant value for money, because you're doing your familiar 4 for the price of 3, but also this is crafting throughout the year, this bundle. Love it.
Exactly, Hayley. Yeah, you nailed it. We thought that we'd start the new year with something that you can use all year, which is perfect, isn't it?
Well, this is it. And one of my favourite things about the Christmas season is a wreath. But of course, wreaths are for all year round. We see spring wreaths, we see birch wreaths, all sorts of different wreaths. And I love the concept of this. But my goodness, 76 stamps, Barbara. That's a lot of stamps.
So now what we've done is I drew these myself, and we've got 4 different seasons. So that's why in January we thought we'd present these wreaths, and you'll see that each wreath is a season. So spring, summer, autumn and winter. But what I've done is, instead of creating a circle, which is quite limiting in effect, what we've done is we've split the wreaths. So you've got 2 halves. Now that opens up a whole different game, because first of all you can mix and match them, as I will show you later, and then the other thing that you can do is also manipulate them. Because they're Clarity quality, it's quite easy to stretch and manipulate those stamps as well. So here we're looking at what you're showing here. This is spring. The first bloom in spring makes my soul sing.
What a lovely
and you can see here, isn't that lovely? But you can see that the 2 halves, whilst they complement each other, they sit independently, and that is a game changer, massive. So even, you know, this then becomes a frame, but you could take the first half from the spring, and here we go into summer, living for summer, and you could use the bluebells, or the foxgloves, sorry, in conjunction with one of the spring sets. And then if you go to autumn, the next one, Leaves are Falling, Autumn is Calling. Now this is slightly different. I like this one because you'll see that they're symmetrical halves.
Yes.
And I want to show you something really interesting. To have those symmetrical parts, we've only done it on the one, but what a game changer this one is as well.
Beautiful.
So you've got owls, I'll show you how to make a tree out of a wreath in a minute.
Oh, okay. Looking forward to. Love this. You've got little silhouettes as well. So if you want to build up a scene as well, we always love our little silhouettes, don't we? And then as we take ourselves towards the winter season, and I know lots of people do craft for the winter season during the course of January, because it's still quite cold out there, isn't it? So that's the key thing, I think, that we can be crafting for all the seasons all year round. Perfect if you're making cards to sell in that scenario.
Precisely. And now here we've got the holly on one side, and then we've got that lovely, what would we call that? That other sprig on the other side.
It's almost like mistletoe, isn't it?
Yeah, or laurel.
Yeah,
very
little berries.
Right? Yeah, that's it. Snowberries. So you could make 2 just by you know, continuing the holly twice, or you've got 2 wreaths here in effect, and you've also got all those additional little assets around the outside, which really does change, because you can top and tail one of those halves, which is very cool too.
This one, I'd be using this one all year round as well. I mean, it's obviously holly.
Exactly.
I mean, holly, obviously evergreen. We see it all year round, but it is synonymous with Christmas, granted. But with that other one there, I mean, that could be a gorgeous little kind of spring bow, or it could be something that you, or bow, should I say, could be something you're using through autumn or winter. They are all absolutely beautiful, and they're all a similar sort of size. So like you quite rightly said, everything works alongside each other.
They're very, very interchangeable, and they also work beautifully with your existing stamp stash and your stencil stash. So you'll find that all your verses, this is beautiful, look, so this is using Sam Crow's fishy set, with the fish that Leonie launched last year, just glorious, you know.
Beautiful.
So these can be clean and tidy art, and this is using the backdrop stamps. They fit that beautifully too. So you've got clean and tidy art, you've got really, here we go, save the date, that's using the calendar that's also on the show. That's using those reflective, like a bower, those reflection wreaths. That's nice.
Isn't that
there you
pretty?
go. So you can, and we've, so you've got so many options. I think when you buy stamps, it's all about the mileage, isn't it?
Oh, very much so.
Also, you know, how much use can you get out of a stamp? And you'll see here we've got our beautiful California rounds and our fairies. We've resized them to fit within these wreaths as well.
Yeah, and
so
you've thought the whole process through, which I love, because it's kind of working with things that we've already got, but equally so you bought things that we love and kind of scaled them so as they work alongside. I have to say, you really have hit the nail on the head with this one. Our viewers are loving this, so much so that, what was that update, Charlotte? Already 10% of the stock has gone. We're only 5 minutes into the show. My goodness. You've got a beautiful array of different seasonal cards created by the fabulous designs, and they've made some beautiful pieces to share with you. Simplicity. Sometimes that's all that you want, and it might be just that you've got your little silhouettes there, as you can see, of your little fairy or your wee folk coming in to play with these. But what a beautiful style of card. But then, of course, you can go on and build up those layers, add even more, utilising those other stamps that we've got. And I will tell you all about those, and almost making your own wreaths as well as time goes on, and your little kind of little flourishes. Love it. Now, we're going to very quickly move on to a couple of other things that work alongside these. Barbara will be coming to you as well for your demonstration in a little while. But let me give you those details. Lots of you getting involved with these, but don't check out your baskets before you check out the next 2 items, because they kind of all work together. Flexi Buy on this one opens up your Flexi Order, which makes it very easy and convenient for you to get all of the different components that we're going to be introducing you to. But here we've got a lovely set for you. Now, they may look familiar because we have seen them previous, but on a much larger scale. And these are beautiful because they sit and nestle beautifully within the actual card itself. I'm just going to bend down because I knocked a card on the floor earlier on that's utilising some of these. So what you've got here is a series of your rounds, your scenic rounds. You've got your stamp mask with this as well, so perfect if you're wanting to build them up. And again, we've got a brilliant saving for these. You're paying the price of 2, but you're actually getting 3 sent to you, which I think is a phenomenal price. Brilliant idea, and a wonderful collection of little scenes. Scenes for all sorts of occasions with these, Barbara.
Well, yes, and also let me say that this artwork was originally illustrated by Mel Turner, so these are just gorgeous original masterpieces, really. And this is what I call the California collection. You see the lone cypress there in Carmel, and then in the middle we've got the beautiful boating collection, which is great. We're always looking for men's cards, Father's Day, etc., etc. Happy birthday to the fisherman in your life. And you'll see now these are very, very beautiful. They work for mixed media, clean and tidy art as well. And then on the third set, of course, these all come with masks also. And on the third set, we've got those beautiful fairies. Again, original artwork by Mel Turner. And what we've done is, I want to show you, these are just beautiful, but they're lovely in and of themselves, just stamped and coloured in. But what I wanted to just explain was that we resized these to fit inside our wreaths. So if I may, I'd really love to show you a comparison between the two sizes.
Yeah,
so for our
please do.
friends at home our friends at home who already have the larger arch from Mel, I'd really like to show a comparison. Now, if you look here, for example, you'll see this is the lone cypress, and this is the lone cypress resized.
Wow.
Big difference.
Yeah, there is a big difference, yeah.
Yeah.
Very much.
If we take this one here, again, I'll show you that it's a considerable change. Look at the difference between that one and this one here.
But I love the idea of having that main focus and maybe the other two in the opposite corners to build up the design.
Yeah. It makes such a difference. And then the third one I just wanted to show, again, the fairies, so you can see the beautiful artwork in large format, but then check out the size of the new set. So, you know, for usability, for flexibility, for introducing into these wreaths, you can see there's a substantial difference in size.
Definitely.
So if you were thinking, oh, I've already got the large ones, I don't need these, well, maybe at this price it might be worth considering.
Definitely. And I have to say, when you've got the larger pieces, sometimes it's a struggle to know which one to use because they're all so gorgeous. The benefit of having the smaller size is that you can use them all together, as you can see on this fabulous card. You've got a tower of all those fabulous little fairies alongside their little woodland creature friends, but using elements that we've seen previously from the wreaths there. But again, sometimes you want a smaller focal point. Maybe you're working with some of the fabulous dies that we've seen previously, and you don't necessarily want a larger piece. A lot of people do like their smaller cards, their tags as well, and of course, as we said earlier, just kind of supporting the larger images as well. This one's a pretty one as well from Sarah. Isn't that lovely? And again, what she's done, she's been very creative because she's used her die, created one of those kind of fold cards that allows that disc to kind of pop through.
Nice.
Really, really pretty. And the beauty is, as you said, Barbara, you've got that gorgeous line art, those simple lines, which give you the ability to get absolutely amazing results with those. And we'll come on to some little sentiments in just a few moments. Now, already rapidly approaching 20% of the stock of these have gone. So if you're liking the look of these and you're thinking that these are going to sit beautifully within your craft collection, of course, alongside those wreaths, they work perfectly. And if you're wanting to get hold of these, then you've got all the information that you need on your screen there. £29.97, and of course these do come with their masks, which allows that you're able to allow you to kind of build up those designs, as I'm sure as we will see with the demonstrations. 736483 if you're liking the look of those, which I'm sure you will do. Next set as well, again, before you check out your baskets, you'll want to add these in. Now these again may look familiar to you, and I'm sure that Barbara will show us the comparisons of these as well. But these are the beautiful mini words of wisdom. I love the phrases on these, Barbara. They are just so kind of empowering, supportive, just enlightening, absolutely beautiful, and again resized to work with the wreaths.
Exactly. So one of the things, I love these words and I love the way Jim designed them. I often reach for these large words of wisdom stamps and then I wish that they were smaller.
Yes.
So never miss an opportunity. So what we did was we resized all 4 of those because we've kind of been filtering them in over the last couple of years, and then we turned them into one lovely mini set. And I've stamped out, just very simply, you'll see here, I've stamped out the large "This too shall pass," which I seem to go to all the time. This is 2.75 because everything does pass. This too shall pass. But there's a considerable difference. This is 2 3/4 inches long, and this one is less than 2 inches, just under 2 inches. That makes a big difference when you're using it on the front of a card or on the inside of a card.
Very much so. Sometimes you might want to be the big, bold statement. Sometimes you might want the other elements on your card to kind of come forward and be the foreground. But please don't think that these are very small, that you can't use them as your main sentiment. You can see a nice size card here where it's been matted and layered. The support, obviously, of the discs that we saw just a few moments ago, adding to that design. And, of course, the beauty is the phrases all work with the little scenes which work with the wreaths. You can understand how Clarity have brought everything together. So across the first 3 items that we've been covering, you have got all of the stamps that you need to create some absolutely incredible kind of scenes and focal points. I love this one, and that sentiment absolutely perfect for it, Barbara, there with a reference to the rainbows.
Yes, and the thing about these stamps is because of the wreath, and I'll show you the flexibility of these split wreaths, these seasonal wreaths, First of all, because they're designed in seasons, they will last you all year. And secondly, any stamps that you have, you'll find that these will perform beautifully as a surround. And I can show you here, for example, if you look at what I'm looking at in response to what you were saying, this is a beautiful one by Elaine Milner, and you can see here she's just taken that one daisy from the spring and opened it up. Here's another one by Julie Dunn. Because these are the right size now, you see, you can create bridges. Beautiful. And I'll show you how you see how you can stretch it now. Yeah. That is a wreath, and it's been stretched. So that's what I'm going to be showing you in a minute, how you can manipulate the artwork to just weave in your existing stash. It's great. Fabulous. It's so fun.
Can't wait to see these in action. Now, Barbara, I'm going to let you get yourself ready. I'm going to suggest that everybody shops online. The reason being, that's where you will find everything that we're referring to. Obviously, Barbara will be bringing things in and out, and there's lots of items that we might not get to see in the first hour. We've got a 2-hour session here with Barbara, so we're going to be learning loads, experiencing loads of different ideas, seeing loads of different techniques. So if you're wanting to jump ahead and get hold of all of those elements that you want and check out your basket, you know that they are safely on their way to you, and you don't have to worry about kind of vulnerability of stock. Some of the elements we've seen previously, but they work alongside the new products perfectly, so it might be an opportunity for you to add those into your basket as well. But we are going to be focusing on the wreath, because of course the wreath is the brand new set. Now, over a quarter of the stock has gone already. Don't forget, with this deal, you're paying the price of 3 of these stamp sets, so you're getting that 4-cent set sent to you in with the bundle. You'd normally be paying £59.96, which is pretty much £15 for each of those sets. It's a standard price that we see from Clarity for stamp sets of this particular size. But while you've got the opportunity during the launch of these, you have got that discounted price, bringing them down to £44.96. And again, you can spread that cost over 2 payments. If you're a Freedom member, then you don't have to worry. That first payment of £22.48 will get these delivered to your door, with a second payment going out in a month's time. But if you're not a Freedom member, then that first payment will have your post and packing attached to it, which means that first payment is slightly higher, but still worth going for. And of course, you can become a Freedom member at the same time as checking out your order if you so choose anyway. But of course, it's a 2-hour session that we hand over to Barbara. I'll be here in the background helping along the way. But Barbara, what have you got planned for your first demo?
Well, thank you. I thought, Hayley, the best thing to do would be to just take a set of the stamps and just play with them for a minute, so I can show you how versatile they are. And what you have to know is that what I'm going to do with the spring set works for all 4 of the sets. So if we, for example, we take a look, now let me just change my glasses. If we take a look at this set, you'll see here this is the spring set. So we've got the daisy and the thin one. And if this is on its indexing sheet. Let me just peel this off gently now, right? And I want to show you, if you set it down on a piece of, I'm just doing it on the counter, right, on a bit of paper, it will ping back to exactly where it's supposed to be. Do you see?
Okay, yeah.
Right. So I'm going to take so if you want to do a wreath, but it looks, you can see already that half, because it's not symmetrical, because it's asymmetrical, it already looks like it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But all I'm going to do is just load that up, and that is the half, right? Perfect. So if I stamp this into place now, I just want to show you on this side. Let's put the ink on the right side of the stamp, Barbara.
That's always a good place to start, isn't it?
Right, so I'm just using a plain black ink pad, and I'm just going to show you. If, for example, I think this is probably the best thing to do. If I just stamp that into place like that, right, and I'm going to press on there, and you'll see that sits beautifully, just as it comes, yeah?
Perfect.
And I can take, yeah, it's very, very nice. And then I can take the same stamp, just to show you how that it does actually, even though it doesn't look like a circle, it does actually make a circle, right? So if I wanted to close this wreath, let me just take that. I can turn this around like so. I can tuck it in, because we can see through the stamps.
Oh, I see, they nestle in together, yes.
They nestle into each other, right? And now this is where you get your flexibility. So I can, see, I can turn it, I can make it I can put the daisy to the top, to the bottom. I can turn it this way. It's entirely up to me which way I want it to sit. Yeah.
And I love it because you've got that open area in the centre then, which can showcase whatever you want to showcase.
Absolutely. So if I take the same stamp again, I'm just using bits of copy paper because I want to show you how versatile this is. So let's take this one again, right? Now this time I'm going to take the other stamp. I think it's worth just showing how this works. If I take that one now from the same spring set, see, I can use the indexer sheet. It shows me exactly where it's going to sit.
Yeah.
Right? So now that's going to go there, like that. So I'll take another. These are 4x4 mounts I'm using.
Have we got the mounts on the show as well?
I should think so.
Yeah. Okay. If they're not, we will have them in the brand section, but I think we have got them on the show, so you can add them in. It makes sense actually to add them in alongside because they're perfectly sized for these, and you're going to get 6 of those. They're 4x4, as you can see, and £23.88. So if you're going for these fabulous wreath stamps, I certainly suggest you treat yourself to a pack of those. If you can stretch to 2, even better, because of course you've got all 4 of those sets, and it gives you plenty of opportunities for all those different elements. 01036 1 for those. Sorry, Barbara, I just felt it was important for people to know that they could get hold of those.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think this is the thing. So the 4x4 mega mounts, these are perfect for these rounds. Now, I'm just using, again, I'm just focusing on the one set. But let me, for example, let me take this one now, the long one, right? And I'll show you. Let me just move this out of the way. And I want to take this same stamp that we just made a circle with, but I'm going to use a longer mount now. And this is where the quality of clarity comes into play. Now I want to manipulate it so it's more of an oval.
Oh, okay.
Right? So then I can, right, so now I can do that. So I can make this, I can really make this into a lovely oval. You watch.
It's almost like
now
half a heart.
There you go. So you listen, if you wanted to, Hayley, there, look, it doesn't matter which. Right, so you just when you start to stretch. So look at the wreath. That's what I'm going for. Is that? Don't worry about all the noise around the outside. It's this that I'm looking at.
Okay.
So let me show you. If I now, I can use this. I don't have to close it up. I can use this now as just as up the side or in the corner, bottom left of a piece of artwork. Doesn't that look gorgeous?
Oh, wow. That is
do you see what I'm getting at? If I want to, I can close it up. You know I can. I can bring it over. I can manipulate this one. It doesn't have to be the same as that one. I can bring it in like that. I can open it up. You see what I'm getting at? It's entirely up.
You've almost got those extender pieces in there as well. So if you want to open it up widthways as well, you can kind of almost make it into go onto a square card without it looking circular or oval. Love the idea.
Exactly. So you can see here, that's why on the pieces of, you've got all those additional leaves. Do you see all the leaves down the side? So if you wanted to extend it, if you wanted to put a filler in, look, you see, it's
beautiful.
Just so cool. And then this one, the other side, this is, you can go even more radical. I'm going to take another 5-incher. So this is a 5x5 mega mount.
Okay.
And let me open this right up, straight as a die.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So this is the magic. Now this is where clarity comes into its own. So I can take that whole stamp that is actually a circle. Let me just take this copy paper out of it. No. So this was that there.
Wow.
Huh? Right. It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I can take that and I can ink this up and I can make a complete straight line with it. See, I think if you're getting into stamping, this is a fantastic collection.
One. Brilliant, like you say, if you're a complete novice just getting started with your stamping, then you've got everything that you need in here. I'd like to say circles and squares are some of the most popular ones to get started with, and you've got them both within here when you start playing around with that stamp. I can't get over the flexibility of that. That's amazing.
Yeah. So if I take this one now, let me show you this, and I want to make an actual corner. I'm getting a bit cheeky now, but I can actually turn that around and I can turn that into a proper corner, look, a 90-degree angle as well. And that, now you're starting to, this is a game changer, right?
Okay.
So this is, by not having a closed wreath, by using an open wreath like this, right, it really has changed. And having it open on the inside, so thin and fine, but top quality. Look, you see what I'm getting at?
Beautiful.
It's so cool, Hayley. It's so cool.
It's incredible.
So,
yeah.
And just so you know as well, when you want to ping it back, I'll use all these pieces. This is where this comes into play.
Okay.
This won't distort it permanently. Like when I peel this off here, and I could do this days later, right? As soon as I
you can
just let it
go,
it just goes back to where it was.
It's kind of when it relaxes.
And that's where the indexer sheet is perfect, because you just put it back on its home base, and then it just soaks back into place. There you go.
It's now brilliant.
So very easy to use, Hayley.
I love that idea.
Very easy to
And like
use.
you say, everything that you showed to us there, you can do across all 4 of the sets, because of course you've got your different seasons, your spring, your summer, your autumn and your winter, and different little elements that kind of resonate with those, like holly for your winter season and things like that, daffodils for the spring. You've got those little elements featuring in there. You've got 76 stamps in total in this set, so you can understand why it's such brilliant value for money and why it's proven to be such a popular bundle. So much so that a third of the stock has gone already. Lots of you pop this into your basket, lots of you checking out your baskets now. I think some of you were kind of waiting and seeing how the concept comes together, but as Barbara has just shown you there, these are stamps for everybody, whether you're a seasoned stamper or whether you're just getting into your stamping. Having the ability and the flexibility of these to kind of mould them to whatever shape you need to be, or have them, should I say, is incredible with these, because it's not like having 4 sets of stamps, it's like having an endless supply of stamps, because each one can morph into a different shape as you manipulate them. A really clever concept and absolutely gorgeous artwork to work with. Wreaths for all seasons, beautiful stamps, gorgeous detail with these, and you are going to get a lot of pleasure out of these. If I can give you those details again, if you are thinking of getting hold of these, please do not leave it too late, sooner rather than later when you're checking out your basket on this one, because over a third of the stock has gone. Don't forget, we've got a 2-hour session with Barbara. Whether these will last the full 2 hours, I don't know, but 053062 is that all-important item number. Barbara, thank you for explaining so well how these work. So should we go into a demonstration now?
Yeah, I'd love to just take this one step further, because I said earlier that, you know, you can manipulate, you can interchange, you go through all the seasons. I want to show you how those beautiful art stamps now fit in and why we've resized them.
Okay.
So if we take, for example, these ones that I just stamped for you, these are just the pieces that I stamped. If I take, for example, let's use that one in a minute for a little scene, but if I take this one, for example, so this too shall pass, that sits beautifully in there. Try to be a rainbow in somebody else's cloud. Let's just stamp one of these words in here so you see how easily this actually fits. And then we'll make a little, see, so you just pop that in there and you can hover. Oh, the joys of transparent stamping. I just want to show you how easy it is, you know. And this is the busiest one of the two, but you can see just how pretty it is. Gorgeous. Now let me show you, I'm going to come over now to show you a little landscape in here. And I just want to show you give you the reason why we've done, you see, so you've got the double there. You can use the single, that looks beautiful too. It entirely depends on you. So let me show you how you build this up, for example. If I take, everybody likes a little landscape.
Oh, yes.
And on the show, there are some superb little art stamps. Like, there are like a load of these little mini scene building stamps. You've got them on the counter, Hayley.
We have indeed, and we will be seeing those as the hour progresses, but very quickly I have got them here. Shall I show everybody the different designs from the boards quickly?
Great idea, great idea.
So we're going to pop the details up on the screen. Oh, they're already there. Speedier than me. So with
these are great.
These are absolutely perfect to work alongside. Again, you've got different little scenes for each of the different seasons throughout the year. And like you showed us with that little scene, perfect to actually build up within those wreaths.
It's absolutely, these are wonderful. There are 7 or 8 of these. They're just gorgeous, and because they're silhouettes, you can concentrate on the colour in the background. You don't have to worry about colouring in the actual images, but they're great scene builders.
And those little
I'll show you how.
I mean, they can be sitting on the wreaths and all sorts, can't they? Absolutely beautiful. Or little characters, as you can see there with your wee folk there as well. And of course, these are beautiful for building up with lots of other things that you'll have in your stash, but it gives you an idea, building up the scene, getting the concept, getting the idea with regards to these ones. So yeah, good idea, Barbara. Those are worth popping into baskets as well. And again, you can spread the cost of those. You can see you've got a £20 saving with those if you go for them all together. And the details are on your screen there, 896-543. They are really cute. I like those, Barbara.
Thank you, yeah. And they just are, I know lots of people love making little scenes, scene building. And during the course of the year, again, for the whole year, you know, you've got spring, summer, autumn and winter. And within that little collection of tiny little stamps, you've got all seasons covered. So if we, for example, just take a look back here at this one, and I'll show you, just to make it a bit different, this one has just got the flowers on one side rather than all the way round, but I think it'll be easy to show you how to make this scene. I think everybody would like to know that.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
So I'll show you what we're going to use. You don't need a lot of material. So we've used a black archival ink pad. I'm going to use our Clarity stencil brushes. That's how you get the colour in. I'll use a spot-on sponge. So we've got these brilliant spot-on sponges that are great for intensifying the colour.
Lovely.
So we're going to use that. And then we're going to use, just bear with me 1 second, we're going to use the little artistry inks.
Oh,
nice. We go.
nice.
So I'm just going to use, I love Lush Lilac because you'd think it was lilac, and yet it comes out that fabulous wintry blue that we love.
Gorgeous.
So that's a nice one. And then the only other thing I did was to add a little flash of colour to the actual wreath. I just used a couple of colouring pencils. So I used polychromos because the colour was perfect. Pergoliners, you know, it's entirely up to you. I think most people have a decent colouring pencil at home.
Okay.
Right. So the first thing we need to, oh, and also, I'll tell you another thing, and we've definitely got a lot of this on the show, low-tack masking tape.
Oh,
this
yes.
is great.
Yeah.
So the first thing we're going to do is, because people look at this and they think, our viewers look at this and they think, well, how do you get the sky and how do you get, you know, what do you do here? Very, very simple. Just take a piece of copy paper and let's just tear it. Right, if I tear it that way, you see it's quite straight, isn't
Yes, yeah.
Yeah? So let's tear it this way and you'll see you get much more of a curve. Isn't that the strangest thing? Right? It's because if you take a piece of A4, I'll show you why. If you take a piece of A4 copy paper, and this was like that, if you like, and I split it in two.
Okay.
When you cut, when you tear this way on a bit of copy paper, on paper, you're going against the grain, and that's why you'll end up with, right? When you cut across like that, you're going, and it goes much straighter.
So like it's like with fabric, isn't it? The grain of the fabric,
exactly.
You get a lovely nice tear with it, right? Okay, I understand now.
So without, you know, making it too complicated, if you're tearing your copy paper and you just keep getting straight lines and you think, oh, I want hills like she had, then take the copy paper and decide, tear it the other way, and you might be pleasantly surprised how suddenly you get
that fluidity. Brilliant. Oh, thanks for that tip, Barbara.
Simple stuff, always simple stuff. And then what we're going to do is take a low-tack masking tape and let's just because we can, let's just decide where we want the top hill to be. This is going to be the sky.
Okay.
Right? But bearing in mind with our wreaths, if I wanted to, I could make that the sky.
That's true.
Put that in the sky. You see, you've got to make a decision where you want your hills or your trees. I'm going to go, let's go this way now, right? And I'll just use the low-tack masking tape just to hold it in place while I'm working, right? That'd be nice.
Lovely.
Okay. The reason I need to do that is because in a minute when I add the trees, then that's a bit high, Gray. There's hardly any room for the trees.
It's a big hill.
It's a big hill. It's a big hill. Right. So now I'm going to take my brush and I'm going to just sweep up like this, and I'm holding this in place so it doesn't move, and I can use my little ink pad. So never think for a minute that just because you're using a little ink pad that you don't get enough ink on there. That works like a charm.
Sometimes
right?
it's a very
so
affordable way of getting lots of colours, isn't it, by going for the smaller ink pads. And I love these because you get a set, don't you? Is it 12 within the set? And we've got lots of choices with these.
Yeah, that's right. So if I lift that off, you can see straight away how you're getting that colour in there. Right, and the longer I do that, here's the choice. I can hold the brushes are great. I can hold the brush further down the shaft, if you like, and then these brushes are wonderful for applying ink, especially for somebody starting out, because they're just so clean and tidy to use, and you get a really good graduation. So I'm sitting on the paper and I'm flicking out, and when I lift this off again, you'll see there's my hill now. Right? But let me leave the hill in place. The reason that I'm doing that is because now I've got my little tree. So I've taken my tree from this set. I think you can see the set. It's a little bit busy underneath here. Let me just grab a piece of card. So I've taken my tree from the set. You see it there?
Yeah, got it there, yeah.
Right, okay, cool. So now I'm going to take my black ink pad. I'm staying with black line art, only because this is black, so I'm going to stick with the black, yeah? And I'm just going to pop my tree in the background, like that. And then second generation, more faded, it's further back. Then I'll put another one a bit further away. There we go. So I can add trees, right? When I lift this away, what you'll see is the trees are now behind the hill. Easy, very simple stuff.
Very effective. Now, the stamps that you were referring to there, Barbara, we've got them all as a complete bundle, so we don't have to give the individual different titles. They may well be available on the website individually. But if you've got going for this bundle, this is where you've got the saving. You've got a £20 saving by going for them all together. And they all work beautifully. We'll show you those a little bit later on in person. But they are absolutely ideal. You've got all the different seasons catered for, which is why they work so well alongside the wreaths as well. If you're wanting to go for them individually, you can see at the bottom of your screen there, £9.99 per pack, but the bundle that you've got there, it's the equivalent of 2 of those coming to you free of charge, because you'd only be paying for 6 but getting 8 sent to you. So do please make those considerations. You can spread the cost to make it more affordable, but if you're only going for a couple of those sets, then you're going to be paying around £20 anyway, aren't you? So why not go for the whole bundle on your 2 flexi buy payments? You're getting the bonus then of the 2 extras in there. So yeah, I'd definitely be going down that route. Barbara, that scene looks amazing.
Oh, well, let's put now, funny enough, this little image always reminds me of Lynn Hammond and her dog Maya. So I'm just going to pop that in there. There we go. So we'll pop her in there like that. Beautiful. And the thing is that these little miniature stamps, they do tell a story. I was watching 101 Dalmatians at Christmas, and this is so cool, because this is like Pongo. It just is perfect.
You'll need a lot of ink to do 101 of those, Barbara.
Oh, I tell you what, though, we've got the Posca pens if you need the dots.
That's true.
Right, so now what we want to do, though, because they're floating, what we're going to do is that the artwork would be better if it dried, but I'm going to take my same, if the ink was dry, but I'll show you. I can take my spot-on sponge now. This is so interesting. Look, if I stamp on here, see how it looks lilac?
Yes.
It's lilac, isn't it?
Yeah.
But watch what happens when I smear it. It goes blue. I don't know if you can see the difference. I don't know if you can see that it actually changes colour.
It's quite a subtle difference, but you can see that it's definitely got more of a bluey hue to it when you are, like you say, sweeping. It makes a difference.
Yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm just adding a bit of depth underneath Pongo. No, there we go. And so Lynn's not floating. There you go. So I've got a bit of depth under there. You see, so you just take a piece of the torn paper, and you can. The thing about the makeup sponge or the spot-on sponge, what it does is it's brilliant because it intensifies the colour and it gives you the ability to go into tiny little areas.
Yeah.
So,
and that's so true, because like it's complete control, isn't it, with those sponges? You're getting 64 of those, incidentally, for £13.96.
Yeah, they're great. They come in a pack like this. So there are 16 in each pack, so you must be getting 4 packs of these in the bundle.
I'm glad you did the maths and not me, Barbara, because that's not my strong point. But yeah, you're getting a lot of them. So there you go. You can see your 4 packs there, £13.96. And you will utilise those over and over again because they are incredibly useful to have in your stash. So 188668 if you want to add those in as well.
There we are. And so when we look now at the only thing that's different now is just a little flash of colour on the pencils. So for example, this is where you can get a light colour and a light blue, dark blue, and we're just going to start adding. Here we go, look, a little bit of light blue at the tip of the leaf, a light blue at the bottom, light blue at the tip of the flowers, like that. Just a little flash of colour like this, right? And then what you'll find is that the border or the frame then, it starts to, they all blend into one, you see. So you just add a little bit of colour, and the way to, little light and shade trick here, it's very simple really, but there you go, at the top of the leaf and at the base of the leaf. Then take the darker blue and go back in, but don't, so when you're doing the blue, you light feathery strokes that far up, and then when you want to make it, look, so that's the light blue. Then when you take the darker blue, you don't go up as far. So when you go up, so you just come up, and that's how you get the depth. So just slight feathery strokes, and that's how you'll get your leaf, you'll get the depth on the leaf. So now, I'm just not flicking as far. Do you see? And suddenly the blue just starts to pop. Let me come into the centre a bit. There. So you just, and then on the actual frame here, you just come round and you just start bringing out the depth. So, for example, behind the flower, I probably bring out a bit more blue. See, and then you can start. So, see how I'm starting to accentuate the frame now?
Yes, yeah. Kind of, it moves levels. Things come into the foreground and sometimes pop back, just dependent on the way that you apply the colour. Very clever.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's very, very simple. And with the daisies, with the actual flowers in the middle here, it's just a question of settling in and adding a little bit of depth around the inside, you see? And it immediately makes that whole thing pop.
Beautiful.
You see?
I love
it. So basically, I don't want to spend too long on it, but that's how you make that frame.
I love it.
This is just one possibility, Hayley.
Wonderful, Barbara. Now I'm going to show everybody those fabulous little miniature stamps. Just to give you a bit of a time check, dare I say, we've probably got about 15 minutes or so left of this first hour. We will have a break between the shows, though, everybody, and then we'll come back to you at the top of the next hour, and we'll be firing on all cylinders again. But let me show you those wonderful stamps while Barbara gets herself ready for her next demo. Showed you the boards a few moments ago, but you are going to get all 8 of these boards. Well, not the boards, the actual stamps that create the boards. I mean, you can't do a lot with that, really, can you, to be honest? But what you will do is have the stamps giving you the ability to build up your scenes. So some of the winter animals, some of the winter trees you might be taking, the little hare that you've got, the little rabbit, the birds, all of these are perfect to actually work inside those wreaths that we saw Barbara working with a few moments ago. So your winter scenes that you've got for your winter wreaths, absolutely perfect. And again, building up the little cottages, the little houses, the little trees, building up the scenes like Barbara did in so many different scenarios. I think you're going to be adding fabulous little stories to those wreaths, aren't you, as you go? But then you've got additional elements like the squirrels, like the birds, the birdhouse. So many of those different scenes that you've built up with the designs previously, maybe some of the larger silhouette stamps, these are perfect now for you to actually use to apply to those wreaths. I know a lot of these we have seen as in larger format, and lots of us have been loving those and making our larger cards with them. But now you can scale everything down. I love that there, that gorgeous moon or sun, depends on how you work with it. But of course, we've got finished samples showing you them being used maybe on your larger cards without the wreaths. But of course, the beauty is you can utilise those elements in so many different ways. They're going to be just as useful as all of those wreaths for all seasons as well. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, you have got the ability to get them individually. We can see an example at the bottom of your screen there with the woodland miniatures. But £9.99 is the price for each one of those. So that means that the saving on the screen is the equivalent of you getting a couple of those as a bit of a bonus, and you've got the ability to spread the cost if you're going for the bundle as well. So I would seriously consider going for that bundle. That kind of gives you the scenario and the feeling of the wreath that we've been looking at there, and you can see fabulous scenes that you can be able to build up throughout the year. That is the beauty of this one. It's one of those sets that it's going to last you all year round and way beyond then. 896-543. Now, of course, we're introducing some brand new items, and everything's on the website where you'll find those brand new scenes, those fabulous wreaths, should I say. We've got the wonderful sentiments. Sentiments have been scaled down. The little scenes in the circles, they've been scaled down, all with kind of sizing in mind to work with those brand new wreaths. Barbara's working with those fabulous artistry inks. A couple of different ways for you to get hold of them. You can get them as a set of 12, as you can see there. 5-star reviews, just saying. Or you can go for the larger ones where you can pick a mix again. 5-star reviews, just saying. In fact, there's a lot of 5-star reviews as you work your way through. So all of those goodies can go into your basket, and then you can check them out all in one go, and of course spread the cost if you so choose. That's the beauty of shopping online. Now, of course, we bring you these wonderful shows, 2 hours that we're sharing with you with Barbara, and she's introducing these brand new concept stamps to you. But half of the stock has gone. My goodness, wow, we are incredibly busy. Now, with regards to these, each one of them, I don't know why you'd buy them individually, because you wouldn't just want to buy one season, really, would you? You want to use them all year round. So getting them as a set makes sense. It also makes sense with regards to the price, because you've got a £15 saving if you're going for all of these 4 together, which is the equivalent of getting one of those free. So we have got the details at the bottom of your screen. So it's almost like you are paying for 3 of them, but 4 are being sent, and you're going to get all 76 of those incredibly versatile stamps that you'll be able to use over and over again. And as Barbara showed us, the flexibility of just moving these stamps means you can make them into whatever shape you so choose. That's the quality with regards to your Clarity stamps. So 053062 is that all-important item number for you to get hold of those wreaths, to get hold of all 76 of those stamps, and you're going to create some absolutely beautiful things with these. Now, of course, in the centre, you've got that area that you can add your gorgeous detail to. We've seen, obviously, the scene that Barbara just built up from scratch. But what about if you want something a little simpler, a little easier, maybe something a little speedier? Well, you can't go far wrong with these. Now, these, again, are scenes that you would have seen previously. Barbara showed how the different scale of size, quite a big difference between these. So if you've got them already, please don't think that those are going to sit within the wreaths as we've been looking at. You need the scaled down versions, which are the ones that we've got here. And it's like you're paying for 2 of these, but 3 are being sent. They're also going to be sent alongside those masks as well, which give you the opportunity to build up your design. Absolutely incredible value for money at £29.97, but 40% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, we've got the little sentiments as well, which Barbara has been showing us throughout, and they are available on the website, and our call operators can help you with those as well. But if you're wanting the scenic rounds, 736483 are the all-important item number. Barbara, we've got about 10 minutes now before until we get to our break, so I'm going to hand back over to you if that's okay.
Absolutely marvellous, thank you. I want to show you something very, very cool. If we look, for example, now at this is the autumn wreath, and you know now how to create that autumn wreath, and I've stamped it onto our Shenandoah designer card. So this is really lovely, and the thing about the Shenandoah is that they have like built-in scenes. You can see when I designed these originally, you can see the lake, you can see the rock, you can see the pools, the tide pools. When I made them originally, you can see in the distance there's the water and
yes.
So these are perfect for that kind of landscaping idea. All on. I love this one. Look, it looks like yeah, Shenandoah, like a cavern, right?
It's amazing.
And so, yeah, so I picked one of those and I stamped the wreath straight onto there, and then I actually built the scene with the little owls, and I added branches. You can see how you build and right. So now what's fascinating though, and this is what we're going to do now, is when does a wreath become a tree?
Oh my word.
And isn't that great?
Wow.
So what we're doing here, this is self-explanatory, I think, right? But this one, what's brilliant is, if I take one of my 5x5s, right, and I must say the inspiration from this came from Debbie McMullin, because when I saw this, I thought, oh, how clever.
Yes.
Right? So, if I take my stamp now, my reflection, this is the best thing about this is, if I stretch it out onto there, like that,
yeah,
right, now I can decide how much I want it to bow over.
Right.
So I can take the top bit and I'll bow it over that far, okay?
Depends on whether it's a slight breeze or a big gale blowing.
So this one's going to be, say that one there, exactly, depends on the weather. So we'll pop one in first. I think I've kind of clarified how this works, haven't I?
You have.
So I'd rather work on this one. So if I, for example, I'm going to take one of our Shenandoah papers. I'll pop a piece of copy paper underneath because I want to come off the page a little bit as well, right? So we'll do that, right? And this one is going to sit there. So let's mask. Let's just take the. Sorry, I'm just looking for the ink.
That's
pad.
okay.
Right, here we go.
I was just going to mention to people that many of you have gone for those 4-inch ones, which we were showing when you're putting the wreath together. But it's definitely worth adding in those 5-inch amounts as well, because of course, if you want to extend or move those designs, you need that extra little bit of space with regards to that mount. So if you want to go for the 5-inch ones alongside, you can see that you're going to get 3 of those for £14.96. So they're very similar in design, but obviously on a larger scale, which gives you that flexibility to move those stamps around and get them to follow the flow that you would like them to follow. At 395,192 if you're wanting to get hold of those.
Perfect, thank you. So you can see here, I've planted that tree, that side, and it's in place. So now the next one, the other tree, is the opposite. So instead of going into one another, this is going to be coming away. You see what I mean?
Okay.
So now I'll take the same, it's the same size mount. I'm going to do it on the diagonal. It's a 5x5 mount, and this time I'll curl it over that way. So now this is going to sit, so I can make it look a very symmetrical like that, or we could have so you could bring it down like that. Nice. And if I want a bit less of an angle, I'll just change it.
Perfect.
And let me say, if sometimes, while I'm stamping this up, I can tell you, sometimes the back of the stamp, you got oil on your hands, Hayley, and then the oil transfers and it loses its tack. If that happens, a little bit of vinegar wiped on the back, and it will bring the stamps back like new.
Oh,
okay. It brings back the tack like the day you bought it. See?
Fabulous.
So now that is the other side. You see?
Beautiful.
So you've got the two, and then you can start to use all the little elements that are inside now to start filling in or enhancing whatever it is. So, for example, my own opinion on this is, rather than try and join it up perfectly, what I would do is stay away a little bit and then bring in your
fine liners?
Micron pens. Yeah, thanks. Your Micron pens. Sorry, my head's going at 100 miles an hour.
That's okay.
If you bring your Micron pens in, then you see if you've missed a little bit, which is easier to then infill that little bit. It looks a lot more professional if you do it that way around.
True.
Rather than, do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And I can take all the little elements now and I can start to build. So, for example, that one could go there. I could put another one in there, and then suddenly this tree starts to, you've got your base, you see, and then you just start building. It's so cool to do.
It's like
Look,
you're
Hayley.
making your own stamps with these, really, isn't it? Or your own stamped image, because you kind of use all the little components together. It looks amazing.
And even the tiniest little leaves like this, I think everybody loves. What I find is people really enjoy building scenes and creating, you've got your tools, and then it's about building your own images, Now, I've got, for example, here, if I wanted to, I could add, look, I've got that little owl. Look, I could set the owl on there
that's so
if
cute.
I want to. Yeah, you've got so many options. And to build up that tree. And then, of course, we've got our verses. So now the verse, for example, I like this one. I'm particularly partial to this. Clean out a corner of your mind.
Oh, yes.
And creativity will instantly fill it. Ain't that the truth?
Oh, yes, definitely.
So you're building your composition, you see, and then all you've got to do then is just highlights, lowlights, a little bit of colouring.
Is that
fabulous? And it's done. Yeah.
Oh, Barbara, that's brilliant.
So that's simple. But I think it's amazing that you can take what you consider to be a wreath and turn it into a really cool tree. I mean, you wouldn't think that that was using exactly the same.
I know.
The same Shenandoah papers, the same stamps. Look, there's the, and then I even took the owl from there and popped the owl there.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Now, Barbara, we're heading towards our break. We've got about 3 minutes before we go into the break. So for the last few minutes, is it okay if I explain to everybody what they've got in the bundle and show them more of that gorgeous artwork that we've got here?
I think it's a marvellous idea, Hayley.
Brilliant. OK, I'll do that. So we'll be back with you in a little while, Barbara. Now, of course, Barbara has been introducing these fabulous brand new stamps to us. It's that concept of wreaths for all seasons. So you've got 4 stamp plates here, 1 for each of the seasons of the year. So starting off with spring, then you would transition through to your, obviously, your summer season. Summer season sounds like we're off on holiday. Then, of course, after that, you've got your autumnal stamps, and finally going towards winter. Now, what this means is you have got stamps for all year round. So the beauty and the concept of this is you've got those very flexible stamps that you can use them just as they lay there, following that curvature, creating your wreaths, but they're in 2 parts. So you're not committed to a circle on any one of these. As Barbara's shown us, you can mix and match those arcs, create your own circles with these if you so choose, or elongate them with the additional elements that you've got in there to create things like your ovals if you so choose. Or it might be that you're just flexing them, as Barbara was doing, to turn them into all sorts of different elements. Could be borders, could be corners that you're creating with these. It's down to the quality of the stamps that allow you to do that. But then you can rest assured that they will spring back into shape and they're back as good as the day that you bought them. Now, rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, Barbara is going to be back at the top of the next hour with even more ideas and inspiration with these. But if you're wanting to get hold of them now, can I make the suggestion that you take advantage of what we've got left in this hour and our 3-minute break to place your order for these? We are getting incredibly busy, not only for these, but of course the additional elements that we've been speaking of, and I will show you those at the top of the next hour as well. But it means that you can utilise things that you've already got within your stash. I absolutely adore that. I think that's such a beautiful little card there. But build up scenes, as Barbara said, this is one of the things that we love to do. Take the elements, take the stamps, but put our own slant on them by turning them into our own little projects. These are the round stamps that we'll be telling you about, the scenic circles, in a little while, and of course you've got those fabulous sentiments that Barbara's been working with as well. And again, they all just work so beautifully well together that can I encourage you to consider adding those into your basket as well, because they really do make the difference. And talking about making a difference, what about getting a fabulous deal where you are getting one of those stamp sets as a bonus? Price on your screen there has got a £15 saving. That's what you'd normally be paying for any one of these set of 4. So the price that you've got is the equivalent of you paying for 3 of these, but Clarity sending you 4 of them to craft with. And the beauty is if you're adding in other goodies to your basket, then you can take advantage of that flexi order as well. So the scenic scenes, the little wreath folk that we were looking at with the little silhouettes in the woodlands, then of course you can add those in and spread the cost of those as well. So we will see you in a little while. We're going to take a break of around 3 minutes. I will join you at the top of the hour with our second hour with Barbara. Hope we can count on your company. Probably just enough time to get yourself a cuppa, maybe a chocolate biscuit or 2. See you the other side of this one. So yes, our fabulous 2 hours with Barbara continues straight after the break. That brings us up to 4 o'clock, final look at the one-day special, before we spend an hour with Block Blitz.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to a fabulous hour of Clarity Stamp. And again, Barbara is going to be joining me for this second hour. We've already worked with these fabulous stamps that I'll be introducing you to for an hour, which you can go back and watch at your leisure on Rewind, but do not go anywhere. The reason being is we've been incredibly busy. Over 60% of the stock of these stamps have gone. Lots of you adding them into your baskets, along with many of the other things that Barbara has been working with during her demonstrations. Talking of Barbara, you are still there, aren't you, Barbara? You haven't left me on my own.
No, I'm certainly still here. I'm just getting ready to show you another set. I thought we'd have a quick look at that lovely laurel, you know,
yes,
because it says Christmas, or it's the winter one, but actually it's wonderful for all year round. This one is.
Well, this is true. Now, for anybody that's just joined us, Barbara, we've been talking about these wonderful stamps that you've introduced to us. They're brand new to us today, and they're covering the whole year of crafting. So you've got all 4 seasons featuring with these. You've got your spring, your summer, your autumn and your winter. And this brilliant concept where you've got these kind of 2-part wreaths, which is kind of the focal point. But Barbara, you were showing us just how flexible and adaptable these are.
Yeah, and I've got a couple of examples here in front of me. If I could just show you, for example, when I'm just looking for the original one that let me just recap. Just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Well, I've got some finished samples. That's okay, don't worry. I'll show a few of the finished samples, but when you actually get these stamps, they've kind of got that natural curvature to them because that's the way that they've been manufactured. But as you know, Clarity stamps are incredible quality, which gives you the ability to manipulate them. So Barbara was showing us lots of different ways that you can actually do that. Now, of course, at the top of the first hour that we had with Barbara, she was showing us in depth how to do that. She's going to give us a little bit of a recap. So if you have just joined us, it should bring you up to speed. But if you want to see it more in depth, then obviously you can go back and watch on Rewind at a later stage. But this is showing you how all the fabulous design team have been working with these gorgeous pieces of art, putting them together in a whole host of different guises for different seasons of the year. But the beauty is they all follow the same flow, the same style, the same design, which allows you to integrate them together. You don't even have to make them into a circular style cards or oval style cards. You can use them with your traditional squares, your traditional rectangles, and you can can cross-pollinate them across, and also take advantage of some of the additional stamps that I'll be sharing with you in a few moments as well. Of course, because they're there for all seasons, then you've got everything. You've got all your different celebrations throughout the year, and of course some beautiful ones that you will be using when you come to create your winter projects as time goes on. And you can even use them, as Barbara mentioned, either in that kind of curve, or you can manipulate them so you can use them in a corner as well. Absolutely beautiful, as you can see with regards to these. So you can see your wreath there with the centre design in there, which I'll be telling you about those gorgeous scenes in just a few moments. But for the time being, the details are on your screen there for your wreath pieces. You're going to get 76 stamps. You'd normally be paying $14.99 for each one of those stamps, and you can by all means go off and shop for those individually. But personally, why would you want to go for just one of those seasons? You will want all of these, and this makes sense because you are paying for 3 of these stamp sets at £44.96, and the 4th one is being sent to you as a bit of a bonus. So rather than $14.99 for each of them, then you're getting them all together in that one bundle. 2/3 of the stock has gone though, and the cost, as you can see, can be spread over 2 payments, making it a very affordable £22.48. 053062 if you're wanting to get hold of these. Now, Barbara, have you found what you were looking for, or shall I move on to the next item?
I have.
Perfect. Right, I'll hand over to you then.
Thank you, love. We were looking at the flexibility, as you were so rightly saying, about how you can make a wreath, and then how you can take the same stamps and then turn them into a tree, the same stamps. And I've got another beautiful piece of artwork here, again using the same tree, but this time it's been enveloped around one of our little fairy rounds. And this is from Linda Spencer. But I find it fascinating that you can make a tree out of a wreath, and then you can make a whole forest out of exactly the same things.
It's brilliant. It's such a clever design.
And similarly, what I wanted to show you was, like, I've stamped this now onto a piece of our buff paper. Now, we have a set of buff paper on the table, which is really cool.
Oh, I don't think I've come across the buff paper before. Tell me about
this. Black and buff, really nice. And what you'll find is, I use it all the time, because you've got the buff, and then you've got the black as well.
Ah.
So for lining, it's really nice quality.
I love it. Now, we've found the details. They come alongside the Posca pens. So we've got that bundle because you've got that white Posca pens.
Yes.
And, of course, that fabulous collection of 30 sheets. £14.39 for these.
That's it. So we were talking about the Posca pens with 101 Dalmatians.
We were.
And, yeah, so the Posca pens are beautiful paint pens. Very, very nice. Work beautifully on this colour. So what we're looking at here, for example, is this beautiful laurel, which is actually found in the winter set. And what I wanted to show you was, again, we can make a complete circle, which is nice. And I could of course, I could load a message or one of our lovely rounds straight into there. That works very beautifully. But this is the thing, you see, because you've also got all these additional little accents to extenders, if you like. And if I take this stamp here, I can add this on the end of this one as an extender. See, it makes such a difference.
Yeah.
When you can, do you see? So you can change the look very, very quickly by adding an additional element. So if you wanted to add a curl on this end, then you can do that too. So it's interesting how you can bring it round if you want to, and you see how you can build it.
Yes,
and you've got lovely little elements. So, for example, let's say we have a verse like the Serenity Prayer. Right, doesn't that look nice? And rather than completely, just bear with me a second.
No problem.
Rather than completely surround it, sometimes it looks quite nice when it's open. So let me take the Serenity Prayer.
I've got these are fabulous stamps, these the little verses that you've got, and like you say, they're going to fit in there perfectly when you start rearranging the elements.
That's right. So you can see, for example, now you can leave it open on one side, which also looks really, really pretty too.
Gorgeous.
It's not necessary to close everything. And the other thing I wanted to show you is, for example, so we've got the verses, we've got the rounds. This is what I wanted to show you, the fairy rounds here. And we are going to use the bluebell in this one. Again, really nice. I hope you like this.
Gorgeous.
And this is using the bluebell frame. I don't need to repeat that. I've done that, right? So we've got the bluebell frame, and then we're going to add the... and this is another thing that I wanted to show you was, see, it's about the... Do you want to make it landscape or do you want to make it portrait?
That's a
It's
fair
entirely
point,
up to you. You know, which way round you want to go and which stamp you want to use. So, for example, this beautiful fairy with the birds, it will sit in here really nicely. I can sit it in landscape and then put a verse to the right, as I have here, or I can go tall, like so, and it will work beautifully too. It's entirely where you want it to be. It's up to you. So let me just, yeah. And of course, that long trail along the outside there, let me show you. If I just pop her in here, let's put her in here. And she sits in there really nicely.
Beautiful.
Right? So we're just going to...
perfectly. And these, of course, are the new stamps that you've had resized to work alongside them, aren't they?
That's right. So they sit in there really nicely. And I'm just looking now, for example, if I take...
well, tell you
I've got
what,
so many
Barbara,
bits of paper.
Tell you what, Barbara, because people that have just joined us for this second hour won't have seen those stamps that you've just used. So is it OK if I move on and show those, and you show us the comparison like you did at the top of the last time? Because they might look at these and think, oh, those are I've already got those, but they're a different size, aren't they? So it might be advantageous for us to mention that, yeah?
OK, yeah, great idea.
Perfect, OK. Now, I do need to give you an update with regards to the wreaths, though, before we move on, because rapidly approaching 70% of the stock has gone of these. Oh, actually, over 70% of the stock, I do apologise. So 073062 is that all-important item number if you're wanting to get hold of those. Of course, Barbara's been working with those fabulous circle scenes. Well, I'll be showing you those as well, because we've got new versions of these. And the reason I wanted to show you these is because we have seen them on a larger scale. And when you sometimes see a demonstration, it's difficult to kind of get that size perception. So Barbara earlier on was showing us how brilliantly these have been scaled down to work alongside the wreaths that she's been working with. So I don't want you to confuse these with any scenes that you might already have within your crafting stash, because they are very much different with regards to sizes. They'll work alongside the wreaths, but they'll also complement those larger stamps that you will have, because you can build up the layers and use these almost as accents to those main scenes that you might already have. Now, they do come as a trio, so you're going to get all 3 stamp sets. You're going to get all sets of masks of these as well, but it's the price that we've got is the equivalent of you just paying for 2 of these. So £15 being your saving, bringing the price right the way down to £29.97. But again, you've got all of those beautiful scenes that we've seen from the originals, including the gorgeous countryside scenes, the fabulous little fairies, and of course those sailing themes as well. And Barbara, you were explaining and comparing these brilliantly at the top of the last hour. Are you able to do that again for us now?
Yes, yeah, I've got the artwork in front of me to show you.
Wonderful.
If you'd like me to.
Yeah, please
and
do.
You'll see here, for example, originally when Mel Turner illustrated, this is, for example, from the California collection, you can see the size of the artwork here. Now, this is the artwork reintroduced, so you can see at a glance, Hayley, how much smaller that is.
Yeah.
Similarly, if I take, for example, this beautiful, great big water scene, but look how small it is by comparison. So you're getting 3 in this set instead of these great, you know, these beautiful centerpieces. But I just wanted to kind of compare the size of these stamps, because there's a big
considerable difference
between these large stamps and then these small, you know, pint size. As far as the actual size of it goes, these are just over 2 inches, and these here are 3.5 inches.
Oh wow, yes.
So the diameter is from 3.5 inches to 2 inches. Big difference.
There is,
especially
indeed.
when you're. I think it was important to flag that up. Sorry, I didn't realise that we hadn't mentioned that. Of course not.
No, not a problem. I've got a fabulous example showing how they work alongside those wreaths as well. So here you can see the little fairies with all those additional elements from the wreaths that we've been introducing you to. So these, you wouldn't normally be able to fit all 3 of those onto your card unless you were making a very big card. Because the beauty, because they've been scaled down, then you can use them all together. Also as well, if you're wanting to use them, but you're wanting to use them on a larger card, then you can do that quite easily, because you can build up that scene. You can extend these scenes using the wreaths, and then of course you can extend them using other things that you will have in your stash as well. So they really are a beautiful size for you to use in so many different ways. Lots of you have been adding these into your basket, so much so that now half of the stock has gone of these. So they may well look very familiar. They are familiar, but they are very much different sizes to the originals that obviously we've seen. And of course those masking sheets in there allow you to build up those designs and give you the opportunity to create your own almost stamp scenes from these as well. £29.97. With these ones you've got that £15 saving, which equates to one of those coming to you as a bit of a bonus. You're just paying for the first 2, and third one's been sent as well. Something else that's been scaled down to work alongside the wreaths are the words. Now we saw Barbara using these throughout the last hour, so again it's only right and proper that we introduce these to you, because again they are scaled down versions of the originals that we have seen a little while ago. So these are ones that Barbara goes to time and time again. They're inspirational words, words of support, words that you will be using over and over again, I am sure. But again, Barbara, scaled down to work with the wreaths.
Yeah, very nicely too, and scaled down to work with the wreaths, and actually just scaled down full stop. That so often I've reached for these beautiful wise words, and I've wished that they were a bit smaller, and so this was our opportunity to make them a bit smaller. And they're really quite special, these 4, because you can colour them in. You can actually get inside the letters and colour them in. They're very good.
Wonderful. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of those, all as a set of 4, they're £14.99 if you like the look of those. Now Barbara's going to be turning her attention to other products that we didn't show you in the last hour, so I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time, if that's okay, just to introduce these to you. And as I say, Barbara will be using some of these as the hour progresses. I love this next bundle. Barbara, we've got that fabulous journal accessories bundle with your calendar and your bullet journals and all of those pieces. I'm really getting into my planners and journals, and these are all the components that you need, even down to the cardstock that we've got in this set.
Well, yeah. In fact, the cardstock is gorgeous, because it's, when you go up close, you can see that it's dotted, so it really looks like a bullet point journal. And it's very robust card, so it's actually the equivalent of our stencil card. So it can take water, it can take paint, it's very, very robust card, which is great for arty, inky painty stuff. And the calendar set is inspired by Jim. Love this calendar set. It's one of those ones that one stamp will do any month, any year. Yeah, very clever. I'll show you how to use it later in the show, but it's very, very nice to do. And I've actually got a piece of artwork. If I could I might be able to find it quickly. But I've got a fabulous piece of artwork.
I love these. I was just going to say, I love the undated calendars, because you can, like you say, you can use them over and over again. It's a one-time purchase. As long as you look after it and keep all of those components together, you have got everything for your planners, your journals, your calendars that you might be making. Desktop calendars you could be making with these as well. And you've got all of those supportive stamps there to signify things like your holidays, birthdays, anniversaries, all of those special occasions. And I must admit, I did notice with the cardstock there, we're talking microns with regard to your cardstock, and this is something that when you get to card of a certain weight, then we start moving on to the thickness of it more so than the weight. And that's why we've got, with this one, you've got obviously your 24 sheets there, but it's measured by microns. And then of course you've got your fabulous kind of decorative elements with things like your bunting to help you build up those pages, to add personality to them, so you can kind of get ready for all those special occasions that you're planning for. Have you managed to find the example, Barbara?
Yes, I have. I dug it out from that demo. Let me just show you this beautiful piece of artwork that Jane Telford has put forward. And you can see here, she's used our 3 rounds for a trip of a lifetime that she's obviously going on in August. And then she can still use the assets for all the little treats and the ideas. But I think this is a superb piece of artwork. Gorgeous. And again, it's using those 3 reduced size art stamps.
Perfect.
But you can see here, August. And straight away, we know exactly what date is when I'm assuming this is 2022 and they're going on a special trip.
I love it. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of your accessories, very affordable price at £29.97, £15 saving. And of course you can add this into your flexi order, spread the cost. It works out as an extra £15 there or thereabouts on each of those 2 payments. But something else that Barbara's shown us a few moments ago, those gorgeous verses, and these are beautiful. You're going to get all of these together, again, £29.98. You've got sets on one of, try again, put your teeth back in, Hayley. Sets 1 and 2 coming together, giving you 12 stamps, and these are beautiful. You were saying there about the Serenity Prayer, I think it's called, isn't it? And some beautiful phrases with these. I mean, Barbara, these just really finish off projects.
And you know, the thing is, with any of these pieces of artwork that we're looking at now, they give the artwork meaning. They give the artwork the narrative, the story. And whether you use it on the front or on the inside, these 2 sets of verses and poems, they really give your art depth. And I like that they're done in just a simple Times font, so they just look typed. And
perfect, yeah.
Gorgeous. Work with any of your stamps and work beautifully with these wreaths as well. But you can see here with this artwork, works with anything, really.
Certainly. So, yes, if you like the look of getting hold of those, whether they're for the front of your cards or the inside of your cards, you can't go far wrong with these. And at £29.98, again, works out around £15 on your flexi order first payment and then your second payment. But we are rapidly approaching half of the stock of these as well. So if you want to get hold of them, please be quick. 186901. Now, there's just one final thing that I need to share with you before we go over to demonstration. I know it's taken quite a while to get there, but Barbara will be using a lot of these elements that we've been speaking of, and I need to give you an update with regards to the fabulous little silhouettes as well. And these are something that Barbara used in her first hour. Lots of you took advantage of them, and I'm not surprised because the saving on this one of £20 equates to 2 of these sets coming to you as a bit of a bonus. They're coming to you over 2 flexi buy payments of £29.96 each, and as Barbara showed us with that wonderful little winter scene that she built up within the wreath stamp set, that yeah, these are invaluable. Pop them into your basket alongside those wreaths, and Barbara, there's something that people will go to time and time again.
They're absolutely wonderful for building scenes and for any time of year, and they're also very, very mix and matchable, very, very interchangeable. They're a real compendium of scene builders. Really, I would consider calling these essential stamps.
Yeah, very much so. Love them dearly, and you can see there the details on your screen there. 896543. 2 flexi buys for you to get hold of those. I'm going to shut up now, Barbara, because everybody's probably screaming at the TV by the time we've come back to you. So I'm going to hand over to you for your demonstration.
Okay, well, let's just take a quick look now. Let's have a look at one of the pieces of artwork that I wanted to show you. And this is the one that was where we digressed then, from the buff paper. And this is the buff paper, and you can see, for example, again, traditional, exactly stamped out as it comes, the bluebells, and I've used the same half twice here. But of course, just to show you, you could stamp it out, bluebells on that side, and then exactly what comes with the stamp around this side. In addition to that, you've also got this one stamped out twice. So you've got all these options. You've got the bluebells double, you've got the split, and then you've got the fine line there too. So you've got whatever you fancy. Now, if I take this one, this is where, you know, this turns me on. If I take that one and I take the simple stamp in the collection that created this half, yeah, or this wreath here, this is this one here, right? If I take that and I take my 5x5 mount and I stretch it, I'm using it on the diagonal. And our mega mounts, they've actually got lines.
They have,
etched into them.
Yeah.
So now you can see that holds perfectly, and that is exactly how I've done the outer edge here. You see the line along there?
Yes.
So if, for example, I were to take, instead of going landscape, this is the landscape one, and we know how that will work. So instead of going landscape, I'm going to go portrait, and I'm just going to add I just need a little bit of copy paper underneath. Or do I? I don't think I'm even going to get there. No, that's perfect. So I don't need the copy paper underneath. I just need a black ink pad. So I'm going to use VersaFine, or
Lovely.
I can use archival, whichever I prefer. VersaFine tends to dry more slowly, so I've got more time to hover and decide where I want to place it. And now I can pop that, bearing in mind this is the other half of the wreath.
Yes.
But isn't that cool? How
That is brilliant.
That can actually, you know, I like that I can do that.
It looks
and
like
then
a
I can
separate
take
stamp altogether.
I know. You know, you can use elements of it to make borders and panels, but you can see exactly how easily you can change the direction of a piece of artwork. So now, instead of going lengthways, I'm going tall, but it's exactly the same thing. Just flexibility. It's just having that flexibility and actually using a wreath to create a border, you know?
Beautiful.
I think that's pretty cool. I could go all the way round with that. You know, when we make cards, and then you do the centerpiece, and then you don't really know how to finish it off.
Yes.
And this thin framer is absolutely wonderful. Look how it's starting to close the artwork.
Yeah.
Just tidying it up really nicely. So, and as I said earlier, let me just take a piece of a paper towel here. Just 1 second. Because I don't want to get my hands covered, I'm just going to take the ink off there, the excess ink off there. And even though I've stretched it, all I need to do is just peel that off there, and then it will find its home again. It will find its shape. You just put it back on its home base.
Perfect.
And there we are. Do you know, in this little set, there are some really nice little elements as well. I've got to show you. Let me just put the lid on that.
We've got 76 stamps. There's a lot of little elements, and sometimes they pass us by, don't they?
There are so many. You have to sort of stamp them out to find them. But you'll see on here, we've also got, and this is what I like, is that you can stamp on the outside. You see? Look, there's a little bee. There are little bees in here.
Oh, okay.
And you can, yeah. So you know, I know that we've got lots of bee friends.
Yes.
And I just wanted to flag up. The tiniest little bees are also in here, and you've got one looking that way and one looking that way. So great for composition, really great. Simple little things like that, but they make such a difference when you're building your scene, so you can go outside and inside. That's what I was trying to explain.
Beautiful. You did it really, really well there. And I've got a fabulous example, actually, from Jane, where she's teamed them up alongside the backdrop stamp. So similarly, as you were saying about kind of like your innies and your outies, she's followed 2 different sizes of circles with these. One of them sitting in the centre there of the backdrop stamp, and then obviously the outside being created using the little foxgloves there. So again, it shows you how you can adapt these so well. Now, just to let you know, folks, if you're watching and you're thinking about getting hold of these and you're thinking, oh, well, I'll leave it until the end of Barbara's second hour, I wouldn't if I was you, because with regards to these, then it's one of those ones that when we get to the point that we're at the moment, where 3/4 of the stock has gone, we're getting incredibly vulnerable with regards to this one lasting for the full 2 hours. And here you can see some of those springtime elements being used, just the little points. It's not the entire wreath, but at the same time, if you want the entire wreath and then adding to it, as Barbara was talking about, then you can do that as well. They're so flexible. I love these, Barbara. 053062 if you're wanting your set of 4, price of which is if you're paying for 3 of them rather than the full set of 4, although all 4 will be sent through to you. Absolutely beautiful. And Barbara's been using them throughout our show. And of course, we're here for 2 hours. We're about halfway through our second hour. And Barbara, are you ready for me to come back to you?
I am, love. I am, yeah. I think one of the things that I also want to flag up with the buff paper or any craft paper, what always looks really gorgeous is blue and white on buff, or on craft, doesn't it?
It does.
And I just wanted to show that obviously the Posca pens, they come with the buff paper. On the actual artwork that I've done here, I've only used a white pencil. You could just use a white pencil and you will get the same. It's subtle. Do you see? Let me just bring this up because it's all about the shading on this one.
Oh,
when you start to bring the moon, see the man in the moon?
Yes.
Behind the girl, right? Really nicely done. And that's just done with white in the background and then grey pencil. So I wanted to show you how to do that, but then I also wanted to explain why we also introduced with this set the Posca pens, and if you see the difference with the whiteness,
wow, it's like a proper
pens.
opaque, yeah.
They are very opaque and they pop. So I just wanted to explain that you can run on two different tracks. You can go very, very vibrant and white, which is also, it's great on paint, for example, if you're on acrylic paint and you want that opacity, as you so rightly called it. And you can also use a white pencil. And you'll see that the white pencil, this is a polychromo. You can use the Pergaliner. Our Pergamano white pencil works exactly the same as the polychromo. You see that it immediately picks up the whiteness, doesn't it?
Perfect.
So
it sits so well on that card.
It does, it does. So what I was trying to say is, with how to bring the man in the moon out, you can see the tree moon man here, right? And he's actually evident on all four of these beautiful stamps, but you don't really see him.
Yeah, he's kind of tucked away, isn't he?
Yeah, which I really like. But you can see how I'm just tidying up a little bit, just adding a bit of white here, right? And immediately you'll start to see the shape. I'll do some on parchment in a minute and you'll see how that pops out. But I'm adding white to the back of the tree rather than the tree itself. Do you see?
Perfect,
and
yes.
by adding light to the background, it makes the tree pop. And then, once I've done that, I can take a grey pencil, for example, just a grey polychromo. Or you could take an HB pencil. And what we're going to do is put a little drop shadow on there. Can we see this okay, Hayley?
Yes, yeah, we can. Especially as you're adding that grey pencil, because it almost adds like a dimension to it. So it's giving it more depth on the edges.
Exactly. So what we're doing is we're adding the shade in the background. And you'll see that the white and the grey, they blend together really nicely. See how you start to build up the grey? And what that does is it creates that depth. And you can see it's just a question of intensifying the grey, but it's the white underneath that gives you that chance to do that. So white first, and then you just start building up. I've got a lighter grey first, and then you can always add more white.
Okay.
You can always go back in and add more white. And what happens is as you build the white in over the grey, then you come back in with a darker grey. But as I said, on the second grey, don't come down so far. Okay. You know what I was doing with the blue before?
Yes.
And then you just stay a little bit closer to the actual line art. And what you'll see is that the two colours, they start to blend. And then the light grey is the middle ground. That's the middle ground. See how nice that is when you start to blend the two together? Very relaxing and very nice to do. But it's this, and then the dark grey is the one that you tighten in there, and it will give you that lovely depth. That's all I'm doing. And then if you want real white, bright opacity, then just take your Posca pen and just start releasing the whiteness, and you'll see big difference. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Look at that. It's like a solid white.
The white pencil. Yeah. But the white pencil works on the black paper too. Yeah. But look at the difference, and therein lies the difference. If you want to get really, really bright
snowberries. Wonderful, wonderful. Now,
You don't need
Barbara,
more than that.
I'm just going to give you a little bit of a time check, just so as you're aware time-wise of what we've got left. We've got about 20 minutes or so left of demo time. We're very, very busy with regards to the wreaths as well. So is it okay if I give a quick update to everybody?
Great idea.
Brilliant. I'll do that, and you can get yourself ready for your next demo then as well. So yes, we are very, very busy for these wreaths. Over 80% of the stock has gone. You can understand why I wanted to interrupt Barbara, because we've got another 20 minutes left of demo time, and obviously we will find lots of people adding these into your basket as the demos progress. Equally so, when we step away from Barbara, this is when we see lots of you completing your orders, ensuring that you're getting these on their way to you and taking advantage of that £15 saving. Now, what you've got here is a series of 4 stamps, one for each of the seasons of the year, but what you've got on your screen is the price of 3 of them. So you're only paying for 3. The £15 saving equates to the 4th one, which is going to be sent alongside it. Now, of course, you can go off and find them individually. Not quite sure why you would want to shop for them individually, because naturally they all come together as a year, all 4 seasons. But equally so, you can cross-pollinate these ones. They're kind of built up around that wreath concept, but because of the flexibility and the kind of way you can work with these stamps, you can melt them and kind of mould them to whatever shape you want them to be, whether it's an oval, whether it's, as Barbara showed us, a straight line border, whether it's a corner that you're wanting to create. These will work brilliantly in all of those scenarios. Now, you've got 76 stamps, so obviously you've got your wreaths in 2 parts, so you can build them up in whichever way you so choose, but equally so you've got those additional elements that allow you to kind of extend them, give them more depth. If you want to add more foliage, more flowers, then you can do. You are getting a lot of elements. Now, I'm going to bring the boards in actually, because we've not looked at the boards during this hour to show you all the different components, because I completely missed the little bumblebees on the summer one that we've got. But you've got these additional elements to add personality to those wreaths. Obviously, you've got things like the foxgloves featuring within the wreath there, but then you've got the additional blooms that give you the ability to give them more of a fullness if you so choose. The winter one that you've got here, lovely little phrase there. Oh no, this is the autumn one actually. Leaves are falling, autumn is calling. But again, lots of components, even down to the tiniest of acorns. So you've got complete control with regards to how you are working with these. That's the beauty of these. The ingredients, the components, all coming together. So you are creating the designs that you want to design whenever you do want to work with these. The winter one here, again, you've got your holly part of your wreath there, which, yes, synonymous with Christmas, although they are evergreen. But the other half, which could be just like little berries, could be mistletoe, you could use all year round. And the beauty is that is the case with all of these. You change the colours of these and they will lend themselves to any season. Rapidly approaching limited stock now. I think you're realising just what brilliant value for money they are, with 76 stamps coming to you for just £44.96. 053062 if you're wanting to take advantage of these. Now, Barbara, are you okay if we come back to you? Are you ready for your next demo?
I'd love you to.
Perfect.
No, I'd love you to. Because I really wanted to show you 2 more things before we call it a day. And one is working on parchment, because these wreaths on parchment, that opens up a whole other dimension. And then, of course, I just wanted to show you how those calendar stamps work. So, for example, if we could go to the parchment, I've got the Shenandoah. Again, I guess the reason I'm going to Shenandoah is because it is it's the built-in landscape. Now, we've got the full pads on the counter. And then we've also got the demi packs. So if anybody is interested in just a taster, we've got half-pint size packs as well. I'm going to go with this one. It's a very beautiful designer parchment.
Gorgeous.
And I'm going to show you how they work. I think you should have them, the designer parchment packs, pick and mix. Absolutely wonderful investment.
We've got a variety of different pick and mixes relating to things like the parchment, also the paper pads, the designer cards as well. They're all on pick and mixes. The parchment, if you're going for these, you can choose any 2 and get your storage folder. You'd normally be paying £7.99 for those. And of course, you've got the whole kind of array of different pads that you can go for. But of course, if you do want to go for the Shenandoah, which is the one that Barbara's working with, then that one is your first choice, as you can see there, and you could add in any of those others alongside them. They're brilliant, these, Barbara, because many of them, when you look at the pages, you've automatically got like a scene building there with those.
Exactly, exactly. That's exactly why they were designed that way. So you can imagine being in the cavern here. I always think of this one as a bit of a finger, look.
Oh, yes.
But let's say, for example, when you look at parchment, just quickly, the back is shiny. Do you see? It's only impregnated with colour on one side. So when we stamp on this side. Now, I'm going to take this little fairy. I took my inspiration here. This is from Elaine Milner. And you can see here that she stamped onto it's also a Shenandoah parchment. I've just taken another colour to show you a different spin on that. But you can see here she hasn't got the ring, and I wanted to show you how you can get rid of that if you don't want the actual round. It's very easy on parchment. So say, for example, here, because I've stamped this on a bit of copy paper, the first thing I can do is position it so I can see exactly where I want it to sit. I'm using a bit of old copy paper in the background to show me where I want to go, yeah? So I want to make a landscape, and I'm using the designer parchment to do it. So I'm not going to worry about masking off or anything. I'm just going to I'm stamping on the front, on the duller side. I'm going to take my archival ink pad, and I'm just going to stamp. I've decided where I want to place it. I've got the copy paper in the background. That gives me a good indicator. And then I'll just stamp over the top, like that. And then I have my image in the right place.
Yeah.
Right. Now, how do I get rid of the ring? Okay, what we need to do that job, we've got choices. We can let the ink dry.
Okay.
And then we can take the white eraser pencil and we can rub it out. It won't remove the colour from the parchment, because as I said, colour's all on the back. Another thing to do is to take, you could take our blending solution, alcohol blending solution, or what you get in the chemist, isopropyl alcohol?
There's more than 2 syllables, it's not one I can cope with, but yeah, isopropanol, something like that?
That's the one.
Something like that, isn't it?
That one, it also, and if you can't get hold of this, that's the same stuff, and it, you know, similar. It will certainly do this job. And so what I've done is I've made like a little, like so. Okay. Right? And now I can rub this out.
Oh wow!
On this, look, and I can completely rub it out. There you go. It's gone.
Oh, fabulous!
And I can just, and here's the thing though, Hayley. Say I stamped this up, and then I didn't like what I'd stamped. Mm-hmm. I could rub the whole thing out and go again. It doesn't affect. Do you see what I'm getting at?
It's like an undo button.
It's exactly that. It's exactly that. It's a perfect undo button, and you just take your time. I'm just looking for a clean bit again, right? Add a little bit more, and then in we go again, and I can wipe it completely clean, Hayley. Look. There you go. So there's the rabbit. There's
wonderful.
And it's gone. He's gone.
Very clever.
So that's the first thing I wanted to show you.
Now Barbara, did you reference the taster packs a few moments ago? Because I wasn't even aware there was a taster pack of these, but we've got a taster pack of your parchments. What a brilliant idea. And you're getting 24 sheets, 12 designs, 2 of each of those, so lots and lots of content in there. And it's only £9.99, which is brilliant value. Yeah. This is a lovely way for people to try these out.
The thing about parchment, it's not just for parchers. They're so fantastic to use. And I've just explained how you can stamp on the front, right? Uh-huh. If I flick it over to the back now, and I take my white eraser pencil, the back's where the ink is. So I can actually, look, I can start to remove the ink now.
Okay, yeah.
So here now, let me just show you. If I rub with the white pencil, you know the way we were just doing the same thing on the card? Yes. And I was adding the pencil. Yeah. Well, now, this time what I'm doing is, rather than adding the pencil, I'm taking out the colour.
Fair enough,
So, for example, here are the wings on the fairy. So you'll see, when I turn it over, of course, I'm not affecting the ink on this side. Yeah. So I'm working on the back, right? So I can take the colour out. It's so I can't tell you how therapeutic and enjoyable this is to do.
But it's so effective as well. I mean, taking that colour out, making that little fairy pop, as you can see there, looks amazing.
And you see how I'm doing the reverse. I'm adding light, and I'm just adding light. I'm adding highlights. And when it gets a little bit, let me show you something else that's really cool. So when I turn this over, you see how now I'm starting to illuminate behind the tree? Just as I did with the white pencil, now what I'm doing is I'm taking out the colour behind the tree with the rubber, with the eraser. So it's the same idea, but in reverse. It's really clever. Beautiful. I love doing this. And the other thing is, right, so here you can see now the colour coming through. Let me show you one that I've already worked on a little bit more. There's one more trick, though, with Parchment, which is why it's such a good product. If I've got you've got to work out what the shiny side is, right? On the counter, we've also got these blue mats.
Okay.
Excuse me. And they come with the embossing tools.
Oh, we've got them. Got the details up on the screen now. So it's an A4 craft mat. Got it, yes.
Right. Now, this is a soft mat on one side and a hard mat on the other. So I wiped away the lines because it was irritating me. But the thing about this is now I can stretch the parchment. So let's take, for example, on here, if we look here, these little butterflies, it would be quite a job to get into them with the eraser pencil.
That's true.
But if I go in, and I can use a bit of copy paper if I don't want to press too hard. I just got to make sure I'm on the shiny side, so I'm working from the back again. But let's just take this little butterfly. Let's see what happens if I stretch the parchment with one of the embossing tools. You see? It's got a ball on them. So I'm using, there are 4 in this kit. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm using the largest ball tool. This is very... But see how you build up? Look.
Yes.
See how it comes up? And because you're using... So you can use the white paper, which will slow down the... Let's use a slightly smaller ball. But you can see how you can build out the butterflies or areas that you can't get into easily.
Oh, wow.
See how...
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Right? So you can see how easily, let's say for the tree, say I wanted to do some highlights on the tree, almost can't see it, but if I went in with this area, with the stylus now, gently does it, right, and I wanted to just highlight the tree, I can stretch that parchment, you watch, it's so nice, and there's no way I could get in on that detail. Let me put it on a bit of black so you can see it.
Brilliant. I mean, that tool gets right in there.
Yeah, the tool gets right into it. Let's have a look.
Oh, wow.
Now, let me just show you. Can you see how you can get right in on the tree?
It looks so crisp as well.
Yeah,
beautiful.
That's it.
Oh, if you're going for that parchment, you definitely need to be adding this bundle in. Definitely.
Yes.
$19.99.
So much mileage.
Brilliant price.
And then the other thing is, so of course you can add colour in the back, you can do all that. I'm just showing you other options with the embossing and the highlighting. It's very nice to do. And the other thing is, because of its translucency, see, because you can see through it, let's say, for example, I wanted to, let's stamp a nice word. Here we go. Let's take one of those lovely poems.
Okay.
Now, I can stamp it onto the parchment. Yes, I can. Right, I can stamp it onto the parchment on the front. Or, what about if I stamp it onto a piece of white paper or card underneath? Right, let's do that. Look.
Oh, wow.
So the word, do you see what I mean?
Yes.
And look, see, the finger's even telling you, pay attention, look.
It's beautiful.
But it's such a nice... You know, there are so many different options. And then, of course, when you've got your micron pens work on this parchment really beautifully. So there's no reason why you can't take... I've lost all my micron pens, believe it or not. But anyway, you can... I've got one. Here we go. You can take a micron pen and you can add your doodle, you know, the whole outside edge, right? You do, let's just say, I've added a doodle like this.
Yeah.
Or I want to just do a ribbon. There you go. And I've done that on, there you are, just pretend. I'm doing all this on the front.
And it's lovely because you can take those smaller stamps from the wreaths and kind of enhance that and add little kind of dingly-dangly bits if you're wanting to, and use a little animals if you wanted to. There's loads you can do.
But once you've created your doodle on the front, when you turn it over, like I can take this, and if I wanted to, I can come along here, like I can capture where the rabbit's sitting on, I can come down here, there's the landscape if I want to add a landscape. You see, it's coming around the back. So you can see, when I turn it over like that, again, as soon as I go in with my eraser, it didn't have to be stamped, it can be my own artwork.
And you lift in the colour out again. I love it.
There you
Barbara,
go.
I'm going to have to give you a little bit of a time check because I know you wanted to show us that calendar stamp. We've got about 9 minutes left, so I'm going to do a very quick review and mention those scenic rounds while you get yourself ready. So, of course, Barbara's using the scenic rounds throughout her different demonstrations, designed to work with the wreaths. Now, the wreaths are very, very busy. If you wanted to get hold of the wreaths, obviously you can add those into your basket. But the rounds are something that many of you are adding in alongside. £29.97 will get you all 3 sets. Now, these 3 sets do come alongside their masks, as you can see, but the price on your screen means you're only actually paying for 2 of those sets. The £15 saving equates to one of those coming to you as a bit of a bonus. So 736,483 if you are liking the look of those. Now, of course, Barbara's been working with the Parchment, so the Parchment packs, we've got loads of different deals for you with these. There's options with regards to these ones. So these are where you, oh, actually, this is your taster pack. So this is your taster pack that we've got, where you've got a little bit of everything in there. So with these, you've got your 12 designs, you've got 24 sheets in total, and then you can decide on these ones. So you've got just a smaller pack, a taster pack, to introduce you to the different sheets that you've got, and you've got all your different options with regards to those Northern Lights, Indian Summer, and so on. 298,853 if you're wanting them, or you can go for the complete taster pack, which will give you all of those, 2 sheets from each one of those, I think it is, and it works out as how much? 144 sheets. My goodness, wow. For £59.93, phenomenal value for money, and it comes with a storage folder so you can keep everything neat and tidy. 091665 if you're wanting to take advantage of those as well. But the wreaths, I need to let you know now, we're at a situation where these are limited in stock. Lots of you have been watching the demonstrations, getting to know these stamps, realising what phenomenal value for money they are, where you are getting 76 stamps for just £44.96. The 4 seasons all covered with these, spring, summer, autumn and winter, but you are only paying for 3 of those. 4 of them will be sent to you though, which equates to a £15 saving, but we've got queues on the phones. We're getting to the busiest point of the hour. These potentially are heading towards a sellout, so if you're wanting to get hold of them, please do not leave it much longer. 053062 if you're wanting them. The details are on your screen. Take advantage while you've got the chance. Wow. Sorry, I do apologise. The voice suddenly I got all excited then. Barbara, I think I might need to hand over to you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Fabulous.
Right, let's just do a really quick little demo regarding these calendars. Are you all right there, love? The calendars, these are these never-ending calendars. You can use them for any occasion. You can use them for wedding announcements, save the date, January to December. One stamp set does all. So you'll never need another stamp set. And what we're looking at here, for example, unfortunately I can hear my echo, which is quite uncomfortable. So maybe somebody could switch that off.
I'm not sure whether that's at this end, but we'll get the guys on it to see if we can sort that out for you.
Thank you, thank you. So what I wanted to show you was, for example, you can see here we've got all this lovely bullet point card, but it also comes with 2 large pieces of, I think it might be the microphone I'm hearing myself through your microphone.
Oh, Barbara, they're just trying to get that sorted out. I do apologise. It's a bit distracting when you can hear yourself coming back in your ear, isn't it?
Big time. But you can see here that this is actually like a bullet point journal with the two fronts, so beautiful for decorating. And I just wanted to show you how this works. So first of all, if we take a piece of this paper, and I'll show you where we're headed. I've already prepared this.
Okay.
So we're going to start with this, and you can see I've already masked off all the pieces ready to go. So I can put the background in if I choose to, but let's take this and let's just take it one step at a time. The first thing is we need the box to put the actual calendar in. That's better. I can't hear you, and I can't hear myself.
I'd like to say it's something that I did, Barbara, but it wasn't. I don't know what the problem was, but we sorted it out, thankfully. So thanks for bearing with us, Barbara.
No problem. I should be back. I'm back in the building on Wednesday anyway, so
yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. So I just wanted to show you. I've got my box now, and then also I wanted to flag up that it does come with instructions, this set, and it tells you exactly how to do this. So now we've got Monday to Sunday, and we're going to add that there over the top. Let me just show you how easy this is. So we've got Monday to Sunday. Yeah.
Lovely.
And now let's assume we're going to do January. We're doing January. We're in January. Let's do January. So I'm going to do January 2022. So on the set, we've got all the... This is the best part. On the set, you've got all these bits. You've got that. You've got all the dates. You've got the months. You've got the numbers. You've got the highlighters. And then you've got the fun bits that make the beautiful, like the whole journaling experience, right, with the highlighters and the bunting and what have you. Right. So what I want to show you, though, is now we're just going to grab the numbers, and we're going for 2022, aren't we?
We are.
So
indeed.
let me just go for 2022. Right, here we go. 20. Let's just pop that in, and then I'll show you how to line up the rest. This is easy. 20. Let's go for it. 22. So we've got that done. And the thing about this is, it's nice when it's perfect, but it doesn't have to be, does it? You know, this is real arty kind of, this is your own diary, this is your own way forward. But how to get the dates in is like this. If we cover up this bit here, just cover up the outside, so we're going to protect this area here, right? So we don't want to stamp outside of that.
No problem.
See?
Barbara, I'm just keeping my eye on the clock. We've only got about 2.5 minutes left, but we're sticking with you.
Right, so what we're going to do, you see, we're going to move this large number panel around. Wherever the first is, go with the first, and that will give you a clue. So, for example, I happen to know that the first was on a Saturday in January.
It was indeed.
Yeah. So I'm going to pick up the ink on, and I'm going to line that up with the first. If you're dealing with months that only have 30 days, then you just need to mask off the 30th one. Right? But you see, I'll turn it round like this, and I can see that one is on the Saturday, and so I just hover. Can you see that okay? Yep. So I go like that.
Perfect.
One's on the Saturday, two's on the Sunday, and I'm telling you now, Hayley, the rest is correct. The rest all married.
I'll take your word for it.
So when you take that away, it's there. And when you lift this off, you see I've put all my dates are in there, all ready to go. Today is a good day. I've highlighted it. There's so much more to show you, but I think the most important thing is that you understand how to position that. And like I say, Jim provided you with the instructions too, how to do dates.
Barbara, have you blogged working with these at all? Can we find this on social media?
Yes, I have, and I'll blog again tomorrow using these calendar stamps. Thanks.
Fabulous, Barbara. Thank you so much. I mean, we need another hour, really, don't we? But we've got other things that we need to fit into the schedule, so we can't. But I need to give everybody an update. I'm going to say thank you to you, if that's okay. And perhaps if we can say goodbye at this stage, because I've got to give a very strong update with regards to these, and I don't know if we'll come back to you afterwards.
That's fine. Thank you very much to you, Hayley, and the team, and thank you to everybody at home for watching.
Wonderful. We'll see you on Wednesday.
See you Wednesday, 6 o'clock.
Fabulous. Thank you, Barbara. Just as I was about to say to you, they're extremely limited. They've now actually sold out. So technically sold out. If you're in your basket, you need to be checking your basket out. We have had a little chat with Paul though while Barbara was demonstrating, and they are now back on extended delivery. So you can continue to place your order for these. The 17th of January will be the date of dispatch. But of course, add in anything else that you wanted to, like those fabulous stamps that Barbara was just working with. Everything is on the website, and our call operators can help you with those as well. I'll see you a little later. I will indeed, because I'm back with you at 6 o'clock. But before that, we've got to say goodbye to our current one-day special. Then we've got an out-of-block Blitz pave cleaning. And then we're back with Craft Artists one-day special launch.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child, and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Good afternoon. Now, of course, you're joining us at the perfect time if you are thinking about all those Christmas decorations that have come down and you needed a place to store them securely, but also easy to find next year. Or maybe all your craft stuff that needs to be found, needs to be sorted. Or maybe your shoes, the new shoes that you got for Christmas. Well, you need really useful boxes, isn't it, don't you? So that is what it's all about at this hour. It is about really useful boxes. And the one-day special is a set of 4. But before we go into details about that, let's introduce the... Well, I'm really excited every time that I say it because it is an honor to introduce Mike, who is actually the person that started it all.
That's right, but it's a pleasure working with you as well. It's great to come and show our products to all your viewers there. And as people actually in the crafting, a lot of people know and use our brand. Our brand is all about, it's about quality, it's about affordability, it's about value for money, and most importantly, really useful box. It does what it says on the box. It is really useful, and as the hour progresses, hopefully there'll be more and more indications of how cleverly we design products, just so the crafters can really keep everything organised.
When did you start it all?
The idea started really that if you like, I'm an accountant, and as an accountant, but you can tell I'm a creative accountant.
Yes, definitely very creative.
But maybe in the wrong way there. But yeah, I was an accountant, and I was there archiving my files at the end of the year.
See.
But I was using cardboard, and I worked at a plastic company, and I just thought to myself, I want to go out and buy basically a plastic cardboard box. That's all I was looking for. So the 35 litre was a great example. So all I wanted was a plastic cardboard box. I could not believe, the more I looked, I could not find it. And I don't know about you, Paul, if all I want is a black pair of shoes, I go looking for it, I can never find it.
But now you can.
Exactly. So I'm thinking, I can't believe this. All I want is a cardboard, is a plastic.
Indeed, right. So that was 22 years ago, wasn't it?
That started. But what happened when I had that thought, what do I do? Suddenly, a big flash of light happened. There was a big pointed finger and said, you will make it. And here I am now, 22 years on.
Indeed, you are. Now, of course, the one-day special is a set of 4 of the 9-litre bottles. I was saying 9-litre little litter boxes. And, of course, you have got 2 different options, the clear one and the dove grey. Now, the clear, it's limited stock. So if you want yours, make sure to check out your baskets. Now, this is the final live hour in which you can see and ask Mike any questions, studio@thecraftstore.com, about the really useful boxes. Now, the dove grey, it's very special, isn't it?
It is special there, but what's more special is that Paula and I have had a competition. Who sells the most? Is it the clear 9-litre or is it the Dove Grey? So most importantly, please do your shopping to get the Dove Grey, so I can actually be winning.
The clear
at the moment,
is limited stock.
Paula is a little bit in front of her, but not a great deal. So please buy the Dove Grey. But why you should buy the Dove Grey is they're manufactured 100% from recycled plastic.
Yeah.
The plastic is recycled into all within our factory, and what we do is, as the manufacturing process happens, there's always waste plastic. It could be wrong production, it could be miscoloration, and it's really our extensive quality control. Anything that is not good enough to be a really useful box, we put it there to one side. That is the waste. We then sort the waste into what can be turned into the Dove Grey. We all know from the painting, the colours, that it's not really possible to turn a deep yellow into grey, but things like clear, silver, a little bit of black, all turns into the Dove Grey, and then we use pigment technology to ensure we've got consistency. So we like to wash out any of the other colours. So they are made 100% from our own waste. It's 100% recycled plastic.
Incredible.
Yeah, and as a business, we probably recycle 20 tonnes of material per week there. So
Per
it's
week.
really...
That's incredible. And of course, now we were talking about as well, like really useful boxes. Not only are the clear ones are food safe,
yes,
so, but also what we were saying is, for instance, about the photographers of this world, and of course the you know, if you have got film, you know, cinematography kind of equipment, archival things. Also, we are thinking about UV light sensitive, like resins and things like that. The Dove Grey is perfect.
It is indeed, because the solid colour, and any solid colour acts as a tremendous filter for any UV light. UV light is all around us. It could be from the lighted bulbs, it can be from the windows coming through the curtains. Anything that we know in terms of light sensitive, so anything that's light sensitive, to use a filter, a buffer of a solid box is a great way of keeping those UV sensitive items fully away from them going in discoloration. So it's also great to hide the things. So for instance, you know, when I go home and I've got bills I don't want to see, I put them in a solid box so I can forget about them until I get the final reminder there.
Yeah,
so that's
very
the sort
clever,
of thing.
yeah.
But yeah, photographic items,
negatives as well. We may, like, I have got tons of negatives from before, you know, the film strips and things like that.
Yes.
So, you know, and of course some of them are inherited from my parents or my grandparents, and of course they have got a value, and they are kind of kept there as well.
That's right, but I don't want to do myself out of an idea for that, but there is such a thing as digitisation at the moment.
Oh, yeah, I know, but you know, that takes time and money, and I have got neither of those things.
That's it, but it is that delicate. I know we had some, if you like, old photographs that had faded. We did get them restored, and it's just a wow to see, you know, these dull photographs come fully to light there. But yeah, the negatives, anything that is sensitive, because obviously because of the filmmaking process, the negatives, the films.
But also I was thinking for there are things like, for instance, my crafting, I definitely would go for clear. There is no doubt about it. Shoes, I would definitely go for clear. But there are all those things in the home that they are a little bit, they're not pretty, you know, cables and, you know, hard drives and things like that, that you want to put the store in a nice, neat way. The grey is perfect for those things as well.
It is for sure. And what I tend to do is put all my money in a solid box, because then obviously if someone comes in...
only need to be invited to your house and look for those boxes, and I know where everything is.
Absolutely, you're invited anytime. But no, only joking. When you want to hide things away, as you say, exactly that. So my shoes are nothing like as good as yours, so I want to hide away my shoes there. But yeah, we sell as a business over 95% is clear product, and then increasingly though the recycled plastic is becoming more and more important. And in fact, to be honest, my concern is, where do I get additional raw material, because it is there as a surplus to the production process.
Well, then that means it's one more reason to get now your Dove Grey as well as the clear. Go for both of them if you want to. The clear one is actually limited stock, and of course you have got a £10 saving. So if you go for both options, you would be paying twice as much, but of course £20 saving. Now there are queues on the phone, so if you want to go on the website, thecraftstore.com, that will be the fastest and easiest way to check out your baskets, and you will find, shop ahead, because you will see everything else that we have got. Get the compartments as well. Now I have to say, I do love those towers. I just love them. I just love the drawers. Now of course you have got different options, and including some of them that are 12 by 12, which is actually the rainbow one. That has got 3 different options: the Dove Grey, the clear, and the rainbow. And also you have got the different ones, the 35 liters XXL box with 4 assortment compartments. And the one that I really like as well is the one with the red lid. To be fair, I like them all. I want them all. Mike knows that, but anyway. Now, the other one that I really love is the 4-liter ones, because it still fits the A4.
Yes.
But also it stacks perfectly with the same footprint as the One Day Special. But sometimes we have got like a ream of a paper that is special.
Correct, yes.
Or we have got maybe, I think, well, I don't know if I said it, that I collect erasers.
All right,
so
yes.
That's one of the things that I use your boxes for, is the erasers, the novelty erasers that I've got left.
All right, yes, I know what you mean there, and it is all part of the plastic production now. The 4-litre was designed specially around A4 paper. You've got the A4 cradled on 3 sides. You've got wriggle room at the end, so it's easy to remove out of it. So it's the same footprint. The 9-litre, the 4-litre go on top of it. Your viewers have shared some of their craft rooms with us, and there is a full mixture of the same footprint: the 4-litre, the 9-litre, the 19-litre, which we see later on.
Indeed. Now, you were open when you were showing the box. You could see that there was a little bit of wiggle room at the very top. Could you show us that?
I can indeed, yes. So if we look on here, so all our boxes are very similar in design. It's only the geometry is different. So you can see at the 3 sides, bottom and the sides, it is actually all cradled. So that means that when you're moving around, the paper doesn't move a great deal. But at the top there is wriggle room, which enables you to remove, in this case, A4 paper. The 4-litre box was designed around a ream of paper, and imagine the uses there when you've got multicoloured copying paper. It is great to protect a ream of paper. For instance, when we do stock take year on year, we use a different coloured paper, so we know instantly that we're actually only counting this year's stock there. So we use a different paper. Anything that's left over we keep in a box for another use anytime along the way. So anything for paper. I have seen as well, and we talked about the metallic strips that you can buy. Of
course, yeah.
They're absolutely wonderful to lay at the bottom, and you know, you can imagine it could be you know, the press outs for baking and the the metal ones there. That would be great to go a metal strip in.
Because again, the clear ones are food safe, right? Polypropylene?
The food ones, yes, the food, the clear boxes, the material is actually certified to be in direct contact with food. This is polypropylene. Polypropylene is probably the most common and easiest to recycle material there is. And actually, in terms of nothing leaches out of it, that's why it is food safe, because it is safe to go out and use it.
So we could use this for the home as well, kind of, if you are a baker and you have got like cookie, cupcake wrappers and things like this, you can have them here. Then you can then use the other one to transport, you know, your little brownies or kind of things, or cookies.
To share with your friends, absolutely.
Absolutely, you know, we are all for sharing. We are all for sharing.
Exactly that. So, yeah, so I know I've seen many pictures of people using the boxes exactly for that reason. What's great about the 4 litre, the 9 litre, you know, all the presenters who come in all seem to be carrying it. So we've got John opposite us with a great collection there of 9 litre.
Oh yes, they do. Actually, he's using the one-day special. He has got 6 of them, I believe. Oh no, he has got
30, 40, 45 there.
He's got 45.
Now, are you going to buy? I hope John's going to buy some more from us on the one-day special.
Oh, I'm sure he does. I mean, many a times we have seen him sitting there and bordered in the one-day special. So probably he will be doing that as well. And I also love. I mean, I have to say, these ones I adore because they are the thinner, kind of the slimmer line. So I did share yesterday as well that in my craft room I have got like shelves, kind of quite industrial, and then there is like a little tiny gap. And while I don't have a kitten sitting there because they like to go there, I usually have the boxes there, and I have got my glitters, my other paints that I don't use necessarily all the time, but I know that they're going to be safe and also self-contained.
Indeed, and easy to access as well if you need to get them there.
Indeed.
So they are all designed around crafting boxes, and they are for all sorts of uses. So the 4 litre, the 9 litre, and soon to be shown the 19 litre all have the same footprint, which enables you to then just select the product that is best suitable for your needs, because the beauty of storage is choosing the geometry that actually fits on what you're trying to be using.
Right, if you want yours, it's a set of 4, and you can see 2, but of course you will get 4 of them, the clear ones. We have got reviews on the website. Now, of course, we have got excellent quality and so useful for material as well. Of course, for fabric. Remember that it will be dispatched on the 17th of January. I forgot to say that. I hope. All right. So yeah, she needs some more. You know what? And I can see what I have got without crushing everything in together. I absolutely agree. This is one of the things that I always tell the story. I mean, I told Mike yesterday as well as early today. When I moved to Arundel 4 years ago, I had a very, very scary car crash. So a 40-ton lorry hit my car. The car was really damaged. I was fine, but I was carrying some hard drives and stuff, important stuff, into a really useful boxes. Not a bump, not a scratch either on the box.
Yeah, and that's a great one. We talked, unfortunately, Paul has been an advocate of the brand for over a decade now. Unfortunately, she still is using the same boxes.
The same boxes in my garage, that one.
Exactly. So that's why I'm so slim, because I don't make enough money to feed myself properly. But no, the boxes are robust. It's part of the design of what we're trying to do. You know, you buy it and you use it, and it keeps everything correct there.
Now, this is, I have got in front of me the 19-litre suspension box. This is one of that I do not have, but I want to have because I was thinking this is perfect for all the bills and all the taxes and things like that, but also the same footprint as the one-day special, right?
Correct, yes. So same footprint, exactly the same lid on the 19 litre. That's right, that's perfect. And also the 4 litre as well. So if there's a 4 litre there, that it all stacks on the top. Exactly the same. So it is a modular system. You know, remembering it's a really useful box, and if it's not, if there's no particular purpose, we don't go ahead and do it. So really useful boxes do what they say on the tin. Same footprint, same, they all take A4 paper, but what you've got there is it works tremendously well as a system to do all your storage needs.
Indeed. Now, also, what I would do also is to store my A4 vertically as well in here, and that would be a very great organizer. Now, this is the 19 litre with 10 suspension and files, £14.99 with a £3 saving. 907329 is your item number. Now, if you have got, like you were saying yesterday, a lot of love letters,
exactly, yes, that's right.
And you want to, file them correctly from all the different girlfriends.
Indeed, because the worst thing is if you reply to a different girlfriend and who sent you it, you end up losing that girlfriend. So it's very important.
We don't condone this behaviour, by the way. Let's make it very clear.
I'm only joking for certain, but no, it's great. So this is really a mobile office. It's for if you like normal use, normal people. Great. So you've got the 10 suspension files. It's great to put in the bottom of your wardrobe, and I think I'm a great advocate for using the 19 litre to store all the essential pieces of paper that you've got. It could be passports, it could be bank statements, it could be credit card statements, it could be numerous items like insurance certificates. So what you're able to do is, by using it as a parking item for important information, you know always when you're looking for that important piece of paper that it will be in a 19 litre box. Definitely the suspension files all allow you to sort out. Great, you know, it's great for normal bills, keep everything in. And now maybe we've got a little bit more time. It's dark, cold, miserable nights. Maybe that you don't want to go into the garden, spending time organising your personal finances and things of that nature. The 19 litre for a normal type of family is actually brilliant there.
It is. You know what I would do? I would go for 2 sets of this ones, Mike. I would buy 2. Well, let me start small and then I will grow into it. I mean, that's what I thought that I would do one day, but I didn't grow. But I would put all the files into one, so that would be all my, because then I can have all the different elements that I would have, and then I would have the other one as well for under the sink, for instance. Under the, actually, no, you're right, I would have 4.
Yeah,
I would have 4, because then I would have one under the sink, and I would have the cleaning products, because you know the cleaning products, they are quite tall.
They are indeed, yes.
So this would fit really nicely in there.
Yes.
And because it's not too big, but it's height enough, so I can carry it around the house, so I have got all the cleaning products.
Yes.
And then I would have another one for my cards and paper to bring here and every time. And then I would have another one probably in the boot of my car.
Yes.
So therefore I can have all the things that you need to carry, like the extra shopping bags, the first aid kit and things like that, nice and neatly in the boot of the
So we're at 4 there.
We're at 4.
My job's always to trade you up to a little bit more. You forgot about the cats there.
Oh, I have.
Yeah,
you know,
got to
the
get
kittens.
5 there. There's all these items for the kittens.
Yeah, well, I would need a lot of litter tray gravels. So I think the 35 litre would be perfect for that.
Exactly. So so the 35 litre, so 19 litre is great for normal households with normal bills. Unfortunately, I've got big bills, so I need a much bigger box from that. So the 35 litre is an ideal application for that. Exactly the same design philosophy that we've got now. What we're doing, this actually 35 litre comes complete with 10 suspension files. These are A4 suspension files, and bear in mind we only ever use A4 paper. It's absolutely ideal for that. The filing rails is integrated into the design, so you don't lose any rails under the old systems that there is. So easy to move around there on what we've got, and it's just perfect. If you've got some old-fashioned foolscap files, they do fit in this way around as well, the box, so we have got that application presentation as well. So what you've got is that you've got lots of different ways to do it. We've also the lever arch files that I quite often use for doing my documentation, also fit great into these, and you can get 7 fully laden lever arch files into these, so they're ideal archiving box. That's how the business started, creating archival boxes, and then we grew into all these craft uses as we developed the business.
Indeed. Now, of course, if you want to go for the 35 litre, it has got also £3 saving, £16.99. It comes as well with the 10 suspension files. 856 135 is your item number. And now remember that you can stack several of them the same size. Some of them will have the same footprint, but of course that one is a slightly larger in here. Now, of course, those ones are kind of incredibly useful, really useful boxes, because everything is. But of course, we have got the one-day special, which is, of course, the one-day special is 4 boxes that are the most popular ones, which are the 9 litre ones, which are the, and you have got 2 different options, the Dove Grey, and you have got the clear one, which are, I believe, limited stock, the clear ones. So if you want to go for yours, make sure to check out your baskets. Remember that this is the final life hour for the one-day special and the really useful boxes. Right, and of course, if you want yours, do you know what to do? Check out your baskets. Right, you have got now one of the ones that makes you really proud, isn't it?
Exactly. This is my favourite product. It really encapsulates what really useful products is like, and you'll see that what we've got here is I've changed the insert content so people can see. We've been making the 35 litre probably for around about 17 years now. It is a very popular size box, and what we've done is we've created a dividing space so that we can actually become a much more useful there. So what we've got there now is we've got 4 separate trays. This idea came from one of our employees, Pete. He's actually on a bottle of champagne if we sell 100, so we're getting very close to that. So please, let's encourage Pete to get drunk there. And what we did, so you can see in
we
that
don't condone excessive drinking here. I just meant drink with responsibility.
Exactly there. It's only 1 bottle, so I'm sure that actually you'll be all right.
You know what, Mike? You will have to buy him a bottle.
I've already got one, so that's easy there. I know, I'm so confident we will sell it, but I am very proud of it. You can see there that the tray fits exactly into the footprint of the 35 litre really useful box. And what we've now got is we've got trays which has got 6 in, we've got 9 separations, we've got 12 and 16 different ones, and you can see where the different sizes come in. Big baubles go in the big separation, small baubles into the 16 tray. And what happened, we was in production, we always have in production the 35 litre. We also had the XL lid, the XL lid in operation, and that was made for music, for albums, and for the dividers on the album storage.
I see.
So that's where we got that from. But actually, Pete was sampling all these items. Probably the frustration thing that I've got is we're sampling products, so I design the products, we sample them, but quite often I'm too busy to be seeing them made, so all the operators get to see it before I do. But what we've done now, so why I'm really proud of it, is that really useful item. So we've got a tray of 6, great for baubles, because baubles, as we know, come in all different sizes. It's a great after Christmas show because we've all got after Christmas storage. We know that that baubles are not only priceless in terms of heirlooms passed on, they come in various sizes, so this is a great application. So we've got a 6, we've got a 9. What happens with the separators, they do fit with each other, so that the bottom fits inside the top, so it is very rigid, so it should be actually very firm on there. So what Pete noticed is we cut, so four go on like that, and it was Pete's brilliant idea, a stroke of genius, Pete, if he's watching, to use the XXL lid there. So it's perfect for all applications. Viewers had seen on previous shows we did have then crafting items within these trays. This is now purpose-built bauble storage.
And also the building blocks as well could go work in there as well.
Exactly.
Or, I mean, obviously my erasers as well, they could work really well in there.
That would be amazing. How many boxes would you need for the erasers?
Well, I have got, last time I counted, I have over 3,000.
All right, wow.
Well, but many of them are very small, so, you know, it's a kind of, but you know, I do need quite a few. I probably need about 3 or 4 of them.
All right, but the great thing about that is easy to access. You can see.
I could see exactly everything.
What's inside it there. But also, you know, storage is about cleanliness, tidiness, organisation. It's about hygiene.
And safetyness as well.
And safety, yes, protection. So what you're able to do is by subdividing, the product does not move around a great deal. So actually, storage is the perfect product at the moment. It's great. It helps us all to be hygienic, clean, tidy, organised. But in addition to that, it all does protect the baubles.
Right, now I need to tell also something about the numbers, right? If you go for, if you just have got already the XL, the 35 liters with the XXL lid, you know, and you think just the compartments. Well, the compartments are £16.99, bottom of the screen, so you can do that. However, if you think about that, if you take the £16.99 off the cost of the box with the trays, the box comes down to £13, which is an incredibly affordable price. So even if you want as a bundle, it's a great price because you have got that £9 saving, and it means that you get the box basically for £13, which is really useful, as the name indicates. Everything it is useful. Of course, they're really useful boxes. That's why they exist. 549404 is your item number, and there you have it. It is that box. I think it is one of the most phenomenal ones because it has got that almost archival quality for all those bits and pieces. Maybe you have got collections of things, maybe you are a crafter, maybe you are thinking of your quarters for fabric and then keep them in nice and neatly, ribbons, buttons, maybe zippers as well in there. Maybe you have got in there maybe a collection of ties or socks. It's up to you what you have, but it is that multi-use, that flexibility in different uses. That's why we love them. Right, that is the 35 liter XXL, but we have got another big box in front of us, and this has one of my favorite colors, a very elegant red.
Very elegant. It's a great description you used yesterday on it. So it is an elegant, sophisticated red there, but it's great. The red is signifying it is a Christmas box. This, the great thing about this is it's exclusive to the craft store. Nobody else is selling this configuration. This is the start of our new range of boxes, which is a quality nestable box there. It's the same wall thickness as the normal traditional really useful boxes, so it's extremely strong in what we've got. We developed this product with a very large American storage organisation. It just happened just before the pandemic, and actually I made many visits over to Texas to verify what we've got. I was fortunate to get off to America over at Christmas to see my son, see the business over there, and actually it was great to see the elegant red in the stores there, because there was not only the 60 XL box there but in red, but also a new Christmas tree box that actually we haven't launched yet because we want to make sure we satisfy existing needs for our existing products.
Right, now of course if you want to go for the box, now you have got here it comes with a set of 2, and it also comes with inserts, doesn't it?
It comes with inserts, yes. So what we've got on this, and we can see from my box again, the red is about Christmas storage, you can see on there, and each of the boxes come with a set of 3 separators in cardboard. Right. You also need a base there, so it's 3 dividers and 3 ones there. And if you do want a challenge there, it's very challenging to fit it all together. Luckily, it does come with a with like an IKEA type assembly instructions. So if you follow the instructions, it's great. Please don't do what I do and just pretend I know how to do it, because it becomes a mess. But what you've got there is beautiful for the Christmas decorations, an easy way to travel. And bear in mind, the price that we're selling at here comes with a set of two, not only 2 boxes, but 2 sets of a triple cardboard insert separator there.
Right, now, of course, if you want yours at £34.99, and remember, if they are empty, they stack on top of each other, minimizing the space that you need. That's why this is nesting. That's why it's even more useful to put them away. I personally would use them all year round. That beautiful red is, yeah, it's for Christmas. Maybe it's because I'm a Christmas baby that I'm so in love with red. But anyway, whichever one, it doesn't need to be just for Christmas, right? If you want your 541921 is your item number, £34.99. Now, our Lottie, who is the voice in my ear, she's like, she bought a lot of wrapping paper in the sale because she does what she does in January.
All right.
And she's going to lose it because she always is, you know, she's a crafter, is busy mom with 2 kids and her own business. This is perfect, isn't it, for that?
Exactly, it is. So this, again, looking at really useful as a storage solution business. Again, the brand is about quality, affordability, fit for purpose. So please judge us on this particular box. It is a 22 litre. This, though, is a gift wrapping box, so it could be used for Christmas, it could be used for normal gifting, or it could be used as a combination of the two. I prefer you to buy 2, 1 lot for Christmas and 1 lot for all the other occasions that there is. So again, uses the same ideas of all the other boxes. It's designed around 700mm wrapping paper. This is the European, the UK standard that there is there. So like all the other items, you've got wriggle room at the end here, so it's easy to remove the papers of your choice. And what we're looking at here is that protecting, it's cushioning, it's keeping organized. So if you use this as your pack for all your different types of wrapping paper, first of all, you know where they are stored. Secondly, you know they are protected. So what we're trying to encourage is you buy 100% of the wrapping paper maybe in the sales, but then what you do is you save it, you protect it, so when you come to use it, you use 100% of all the wrapping paper there. But it's not just a wrapping paper box, it's a gift wrapping paper box there. So we have here a plain tray, so this is all plain, great for gift tags, great for ribbons, great for everything all connected into it. And it does come with a stationery tray. All these items we're showing for presentation, none of the contents are included into what we are doing. But what you've got here, as you can see, we can have the scissors in. So anything that is to do with gifting, the tags, the strings, the pens. I have some fancy gold and silver pens.
Oh,
so when I'm then sending,
real gold.
That's it, yes.
Wow.
So when I'm then writing off the cards, it's great. I know where they are in this box. I can bring them out, do the messages, and then they've all got them.
That's perfect. I love that. And for instance, I would think also people who are quilters and use fabric, sometimes they do have like a, you know, in a bolt or a small thing. That could be also a good way. Or even like have them all the collection folded nicely there as well. Now, of course, if you want yours, an 875-111 is your item number. £3 saving, £19.99 is your price. And of course, you are not only you're getting the box, but you're also getting those kind of trays, or those trays that sit on the top as well, nice and neatly. Now, if this is not big enough for your Christmas decorations, well, Mike has designed one that it is a bit, very big, so big that it probably will, well, it will fit your artificial Christmas tree, and probably I fit inside there as well.
Well, we can
we never did it. We never tested.
We can test it later on. Yes,
okay,
so
we will.
A great idea. So this is the 77-litre box. What we try to do is design boxes specifically for applications. So if something is was not really useful. We do not want to progress with it, and we had a big demand for Christmas tree boxes. Artificial Christmas trees tend to modulate around the 1.2 metre.
Yeah.
1.2 metre is the largest length of a pallet, so when the product is transported, the artificial tree, it's got to really go onto a 1.2 footprint. So we've designed this around the 1.2 ones, but again, we are the really useful box company, so what we'd expect is we have got a really useful design of what we've got here. So what we've got, first of all, the box is specifically designed and around for artificial trees. You've got all the space here. We spoke before, this is round about the same footprint and space for a 6-foot tree. But then if you've got a larger tree, do not despair. We are launching an even bigger box, so that will be fine. Or alternatively, just buy 2 of the boxes there. So it's the going up to it. If you're thinking of giving a friend a present, what about a really useful Christmas tree box there? Because at this time of the year, everyone needs the ones there. So we've got in for the Christmas tree. And then I believe this is a unique design we came up for. This is then this is a divider tray that goes into the top, a lid to hold it permanently, and what we've got here, a centre core, which what it's intended for is to actually wrap around the Christmas tree lights there. So within our family growing up, the lights, we took them from year to year, but hardly ever did the work, and partly that's because they was put into a paper plastic bag and it wasn't held rigid. What we've got on here is what I actually do when I use it for my tree is that once I've assembled it in the box, I actually put the plug in and just make sure the lights work. Yeah. That then verifies that everything is correct. And obviously then a year on, they're held in a perfect position.
Yeah. I mean, it is the Christmas kind of drama to unwind the Christmas lights, isn't it?
Exactly, it is there. And I always got it as a kid. That's probably why I designed that item.
Maybe that's it, yeah.
Yeah, just maybe. So thank you for my parents for forcing me to unravel. I do remember
It's the traumas of that childhood that brings the genius out of you.
I think it was something like that, or a practical solution. That's the great thing, is that it's not genius, it's just an obvious, simple solution. And it was coming up, we did agonise on how we actually did it. I remember being with the designers and I knew what I wanted, I didn't know what I wanted, but it's teased out of me. So that then leaves a nice space here for, again, something else. So we've done it as a bauble box. You can see the lip tray there, so it fits onto the top. And then what we then do is we've got the baubles, 2 different sizes of baubles. We've got the the Christmas tree lights, all held safely, and that's the beauty of storage. By, as we're saying, it protects. We can see there that the Christmas tree lights are protected, ready to use for next year, so that saves a great deal of money in not having to replace them. And I think we're all now a lot more careful and cautious about how to recycle what we use, and if we can recycle it by continuously using it because we're looking after it, then it's absolutely a perfect solution. So what we've then got is the lid that goes onto the top of all this item, and I've got to stand up because you've got to just measure it through. Did it perfectly that time, and it's all together there. So what we've got, a great Christmas tree storage solution, great for your Christmas tree lights. I think that is unique in terms of for the whole world there, and then you've got everything together.
Perfect. Now, 2 interest-free payments of £20. 884088 is your item number for the 77 litres. I was thinking camping as well. That would be very good. But of course, the start of the show is the one-day special. Now, the clear is the option for clear is limited stock. Now, we have got also the dove grey bird. Personally, I think the clear, there's a reason why it's in the lead. It is because we can see the contents well. We can see our shoes. We can see if we have got food in here. because the clear one is food safe. We can see exactly what it is. And also, it fits perfectly the A4s in here. Now, in the one-day special, you are getting 4 of them with a £10 saving, so you just have to pay £22.96 in total, which works out at £5.74 a box, which is an incredible price when you're considering the durability. I mean, as I mentioned, I have had some for over a decade, and they have survived perfectly. The car crash 3 has moves and is still as good as as I got them. So it's an investment not just for today, but for the future as well. 784489 is your item number. Now, if we want something on wheels and something that is just drawers, but also it looks good, and we can have it in the living room, we can have it in the craft room, this is it.
Exactly, this is what we've got here. So we're looking now at mobile storage. We're moving away from boxes to a different type of mobile solution. All our drawer units have been in increased demand based on the different demand that the pandemic has placed on, as more and more people are working from home or maybe teaching and being schooled at home. Then a good drawer unit, different drawer solutions, is absolutely ideal there. So what we've got, this is then a double unit. They've all got a single lid there, so it's all solid. I personally love it as a computer printer table. You can put a printer on that. They are heavy and it won't distort the lid whatsoever because it's firmly put together. What you've then got is you've got a mixture there showing how cleverly we designed the product. So 5 7-litre drawers, which again is for A4 paper. All this fits the same height as 3 times the 12-litre boxes there. These are all designed around A4 paper, which we're getting there. So again, you can put the A4 paper within the drawer unit, either a 7 or a 12-litre. A great use of these is in the hall when you come in. You can use it for shoes. So, you know, you've got the 12-litre area to put larger shoes in. You've got children's shoe sizes, the small one here, and it does not matter if they come in and the shoes are dirty, because the great thing about plastic is it's very easy to clean. If you do get, excuse me, anything we manufacture becomes dirty, all it is, polypropylene is the same material you do for washing up bowls, so you just put hot soapy water and then just clean it.
I know that probably these ones are too big. Well, no, the smaller ones. Could we put any of your boxes, if they fit, in a dishwasher?
Yes, we can. So we've designed those on what we've got. So the 12-litre drawer, it actually takes a 9-litre box, so that goes all into. I'm just looking. Could
we pass one? So Harry, if you can pass one of the one-day special, which is of course the 9-litre box, because that is they are really handy as well. Because I just love the modular system that everything kind of mixes and matches as well. And look at that! It's so neat. I love that. Makes me happy.
That's it, and the whole idea started off, if that's like a box parking area, that's how it started off in terms of being used for this application. Then when we put the drawers in, it needed a bit of a manipulation. We did alter the design, and now it's perfect and cross-functional there for certain.
I love it.
There has been a large upsurge in the drawer unit use because of, if you like, that storage at home. We like to think that these are actually furniture, is stylish, colourful furniture there. We can see from the pictures in the studio that the actual, either the white option or the dove grey option does give real content, and I think it blends into the room.
It does.
The great thing is if you use it for dirty shoes, they are all hidden away so nobody can see them. Or again, if you want to put magazines, documents, papers, anything of that nature. You know, it's still great for building blocks. You can put your building blocks into these units and everything is good.
It is, absolutely. Now, we have had a lovely email from Terry Kim, and, you know, Terry Kim says, good afternoon, Paula and Mike. I don't even know my own name, Paula and Mike. I have 2 sets of the double drawer towers and several other size single clear boxes. Have ordered the 5 by 12 litre drawer towers, and I just ordered a set of the 4 by 9 litre boxes, all in the Dove Grey. Of course, that is the one-day special, the 4 9-litre boxes, as I like recycling ethics involved in producing these. Indeed, Terry Kim. I can thoroughly recommend really useful storage for the quality and strength. All good wishes for a peaceful and happy 2022. Very good wishes to you as well, Terry Kim. Thank you for your testimonial. Terry Kim loves the 5 by 12 little drawers, which we're going to see in a second. But we have got the 8 by 7 litres.
8 by 7, yes, that's right. So this is by far our most popular size, the 8 by 7 there, so it's ideal. Again, all our drawer units is mobile storage, so very, very easy to turn 360 degrees in what we've got. This again, this is the same for a 4-litre box. You can see again the paper size all fits into it. The Dove Grey again is manufactured from 100% recycled plastic, so it all works into it, and the colour.
Can I have a question? Would the 4-litre box fit in here?
Let's give it a try. Let's
give it a try. We like to try things live on air.
Exactly, that's right.
Okay, so Harry's fetching behind the scenes. Of course, if you want your 4-litre boxes in there, they are. And look at that.
Look at that there. So it just goes back to that really useful. We try to be as clever as we can with the design. Again, clever design does not cost more money. You've just got to think all about it. So in many ways, we approach designing boxes and drawer units like you do go about a crafting exercise, which is how do we optimize what we're trying to do, and we try our best to make a really useful boxes and drawers as really useful as possible.
Absolutely. Now, of course, if you want your tower of the 7 litres in the Dove Grey, I like Terry Kim said, because of the ethics, but also it looks so good, doesn't it? You have got a flexi buy option to spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £25. 778159 is your item number. Remember that you can not only flexi buy, but once you open that flexi buy, you could maybe add a set of 4 4-litre boxes as well. So therefore, you can flexi buy those ones as well. We have also coming up the 12-litre, a set of 5 drawers, 12 litres. So this is the one that will fill the one-day special boxes, right?
It does indeed, yes. So again, the Dove Grey can go inside those.
Beautifully.
Again, because it's based on the 9-litre, we've got to show here that the gents' shoes actually do fit in nice. So again, not only is it used for paper, you can see that the shoes do fit ever so nicely into them, and then just get hidden away if they're in the hallway or everything. The lady who's just wrote in, that's what she is actually going to be buying one of these, yes.
Yeah, no, she has got that one, and she's going to get the one-day special, so she can put the one-day special inside in Dove Grey.
All right, that's...
She's one to you, Mike. She's going to get in the Dove Grey.
That's just absolutely perfect, so that's great. I've got to try and beat you there, so let's just see. So please remember, on the one-day special, buy as many Dove Grey as possible. I've got to get better than Paula there.
You know, the clear is limited stock, so if you want of course, the one-day special. Remember, this is the last live hour of the one-day special, and that means that we won't be able to give you any more live updates until the end of this hour, until 6 p.m. Well, the price goes back up to £32.96. So why not check out your baskets? If it's the clear that you want or the Dove Grey, make sure to check out your basket. baskets. The one-day special, 784,489. Remember, this is the A4 box that you can fit in there. And if you want yours, well, you need to check out your basket. Limited stock for that.
They're special as well. It's very important to realise that the buying team were very good at beating me down on price. Yeah. We are just about to implement a price increase based on the price of material. So never again will the one-day special for the 9 litre be at the special price of £22.96. So this is when it's gone. It's gone. It will not be repeated. It is genuine because plastic prices are going up all the time there. So this is the last time ever. So not to put the pressure on there, but it's only another, is it an hour that people can buy the one-day special?
But you know, and it will go up by £10. And also the other thing is that the clear is limited stock. So if this is the clear, remember to check out your baskets. It's £5.74 per box right now until 6 o'clock. That is if there is a stock of the clear one. Remember, limited stock of that one. Yeah. Right, we have got another. You have got the storage tower. Now, this is very popular with crafters, isn't it?
Very popular with crafters and very popular for many different types of people. This is the 9.5 litre drawer unit, and this also. Just make sure I've got a clear one there of what we've got. So what we've got on here is that on the 12 litre we designed it, the 9.5 litre drawer unit, we designed it specially around 12 by 12 inch scrapbooking paper. I remember actually in a famous hobby store in the UK designing this product with the CEO of the business, and this is all for scrapbooking paper. It protects the paper, it's easy to identify. You can see there that we're matching in the lime and the lime of the alphabet, so different uses for it. The great thing is this is now broader than the 7 litre, so you can work the maths on how it is. They are the same height, so there is significantly more. What you've then got is that on this one, it is great. You've got 3 different options. You've got my favourite is the colour. You might have noticed that I love colour there, so very funky, very bright, very exciting. Great for children's bedrooms, drawer units. And remember, what we're looking at doing, this is all really furniture, mobile furniture, great for homeschooling, but the other options, the Dove Grey, again, made from 100% recycled plastic, or another practical clear is what Paula loves the best there.
It does, you know me so well already.
Exactly that, and what you've got with those, a lot of people use it for practicality because you can see what's inside it. A large use of it, and we've got some items to show there, is that we do separately as well, as supplied today as on the internet for yourselves. It is then into the drawer unit. There is a dividing unit which is perfect. This is a highly recommended product for building block storage, separation, and it really is great. If you look at this with the wools, then you can see what wools you are low on, so you can replenish. You can see what wools you've got for doing any different creative items from doing it.
Buttons, we were saying socks, we were saying tights as well, underwear we said even. I mean, it could be all sorts of things in there. And now, of course, if you want to go for the trays themselves, you have got the details on the screen, £15.49. And of course, you can add them to your tower. And of course, with Flexi, it means that you can spread the cost into interest-free payments. So it would be £7.30. Just the pennies, I'm not sure. So, you know, do your math. 121454 is your item number. Now, the dual storage, we have got the rainbow, and of course we have the Dove Grey and then the clear. My favorite, of course, the clear one. But of course, those ones are 8 of the 9.5 litre drawers, £59.99. And of course, the Flexi means that you can spread the cost into interest-free payments. Of course, it's perfect for your 12 by 12 papers. Now, very, very busy for the 35 litre XXL. Now, this one is incredibly popular and is your favorite.
Excellent. It's definitely my favourite. It signifies everything about what really useful is about. It is actually, it's practical, it's clean. This is the one that Pete's got. If we sell 100, Pete gets a bottle of champagne, so let's encourage him to get drunk.
I mean, already has happened, so now the thing is, will we get another bottle of, get a bottle of champagne?
I'm sure we will do that, so that's all great. Just tell me what your favourite champagne is and all this.
Oh, I can tell you, you know.
But not the trade name. There's other champagnes are available for certain. I've been well trained. So what you've got this though is the XXL lid. Fully encapsulates 4 trays within what we've got. Great for crafting, but absolutely exceptional as a different size bauble one. If you remember, we've got a 6-compartment tray, a 9-compartment tray, a 12-compartment tray, and a 16-compartment tray. Absolutely brilliant there.
Absolutely, it is fantastic. And now, of course, if you want yours, you have got a £9 saving for the 35 litres XXL. Now, we have got seconds to go. The one-day special, the lid clear is limited stock. Probably will sell out before 6 p.m. If you want yours, make sure to check out your boxes. Check out your baskets with the boxes in it. Right, Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you.
It's been a pleasure working with you as well. It's great to have a presenter. I know all the presenters, if you like, all love the boxes, but you've had a decade long of using them.
Yeah.
I can tell your passion, and I thank you for that. Yeah. And I hope, and I'm certain it's passion born out of experience of using the boxes. And the storage is all about safety, safe protection.
Well, we have to go now, but thank you so much, Mike. And of course, keep watching the Craft Store for more. We have got Block Blitz paving cleaning after the break with myself, and then a craft artist one-day special with John Lowood, and then Sunday Savers at 7.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm Jo and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Right, good afternoon. Now, we have, you know, in this country, and in many countries as well, we have got either gardens, patios, driveways, and we want to keep them nice and pristine. And we spend usually, you know, money and time in things that don't work, and we, you know, take effort, or they are expensive because we have to hire somebody to do them. Now, Block Blitz is all about making it easy for you to do it and also get great results. Now, Mike is, sorry, now I got a point, like, that's so much. I was just saying, sorry. Dave is here. Mike was the previous guest, so that's, wow, that never happened before. Anyway, Dave is here. How are you? Sorry about
great,
that.
thanks, Paolo. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Wow, that's not very good to start. You know. Anyway, Dave, tell us all about Block Blitz and your involvement with Block Blitz then.
Yeah, well, I am the co-founder and co-creator of the brand Block Blitz. Many years ago, I was in the building maintenance industry.
Okay.
And I was in charge of cleaning large areas of car parking spaces, commercial paving, car parks and so on, and shopping centres. And we used traditional methods for cleaning, sort of jet washing and pressure washing and so on. But this took a hell of a lot of time, cost a lot of money, and took a lot of man hours. So we were always looking for a solution to make the process quicker and more eco-friendly and more cost-effective, basically.
Yeah. Absolutely, and this is what we want, isn't it? Eco-friendly, cost-effective, easy to do as well. Now, we're going to be talking about the first one, which is multi-pave. Now, we have got an option of going for 8 of the 380 grams satchels. We have also the set of 4 details at the bottom of the screen for the bottom ones. Now, for what sort of surfaces are we using multi-pave then?
So our multi-pave is perfect for your paths and patios. Yeah. So on your patio, you've got concrete slabs, you've got natural stone, you've got concrete pathways as well, so you can use it on there. On your driveways, you can use it on concrete, you can use it on tarmac, so it's brilliant for tarmac. This time of year, you're going to get a lot of moss on the tarmac and a lot of algae and so on, so pop it down on the tarmac and it'll start to remove the moss and clean the tarmac as well.
Okay, so there is such a great variety of surfaces. So going for the 8-pack, it makes a lot of sense because then there are all the surfaces that you can use it on.
You can do, yeah. As I say, you can use it on decking as well, so it's a really versatile product. And the 8-pack, it works out about 25 pence a square metre, so it's super cost effective as well. And from the 8-pack, you're going to get about 12 car parking spaces. Yeah. So you're going to cover a hell of a lot of area of paving, yeah. It's really good value. It
is a very good value as well. Now, of course, if you want to go for the multi-pave, £27.99 is your price. 767,972 is for the set of 8. And of course, you have got the details for the set of 4, which is 60 square metre coverage at the bottom of the screen. Now, how do we use it?
Yeah, well, we use it. It's really simple to use. We designed the formula so it's all powder, so there's no water in there to start off with.
So it's lighter to work, because if it had water pre-mix, then it would be heavier to carry around.
Yeah, so it's lighter to transport as well, so it's really sustainable and eco-friendly. So you get 1 pouch, and in 1 pouch, you just put 1 pouch into 10 litres of cold water. So there's no measuring, there's no ratios, there's no like working things out and look at instructions. Just 1 pouch into 10 litres of water.
Does it need to be cold, hot, or warm?
Ideally, just cold water.
Perfect. Yeah. From the top, So then we put it. So by the way, we do have the watering can that is a 10 litre in case you do not have one. Now that one is, of course, we do have the details coming up. It comes in with the mixing stick as well, and £14.99 is your price, and there you have it. So right, we have got the powder. We are open it and we put it into the cold water, right?
Yeah, simple as that. So you just take 1 pouch, cut the corner off, then you take the 1 pouch and pop it into 10 litres of cold water. So it's that simple. Okay. Really easy to do. Anybody can do it.
Yeah.
So take your pouch, and just slowly pour it into your watering can.
Okay.
Let it all go in there.
Yeah.
And simply take a mixing stick, a piece of stick or a piece of plastic or something. If you buy the Block Blitz watering can, you're going to get a mixing stick included.
Perfect, yeah.
So it's perfect for the job.
Yeah, ready to use
That's
it.
it, and then you just slowly give it a good stir. Because it is a powder, it's going to take a while to dissolve, so we suggest stirring for about 20-30 seconds, leaving it again for another 20-30 seconds. By the time you've got it round to your paving and so on, give it another mix and then you're ready to go.
Perfect, and of course ready to go. Now so just one watering can, do we need to prepare the you know, whatever surface we are going to work on, or can we go straight away?
Yeah, the surface has got to be dry.
Right.
So you've got to pick a dry day,
Yeah.
and ideally it's going to stay dry for at least 24 hours. Afterwards, yeah,
as well,
to get the full cleaning effect. So,
and what about pets walking into it?
Yeah, it is a powerful cleaning product, so we recommend keeping pets off until the product has fully dried.
So for the 24 hours, or just the couple of hours that it will take to dry?
It just depends. This time of year, in winter time, it's going to take longer, a few hours. In summertime, it will be dry within half an hour or so.
Of course.
So
it's not the 24 hours that need to be free of pets, right?
Yeah, you just got to visually look at it, and once it's all soaked in and fully dry, then it's okay. But it's not toxic. It's not poisonous or anything, but it is very powerful. So you just want to keep the pets off there until it is dry.
Right, so can you show us then how we apply it?
Yeah, that's it. So you give it a good old mix. You've got it round to your paving. Take your watering can and you just simply water it onto your paving. So it is that simple.
Wow.
Just give it a good old soak.
And
walk up and down.
Right.
If you've got any areas of weeds or moss, give that an extra soak.
Yeah.
But it is that simple.
So
just
if it's more dirty, or there is more, you know, grime and things like that, we just put a little bit more product.
Yeah, if there's areas what's sort of really intense sort of dirt and grime, you can go back over there, make sure that's really got soaked in there. But as long as you've got a good even coverage, that's all you need to do.
Perfect.
And it's that simple. Walk on, water it on, and walk away.
Right. And so we don't need to brush it off or put water over it as well? No.
No brushing, no scraping, no rinsing.
That's
so
it.
simple. Just water it on, leave it, go sit down, have a cup of tea.
And then that's it. And make sure that the pets and the little children don't walk into the white element. But of course, once that is dry, it's absolutely safe. What about plants that we have got, grass that is nearby?
Yeah, it's not a herbicide or a pesticide. So if you get something on the grass, it's not going to kill that area of grass. But just try not to get a large discharge in there, because it could eventually sort of make the dash dry away. But if you get some splashes on there, it's going to be fine.
Absolutely. So that is an incredible product, easy to use, very cost effective, because you have got two different options. You can go for the 8 multi-pay packets, or you can go for the set of 4. Now, whichever one you go for, 767972 is your item number. Now, we have got the before and after picture that we can see in here, and this is some of the, look at that. I mean, have you walked into your patio and it's been grey and dirty, and it makes you go all like, oh, you know, I just but you're thinking like myself, is like, well, I don't want to buy a, you know, kind of one of these water kind of machines that clean it, because it's expensive. And I have actually tried it, and you know, it's so time consuming and it's so dirty. I end up covered in it, and I remember as well that I damaged some of the grouting. This is absolutely phenomenal how you can do it. Now, if you want your multi-pave, do make sure to check out whether maybe you want to try it, sterilize the 4, or maybe you just want to, you know how good it is, and you go for the set of 8 in there, right? If you want yours, and do make sure to check out your baskets. We have got more from Block Blitz. Sorry, my brain has got a blip. You like that? You know, I did say it right. You know. Anyway, and then we are block paving. Wow. Right, block paving. We are getting 8 in there, paving pouches. Now, it is a set for, of course, the block paving. Now, we have got also the set of 4, details at the bottom of the screen, just so you have a rough idea of the sizes. the set of 4 covers 60 square meters. If you go for the set of 8, will cover a set of 120 square meters approximately. Now, of course, this is a product that cleans and protects. So not only is cleaning it right now, but it's also protecting from developing even further. Like, you know, kind of, it's not just cleaning it now and then next day it's going to be back as normal. No, it's kind of preventing the dirtiness in here. Now, block paving maybe is the entrance to your house that has got a like that block paving in there, or maybe you have got a garden, kind of trail as well, or maybe the patio. Certainly, if you want to spruce it up, this is the way to go. Right now, block paving, Dave. Now, you have got it in there as a sample, or how can it look? I mean, it's kind of sometimes. Do we treat it any differently? How does it work, the block paving?
No, we don't. The product was designed for block paving, the original product. So this is notoriously hard to keep clean. It's a little bricks with all the joints in there, and the joints are full of sand. So eventually you're going to get weeds and moss growing in there and all the dirt and grime, so it's really hard to keep clean. You see people on their hands and knees scraping joints and so on every year.
Yeah.
With the product, it's going to get into the joints, it's going to clean the joints, and it's going to keep them clean.
Okay, so that's quite important, because the joints, this is what I was saying before. I used to live in a house that had a patio area. It wasn't block paving, but it was the one that I kind of cleaned with once with the water pressure kind of machine, and the grout came off. I mean, that was so powerful. So actually, it did more damage than actually just by letting it be dirty. Or and this is the thing, isn't it, that saves you money as well.
Yeah, this is kind of doing it in a soft way, because you're not using the high pressure water, so there's no chance of breaking grout, or it's not going to blast all the sand out of the joints, because on block paving it's full of sand. So if you take all the sand out of the joints, then you've got to put all the sand back, because the sand's in there to hold the paving together, basically.
Absolutely. So how does it work? Is it any different from the multi-pave?
No, it just works in exactly the same way. It's self-clean, so you water it on. When it dries, it'll dry and form tiny little crystals. When it rains, the crystals get rehydrated, and that's when the magic starts, so the cleaning process, and it'll self-clean.
It's self-cleans, yeah. But do we need to apply it? How would you recommend, say, once every 3 months or something like that, or once every 6 months?
The recommended cleaning process is once every 5 months.
Okay.
We like to put it down once every 5 months, so you get a bit of rotation throughout the year.
Oh, I see. So it's not, if it was 6 months, it would be always winter or spring.
The same time, so you're always creeping a little bit, so.
That's a clever. I mean, knowing myself, I'm going to be honest, I probably would do it every 7 months, because I'm just, a little bit ahead in the clouds, as you very well know now with that introduction at the very beginning. So, all right, so we have mixed it on until watering can. So the same 10 litres of cold water.
Yeah, so simple again. You take 1 pouch. So there's no measuring, no ratios, no reading instructions.
Perfect.
Just take 1 pouch and pour it into your watering can. And it is that simple. Okay. Slowly pop it in there and then give it a mix.
All right.
So it is a powder, it does take some dissolving, but give it a mix for 20-30 seconds or so.
Okay.
Wait another 20 seconds, then give it a mix again.
Right. Okay, so then let it say for a few seconds, and that's important, isn't it, to wait to the few seconds?
It is. Don't try and rush the process, because it is a powder, the water's cold, so it does take some time to dissolve.
Is it better to be on the safe side a little bit longer, stir it a little bit longer?
I would say so, don't try and rush the process.
Okay.
If you try and rush it, you're going to start to clog the rows upon the watering can and so on. So just take your time, take it round to your paving, give it another mix and so.
Absolutely, Absolutely. Now, I will recommend this, because from personal experience, a couple of years ago, we did a show together, and I did get, I believe it was the multi-pave, and I did have a watering can, but it was a little bit smaller, so I had to do my meds and whatever, and it wasn't the greatest thing. Like, it was great, the results, but my application wasn't as good as it could have been, or as smoothly as Dave does it. So I do strongly recommend going for the 10-litre watering can, especially comes with the mixing sticks and also that diffuser, which makes it so much neater. That is what I think that is worth it. Also, personally, I like to have my watering can now for my plants, and then having the red one, which I know is for block blades. So that is a recommendation, personal recommendation. £14.99 is your price there with the stake, and of course the diffuser, or the kind of, I call it the diffuser, but I'm not sure if it is what you call it, the end of.
Yeah, the rose.
Yeah.
On the end of the rose, we've designed the rose cap. So
the
it's not,
rose. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not a standard rose cap.
Yeah.
So the team at Blitz designed it so you get the right amount of dosage coming from there.
That's what I mean. It's just like I wasted so much product by not using the right one. So this is why I recommend it now to
Yeah.
to
So
go
if you
for
use
it.
a traditional standard watering can rose, you're going to get too much product coming out all at once.
Yeah,
But
absolutely. And then also it's great because I think if you have got a separate one from your regular watering can, you know which one is for block blades as well. Or maybe you are not saying, you are watching and you are a gardener and you think, well, it would be great to have that one for other materials as well. Maybe the water and then maybe the, you know, the feeding, the plant feed and things like that. Why not do that? Because it's a fabulous price, £14.99. And also with that mixing stake as well, even if you're using other, you know, like I was mentioning, the plant feed and things like that, you could mix it up and make sure that is well mixed. 322857 is your item number. Right, now can you pour the? Now we can see it in action then.
Yeah, so we've left it for a while now. It's going to be fully dissolved. So you're taking it around to your paving. Then simple process again.
Yeah.
Just always start at the highest point on the paving as well.
Yeah.
So if you've got a sloping drive, you can.
Because then that can.
Yeah, so you can control the runoff. You don't want it running down too much into the lawn or anywhere. Even though it's not a weed killer, it could slightly damage the lawn. So always start at the highest point.
Highest point, and then
water it on slowly. Then you can sort of control the runoff.
Perfect. So do not be tempted to pour loads of it at one time, and then just pour it there. And you can see the diffuser, that rose, that kind of the head is just incredibly fine, but also continuous and covers a big area in one go, which is saving you time as well when you are applying it.
So that's it. It's super simple, really quick, and so easy to use.
Okay, fabulous. And we just let it dry.
Just let it dry, walk away, have a cup of tea, and that's it. Job done.
I mean, this is the thing. If you have been frustrated like I have been, not only because you end up covered in dirt with a water pressure system, but because you've ruined the route in between your block paving, this is the product for you. If you don't want to spend a fortune hiring somebody else to come and do it because you want to do it yourself, and it's an eco-friendly as well product as well, so you know that pets are going to be safe as long as once it's dry. You know that the only thing that you need aside from that is the watering can, and of course a little bit of sunshine. Granted, in this country, sometimes we have to think about it. But today is January and we have got a sunshine outside. So today could be a perfect day to do it. And you wouldn't think that January it is. So you never know. So don't think that it's not going to happen. Now, £14.99 is for. And if you want to see before and after, how great does it look? Let's look at this image. The before and after is just incredible. I mean, you know, it is, Dave, it's just the before and after says it all. I mean, especially if somebody's thinking of selling their property, you know, they don't want to spend money in it, this is perfect.
That is, I must say that has taken 4 treatments, so it's not an instant clean. It's a bit of a creeper, so it does take time, but it's so easy to do. You pop it on there, then pop it on again, it'll just slowly keep cleaning and cleaning. But you can get those results without jet washing or scraping or scrubbing. Incredible.
Now, one question I have. So if you are doing them between, you know, we were saying about, you know, multi-treatments, and we have got a timetable. Do we have to wait every 7 months or 5 months, or can we do them closer together so it's more intense?
Yeah, if you've got, say on the before picture there, if it's in really bad condition, we recommend 1 treatment, then wait 4 weeks, so wait a month, then do a second treatment.
Perfect.
So you really get that intensive boost, and then go on to your 5-6 monthly cycle then.
That makes a lot of sense, because that way it kind of shortens the cycle as well to make it incredible. And I'm thinking, of course, you know, sprucing up properties. Maybe you are happy where you're living, but you want it looks a little bit tight. And, you know, there is these things, isn't it, when we drive back to our homes, and when everything is nice and clean, it's just that sense of, oh, I'm home. Whether if it's dirty, it's like, oh, slightly. So, you know, make yourself happy by having a beautiful, clean block of paving. Now, of course, if you want your set of 8, it has got a different number from the set of 4. 273,363 is your item number. £27.99 is your price. Then we have the gravel drives. That's the one that I tested. I had lots of success, except that I wasted a lot of product. I had said, as I have, you know, because I used to live in a place where it had a gravel drive. But it blows my mind, this one. It does, because gravel drives, how do you clean them if it's not with this?
Well, that's probably, you can't really clean a gravel drive. The only thing you can really do is put weed killer down. Well, the weed killer is going to kill the weeds, then the body of the weed is going to decompose, go underneath the gravel and create an environment for sort of more weeds and moss to grow in the future. Yeah. So you can't really clean the gravel. Our product gets on there, it will clean the gravel, it will get underneath the gravel, and it will break down all that environment, break down that dirt and grime and all the residue and wash it away, basically. So you're going to get fewer weeds growing as well.
Indeed. I mean, that is incredible. I love the fact that it's something that I remember my parents as well. They have got a very small garden, Japanese inspired, in Mallorca, and there is like a little gravel that goes in there. And I remember when they installed it, it was white, it was beautiful, and then of course as the years have passed, it has kind of become mossy and grey. And it's a bit of like, they thought, well, how do we clean? We had to invest, so they had to remove it, put another one, and it was like they lost the will. It's just too expensive. But this will work perfectly.
Yeah, that's the problem on white gravel. Over a period of months, it's going to get algae on there, green algae. Eventually, the green algae will turn sort of brown and black. So that's it, then the gravel's discoloured. Yeah. And a lot of people, as you say, will actually take up all the gravel in a few years' time and replace it with new gravel. Where there's no need for that now, just use a block Blitz gravel cleaner. It'll get on there, it'll clean each piece of gravel and take it back to its original appearance.
Absolutely. And now, of course, if you want yours, £14.99 is your price. 264,927 is your item number. Now, approximately the set of 4 is, of course, 60 square meters. Now, one of the things, how does it work? Do we change it? Anything of the kind of process of it?
Just exactly the same. The process is so simple across all the products. So it's just same again, 10 litres of cold water, 1 pouch, and dissolve it into the cold water. So it's that simple. Yes.
So now, a very good question from our Charlotte, voice in my ear. She suggests like kind of her drive apparently has got like a very deep gravel. So it's kind of it's just not one layer basically. Yeah. Kind of. Now, so if to clean it, will it need to be done? Do we need to kind of pass it on, move it around the gravel or something like that, or just one pass should cover it?
Not really, just soak it on there. On a gravel drive, the product's not going to go as far because of the nature of the gravel. The surface area is much increased because of each individual piece, so the product's not going to go as far. So you just really need to give it a good soak and repeat the process again in 4 weeks' time.
Absolutely. So that makes sense. Now, of course, if imagine that maybe you have got gravel in your garden, maybe gravel drive, maybe you have got you know, an area in, I don't know what you have at home, but I can tell you that I have tried this and it's quite magical. In fact, 264,927 is your item number. Now, another one that we are going to have a look at is the artificial grass. Now, I know many of you kind of because of certain limitations of, you know, whatever, maybe you have got a smaller patio, but you wanted to have some appearance of grass, you may have artificial grass. How do you clean it? Because I don't know any way how to clean it, except, of course, this system. Now, this system allows you to, your grass, artificial grass, whether it's small or big surfaces, to have it clean, because, of course, you need that. Now, it is an easy and, of course, effective way to clean it. And I believe, Dave, you have got some of that artificial grass around you.
We have, yeah. So artificial grass has become really popular over the last few years. So people pop it down, they want sort of a low maintenance garden. Yeah. But in reality, the only thing you don't have to do with it is mow it and cut it. You're still going to get dirt and grime on there, so weeds and moss are still going to grow. You're going to get that build-up of sort of residue and debris and things. So in reality, you still have to maintain it. which is quite difficult, really.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. So can you show it? I mean, I was thinking as well, like a lot of, I remember during the pandemic, my cousins back in Spain, like children couldn't go outside the houses for the first month and a half or something like that. It was forbidden. But so he invested into artificial grass for his balcony, because at least there was some feeling. But of course, it did become dirty very quickly because of the pollution and everything. So this is a perfect solution as well for all those pollutants, I would imagine.
That's it. So it's so simple. Again, you just water it onto the grass.
Yeah.
It's going to form tiny little crystals.
Yeah.
When it rains, the rainfall is going to activate the crystals, and you're just going to keep the grass clean. So artificial grass has got sort of draining holes in there, so it's going to keep it clean, and all the dirt and fine grime and silts and so on are going to drain away.
Yeah. So, all right, so, and it's exactly the same process. Very easy to mix up, and then you just apply it. Right.
Yep, same again, just take one pouch and pour it in.
And then you apply it. Now, of course, if you want yours, £14.99 is your price. 172890 is your item number for that one. We have got some reviews as well, so there we can see the reviews on the website as well. But here there are some. Bob says, having used a few different products over the last 10 years, which can be applied by a watering can, I have not been entirely happy with the results. I recently purchased Block Blitz cleaner, which has proved to be a fantastic product, giving 100% satisfaction, as 2 weeks after the first application, the drive has been returned to the condition when it was first laid. Now, of course, if you want to be like Bob, do check out your baskets, which is the multi-pave, which is the review that from Bob, or also from Rachel. Last year, I spent 3 hours with bleach and a wire brush cleaning only the middle section of our patio. I saw this on Hochanda, as it was the craft store previously named, and I thought I will give it a go. Thank you. I did everything you said to do, and I'm so pleased with the results. I have reordered, so I never run out. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Rachel, for that testimonial, because it is great to have testimonials by viewers as well as myself of how it's been time-saving, money-saving to invest in block blades as well. Whether it's the multi-pave, whether it's the block paving, whether it's all the other ones as well. Now, we have got the multi-pave, which is a very popular option for many of us, because that's the one that kind of is the multi-surface one as well. 767972 is your item number. Right, and that one, now it's a multi-pave is the one that will do decking. It will do, of course, the, it turns the algae, moss, and weeds as well. Or, now, of course, or you can go for the block paving as well. So there's these ones as well. Right, we have got a little, show that I believe we're going to see now. I'm going to see, now this one is all about the block paving. So see how it transforms the kind of, if you have got block paving at home, how it kind of transforms from dirt and grime to suddenly something really beautiful. Right, and of course it makes sense because it's easy, affordable, and of course, you don't have to end up all covered in dirt and grime, which we don't like that. Now, talking about, I haven't seen this one in action actually, is the Eco Mini multi-cleaner with a sprayer. Now, the Eco Mini, this is a new product for me. Can you tell me more, Brave, about it?
Yeah, we launched the product last autumn, so only a few months ago now. So really excited about the product, and we launched it for all the sort of small surfaces in the garden.
Okay.
So for your garden furniture, your windowsills, dustbins, barbecues, kids' play equipment, plant pots, any small areas in the garden what you want to give a bit of a clean, using the same technology.
Yeah.
So you spray it on there, when it rains it's going to self-clean.
Right.
So it's the same super technology, it's so easy to use and so quick and simple.
It is indeed. Now, of course, can you tell us exactly what sort of surfaces, you know, like, because you say eco-mini, so I would imagine that because it's eco-friendly will not damage that many surfaces.
Yeah, you can use it on virtually any surface. There's some metals you can't use it on which are on the instructions, like copper and aluminium.
Yeah, because of course,
But other than that, you can use it on most surfaces, so like wooden garden furniture, plastic garden furniture, PVC windowsills, conservatories, various fabrics as well.
Absolutely.
It's really versatile.
Okay, so therefore, what do we do? So how do we use it then?
Yeah, so it's in a super small pouch. So you take one pouch, you put it into the sprayer you get, which is a 1 litre sprayer.
Yeah.
So you put one pouch into there, then dissolve it into the sprayer.
Fabulous.
Then you spray it on again. So
it's also, I like the way that it comes all powder, so we mix it up with water, which means that it's not, we are not wasting energy transporting it, like it's lighter. And also, I suppose that is more life, you know, the shelf life will be much longer.
Yeah, it's a lot more sustainable. It's a small plastic pouch, the plastic's recyclable as well.
Oh,
so,
good.
and as you say, you're not transporting all that liquid around the country.
Yeah.
So it's a lot better for the environment. And we only need one spray bottle.
Okay.
So you buy more pouches just to top up.
Absolutely,
so
that makes a lot of sense.
A lot less plastic.
Yeah. So we have mixed it up. It has to be very well mixed, right?
Yeah, same principle. Pop it in there, give it a shake, wait a minute, another shake, and after a couple of minutes it'll be dissolved. Every time you use it, after that also give it a little shake just to distribute the powder.
And then, of course, now it's ready to use. So how do I apply it? I mean, do I need to have a very large cover over my things, or like kind of to make sure that it doesn't go anywhere? Or
no, it's totally non-toxic and it's plant safe as well. So if you get some on your plants, it's not going to sort of kill the plants or anything. So it's fine for the environment as well.
Yeah. So clothing-wise, for instance, do we have to stay there? So for instance, I go home and I just need to spray it very far, or I need to put an apron? Or
No. It's totally easy to use and totally safe to use as well. So.
Yeah. Okay. So how close do we need to hold it to the what we are cleaning then?
Just like using a regular household cleaning spray.
Okay.
So you can get really close if you like.
Yeah.
And there's three methods of cleaning. You can spray it on. It'll dry, form tiny little crystals again. When it rains, it'll self-clean. So that's my favourite method.
Okay.
Because that's like the quick and easy method, the lazy method.
Yeah.
Or you can spray it on like a traditional cleaner and wipe it off straight away. So it's more like a traditional spray sort of cleaner.
Okay, yeah.
And the third method, you can use a neat powder as a sort of scouring powder.
Ah.
So you can use a neat powder, which I'll show you in a minute on the barbecue grill. So you can put the powder on there, hydrate it with the spray, and scrub it so you're getting a really intensive clean.
Absolutely. So can we see it in action then?
Yeah, you can. So here we've got some garden furniture. So just get my sponge. So you can spray it on there. Method 2, you can give it a quick wipe to get that instant clean.
Yeah.
Or my favourite method, just squirt it on. You can get into all the nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
This is sort of the rattan style garden furniture, so it's got all the little gaps in there, little spaces, so you can't really get into there to clean. Well, the product will get in there. It'll form tiny little crystals. When it rains, it's going to clean all those nooks and crannies. So it's super easy to use. And basically, just get in there and spray it all on. So if I knew it was going to rain the next day, I'd probably spray my garden furniture. If it's outside now, spray it the night before. So it's going to dry. When it rains, it's going to clean the furniture for you.
Oh, that's fabulous, isn't it? I mean, that makes a lot of sense to get it now. And probably now you are thinking, you're looking at your patio and you're thinking it's looking a little bit sad. Give it a clean, especially days like today. There are days like today in January and February with the sunshine as well. I suppose you need the sunshine as well to dry it, or you don't?
Yeah, ideally a dry day, so pop it on. Spray it onto your furniture. If your furniture's outside all year in winter time, you can get a spray every 3 or 4 weeks or so, and it's just going to keep that furniture nice and clean. So it's not going to be the cycle of cleaning the garden furniture every springtime. You can just basically keep it clean.
Indeed, you can. Right, so you have got in front of you something different.
I have, yeah.
Can we use the same cleaner with this?
We can, yeah. I've not opened the pouch actually.
Oh, right. So we'll look for scissors. Our Ben is going to grab some scissors for Dave. And now, of course, remember that you are getting 4 pouches. You are getting the spritzer bottle as well. And there is a 2-in-1 cleans and protects. And think about your barbecue as well. There are instructions in here, so it comes in with the instructions. So perfectly here. It's fast biodegradation, and of course, it's Eco Mini. And now you can see that all the instructions and how to mix it up, and of course it's 0 waste to landfill. That I love that. Right, Dave, you have opened the pack. Yeah, fabulous.
So I've got a barbecue grill here, so you can use it on all barbecue grills, sort of stainless steel, cast iron and so on, and non-stick as well. We're going to take this spray and I'll get that right now. Give it a shake, and then going to pre-wet the grill. Just get some product on there. My spray's not working great, so I'll move to the next one.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there it is. Live TV, if something can, like even the things that cannot go wrong on TV will go wrong on TV.
Now I'm going to take the pouch. I've sort of primed the grill now with some of the diluted product. And then I'm just going to pour some of the powder on there.
Right.
So now we're using it as a sort of an old-fashioned sort of scouring powder.
Okay, yeah.
Take a sponge or a scouring pad and just work it in there.
Right.
And work that powder so you've got some of the powder underneath the sponge. And if you just work it in there, it's just going to bring and clean up all that grease and grime and dirt off the barbecue grill. And it's that simple.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So that is actually really simple. And you're not putting that much strength, are you?
Not really, no. No.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
If you make sure you get some of the powder under the sponge, so you work it in there. The same on your PVC windowsills. If you've got white ones and they're really old, you can use a powder and spray as well.
Indeed.
So put some powder on there, work it in, and you can really lift that dirt and grime off the white PVC windowsills as well.
Absolutely. That makes, you know, that's the sort of thing that, well, we all need something like that. If you have got a balcony, you have got a patio, you have got a garden, you have got maybe even the entrance of the house that is a little bit, even that sort of thing is always there are elements. Like I'm thinking as well, lamps, you know, outside lamps as well, so to have them cleaned. Will this work for it?
Yeah, any outside lamps in the garden, sort of glass and plastic and so on, you can spray it on there. Yeah. It'll dry. When it rains, it'll just self-clean.
Now, I know also our floor manager, Ben, has got and him and his husband have got a beautiful garden. It's a magical garden. It's one of my favorite places in the world. And has got a beautiful, gorgeous sculptures as well that, you know, they are buy from artists and incredible artists. Will this work as well for the sculptures that are ceramic and pottery as well?
Yeah, it'll work on all ceramics and pot and so on. So it'll work on sort of terracotta garden pots.
Yeah.
Or your garden statues, which are sort of concrete or ceramic as well. So if they're already clean, you can use it as a preventative.
It is, yeah.
So don't let them get dirty and get that build-up of algae and green and grime and so on. Every sort of couple of months or so, give them a quick squirt. Yeah. Really quick, really easy to do, but it's just a prevention. So you're going to prevent that dirt and grime from building.
Absolutely. Now, this is one of those products that I immediately, because I wish I could share. Well, I mean, sometimes on my Instagram stories I do share the garden, because the garden of Ben and Ash is beautiful, and it has got this kind of very special sculptures in there, hidden in there a little bit. It has got even a fish pond, a tiny fish pond as well. So I would imagine that this could be good as well to clean it if you want to clean a fish pond outside. Empty the water, obviously the fish, but just kind of give it a good clean. Yeah, I'm not gonna, you know, everybody thinking, yeah, put it in there with the fish. That was Ben saying, like, you know, but sometimes you have to clean it, don't you?
You do, yeah. It's not, the product's not toxic, and it's not toxic to aquatic life.
Oh, sorry.
So while the fish are in the pond, you can clean around the edges. So if you get a bit of a spray in there, it's going to be fine. So it's not like toxic or anything.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
And if you wanted to empty all the water out and take the fish out, obviously, you could use it to...
You know, I was just saying, like, I know, because from experience, sometimes if you have got like a you know, little fish pond that you want to properly clean, Ben is crying of laughter. It's like you're thinking, she's gonna come. I'm not inviting Paula ever again. She's gonna come in and clean my fish pond that doesn't need cleaning anyway because it's very clean. Sorry, Dave. It's just one of those things. Anyway, don't worry. I don't clean much in my house. I'm not gonna go to any home and do cleaning either. Now, of course, I do clean my house eventually. Now, of course, if you want to go for the Eco Mini Multi Cleaner with a sprayer, £19.99 is your price, 343487. And of course, if you want to see it more in action, well, we have a little video for you. It is a cost-effective, easy way to protect the smaller surface with the Eco Mini, but of course the multi-pave is for those multi-pave. So, for instance, your decking, your, you know, maybe you have got, you know, what is it? Oh, little road streets that you need to clean. Maybe you know what? My garden, you know, little, how do you call it? The little kind of. Alley, my garden alley. So, of course, then it's cleaning. So, therefore, this could be perfect for that. Now, the multi-pave, for those ones who have just tuned in, Dave, for what surface does the multi include? Yeah, so the multi is really good for all your garden patios and paths. So, if you've got patios made out of concrete slabs or natural stone and your pathways, it's really good for that. It's really good for wooden decking as well. You can put it on the wooden decking, so this time of year it's going to remove the green algae, which is quite dangerous and slippy and slidey. Yeah. It's really good on tarmac. Yeah. So if you've got a tarmac driveway or path, pop it on the tarmac. It's going to get rid of and break down the moss, remove the algae and so on. And also on concrete as well, brilliant on concrete driveways. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, of course, if you want yours, £27.99 is for a set of 8. Now, it's also something that, you know, you clean something and then you have to constantly kind of upkeep, and it takes more time. Or how? I mean, again, I know we have covered this early on, but for those ones who, those viewers that just join us, how often do we need to do it?
Well, ideally you need to do it sort of twice a year, so we recommend every 5 months, so you're getting a bit of a rotation, so you're not putting it down the same time every twice in a year, the same 2 points. Yeah. Because you can get like a really wet period or a warm, wet winter or something, so to get that rotation, it works really well. Absolutely does, yeah. And of course, you don't have to wait, you know, you don't have to think, oh, I need to do it every single week or every single month as well. Now, we are talking about 8 pouches. We have got a set of 4, but we know that we are giving approximately how big that square meters cover. However, for those ones who we are more visually inclined, how more or less, how big is that surface of the 8-pack? So 1 pouch is going to go into a 10-litre watering can. That 10-litre watering can, you're going to spread it about 1.5 car parking spaces. Okay. So 1 pack is 1.5 car parking spaces. So a pack of 8 is going to be 12 car parking spaces. Okay. So if you can visualise 12 car park, that's a big area. It's a big area. So it's really good value for money. Yeah, it is indeed. Now, of course, if you want yours, well, do make sure to check out your basket. It's very simple, the system. So you put it onto the 10-litre watering can, let it sit there, mix it well, right? Yeah, that's it. Just pop it into, fill a 10-litre watering can with cold water, pour in 1 pouch, so there's no measuring, no ratios, no looking at instructions or anything. Really easy to do. We wanted to make it as simple as possible for people. Pop it in there, give it a mix, wait another minute or so, another mix, and that's it, you're ready to go.
Absolutely. Now, of course, that's a multi-pave. £27.99 is your price. 767972 is your item number. But we also have got the block paving, because maybe that's specifically what you have, and this is specially designed for that paving. Now, that means that, well, if you have tried the grouting and everything, and this is just such a good way, easy to do. So you have got now there the block paving. So could you show us how to apply it, maybe, because we haven't seen.
So you take your watering can again, 10 litres of cold water. I'll put the powder in again. So cut the top off, just pour it in. So it's really simple. Same again, give it a good old mix. Then take it round to your paving. Always start at the highest point, because we need to control the runoff. We don't want to get too much runoff running into the grass or anything. It might sort of deaden, kill some of it off, but we just want to control it there. And just simply walk up and down and water it on.
And
it really is that simple.
Easy as that.
So unlike traditional methods of cleaning, this is going to slowly clean constantly, day after day.
And now, of course, you're using the watering can that you have designed, well, or block Blitz has, because that is a really helpful. You call it the rose, right? The
the rose at the end on the cap on the spout. So we've designed the rose cap, so you get the right amount of product coming out there.
Going through,
so you're not going to waste product. You're just going to sort of control the discharge of the product.
Absolutely. So, of course, if you want yours, £14.99 for the watering can, and with that mixing stick, which is included. So it's nice to have it. Also, I love that it's red, so you automatically know that that's just for maybe a little bit different from the watering can for water. I love as well, if maybe you are watching, and I said that earlier, maybe you're thinking, oh, I have got a watering can, but I want something that for my plant feeder, or maybe you know, I have got the roses, so kind of certain material, certain sprays that I need to put, or certain waters. This would be perfect as well to have a separate one for your household. But of course, the rose cap is what it makes it all special for the block Blitz. 322857 is your item number. We have got more reviews for the block Blitz kind of collection, because this one is from Brian. Now, Brian says, I have tried many brands over the years, so tried this and can honestly say this is the best. Sprayed my block drive away about 6 weeks ago, and it looked cleaner a couple of days later. But yesterday when I went to the cart, it looked like a new drive had been laid. Wow, won't be using anything else. Thank you, Brian, for sending this incredible you know, review, because it is true, isn't it? We want that feeling of auto-cleaning itself, protecting it as well. Just wanted to let you know that I'm so delighted with block Blitz on my block paving. After 2 applications, there is such a difference, much easier than having it jet wash. Indeed, Janet, it's too messy. Jet wash is too messy, and this is just such an also the way that if you jet wash it, you are cleaning it that day. But it's not protecting it for the future, where the block Blitz will protect it for the future.
Yeah, that's it. The block Blitz products work in the totally opposite way. So with traditional methods of cleaning, say scrubbing and jet washing, you may get sort of a quick, instant-ish clean, but the next day it's going to start getting dirty again. So that dirt and grime is going to start building up. Day after day, it's just going to keep getting dirtier and dirtier. With the block Blitz products, it's just going to keep getting cleaner and cleaner. So day after day, it's going to get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner.
Absolutely. Now, of course, 273363 is your item number. I love the before and after pictures, because it showcases why you need it as well. Now, that is not the only product we have got. We have got more. We have got the gravel drives as well. And this one is the one that is like, this one impresses me the most, because gravel drives or gravels, and you know, if you have got a little garden, even if it's a pathway, it's impossible to clean, so you have to replace the gravel. Could we see it in action? Because I think some people will think, oh, it just has to be slightly different. So how does it work?
Yeah, so same again. You've got your 10-litre watering can. You've got your product in there. No measuring, no ratios. Just dissolve it in there. Take it around to your gravel. And it's as simple as just walking up and down and watering it on. Your neighbours might think you're a bit crazy, but just keep doing it. Walking up and down, water it on. If you've got any areas of moss or weeds,
I mean, my neighbours already think that I'm crazy, so you know, this would be the least of their thinking. All right, so they're just kind of, and then just water it, and then
that's it. That's simple. Water it on. So
Yeah.
if you've got areas of sort of decorative aggregates as well, you can water it on there.
Yeah.
It's just going to keep them clean. Every time it rains, it's going to keep that cleaning process going.
Absolutely.
And
So do we have to kind of brush, like kind of take a garden brush or something like that to move the gravel a little bit?
Potentially, if you've got gravel anyway, it's a good idea to give it a rake.
Yeah.
So you can move the gravel around to
That's
sort of
right.
level it around. Yeah. So 1 or 2 treatments with the product, a good rake, and then your drive's going to look like new.
Absolutely. Now, of course, if you want yours, well, there it is. The set of 8 covers, the set of 4, approximately 60 square meters in coverage, 264 and 927. I think this is one of the shows that I have made the most mistakes in saying 8, 9, and it's like that. Yeah. Anyway, moving on to now. Of course, we have got the artificial grass cleaner. Now, this one covers 60 square meters, and of course, this one is 4 of them. Now, did I say artificial grass cleaner? Yeah, that was the name. Yeah, I didn't say the word. 172890. They're making fun of me in my ear because they're saying I said artificial glass cleaner. Nearly I said that. Anyway, sorry, Dave. It's your day to work with me. I mean, once a year, once every 2 years. Anyway, right. Artificial grass. How do we need to prepare it? Any different way or just the same way?
If you've got any sort of surface debris on there, sort of leaves and so on, we'd recommend sort of taking the leaves up and so on.
Of course, yeah.
But that's about it. You just want to get on there, water it on, walk up and down, give it a good soak. So it's going to get in there, it's going to sit on the bedding. If there's any dirt and grime in there, it's going to break it down and slowly wash it away. So every time it rains, it's going to wash away the dirt and grime and just basically keep it clean. If you've got pets as well, if they're doing their business on there, the product's going to stay on there, it's going to crystallise, and it's also going to deodorise the grass as well.
Absolutely.
So it's going to stop the grass smelling as well.
And so can we see it in action?
Of course, yes. So same again, simple, 10 litres, 1 pouch in there, and just basically walk up and down your artificial grass and give it a good old water.
Right. And then?
And that's it really. So simple, so easy.
Yeah.
If you've got any areas of moss or weeds or anything, give those an extra sort of dose. And just do that twice a year, and it's just going to keep the grass in really good condition.
Yeah. Right. And then, of course, and that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Walk away, job done.
Absolutely fabulous. Now, of course, if you want your artificial grass, not glass, cleaner, you have with approximately 60 square meter coverage, £14.99 is your price, 172890. Now, I cannot recommend the watering can enough, especially because it comes in with that rose cap, designed specifically for the block, the block Blitz products. And of course, £14.99 is your price for it. It comes with a mixing one, and of course, because it's red, so you will know exactly that is the one for the block Blitz. If you want yours, do make sure to check out your baskets. 322857 is your item number. Now, the new product to us this hour, of course, is the Eco Mini, the multi-cleaner for the smaller places. Now, Dave, I mean, quickly, because we don't have that much time as well, but could you run through exactly why did you why you brought it to market as well?
Yeah, so we wanted to take the same technology within our original products and sort of break it down and make it for smaller surfaces in the garden. So all those outdoor surfaces, outside, windowsills, wheelie bins, garden furniture, kids sort of play equipment, trampolines, barbecues. We wanted to put our technology into a product to keep those surfaces clean as well.
Absolutely. So do we use it? We use it slightly different, don't we, in this one? Because it comes in powder, like every single other product, but it comes in with a spray bottle, which is empty.
It does, yeah. So you put 1 litre of water in the spray bottle, put 1 pouch in there, give it a few minutes, a couple of shakes, then you'll dissolve it. So then you can use it in 3 ways. My favourite way, the first way, is just spray it on there, let it dry. When it rains, the rain's going to start that cleaning process. So if you've got garden furniture, sort of rattan style, give it a squirt. Every time it rains, it's going to keep it clean. so it's perfect. So there's no scrubbing of the furniture or anything, no jet washing. Absolutely. If you want an instant clean, you can spray it on and use it like a traditional sort of cleaner. Get a sponge or a cloth and just give it a wipe down as well.
And I love the easy of use as well. Like, kind of, you don't have to think too much about what surfaces. We are thinking about, you know, maybe lamps outside. Maybe you have got those little garden lights as well with the glass, or maybe, like we were saying, sculptures or things like garden furniture. And of course, because it's in a handheld spray, it's much easier to get to the nooks and crannies, isn't it?
It is. So you can get in, if you've got garden furniture and so on, you can get in round the back underneath it, give it a spray. The liquid's going to soak in, get into all the nooks and crannies, where you can't really get with sort of traditional methods of cleaning. When it rains, it's going to activate the product in all those small gaps and so on, and just keep things clean. So if you've got a children's trampoline or things like that, you can spray it on there. When it rains, it's just going to keep it clean. Indeed.
Right, of course, if you want your Eco Mini, maybe you haven't seen that before. Here it is, £19.99. 343487 is your item number. And of course, the Block Blitz has got many fans out there that they have been buying it through the years because it's the easy of use, the fact that it's eco-friendly, and of course, it's a UK-based company, made in the UK, right?
Yeah, it's all manufactured in the UK, so all our products are made in our own factory in Lincolnshire.
Yeah.
Everything apart from the watering can, our rose cap, our spout, our stick, that's all manufactured in the UK as well.
Wow, so that's I love that it's a made in the UK products, especially the cleaning. And of course, it's supporting UK businesses, and I know how important that is to all of us. Now, we have more reviews on the website, and there we are going to have a look at them. Now, you can see their repeat order, and that's the best thing. I mean, like, that is a testament to the quality of these products. When there are repeat orders, you know that people have got on well with them and they have loved them. Wonderful products as well. Delighted with this product. It does what it says it does, says it's going to do. So easy to use, no mess, no buckets of water. The spray bottle is excellent. Highly recommend Block Blitz. So now you will find those 5-star reviews on our website. And of course, thank you so much for everybody who takes their time to write reviews. We appreciate every single one of them because I know other viewers, other customers appreciate those ones as well. So thank you for taking your time. Right. The start of the show, of course, is the multi-pave. Well, we are coming to the end of the show. If there was one product, Dave, that they say, like, somebody who is brand new, that just turning on, is like, oh, I love it, but I want just a product to try on, to see, and which one do you recommend to go first?
Well, our biggest selling products are the multi-pave and the block paving.
Okay.
So if you've not got block paving on your driveway or a path or a patio, go for the multi-pave.
Perfect.
Start using the product. I can guarantee you'll never jet wash or scrub or scrape again. You put it on twice a year, and that's all you're going to have to do.
Perfect. And then, of course, if you know what you have got at home, so if you have got a block paving, go for that one. However, the multi-pave, probably a set of 4, or what about maybe you have got a smaller area of gravel as well as a tarmac? Why not go for the set of 4? Now, Dave, it's been a pleasure to have you here today. I hope you come back very soon.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, hopefully so. And now, of course, do make sure to check out your baskets. Now, whether it's the Eco Mini, whether it's the watering can, whether it's the multi-pave, whichever one is going to make it easy for you. Right, thank you, Dave. And, of course, to you at home, stay tuned because we have got a brand new launch of a one-day special with John Lowood and Hayley. It's going to be a massive one. Well, it is the Craft Artist one-day special. It is Mica Magic. Oh, indeed. And there's 7-day savers with myself and then Craft Artist one-day special.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the craft store.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the craft store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, it's 6 o'clock. Oh my goodness, how exciting. We've got a brand new one-day special and I'm so excited to be here because it's such a long time since I've worked alongside John and he has brought something absolutely incredible as a one-day special. So the details are already there. I know lots of you getting involved already. John, Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
And Happy Christmas and everything because it seems like ages since I've seen you.
It's at least 5 minutes because we've had an hour gossiping in the green room.
That's true.
With masks on, stood like at different doors. It's been no, it's so nice to see you and to be back. I feel like I've been gone for so long.
You have, but you'd earned a break, so that's not a problem at all. Now, obviously, 6 o'clock is an hour when we launch our one-day special. Need to tell you as well, we've got happy hour for this hour, so do jump ahead and have a look at that, although I will show you it as we get to it. But we are talking about the most incredible mica magic palettes. Oh, my word, look at these colours. Got 30 colours in total, coming to you across 2 fabulous cases, as you can see here, with a saving, but these are incredible. Now, we have got another bundle to share with you, so we will mention that we have got these available with the daubers, because John has explained to me you need new daubers to work with these. Fresh set of daubers, so the details are changing on your screen, because this is a different deal that we've got for you. It includes the one-day special with the saving that you would normally get, but it also includes your case of 40 daubers, which you will need. So it makes sense to go for the bumper bundle rather than going for the mica magic and then going off and getting your daubers. But what a phenomenal deal. I mean, tell me about these.
It is. Mica magic is amazing. This has been in development, these 2 colour ranges, for nearly a year.
Oh, wow, okay.
So it's nearly a year that Sam and I sat at home and did this. Which I think is always nice. If I put them on the overhead, you might be able to see a little bit better. We sat there and put these on. These are what we did.
So is this the kind of the selection of colours you wanted?
This is a selection of colours from what was it, about 200? Sorry, Sam is helping me to the side today.
We have a glamorous assistant for this hour.
I have a glamorous assistant to help with one of the demos in a little while, so he's over there. We sat down and did all of these colours, and we chose them because people said, why haven't you got a spring set and where is the winter set? You've done autumn and summer as big sets. We did basic brights and we did metallics, and they are totally sold out.
Right.
And this seems to be what always happens with Mica Magic.
Right.
We said we will do 2 more final sets
to
plug any gaps. So these were the colours we selected from the 200. So these are the colours of the thing, of the Mica Magic.
Look gorgeous.
And they are absolutely beautiful. I love these. But to explain Mica Magic, if you don't know what it is, and this to me, it's like having an ink, a gilding wax, a liquid metal. It's having something that works with paper, cardboard, concrete.
Wow.
It will work with resin, clay, paper clay.
Oh my goodness.
And basically this is compressed pigment along with mica in a binder.
Okay.
And the one slight change we've made is there's a slightly stronger binder in it, so that now it will work with your resin.
Oh my word.
So lots of people have been asking for a long time, how did I colour this black resin piece from Zuri? And it's all done with the Mica
It's been made out of metal now.
It's crazy, and this is the fab thing. I'm nicking samples now, but if you can see here on the overhead, this is an embossing folder. Could you do that with ink?
No.
Could you get that shine? Could
Not
you get
that
those
shimmer,
different colours?
No.
Could you get, what happens if you put yellow on top of blue?
Yeah.
You get green.
Yeah, that's
Not
true.
with Mica Magic, you get yellow.
Wow.
You can layer it on. There is so much you can do with this. It's absolutely crazy. But I think you've got the boards with all the colours, haven't you?
I have. Now, these are incredible. This gives you just a little insight. We're scratching the surface here because you know how adaptable Mica Magic can be. You've worked with it previously. You know it's a brilliant medium to work with. But this time, you have got the most incredible colours and the amazing range that you can work with these. So what we've got here, we've got a series of tags with these, and we've got these fabulous flowers.
We have, right. So the tags are just embossed, and it's each colour on black and white. But the fabulous flowers have been made by Sam.
Okay.
And these have been something that you can do with the Mica Magic that I don't believe you can do with anything else.
Right.
These have been put directly into silicone moulds.
Okay.
And then they have had resin poured on top.
Oh, okay, right.
But the Mica Magic stays where it's put.
So it doesn't mix in with the resin?
It doesn't mix in with the resin, it doesn't float in, it doesn't do any of that.
So it's not something that you're having to add afterwards?
Not at all. If I can pass you that, that's
Okay.
one piece. So that's the yellow.
Right,
okay?
oh, that's beautiful.
So we look at the yellow, okay?
Yeah.
If we turn that over, that's the colour of the resin.
Oh my goodness, so it's not gone, oh, you can see there, that has stayed true as it was.
That has stayed exactly where it's put, exactly where it's placed.
Incredible.
And I don't know another way to get that intensity of colour or for it to stay exactly
I
where
love it.
it's
I'm going to have to
placed.
put that down because I don't want to drop the boards. OK, so all those gorgeous colours there and the mixture. Obviously, you get different results dependent on what you're working on. So whether you're working on your white resin, if you're working on your clear resin, if you're working white cardstock, black cardstock. But what an incredible result that you're getting with these. Now, we've got two different palettes. So this one is your first of your palettes. So they're gorgeous pinks. Love these rich purples that we've got in here. Now, normally be paying, how much for each one? $14.99 for each. That's what you'd normally be paying for a palette. But with your one-day special, obviously you've got that amazing deal and the ability to get hold of the brand new colours. Oh, my word, that red.
It's just beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, gosh,
we
look
haven't
at
done that sort of copper red. All of the colours are new. Even the golds and silvers are new gold and silvers than we've done before.
Right.
So you've got more of a true platinum there. You've got like a platinum, you've got a titanium, and you've got a true silver. But you've got the green gold. But how often do you know green that works on black?
Yeah, that's
or
true.
That sort of coral copper in there that works on it. But look how different that green is there. So you've got three greens in this set, three silvers, three coppers, three golds, three reds. So you can see why we called this a sort of winter jewel, or really, to me, it's our Christmas set, but we don't say Christmas in January.
Not yet, no.
So, but again, intense that red colour is. Straight on, no binder, nothing needed, no inks, nothing. Straight onto card.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So you can see this is going to be versatile. Obviously, we're going to have lots of demonstrations with John. We're going to get onto those in just a few moments. But first thing is we need to establish the deal. So your one-day special is £26.98. Now, I've already mentioned you'd normally be paying £14.99, but not with the one-day special. It's bringing it down to £13.49. So you can see you've got that saving, that £3 saving. Brilliant saving, I know. But the bundle. So that £3 saving is going to come with us. We're going to go over to the larger bundle. This time the saving on your screen is £4.50, but you've got the additional £4.30. So overall, you're saving half the cost of one of those pallets, aren't you? Yeah.
You're basically, we're just throwing half a pallet in.
Yeah. Now, if you were to go off shopping for those doorbells, you'd normally pay £19.99 for those. So let's take that off the £42.47. Actually works out that you'll be paying £11.24 per pallet. Don't forget, originally we were talking £14.99, worth every single penny of that and some. But when you consider everything that you're getting with the bundle, with the saving and, of course, the doorbells, phenomenal value for money. But already, nearly a quarter of the stock has gone.
Right.
OK. What time is it? Nearly 10 past.
Right, okay.
Okay, right, all right then. we're fine, we're fine, we're calm, everything's okay. So, yeah, loads and loads. Obviously, we've got lots to share with you. Don't forget, we've got that happy hour deal as well. Just very quickly, let me mention that one. If you're wanting that happy hour deal, gorgeous butterflies, this is beautiful. Now, with this one, you've got the combination of your die and your stamp. Of course, they work together beautifully. This is brilliant. That is absolutely a brilliant price there. £12 saving for this hour and this hour only. This is something that is incredibly useful, very usable, and not only just in your kind of regular crafting, but if I bring this in, this is working with those mica magics and that fabulous stamp set and that wonderful die there, which partially cuts through, as you can see. John, that's a wonderful result.
It really is, and this is something, again, you can't achieve with normal mica. With normal mica powder, and I've got tons of it. I'm not going to lie, I've got absolute tons of it. It got a bit of a use when Sam started doing his resin, and now it's stopped completely because he's using the mica magic. But what you have to do with normal mica is you have to dust it over gently with a brush, over embossing ink.
You're frightened of moving anything.
I've gone over this with a dauber, and I'll be showing you this hour.
Wow.
Once it's dry, what happens is wherever there is the ink, it gets a darker sheen, and you can put colours on top of colours.
Beautiful.
But you would never, ever use 5 different colours of mica on one stamp, because you know all the mica that comes off is ruined.
Yeah.
You can't reuse it.
No control. So, again, make sure you're getting hold of that happy hour deal. It's only £9.99. Brilliant value for money. Pop that one into your basket as well. But we've got some beautiful embossing folders, and these are absolutely gorgeous. They are beautiful. So, lots of you found them already. You've been jumping onto the website to get hold of those. There's so many finished samples here. I don't know where to put anything. So, these embossing folders. Now, we've got a trio with these, John, and they're £19.99. Absolutely gorgeous.
These are... I'm going to say this. These are the embossing folders that I've chosen.
Okay.
That I love for 2022.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And what you'll see is, obviously, in the last 2-3 months, I've been making a lot of packaging shots of my new ranges for next year.
Okay.
So you'll see these popping up on these
when you
sample
say next year, you mean 2022?
2022,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm in Christmas at the moment.
Don't write this year off
home.
just yet for me.
No. So you'll see these popping up on all the packaging shots of what I've been using for my releases, because this is sort of like my pick.
Right.
If that makes sense. I love these. The time one, I've got a thing about clocks.
Yeah.
We have so many clocks in our house, it's crazy. But the clocks, the cogs and the writing, to me, are just ones I've not got. But all of the colour in here is mica magic.
Wow.
All of the colouring on this
variants.
is mica magic.
This is the sort of effect that you'd expect with a gilding wax. You'd go in with the little pots, wouldn't you?
You
would.
Add it and how much is a pot of gilding wax?
Yeah, yes,
how
exactly.
How much is 30 pots of gilding wax?
That's a good point, yeah.
How long would it take you? There are 6 colours on each of these folders. How long would it take you to open up 6 pots of gilding wax?
And the precision.
And then to put that on in that sort of colour with different layers on it. I mean, I'll show you again of these. But they just work so much easier. So you're probably looking at 30 colours.
Well, can we do it nice and easy, £10? £10 is a fair price, I think, for a gilding wax. Yeah, that's nice and easy. So straight away, 10 times 30, 300.
Yeah. There you go.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that seems such a lot of money. I thought I'd done the maths wrong, but I haven't.
No.
It is, isn't it?
That's what's so crazy. And then all of these folders are done with it. But again, I'll be showing you, this is a brilliant technique. This is with the Kaleido.
Wow.
So I will be showing you this tomorrow of how I do that foiled embossing folder technique.
Absolutely gorgeous.
But what works so well is on the next one, this is mica magic and then foiled over the top.
Oh my goodness, it gets better and better.
So you're going to be able to use it with your Kaleido and actually get all that beautiful foiling on top of something. You can't foil on top of gilding wax.
Well, you know, because you've got to have the right surface.
Yeah, you can't stamp on top of gilding wax. Mica magic, you can stamp on top of because it's self-sealing.
Wow. Oh my goodness, this is a game changer. Now these are beautiful embossing folders, but nearly 20% of the stock has gone. Don't forget adding this in alongside your fabulous one-day special bundle. I'm going to call it the bundle because most of you are going for the complete bundle where you're getting the daubers as well. You can spread the cost of this as well. Spread it over 2 payments of £10 each. Please do not forget about your happy hour. Sorry, the one-day special bundle isn't on a happy hour, but by the time you're adding all of these bits in, I think if you go for the bundle alongside these, does it take us through £60? there or thereabouts. Certainly if you're adding in the happy hour deal at a tenner, and then you can spread the cost over 2 payments. So the embossing folders and the Dauber bundle together does take you through that £60 threshold. So anything else you can spread over 2 payments, including things like the happy hour, which is flying out if you excuse the pun as well. But the Dauber bundle, a third of that stock has gone. I better get a jog on, hadn't I? So we've got those fabulous embossing folders at £19.99, but we've got even more. Now these are beautiful. We've got 3D, so the depth of these is incredible. But it's the shape of these I love.
The depth is beautiful. This DL shape is just stunning. So you've got 2 in the DL. Now, one is called poinsettia, but we had this argument in the office, and I said, that's not a poinsettia. It's not Christmassy to me.
No.
In the slightest.
No.
I think that's a flower for all year round. The star frame is just perfect for putting your sentiments on, for stamping. It's an absolutely beautiful, you know, absolutely beautiful.
Springtime, isn't it?
Springtime, but this is what I love, and I'm going to keep going on about the Mica Magic because to me it's a hero product.
Yes, yeah.
Something I absolutely love. That is exactly the same colours on white and black on that
Really?
floral
On those
embossing
two?
folder. Yeah.
Wow.
So how many times do you know light pink showing on black?
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't. Even in gilding wax sometimes
Yeah.
it doesn't. But to me, that isn't poinsettia in the slightest.
It's just a beautiful flower, isn't it? Whatever you want
It
it
is.
to be.
And that star frame.
I love that
How
frame.
many DL stamps have you got?
Can
How
I
many
turn that round?
sentiments
Because
have you
that
got?
is something that's going to be brilliant if you're doing your landscape cards as well as your portrait cards.
Yeah, exactly. You got that DL, that dimension long. But can you imagine what you can put in there with your decoupage, with your stamps?
Beautiful area.
So much can go
And
into
you've
that.
kind of got a square there as well. So if you've got your small squares either side, a larger square in the middle, that's going to be a really useful one
You
to
could
have.
die cut out of that a square, a circle or an oval in the middle
Yeah,
and make a beautiful
easily.
aperture. But then you get the 2 sort of A6 ones,
Oh.
which are on the back of your board. If you turn it over, there we go.
Oh my word, you're getting these as well.
I'm trying to be economical. The board's cost me a fortune. I'm trying to be economical.
I love
Sorry,
it.
Hayley.
I'm holding it, I didn't
But
even
this,
notice them there.
this is called flowers, but to me it's like a starburst.
It's beautiful.
But again, look at the red on top of the gold. Again, you
Yes,
can't do
yeah.
that, be so precise with gilding wax. And then you've got the beautiful, this bird on a
Oh,
branch.
that's so cute.
But that's on black.
Yeah.
You go down on white, and again, you see how well that Mica
That.
Magic works. But would you ever buy a light blue gilding wax?
I don't think I've
At
ever
that
seen
price,
one.
let's
Well,
say
it's
a
kind of special.
£5-ish.
Well, you don't mind spending, we were talking about £10 for gilding wax and gilding polishes. You don't mind spending that, maybe your gold, your silver, your bronze, your copper, because you know you're going to use
Yeah,
them.
you
But
wouldn't do it-
certainly wouldn't do it on something like blue
I
or
wouldn't do a
pink.
pale blue,
Yeah.
and it just works so well on these folders. And the star one just looks so nice on white. But again, if you see the white folder on that, sorry to
No, that's okay. I'm just getting
to mess it around a little bit. That's exactly the same colours as is on the black one.
Really?
Yep.
My goodness, they look poles apart.
Yeah, and that's how different it is. But what a beautiful folder is, and of course that's a repeatable pattern.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that can be
that's-
made
check out
any
that
bigger
one.
you want to.
My goodness, nearly 20% of the stock has gone of those. They're absolutely brilliant to use in a variety of ways. That's just touching on the Mica Magic with them, but I've got a couple of wonderful finished samples to share with you here, showing them this is a gorgeous effect. How's that been done, do we know?
That is with the Kaleido. That's foiling and embossing folder,
Really?
which I will show you tomorrow.
And the mould here, has that got
And
the Mica
mould,
Magic on?
that is done with the quick dry resin.
Okay.
And that is Mica Magic. That's actually a white piece.
White?
That's white.
Wow.
Is that white, Sam? He's nodding at me.
He's nodding.
Because he made all of the
We
resin
can't
pieces
pay him
for me.
any
I'm not
money
even
to...
going to lie.
We can't pay him enough money to speak,
No.
so yeah. So just got a nod.
Yeah.
There we go, and there you go. Look again, more of that foiling going on there, as you can see. They're absolutely incredible. I love these. You're loving these as well. £24.98. Of course, if you're adding them all in and you're spreading that cost, it works out just an extra. Where am I? £12.50. Absolute bargain for that first payment. Second payment's in a month's time, but don't forget they've got that three-dimensional aspect, giving you that deeper kind of multi-layer effect when you're working with your embossing folders. It gives them a brilliant touch and makes a card almost instantly with them. Now we've got more to share with you. We've got some fabulous square embossing folders. These are gorgeous as well. Now you're going to get all three of these. Now can I just question, we've got extended delivery on the screen. Is that because they sold out previously?
They have sold out previously,
Right.
so we may have put some on extended, which is why it's still showing that. But they aren't extended, they're available
They're ready
now.
for immediate dispatch. I love these. Yeah, it's actually saying extended delivery for the 4th of January. So that's either nearly 12 months or we haven't reset the system. Now, John, can you talk around these just for a moment? I've got a bit of a tickle coming.
Yes, of course. I'm just grabbing some bits off Sammy. It's made for me. So what you've got here is these are 3 press cut embossing folders that we selected from them, and we brought them on because they're perfect on Mica Magicking because they've sold out. But can you imagine all that depth of that flower you're going to be able to do in a different colour? And again, I'm hoping to show in this hour how we actually get that beautiful look in that one. So they basically, again, that's your set of basics. I really think until Christmas, these 3 and the first 3 are the ones you're going to see me popping up lots.
Oh, okay, right.
But also mainly because I've used the flower on absolutely everything anyway already.
I love that though. It's that kind of like a Remy McIntosh style of rose, isn't it? That one, absolutely beautiful. So yeah, if you wanted to get a hold of these, the details are there on your screen. In fact, with these ones, you're going to get all 3 of these. We're going to pop the details back on the screen in a few moments, but you can see you kind of got the tessellation with regards to these ones, so you can build up the design with these as well. Absolutely beautiful designs, as you can see, with regards to these. You've got the fabulous little roses, which of course, if you're using different techniques, getting your mica powders involved, your mica magic, should I say, dusting over the top of that design, you're going to get different results over and over again. Absolutely
That's
lovely.
actually mica magic over glitter card.
Well, I was trying to figure it out. You know, when sometimes, and you can always tell when a presenter's trying to figure it out, because usually we'll hold a card like that, but then when we're trying to figure out, we're actually turning it to ourselves to try and figure out how it's been put together. Over the top of glitter card.
Over the top of our non-shed glitter card.
Wow.
The mica magic with the binder will stick to virtually anything.
Right.
The only thing it doesn't stick to is a glassy or smooth surface.
Because
but
it's
thanks to
non-porous.
Shelag, who's one of our angels, we have a way to do that now.
Ooh.
We have an actual way that you can actually put patterns onto glass and then mica magic it.
Right. Oh, I've got a feeling we need to see that one at some stage. So, for the time being, if you're wanting these, brilliant value for money, £24.98 if you're wanting to take advantage of those. 109570. You've got a discount on there, as you can see, but take advantage of those while you have the opportunity. Now, stencils. This is another way for you to kind of create your designs, and we have got a beautiful arrangement here of different stencils. Now, with these, it's a pick and mix. So you're going to choose with regards to these, and this is the thing that I love about a pick and mix. You get to decide. So whether you're into things like your butterflies and your dragonflies, those might be the 2 of your 4 that you're going to choose. Have I read that right? £9.99 for 4?
Yep. We've
Really?
had a massive clean-up in the warehouse. Over Christmas and New Year, Paul, Peter, Jane, Linda, Penny and Mark have been tidying and organising, which is why further on down the counter you've got 2 items that sold out that I promised had sold out.
Right.
And when we were doing it, we found basically a shelf we didn't know with the stencils on, and Peter said, let's put them on this show because we work with the Mica Magic and let people have a really good deal on them.
Oh, right, okay.
Because obviously when we find something, we want to share it with people.
Yeah.
No, but it's sitting in a warehouse.
Well, I hesitated with those because we're looking at new packaging with these, aren't we? This is kind of current packaging that we've seen.
These are all current new
Wow.
things. This is not old ones. This is not the old packaging. This is exactly the new ones. But obviously we need to clear space for the new year.
I'm so hesitant of giving you the details, but John's just told you there. That is correct. You're going to choose any 4 of these, £9.99. It works out at £2.50 there or thereabouts. Wow. What can I say?
I think that's about cost, actually.
Well,
I'm going to get into trouble for this at the end.
This is what I'm looking at.
That's
why I hesitate, because obviously I know those trade prices, and that's why I hesitate when I see prices like these. Now, these are showing you the different different stencils that have been kind of worked with. Obviously, there's loads of techniques, but it just gives you a little idea, because, of course, when you're looking at a stencil, you've got your positive and your negative. When we put that cardstock behind it, then obviously it shows you all the different apertures. All those featuring there, many of them we've seen before, but jump onto the website to check everything out. Now, with these, you've got all your choices. You are going to want to come back in and get more of these. So if you're wanting to, please take those item numbers and then obviously work your way through. You've got things like butterflies with these. You've got gorgeous designs with these, where you could be doing things like your tartan with these as well. The embossing folders, incidentally, actually I'm going to pop these down because I've got to tell you about these, because we had a little bit of confusion with regards to these. So just to clarify, I thought it wasn't such a brilliant deal, I must admit, but we never know, and we've had palette clarified now. So those embossing folders, the 4 square embossing folders I was showing you, you're now going to get all of those for a set of 3 for £14.97. 048053. So if you're placing your order for those, that is all now present and correct. One day special, of course, we are here at 6 o'clock, brand new launch, brand new colours, but nearly a third of the stock has gone. But please do consider going for the bumper bundle, because don't forget, you are getting an even bigger saving when you're going for the bundle. John will be explaining to you why you need a new box of doorburs. But taking those out of the equation, it works out that for each of those pallets, you'll be paying £11.24 per pallet, as opposed to £14.99. And of course, it's even cheaper than the one day special when you break it down that way. So 628333 if you wanted to take advantage of these. But over a third of the stock has gone. Now, it's taken us a while to get to you, John. I do apologise. We had so much to cover there. But coming to you now, tell us all about the Mica Magic. Let's see them in action.
Mica Magic, I'm going to go with the basic. I want to do the very first thing which I ever did with these, which is, let's face it, you've got an embossing folder. Okay, so you've got an embossing folder, you've embossed it, and how do we pick out the pattern? Well, the classic ways are we use gilding polish, gilding wax, or we use an ink. With any of those, if I wanted to use ink, then I've got to have a different... With each ink, I can't go over anything. I've got to do it. So let's say I want to do that flower. I have to do it with ink, and I have to leave the middle free.
Okay.
Because I can't, inks will mix.
Yes.
Yeah? If I wanted to do it with gilding wax, then again, I have to get out. To do this, I'm going to use the pastels. But I would have to get out now. I'd have to open 15 pots.
Yes,
15 pots. I'd have to pay for 15 pots of gilding wax.
Yeah, 150 quid, thank you very much.
So, and it wouldn't do the same. And I'm going to use a dauber. And again, you wouldn't use a dauber with gilding wax. You have to use your finger because you have to heat it up.
You do, yeah.
Or if you get the ones that don't heat up, that aren't technically wax, I've got some at home, they're so sloppy that we actually put them on with a paintbrush.
Yeah.
But you
Nightmare
can't do
to
that.
work with.
But what you can do with Mica Magic is, look, literally, I pick it up with my dauber and I colour over. I'm not even being careful. So let's have some pink flowers.
Beautiful.
And what it is, it's a high concentration of mica, a high concentration of pigment, and it's in a binder, and it's like a cream. So that's solid, but I put it on my finger, it feels like it's a cream. Look how it's actually gilded
my
my
finger.
finger.
It's not like a powder, is it? Sometimes when you go into palettes, you get like a powdering.
Yeah. No, it's a cream.
Oh, wow.
So let's go for 3 colours of flowers. Yeah. Not difficult. OK, so I want to change it now. I'm going to go blue. Now, I don't have to change my dauber.
Oh, OK, right.
If you watch, I'm going to go into the blue.
Yes.
Look,
and this
no
is
pink
a
in the
big
blue.
contrast, yeah.
No pink, look.
Oh, wow.
But look, that dauber still has pink. So we'll have a blue flower, we'll have
now,
a blue
we're talking
flower
about
there.
that you need new daubers. So why do we need new daubers?
Right, what you need to do is, first of all, you need new daubers because it's a new year and they're pretty. And don't they look nice? The second reason is, if you use a dauber that is covered, that's already been used for ink, it will blow.
Right.
And what that means is, I don't think I've got one, but I will try it. Basically, these are my ink ones.
Yes.
Okay. But what happens is, if I use them with the mica, something happens and they blow and they go like mushrooms.
Oh,
so
right,
that bit pops out
yes.
and it sort of expands out.
So it must be some sort of a
Some
reaction.
sort of chemical reaction.
Yeah.
But it's better to have them separate. And of course, these build up. So if you have one for each colour, it works even better, but you don't have to.
OK.
It's the best way to do it. So I've gone blue, but I am going to swap it now, and we'll go with... Should we go with that nice lilac colour?
That's a pretty colour. I like that
Yeah.
one.
So
Works well
look-
with the blue. Oh, my goodness.
So look on there, OK? So let's have 3 colours. So that is literally 3 colours straight away, but...
So can you layer the colours up? Can you put a lighter colour on top of a darker?
Don't flowers have yellow centres?
They do, yeah.
So I want to go with the yellow, and look.
Oh, wow.
Look. So what happens when you put yellow on blue?
Green.
Green. No, yellow.
Oh, wow.
They don't mix. So I'm not only able to do that, but let's say, oh,
That's
no.
a beautiful card.
That sort of blue flower there, I'm not sure I want it in blue. Did I want it in purple? Oh, well, I better go back over with purple, hadn't I, and make it a purple colour.
Wow.
So I can change it. Then I've got green. So I can go around now and just... But look how careful I have to be.
I love it.
And that
That is such an achievable card. And of course the embossing folder we've got as well, but you'd be thrilled to bits with that. If you're a novice
I've missed a flower, so I'm just going to go in a little bit of yellow and yellow that. So if I hold that one up, be able to see, first of all, that's coloured beautifully.
It's gorgeous.
Look
oh my word, look at that.
At the shine.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That. Okay, and it's white card, plain normal white jelly bean, 250 GSM.
Yeah.
White card I bought from here. But the sheen that you've got on that.
Beautiful.
And all those different colours.
I love it. Now, would you have bought that card as a happy hour deal? I know you like shopping for your happy hours with Jelly Bean.
I did, yes. You did. You know me too well,
I've got
Hayley.
a question about our happy hour deal, and this is a brilliant deal. Now, with regard to this one, it's $9.99. With regard to this one, you're going to get the stamp alongside the die as well. So with these, when you're actually working with them, now I held up a card earlier on, and I think I said that it partially cut out, but I'm looking again now. Have they been popped back in?
Yes, they cut out completely.
Right. Okay.
So you will get all seven, is it?
Oh yes, you can
so
see.
We'll cut out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 detailed stamped butterflies, or just use it the die on its own. You'll get 7 butterflies that cut out completely. They don't cut in.
And they'd be stamped already, wouldn't they?
They'd be stamped already, or just use it plain.
Yeah. Perfect. So yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, that's my bag. When I held that up, I thought they were actually attached to the vellum that's there, but they're not. They're separate. If you want to put them back in place, then obviously you can glue them in place. If you like the look of this one, let's face it, who wouldn't? Half the stock has gone of it. What a phenomenal deal. $9.99, and of course, as you know, it will work alongside each other. So you could use that as a background, beautiful background just as it is. Might be that you're cutting this out of different cardstock and using the two together, or maybe you're going to be stamping and die cutting, because the die will cut out to perfection those stamped butterflies that you've got in there. But that price is only good until 7 o'clock, so you've only got a little over half an hour to take advantage. It will go up to $21.99. That is a huge hike, but if the stock sells out before we get to the top of the hour, then we have to say goodbye to it. So, yeah, thank you for that question. John, we're going to come back to you if that's okay.
So I said, we've done a folder, and I will show you in a minute on black as well, to show how it works. I'll show you on resin, but the difference is, and this is the amazing thing about Mica Magic, and if you've never seen this on a show before, we didn't do this before, we couldn't do this before. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to take the Mica Magic, and I'm just literally putting it into a mould. This is a Zuri silicone mould that I've purchased on the craft store.
You're one of our best customers, John.
I know, oh, honestly, don't. Honestly, don't. It was hilarious. When we got back from New Year, we had so much. Thank gosh we're Freedom members. But if you notice, I'm using my finger. I don't know if you can see in here. I'm not cleaning my finger as I go between colours at all.
Yeah,
I don't have
dipping
to,
into the difference.
because they don't contaminate. So that's put a layer on top, okay?
Yeah.
You couldn't do that with mica powders. What you then do is you dust in to the detail with a brush. But can you see, when I use a brush on it, you see how it turns to a powder?
Yes, yeah.
But it still has the binder in it. So when you put normal mica powder, usually, into a mould, and you pour the resin in, it starts to float, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's
this
right,
doesn't, this stays where it is. So what we're going to do is, this is what I've just done, okay?
I love that tone that you've got there, that gorgeous kind of, it's almost like a flesh tone.
Let's add a little bit of white in. Obviously, it's whatever's on the bottom will work. You make sure you come over the mould. This is one that's sanded at 4:15 today.
Okay.
Okay, but it's great when people do this and go, and here's one I made earlier. No, we're not going to do that.
Right.
We bought the fast working resin from here that
Okay.
Eunice had.
Oh yes, Eunice, I was working with
and
Eunice
thanks
yesterday.
Eunice, because we emailed in to say I'd got it, and then she told us that I'd bought Sam one of his Christmas presents live on air, so thanks for that, Eunice.
Oh no!
And sat there and went, oh, you did buy me that for Christmas then? That's what that is there.
Oops.
Sam's at the side. I'm going to pass this over to him.
Oh, right.
He's going to pour it now.
Okay.
So that by the end of the show, we can bring that back. When it starts to stabilise, I'll bring it back and show it you.
Brilliant.
And I will show you, we'll unmould it on the show so you can see how well it's
I
worked.
love that idea.
But if you've already done, this is the same resin, this is a white resin.
Okay.
Okay, now, I mistakenly put a little bit on earlier, and I went and ran and grabbed from Bernie, our amazing floor manager, some cleaning spray and a cloth, and I couldn't get it off.
Oh, right,
But let's say that I want to, here we go, I want to colour this resin piece.
So this is the same resin, you've turned the piece out, you've decided now you want to add the colour.
This is a plain white resin.
Okay, yeah.
So this is what you would get with clay, with paper clay.
Yeah.
The same look with any of those sort of things, with your jessamite. It works on that, which is what I'd got Sam for Christmas. But
That's
you
shopping
can
early.
see here. Okay, if I want to go into detail, I get my dauber. Can you see already?
Oh, the little tiny detail coming out.
How I'm going in. So let's say on this side I want that a bit coppery red.
Yeah.
Let's go in here. How it's bringing out and going into all... You couldn't do that with gilding wax.
No, no.
But I can build it up, I can make it look old.
I don't even know if some of these colours would be available as gilding wax.
I don't think
because,
there were, not 30 of them.
Yeah, there's a
and
lot
I
of
wouldn't
colours.
buy them, and certainly not white. Let's tone that down a bit. Well, I'll put some white on, look.
Beautiful.
Tone that colour down. Let's make it look verdigris. I'll add a bit of green. So now onto my finger, because now I can really start to lift it off and put the extra on. This bit here, let's have that all raised in gold. So you can see then, give it a spray, there we go. Hold that one up. But if you can see,
that looks amazing. Look
but
at
you've
that
got
shimmer.
none of, look how smooth that is.
Yeah.
How often do you use certain products? I mean, I don't want to keep whinging on about anything. Everything's
Yes.
different and got its place. But how do you use it? And you've got that blobby look.
Yeah.
That's fixed and done.
It's a quality look, that's what that is,
yeah, it is. So I can go straight, so I could put that then to match onto my piece. And there we go, done.
Perfect.
But
Oh,
it
I
ties
love
in,
it.
but when only when I turn it over do I know, oh, it was white.
Yes,
It was
yeah.
a white effective piece of, and that's plastic.
Yeah.
That's what resin is in
Yes,
its own
yeah.
way, it's plastic.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Now, I've got loads of finished samples which I'll go through in a few moments, but I need to reiterate just how popular this one-day special has been. So many of you placing your orders for this one. Now, we've stepped away from John. We'll be back with him in a few moments to do more demonstrations. But if you're thinking about getting hold of this one, please do not leave it too long. Over a third of the stock has gone of the one-day special. Now, of course, with the one-day special, you'd normally be paying £14.99 for each one of these pallets. That's where that price of £29.98 comes from. And saying this quickly because I want to get onto the big bundle, you're saving £3 with this one, so it's £1.50 on each one of those. So it's bringing the price down to £13.49, which is brilliant, fabulous saving. But if you're going for the bundle, which includes your new set of daubers, which you will need because you want to have a dedicated set for them, you are going to get 40 of these, and it comes to £42.47. So the saving from £3 is added to the £4.50, giving you an overall saving of £7.50. That's right, isn't it? It is. But when you consider those daubers, you'd normally be paying £19.99 for them. If you were to take them off that bundle price, it means that the pallets themselves, you're only paying £11.24, which is a considerable difference from £14.99, I'm sure you'll agree. But the bundle with the daubers is the most popular way for you to get hold of those new colours, and 40% of that bundle has gone. So we're busy for the one-day special, but we're even busier with regards to the larger bundle. It's a brilliant bundle, and if you're adding the bundle into your basket, do consider some of the other things that we've got, because of course if your basket gets to £60, then you can spread the cost over 2 payments. One of the things that you might want to consider adding in is your happy hour deal. So your happy hour deal is made up of a stamp plate, which is a brilliant background as it is, but it also comes with a die. Now the die itself will cut out your butterflies. Now these could be butterflies that you're cutting out of your regular cardstock, your mirror card, your vellum, whatever you so choose. But if you can team it up with stamped out card, then that die will work perfectly with those stamps there, meaning you can cut out your stamped images and you still have your backdrop as well. But nearly 2/3 of the stock of this one has gone. I can't see this lasting through to the top of the hour when it's going to go up in price, and it will go up to £21.99. This is one that I would be multi-buying, because this is a brilliant one to give as a gift to a crafter as well. So not only keep one for yourself, but please get more than one, because if you're thinking of giving it as a gift and that's why you're ordering, you won't want to part with it when it arrives. So yeah, add more into your basket.
You have got the last of the stock of this.
Oh really?
Yes.
Okay,
So
right.
this is more, if this goes on this hour,
Yeah,
it
that's
won't
it.
be back as far as I'm aware, and this is from the since the stock count,
yes,
you have got the last of the stock.
Fair enough. So there you go, another reason for you to get involved. But I promised you looking at some of those finished samples as well. Very mindful of the time. We are going to head back to John in a few moments. But I think the thing is how many different ways you can work with this. I mean, look at this with your resin. This is phenomenal. This is a game changer. You might not be a card maker. You might be into your mixed media and your resin and getting all of those effects. Well, this gives you the ability to change the way that you work with your resin, to give you the ability to change, well, pretty much any moulding that you've got. It might be little plaster mouldings that you're buying in packs. It might be home furnishings. Maybe you're buying kind of those, you know, like the wooden trims that have got all that gorgeous detail on. You could change all of these using those fabulous magics. On black cardstock, look at the results that you can get multi-layering these. That's the beauty of this. Three-dimensional folders give you so much depth that why don't you enhance it using those gorgeous Mica Magics to give you those incredible results. If you're into your mixed media, making your gifts, look at this again, adding that detail. Obviously you've got things like your copper tones, your silver tones, you've got your bronze tones in there as well, which give you that illusion of metal when you're working with these pieces, but it gives you such a brilliant result time and time again. Now, a lot of what we've been looking at have been the darker finish, but you can use it with your lighter cardstock as well. My goodness, did you see the sheen on that then? It's almost like you're making your own pearlescent card with this one. So I don't think I've ever come across a pearlescent card that's almost got that rainbow of colours on there. No. Absolutely amazing.
And if you look at that, that's been stamped and heat embossed over the top.
Oh, it has as well, yes.
So that is stamped and heat embossed over the top of the Mica Magic. So if you can use some of your gilding polishes and gilding waxes to make your own pearlised card like that, can you then stamp clearly a detailed sentiment, add embossing powder without it sticking anywhere, because look, there's no non-static on there.
That's right,
and then take the sort of heat we throw on that. To me, that shows exactly why Mica Magic is so much better than just an ink or a gilding wax or a polish or a spray.
Absolutely
it's
amazing.
such a magic, and why we called it magic.
Well, it needs that word, doesn't it? It needs magic in the title there. Absolutely amazing results, time and time again, that you know that you can depend on. Whether you're wanting to get that illusion with things like your gears, the cogs. Don't forget, we've got the fabulous time-themed embossing folder as well that you can use alongside this. I think that will have been used here, as you can see. What a fabulous result with it. Absolutely beautiful. Now, very, very busy. The bundle that we've got with the doorbells, the details are on your screen. This one, over 40% of the stock has gone. This is the launch hour. This is a bundle that's designed to run right the way through until 6 o'clock tonight. Those pallets, you'd normally be paying £14.99, but £11.24. That's the equivalent price that you are paying within this bundle, because £19.99 is what you would be paying for those doorbells. Now, we're also busy for the one-day special as well. 40% of that one has gone, and of course with this one you are just getting, I say just, you are getting just the 30 colours. Just the palettes that you can see that you'd normally be paying £14.99 for. So everybody is saving, whether you go for the bundle, whether you just go for these as they are. It's just up to you, personal choice. But don't forget John's advice to get a separate set of doorbells via the bundle. Don't add the one-day special and then go shopping for your doorbells. Go for the bundle that we've got on the screen, the bottom of your screen, because that's where you're going to get that biggest saving as well. So, yeah, we're very, very busy. John, what did you want to show us next?
I'm show you very quickly. I'm going to do a couple of pieces. So I showed you earlier the pastels on white.
You did, yeah.
And we get that effect. You can get that effect with ink. We know that. What I'm going to show you now is this is exactly the same folder embossed in black. So look at the pink.
It looks pink. A beautiful pink.
Hang on. That's pink. But that's pink on black. That doesn't happen.
Actually, when you think about it,
It doesn't. That pink doesn't you don't get pink on black, not with an ink. Certainly not. But again, we used earlier. And this is one of the reasons why I like to have the extra daubers.
Okay.
Is because this is the one that I kept using earlier that started pink and then with different colours.
Yes.
They start to go a bit browny colour.
Yeah.
So if you can do it, have one for each colour.
Yes.
You'll still have 10 spare.
Yeah.
Because there's 40 in there. But it means that you're not messing about. So look, this is the purple. So that's the lilac on black. But look, it's lilac.
Doesn't it? That shows how strong those pigments are in these.
The thing is as well, people would go, right, well, that's the pigment. This is the blue. I love this one. But look at the blue.
Gorgeous.
I mean, look at that.
Oh, it's such a gorgeous, almost like a violet tone there.
Yeah, it's stunning. I mean, this teal colour. Everyone goes, it's because of the strength of the pigment. It's not. It's a very strong pigment. It's because it's the combination of the pigment and the mica.
Right.
When you're using black,
okay,
black will always show through when we soak it. It only shows a colour like that teal colour there. You see how intense that teal is. There we go.
Oh,
that's
one
gorgeous,
white, right? Yeah.
Because you've effectively got a layer of mica, which is blocking the black.
Right.
And then you've got your pigment layered on top in the binder. And as I say a binder, because watch.
See, that's the other thing, yeah.
You're getting a little bit. I should be covered. If that was gilding wax, I'd be covered.
Yeah. And it'd be smeared everywhere.
Yeah. And all you do is if you put a big thick layer on, and you want, say I want this flower really, really intense, so I can keep layering it on. I'll go, oh, that's a bit. Still, don't. Remember, you don't have to, but I'm going to keep trying to change them. Still got my yellow.
Yeah.
Still got my yellow centre, but look, you see how it's a little bit on the outside?
Yeah.
Just take my finger and I can just blend that in. So it's just where I want it, but if that's really intense and I want to make sure that doesn't rub off, you give it a spray with the cheapest hairspray
like we used to with pastels,
you can buy.
Yeah.
So you go to the 99p plus a penny shop and you buy 2 cans.
Yeah.
So you don't get any of that silly Nettel or silver, whatever. Because you don't want lacquer, you want cheap lacquer, old-fashioned, like your granny used to use when she had a shampoo and set. And a light spray will just fix it, but none of the samples we have out have been fixed.
Oh, wow.
So
and there's I'm not getting anything on my hands or anything when I'm looking at these.
But the other thing that I think is so amazing with this is wood. This is MDF.
Okay, yeah.
This has been routed, so I presume this will be a Stamps Away one.
Right.
Because I know Ali's stuff, and I know we bought a lot off you from Ali's shows. Sorry. But if I want to put colour onto this with ink, or with paint, or with wax sometimes, I have to gesso it, don't I?
That's true, yeah, because the colour can come through and, it causes all sorts of issues.
No, I don't.
Oh, my goodness.
So let's go blue. Okay, let's have a little bit of the teal. But look how they blend along the edge.
Oh, wow.
This is straight onto wood. Literally. You can see.
That looks amazing.
So just take some more. Blend it through. I think we need to go with a little bit more of this tealy colour.
It's gorgeous.
There we go.
I do like that one, yeah.
So we're trying to make, I'm going to go a little bit more. I'm going to go
John,
a little bit
just
of
as you're doing that, can I very quickly jump in? I'm sorry but I need to. The happy hour deal, not only we're running out of time, it's now limited in stock. So sorry, I meant to jump in a little earlier, but I was watching the demonstration alongside you, you guys. Don't forget, if there's any stock left when we get to the top of the hour, it's going to go up by £12. That saving is bigger than what you are spending with this one, but it's not going to last the full hour. It's a better than half price deal with this one. And don't forget, every hour we're going to be bringing you a different happy hour, but for this hour, I say hour, it could end up being 50 minutes with regards to this one. It could go at any time, so if you're looking at getting hold of it, it's limited stock now. Please make sure you're getting your order checked out before we get to the end of the show, because we're going to be incredibly busy in those 3 minutes between the shows. Lots of you are going to be placing your orders, not just for the happy hour deal, if there is any left, but of course the one-day special and that bundle that we've been chatting about. So be quick with regards to this one. If you're wanting that happy hour deal, 649083. When we're back at 8 o'clock, we're going to have another happy hour deal for you. So make sure you tune in to get and take advantage of that one as well. How are you getting on over there, John?
Okay, so just put on a little bit of green. I'm going to add a few more flecks of blue through, just for the sky. See how I can now get effects?
Gorgeous.
All those colours.
Beautiful.
Okay,
gorgeous colour.
So we've got the colour. Look, there's the shine.
Oh wow!
Let's hold it up. There you go. Look at the shine.
My goodness.
Straight onto MDF. Yeah. Straight onto MDF. Yeah.
Beautiful.
But maybe we could do that with the gilding wax or the polish.
Yeah.
But can we stamp over the top of that?
You're not stamping on top of that as well.
This is neutral.
Okay, neutral.
Okay. So this is a neutral product.
Okay.
It doesn't react. It only seems to the only reaction I've ever had is a dauber that's soaked in ink with Mica Magic, and after about a few days it starts to pop. Yeah. So, but this is if I did want to stamp over something shiny, what do I use?
You've got to use, you use Stays-On.
You Stays-On?
Yeah.
No, I'm using Versafine Onyx Black.
No.
Yeah, okay. So let's just stamp a little meadow onto the bottom. There you go.
Oh my goodness. That is brilliant. We're getting right in there to look at that, so we would know if that hadn't
You would know if
properly.
that was wrong. Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to actually cut this little butterfly out of this stamp. I'm a terror for doing this.
What are you doing?
Because, well, I want to use it, don't I, separately?
Okay.
Well, I want to show you now, look. It's okay, let's go.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
So that's black Versafine straight onto it.
That's
and of course I've got colours there, haven't I? So, I mean, that
is incredible.
And that will
for that reason,
dry.
I mean, and that could be onto
oh, that's dry now.
That could be just onto your cardstock if you wanted to be as if you wanted just as a card base, then wow.
Yeah, exactly. But should we put some clouds on there?
Some clouds?
Well, should we put some white on and put some clouds on?
Okay.
'Cause you can do that with an ink, can't you, or with a wax or something?
Yeah.
Of course you can put white over the couple colours. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Oh, that's beautiful.
Let's have some clouds. And clouds sometimes, usually, they've got like a silver lining.
Okay.
So I'm going to go for this tawny coloured
I like
silver.
that colour. Yeah, it's
Love
like a
that.
milky
Like I
colour.
said, this is why it took Sam and I so long. Our kitchen table was full.
Yes,
cut up, and the number of sheets until we got to that one was crazy. And I love this tawny silver, but look. Let's add a little bit of tawny
My goodness, this
colour
is
to the
amazing.
top of those clouds. Quick blow. I hold this one up. You can see there.
That is
so
fabulous.
from scratch in no time.
Wow. That
We've
is
got
beautiful.
the clouds with their silver lining. We've got the butterflies. If I wanted to, I'm going to go one more thing on this.
Okay.
Shall I put some sun in?
Right, okay.
So let's have the sun, shall we?
Yeah.
So let's have the sun, and the sun's shining there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there's my sun.
You just soften it,
Okay,
lovely.
just soften my sun a little bit, okay? And let's have
Oh, wow.
some sunlight coming out from that.
My goodness.
Well, just offsetting, I think is a little bit light, so I'm just going to soften the white edge. And there we go, I'll hold this one up, but there you've got...
Wow. And it's lovely because it's
Now,
kind
I've
of giving
no
it that
skill.
haziness.
Yeah, but doesn't that... And that is literally
love
on a
that.
piece of plain MDF.
Straight onto your MDF.
So you can go straight on.
Not sealed, no gesso, not
Nothing.
primed, straight in with those fabulous colours.
just
And you've got that
quickly, before we
purity of
get
colour as
ready,
well.
So these are the pieces we did
Oh,
earlier.
yes, of course, yeah.
So if you can see now, this is what I wanted to show you before I demould them. Cut the white.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if I put not a lot of powder in, I put a lot of Mica Magic in.
Yes.
That would be clouded through there, wouldn't
Yes,
it?
that's right, yeah.
So it's not. So this is the one Sam did earlier.
So this is at the top of the hour. So if you are just joining us, you'll be able to see how John laid down. Oh, my goodness,
So that's the one Sam did earlier. But you can't look, it stayed everywhere. This is the one I did. So this is genuinely the
Okay.
first time I've done one.
Right.
Which is why Sam's been with me.
Yes, yeah.
Because it's the first time I've done one. So I'll hold it up to the camera first before I look.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, I love that.
That is good.
But that's with, and the thing is, that
is
the
what it was
colour,
originally, yeah.
non-leaked through, but that now is fixed.
Yeah, it's not going
We've
anywhere.
taken baby wipes and tried to scrub it off, and
We
we
can
can't
kind
get
of see
it
how
off.
clean the mould is, actually, because
Well,
there's none left in there.
He's not cleaned it.
And there was a lot in there.
yeah,
Oh, he's got
so
a bit of spare.
It's got a bit of spare, so we're not going to waste it. Not when it's the quick
Oh, gosh,
release
no. Yeah.
resin, no, because it'd be dry in the pot. But the thing is, if I said now, this one's very intricate.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is, let me find my gold colours.
Okay.
You do your recap, and I'll
No
come back
problem.
and I'll actually do some highlights.
Not a
on
problem
it.
at all. So, yeah, one day special, over 40% of the stock has gone. That's where you're getting your 2 palettes. You're going to get all of those gorgeous colours. 30 colours, 15 in each of those palettes. You'd usually be paying $14.99 for these. phenomenal price, worth every single penny of that £14.99 and more. But you've got your one-day special, so you've got a £3 saving. So you're saving £1.50 on each one of those, which brings that price down to £13.49. Even better price, I know. It's a one-day special, though. We want something special. We want something better. We want a better saving. Well, that's what we've got with your bundle, where you're getting your daubers included. And this is because, as John has said, it's a good idea to have a separate set of gorgeous daubers, as you can see there, to work with those fabulous colours. But the daubers you'd normally pay £19.99 for. So if we take those off the price of the bundle, and of course £11.24 it works out. I can't believe I'm actually saying that to you. Rather than £14.99. Phenomenal saving, and you are saving that on each one of those palettes, bear in mind. So that's why we are so busy. That's why so many of you are taking advantage of this, and that's why so many of you are going more so for the budget that we're looking at the moment. So if you're going for the bundle that we've got here, £42.47, this is your bundle with the daubers. You will need a new set of daubers. Please don't go for the one-day special and then spend another £19.99 on your daubers. Go for the bundle that we've got on your screen, and you've got everything with that saving on there as well. 628333 being the item number with regards to these ones, if you're wanting to get hold of them. Now, don't forget, at the top of the hour, I did tell you about your happy hour deal. £9.99 is your price for this one. Now, this one is something that's going to go up in price. Not too long either, actually, when you look at this one. It's down to single figures now, so it is going to sell out. You need to be quick with this one. You're potentially going to miss out on the most amazing deal. It's a beautiful stamp. Fabulous as a background. You're going to use this one over and over. It'll become a firm favourite. But then the die alongside it gives you the ability to either cut out the stamped butterflies that you've got, or maybe cut out your own butterflies if you're wanting something that's just kind of got that a pretty paper or something like that. But you need to be quick. Single figures means that not everybody that's going to be able to, well, the phones and the website, not everybody's going to get hold of this one the way it's going. So 649083. Don't leave it too long. Now, lots of other fabulous deals for you to take advantage of, but we've got questions now. Lou Sims, hello Lou. Is that the famous Lou Sims? Is he moving? TV star Lou Sims. What's Lou want to know then? Oh, she wants to know about watercolours. Can she watercolour with these?
You can. Hello, TV's Lou Sims. You can, but what I would suggest is that something Sam said to me was, if you're going to be doing a lot of moulds, he said, get 2 sets.
Right.
And I said, I'm not telling people that.
Okay.
But he said get 2 sets, because one, you're going to go in with a brush and you're going to use it on that.
Yes.
The other one with the daubers and your fingers.
Yes.
If you want to watercolour, I would say you do need to get 2 sets.
Right.
You can use a water brush or water into it.
You're getting moisture into it, aren't you? Yeah.
Once you've got the moisture into it, it soaks in and it solidifies it.
Right.
So you won't get anything extra back out. So when I've done it, I've used it in a little area, but that area has always annoyed me because I never pick anything up.
Right.
So if you're going to do it as that, or what you can do is take some out, put it down.
Mix it as you need it.
Mix it as you need it.